In a world where others traverse the realm of Naruto, striving for survival, I find myself in the realm of nurturing. I have cultivated the future, first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, into my beloved little wife. I have embraced the battlefield demon, Uchiha Madara, as my white moonlight. While the Senju and Uchiha clans are locked in a life and death struggle, I have firmly grasped the future of these two Kage-level figures in my hands. The Warring States period? Merely a chessboard under my command. Chapter 1. The Corrupted Mito. It was merely 2 dates with Sister Madara. Why must I be cast away to the Uzumaki clan for a full 12 years? After all, Hashirama was equally involved, so why am I being punished? Indeed, Hashirama is the eldest son of the clan leader, while I am merely the son of his younger brother. After carefully stowing away a scroll detailing how to balance the Senju and Uchiha clans' post-village establishment, Chinching began to murmur to the bright moon above. On the 4,444th day since parting with Sister Madara, I miss her. However, lost in his reverie, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Chinching, unbeknownst to him. As Chinching remained oblivious, the shadow swiftly covered his eyes. Brother Chinching, can you guess who I am? Hearing the deliberately hushed inquiry, Chinching's expression darkened. After all, the only person daring enough to intrude upon his room at such an hour was none other than Uzumaki Mito. Mito, stop fooling around, gently brushing away the hand over his eyes. The moment he felt her soft and smooth touch, Chinching realized his judgment was correct. Indeed, when the hands withdrew, he saw the familiar sight of Mito, her red hair cascading and a smile adorning her face. Eat your head. Without hesitation, Chinching delivered a light knock to Mito's head. Ouch! Rubbing her head, Mito looked up at Chinching with teary eyes, as if greatly wronged. Yet, Chinching was accustomed to her antics, and thus remained unfazed by her theatrics. Enough, I didn't hit you hard. There's no need for such dramatics. Oh! In an instant, Mito wiped away her tears and beamed with joy. Observing her transformation, Chinching felt a headache coming on, realizing that this behavior was a result of his own indulgence. This Mito is far removed from the stoic character I remember from Naruto. Cousin Hashirama is in for a challenge. After this reflection, Chinching deliberately adopted a serious demeanor and addressed Mito. Did I not tell you that young ladies should not wander into other men's rooms? To Chinching's admonition, Mito responded with indignation that you're not just anyone. She then attempted to wrap her arms around Chinching's. Stop. Understanding her intentions, Chinching swiftly placed a hand on her forehead. You must have a reason for coming to find me. Quickly state your business, or I shall retire for the night. Oh, right. Mito suddenly appeared enlightened. My father mentioned something about you needing to come over. Why didn't you say so sooner? I forgot after seeing you. Mito lowered her head, slightly embarrassed, then peeked up to gauge Chinching's mood. It's my fault. I've spoiled her, recalling how his desire to learn the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques had led to their playful escapades, ultimately leading to her current state. Chinching found himself unable to muster any anger. Very well, let us be off. Seeing Chinching calm, Mito's face lit up with glee. Hee, act like a lady. Though the Senju and Uzumaki clans had maintained a harmonious relationship for generations, Chinching never dared to wander recklessly into the Uzumaki clan at night. After all, this timeline is set during the Warring States period of the Naruto world. Even though the Uzumaki clan remained safely distanced from the front lines of war, they remained vigilant. While making their way to Mito's family estate, Chinching noticed at least 5 hidden sentinels. Had it not been for Mito guiding him, he might have been stopped or questioned upon appearing on the main road. However, with Mito, the little princess of the Uzumaki clan, leading the way, all surrounding threats could be disregarded. After passing 3 more checkpoints and 2 corridors, Chinching and Mito finally stood before Mito's father, Uzumaki Kyuji. Ah, little Chinching, you've arrived. Lord Kyuji, respectfully bowing to Uzumaki Kyuji. Though accustomed to the formality, Chinching adhered to the customs of this era. Please, take a seat. Kyuji warmly beckoned Chinching, who hailed from the Senju clan. He held a great fondness for him. As from Kyuji's perspective, Chinching was not only clever, but also exceedingly polite. Not to mention, during a prior encounter when intelligence from the front lines was sent for Kyuji's study, Chinching had swiftly deduced the outcome of the battle and proposed a more effective attack strategy on the spot. In the subsequent days, Chinching even introduced a novel combat mode, organizing ninjas into teams of 3 for optimal synergy a departure from traditional army formations. This innovative approach astounded Kyuji, who had been struggling with military strategies, particularly considering Qianqing was only 8 years old at the time. Thus, Kyuji recognized Qianqing's future potential. And knowing the Senju clan would eventually ally with the Uzumaki clan through marriage, he did not oppose Qianqing's relationship with Mito. After all, even if Mito were to be led astray by Qianqing, it would ultimately be his responsibility. And the Uzumaki clan would not let go of such a valuable asset. Otherwise, if Kyuji were to witness Qianqing teaching Mito about love and freedom, he would have surely reprimanded him. Therefore, observing Mito, who could demolish buildings yet appeared as a refined lady by Qianqing's side, Kyuji nodded in satisfaction and produced a letter from his sleeve. This is an urgent document sent from the Senju clan. Please read it. Could it be that there are new developments in the war? Filled with curiosity, Qianqing opened the letter. However, as he read the first few lines, he was taken aback by its contents. What? Hashirama is getting married? The letter was brief, containing only casual greetings and an invitation for the Uzumaki clan to attend Hashirama's wedding, alongside a request for Qianqing to return to the Senju clan. However, Qianqing's mind was too occupied to focus on the latter details. Casting a glance at Mito, who had yet to reach the age of marriage, his anger could no longer be contained, and he slammed the letter onto the table. How could you decide to marry Mito off to Hashirama now? To both Uzumaki Kyuji and Mito, Qianqing's fury seemed perplexing. After all, Hashirama's marriage appeared unrelated to Mito. Who said Hashirama is marrying Mito? Chapter 2. The 4,444 days without Sister Madara. I miss her. Isn't Mito marrying Hashirama? What is going on here? Seemingly perceiving Qianqing's confusion, Kyuji responded with a teasing smile. Hashirama is marrying Mito's cousin, Nanako. Are you worried about Mito being taken away? Upon hearing Kyuji's explanation, Qianqing immediately grasped the situation. He had indeed encountered the girl Kyuji mentioned, who was 3 years older than himself, gentle, considerate, and particularly memorable for her striking features if it weren't for the existence of Sister Ban in his heart after her transformation. Qianqing's ideal partner would be rather mundane. If it's her I'm marrying, it's hardly surprising. But could it be that Hashirama and Mito are in a second marriage? No wonder Mito and Tsunade's ages don't quite align. After regaining his composure, Qianqing picked up the letter again, only to discover that Hashirama's wedding date was set for just 5 days from now. This means my study abroad journey is about to conclude. The thought of having the chance to see Sister Ban again sent a thrill through Qianqing's heart. Lord Yusuk, I fear that once I return, I won't have much time to come back again. I am grateful for your care during this time. Yusuk nodded in satisfaction, but then spoke again. In that case, Qianqing, why not take Mito with you when you return? After all, I'll be heading over there in a few days too. That might not be a good idea. Qianqing immediately declined Yusuk's suggestion that if it were just him, he was confident he could evade the pursuit of the Jonin. But adding Mito into the mix would significantly diminish his chances of survival. After all, this was a tumultuous era filled with formidable warriors, a far cry from the sheltered world of the Hokage. It is worth mentioning that during the Warring States period, the concept of Kage did not exist, and each ninja clan typically had only 2 or 3 Jonin, all possessing strength comparable to that of a Kage. Furthermore, Danzo, who was considered a Kage-level figure in Konoha, was not even deemed a Jonin during this period. However, Yusuk seemed oblivious to Qianqing's refusal, waving his hand dismissively before adding, "What's the issue? If you don't take her, she might very well tear the house apart in your absence. Only you can keep her in check." The thought of Mito causing mischief without his supervision gave Qianqing a headache, but, "I trust you will protect our little princess, Qianqing did I." Yay! Before Qianqing could voice his protest, Mito cheered excitedly, "I'll go pack my things." Without waiting for a response, she dashed toward her room, leaving a bewildered Qianqing behind. It was then that Qianqing realized he had been ensnared by the duo of Mito and Yusuk. However, with the situation having already unfolded, Qianqing felt powerless to alter it and could only complain to Yusuk. "Lord Yusuk, can't you keep your daughter in check?" "What can I do?" Yusuk replied with a grin, then added with a meaningful glance, "How Mito behaves is something her future husband should manage. Wouldn't you agree?" Not picking up on Yusuk's teasing, Qianqing, feeling somewhat flustered, chose to remain silent. After all, Mito's mischievous antics were entirely his responsibility, and given that he could not outmatch the era's protagonist, Hashirama, he concluded that clinging to Sister Ban's support was the most pragmatic choice. After 4,444 days without Sister Ban, I miss her. Since being caught in this predicament was now a fact, Chinching refrained from saying much more. He bid farewell to Yusuke and began gathering his belongings. As he was in a study abroad phase, he hadn't left behind much, and soon enough, he had packed everything he needed. The next morning, Chinching returned to Yusuke's residence and found Mito struggling to drag a package taller than herself, resembling an ant carrying a heavy load, as she made her way to the door. This sight left Chinching with a face full of exasperation. Seeing that Mito could not lift the heavy package over the threshold, Chinching stepped forward and inquired, "Why are you bringing so much stuff?" "Gifts," Mito replied matter-of-factly. "There's something for my grandfather and also for Uncle Butsuma and some other things." "Stop, stop, stop." Chinching pointed at a doll that had become partially visible and asked, "Who would want this?" "What?" Seeing Chinching's expression, Mito puffed up her cheeks and retorted, "This is the gift you gave me before. Don't tell me you've forgotten." At a reminder, Chinching recalled that he had given her several dolls, roughly her height, to foster their relationship. Noticing Mito's displeased demeanor, Chinching stammered, "How could I forget?" "Really? Of course it's true." Realizing Mito was about to press the matter further, Chinching hastily shifted the topic. "Mito, your luggage is so heavy. Why don't you use a sealing scroll?" "Oh, right. I got so excited that I forgot about that." Mito's sudden realization left Chinching feeling somewhat speechless. "This silly girl. I hope I haven't turned her into a fool. I merely wanted to ensure that my sister-in-law offers me more protection in the future." As Chinching pondered this, Mito deftly sealed the large package. "Done. Let's go, brother Chinching." "All right." After bidding farewell to the guards at the village entrance, Chinching and Mito officially set forth on their journey back to the Senju clan only. "Brother Chinching, I'm thirsty." "Okay, I brought something to drink." "Brother Chinching, I'm hungry." "Oh, I brought some pastries." "Brother Chinching, I'm tired." Hop on my back." After carrying Mito for a while, Chinching sensed something was amiss. "Aren't we heading back to the Senju clan? Why does this feel like a casual outing?" "No way. We need to make a change. Otherwise, Mito will truly become spoiled." Thinking this, Chinching came to a halt. Mito, leisurely singing on his back, sensed the sudden stillness and anxiously inquired, "Brother Chinching, what's wrong? Is there an enemy?" Her gentle voice brushed against his ear, and this level of intimacy made Chinching feel somewhat uncomfortable. Setting her down, Chinching looked at Mito, who appeared slightly bashful under his gaze, and he couldn't help but think of her as a character from an absurd tale. This thought was hard for him to accept. "Wait here. I need to use the restroom." "Okay." Chapter 3, The Ape Plan, Initiating the Shadow Clone Technique. This B-rank ninjutsu, which would later be extensively developed, had yet to be conceived by Tobarama in this era. However, with the passage of time and accrued experience, Chinching effortlessly restored it. Subsequently, the three shadow clones promptly employed transformation techniques, and in the blink of an eye, three menacing bandits appeared before Chinching. Observing the disguises of his clones, Chinching nodded in satisfaction, and with a wave of his right hand, the clones vanished from sight. Having arranged everything, Chinching feigned finishing his business in the restroom and returned to the spot where he had parted ways with Mizuho. "Chinching Onaikin, are you done?" Mizuho, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, gazed at Chinching, her rosy face undeniably adorable. This made Chinching feel a twinge of reluctance. No, Mizuho cannot become a useless burden. After steeling himself, Chinching's expression returned to calm. "All right, let us depart." At this moment, the now obedient Mizuho no longer insisted on being carried, but chose to leap alongside Chinching through the forest. However, the very next moment, whoosh! A concealed shuriken shot towards the spot where Chinching was about to land at an awkward angle, startling Mizuho, who had lagged slightly behind. "Be careful." Yet, Mizuho's warning came too late. The shuriken had already struck Chinching's back, causing him to fall from the branch. This sudden turn of events left Mizuho momentarily in shock. "Chinching Onaikin." Mizuho stared in disbelief at the direction where Chinching had fallen, struggling to accept the reality of the situation. However, the enemy would not afford her the luxury of hesitation. Taking advantage of her stunned state, they rushed forward wielding a long blade. This is bad, though Mizuho had been somewhat inept. Her instincts honed by Chinching's training prompted her to resist, as a ninja should. The clash between the shuriken and the long blade sparked a brief flicker of flame, snapping Mizuho back to her senses amidst her sorrow. Yet, Since the enemy had managed to ambush someone as formidable as Qianxing, they were clearly not of trivial skill. Thus, Mizuho, caught off guard, was soon forced back a step. But that was not the end, as the clash of weapons echoed. Two figures leaped from behind the enemy, engaging Mizuho. Die! The long blade swung downwards, and in that moment, Mizuho felt as if the entire world had come to a standstill, aware that her demise was imminent. Ignoring the impending attack, she turned her gaze towards the direction of Qianxing's fall. It seems we are doomed, Qianxing Onaikin, wait for me. Resigned to her fate, Mizuho closed her eyes, calmly awaiting the arrival of death. Yet, the battlefield is ever fraught with unpredictability. The sunban, resembling oversized needles, cut through the air in silence. Perfect for disrupting an enemy's incantation or for healing. Such a useful concealed weapon was seldom employed during the Warring States period, primarily due to its limited lethality and the noise it produced upon piercing flesh. Sizzle. Boom. The anticipated death did not come, but rather a peculiar sound emerged from the enemy. This anomaly jolted Mizuho awake. Oh, have you awakened, my little princess? A familiar face, accompanied by a well-known voice and teasing tone. Qianxing's reappearance filled the despairing Mizuho with overwhelming joy. Qianxing Onaikin. Tears streamed down her face as she longed to rush forward and check on his injuries. However, the combination of her earlier despair and the shocking resurrection of Qianxing caused her to faint. This unexpected turn left both the enemies and Qianxing momentarily dumbfounded. Yet, despite their astonishment, Qianxing swiftly scooped Mizuho into his arms. Green chakra enveloped his palm as he examined her, relieved to find no grave injuries. Mizuho has fainted. What shall we do now? The shadow clone stroked its chin. As the original plan had merely intended for Mizuho to endure some hardship and for Qianxing to sustain minor injuries to stimulate her, preventing her from becoming a mere burden. The situation had escalated beyond the shadow clone's expectations. Given the current circumstances, Qianxing contemplated abandoning the endeavor. After all, the scare had been sufficient, and a further deception might realign the slightly spoiled Mizuho. However, the ever-curious shadow clone bee, relishing the unfolding drama, seized the opportunity and proposed with a grin. For safety's sake, shall we escalate our actions? Oh, how so? Let us engage in a plan. Nay, a scheme to leave a more profound impression on Mizuho, which I shall dub the Ape Plan. The original plan? Indeed, the Ape Plan. As Shadow Clone Bee chuckled mischievously, it whispered its scheme to the others. The scenery of the forest whizzed past as the howling wind filled their ears. A few drops of warm blood fell onto Mizuho's still unconscious face, awakening her from her slumber. Blinking away her confusion, she found herself staring at Qianxing's face, leading her to believe she had merely experienced a nightmare. After all, Mizuho had always followed Qianxing, who, fearing danger, would never allow harm to befall her. This protective approach had rendered Mizuho a caged canary, oblivious to the peril. Upon seeing Qianxing, she could not help but snuggle closer. Qianxing Onaikin, as Mizuho's face nestled into Qianxing's embrace. The warmth against her cheeks and his muffled grunt alerted her to something amiss. You, Shu, we are ambushed. At that moment, Mizuho realized that everything that had transpired was not a dream, but a stark reality. What shall we do now? Just as she attempted to voice her thoughts, a colossal ape appeared beside them. Whoa, an ape! Mizuho, having unconsciously adopted Qianxing's catchphrase, screamed. However, the giant ape wasted no time. Its fist, larger than a human head, came crashing down towards them. Boom. In an instant, both were plummeting towards the ground like meteors, a massive cloud of dust erupting from the impact, concealing their figures entirely. Realizing their ambush had succeeded, the enemies pursued relentlessly, and in the next moment, several shurikens sealed off the entire area where the dust had risen. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of shuriken piercing flesh echoed from within the dust cloud, and at that moment, another enemy unleashed a prepared ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball, hot enough to reduce a person to cinders, descended upon Qianxing and Mizuho, devoid of any pretense. Boom. The explosion erupted from the smoke, leaving only a destroyed stone sphere in its wake. As the remnants of the stone crumbled away, they revealed Qianxing, wounded and bleeding from a shuriken embedded in his arm, while Mizuho, sheltered in his embrace, wept profusely but remained unscathed. To harm her, you must, step over my corpse. Yes, indeed, step over it. as they gazed at their original self, who was so preoccupied with putting on a show that he had forgotten his lines. Both shadow clones simultaneously felt a desire to dissociate from him. Chapter 4. The Uchiha Assault in my current state. How is it that Mito remains unresponsive? Chikage glanced at Mito, nestled protectively in his embrace, only to discover that she had completely disregarded his sudden bout of foolishness, silently shedding tears without shifting her gaze. Observing Mito's lack of awareness regarding his folly, as well as her apparent lack of inclination to flee for her own safety, Chikage surmised that he had inadvertently rendered her utterly dependent. Alas, it seems my previous insistence on rigorous training and sealing techniques may have been somewhat excessive. However, just as this thought surfaced in Chikage's mind, the shadow clone could no longer tolerate the sight and promptly decided to take action. Go, with Shadow Clone's command. Another shadow clone and a massive ape lunged toward Chikage and Mito, their approach imbued with a fierce intensity, as if they were sworn enemies. Chikage, fully aware of their advance, recognized that since they had chosen to attack, he must continue to play his role. Thus, Mito, still somewhat dazed, suddenly found herself hurled into the air, hearing Chikage's stern voice ring out. Run, don't worry about me. Each time Chikage scolded her, Mito felt a pang of fear. For her mischievous antics were notorious among the Uzumaki clan, and Chikage's anger often hinted at life-threatening consequences. Instinctively, as she landed, Mito felt compelled to obey Chikage's command and retreat. Yet, just as she took a step back, she halted abruptly. Memories of the joyful moments spent with Chikage flickered through her mind like a lantern show, and the thought of a future devoid of him left her uncertain of how to carry on. Go! Chikage's commanding voice broke through her reverie, bringing Mito back to reality. However, instead of obeying, her eyes suddenly filled with determination. I will not abandon you, not even in death. With that, she fiercely wiped away her tears, her demeanor transforming into one of resolute strength, shedding her previous fragility. Get away from my brother, Chikage. Mito's fierce cry echoed through the forest. Although she lacked the strength and intimidation of a seasoned warrior, her spirit was undeniably formidable. In an instant, she charged toward the ape, unleashing her most powerful technique, Vajra Lock. For golden chains shot forth from her abdomen, a unique technique combining the Uzumaki clan's masterful sealing arts, serving not only as a potent weapon but also capable of creating barriers and sealing tailed beasts. Her primary target was the ape, a manifestation of Chikage's shadow clone, which had been tailored for Mito's needs as the ape plan. Now unafraid, Mito surged forward with an indomitable spirit, bringing a sense of relief to those engaged in battle. It seemed Mito would not succumb to being a mere pawn. As they thought this, the shadow clone, transformed into a colossal ape, shared the sentiment. And in order to leave a deeper impression on Mito, the ape slightly increased its power. Bang! The golden chains shattered into countless fragments, sending Mito hurtling backward, blood spilling from her mouth. This sudden turn of events caught the attention of the others, who were momentarily taken aback. They all instinctively moved to catch Mito. But as several shadow clones prepared to intervene, they recalled their current identities and restrained their impulses. Chikage, however, had no such reservations. He dashed forward, expertly catching Mito just before she hit the ground, cradling her safely in his arms. Green chakra enveloped Chikage's hands as he swiftly examined Mito's condition, relieved to find that she had merely fainted due to a chakra surge. Yet, his gaze turned fiercely toward the shadow clone transformed into the ape, while the other clones mirrored his accusatory glare, leaving the ape feeling quite embarrassed. I didn't mean to, it protested. Still talking? They chorused, their reproaches making the ape squirm with discomfort. Stealing a glance at Mito's unfortunate state, the ape clone could no longer endure the weight of its conscience and resolved to dissolve itself, planning to retreat alone. Thud, thud, thud. Just as the ape clone began to vanish, 3 shurikens struck its back with unerring precision, leaving Chikage and the 2 shadow clones momentarily stunned. Boom. The ape dissipated in a cloud of smoke, and the trio exchanged rapid glances, realizing neither had been responsible for the attack. An ambush. The shadow clones alerted Chikage, quickly shielding him as they readied their weapons, vigilant for threats. A gust of wind rustled through the forest, and from the previously empty branches emerged several armored ninjas wielding a variety of weapons. At the forefront stood a tall woman, a fan in hand. With a striking figure and a mane of wild hair, her proud and sharp gaze radiating confidence. The group stood casually atop the treetops, their clan symbols emblazoned on their foreheads, revealing them to be members of the Uchiha clan, the sworn enemies of the Senju clan to which Chikage belonged. Oh, just a few lone mice. It appears we have some members of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Are you the vanguard? Taunted a rather flippant young Uchiha, his words dripping with disdain. However, before he could continue, the leading woman silenced him with a sharp command. Shut up, Hunter. The tall woman frowned, using a tone that was almost androgynous to quell her companion's provocations. Despite their enmity with the Senju clan, she recognized that there were still a few individuals among them she could call friends. It remained uncertain whether the two from the Senju clan still regarded her in the same light. TCH. Hunter, the Uchiha, scoffed, displeased with the woman's authoritative tone. Nevertheless, he wisely chose to remain silent. Well then, I apologize, members of the Senju clan. As her words resonated, the other Uchiha swiftly vanished from her side, launching an assault on the seemingly injured Chikage. Fueled by pent-up frustration, Hunter wasted no time in attacking. Swish, swish, swish. Countless shuriken flew from all directions, yet curiously, none were aimed directly at Chikage. Is an Uchiha throwing technique among the finest in the ninja world? Just as Chikage pondered this, the answer soon revealed itself. Clang, clang, clang. The erratic shuriken trajectories collided with each other, altering their paths and transforming the battlefield into a chaotic whirlwind of unpredictability, dramatically expanding the range of their assault. Ha! The trash of the Senju clan shall perish within my shuriken formation. The hunter, believing he could effortlessly vanquish his opponent with a single move, could not suppress his laughter. However, Chinching, unfazed by the provocation, maintained his gaze fixed on the Uchiha woman who had yet to make a move. He had little interest in dealing with the minor threat posed by the little Carla, and while he acknowledged the shadow clones, he did not regard them with much seriousness. Consequently, when a flurry of shurikens rained down unpredictably, Chinching's two shadow clones simply clapped their hands together and proclaimed in unison, Earth Release, Earth-style wall. A colossal earth wall, approximately 20 meters wide and soaring several dozen meters high, surged upward with the infusion of chakra, swiftly rising to an impressive height and effortlessly dispersing the barrage of shurikens. This act not only neutralized the enemy's attack, but also shifted the balance of power in Chinching's favor. Although he still faced 4 adversaries, he had, at least, secured a semblance of initiative. Are there truly only 4 of them? He mused, noting that the woman leading them bore a resemblance to his sister, Madara. Wait. My sister Madara is the one wielding a fan with unruly hair. Surely this is a jest. As Chinching analyzed the battlefield, the Uchiha hunter, feeling as though he had swallowed a fly, seethed with frustration. Not only had he been ignored, but his proud creation had also been dismantled in such a comedic manner. Infuriated, the hunter swiftly formed hand seals directed at Chinching and his shadow clones. Damn it! How dare you underestimate me? Fire release, fire dragon flame bomb. Just as the hunter prepared to unleash his attack, another Uchiha member hastily intervened. Hunter, do not forget our mission. We are still on the territory of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Do not cause a ruckus. However, the well-meaning warning fell on deaf ears as the hunter retorted. Quit your prattling. I'll do as I please. Ignoring his comrade's reaction, he proceeded with his jutsu. Fire release, fire dragon flame bomb. Indeed, the audacious hunter possessed the means to be so brazen. The once orange flames of the fire dragon flame bomb morphed into a blinding white heat under his full exertion, instantly obliterating the earth wall Chinching had erected. The tremendous force of the attack nearly caught Chinching off guard as he pondered whether the woman was indeed Madara. Fortunately, Chinching was not to be trifled with. The formidable physique of the Senju clan and his chakra that surpassed that of ordinary individuals afforded him ample resources for training. Thus, even as the attack approached, he deftly evaded it. With a lingering sense of unease, Chinching shot an indignant glare at the shadow clone that had failed to shield him, then directed a resentful look at the arrogant hunter. You insolent fool! You dare disrupt my grand scheme? Prepare to meet your end. Upon hearing these words, the other 2 shadow clones' eyes gleamed with excitement, for they shared their progenitor's thoughts and were equally eager to pursue the ambition of aligning with Madara. However, in the next moment, the 2 clones noticed that Chinching was cradling the still unconscious Mizuho in one arm while gathering water in the other. Do not act rashly. One shadow clone leaped to Chinching's side, halting any further action. If you unleash that technique, we do not know if those Uchiha will perish, but it will undoubtedly jeopardize your reunion with Madara. Then what shall we do? Shadow Clone A, observing their progenitor's sudden feigned ignorance, felt somewhat aggrieved. Is it too much to ask that we shield you while you go greet Madara? Indeed, though the ruse had been uncovered, it was still his shadow clone, and no one else would know of the embarrassment. Thus, Qianqing shamelessly admitted, I did indeed intend to deceive you. How audacious to fool even your own shadow clone. Though exasperated, Shadow Clone resignedly extended his hand. Hand Mizuho over to me. Very well. Qianqing willingly passed the unconscious Mizuho, then addressed Shadow Clone B. I will step aside for a moment. You hold them off. Understood. It seems this good fortune is not meant for me, Shadow Clone B grumbled. Then fixed a fierce gaze upon the Uchiha clan members. With everything set, Qianqing's true self turned his attention back to the Uchiha woman. Hii Madara. I am here to provoke you. At that moment, the woman seemed to sense Qianqing's gaze, shifting her focus from observing her clan's battle and scanning the surroundings. This one does not appear to be the mission target. It seems he is indeed from the Senju clan, as expected from the master of strategy. Completing today's mission is not feasible. But her glance turned steely as she assessed Qianqing. Let this one serve as the interest for the mission. With that, she disregarded her comrades who were already entangled with Qianqing's shadow clones and approached him directly. Qianqing, too, advanced towards her. In an instant, the distance of 100 meters was traversed by both experts, and as they neared, they simultaneously raised their fists to deliver powerful blows. The collision of fists created a shockwave, displacing the surrounding air and sending leaves swirling through the air. Ha ha! The woman erupted in laughter upon witnessing that Qianqing had only taken a single step back. Aside from Hashirama's mother, no one has ever allowed me to revel in battle like this. It seems you possess that qualification. Is that so? In contrast to her laughter, Qianqing wore a proud smile. Then it seems I have earned your acknowledgement. The woman's unexpected reaction to Qianqing's words caught her off guard. Although uncertain of his intentions, she adhered to the principle of not allowing her adversary any comfort. Let us see if you can survive. With that, she abandoned her fists for her fan, swinging it towards Qianqing's body. Unwilling to be outdone, Qianqing's expression morphed into one of wild determination, as though he were prepared to gamble his life against hers. Yet, in the next moment, Qianqing chose to leap backward. Boom! The forceful strike struck the ground, creating a massive crater, while a cloud of dust erupted from where Qianqing had stood. Damn it, are you trying to fool me? As the dust began to settle, the woman's anger, surpassing even that of the hunters, became palpable. Her once dark eyes blazed a crimson hue, with the three Tomo within them spinning wildly. Do you not think this location is unsuitable for our bout? Perhaps we should change venues? Though Qianqing refrained from directly acknowledging her, he understood that upon hearing the name of Hashirama, the woman must undoubtedly be Uchiha Madara. While he could reveal himself here, the presence of other Uchiha posed a risk. Should they learn of her ties to the Senju clan, it could lead to unfriendly rumors about her. After all, Qianqing had previously received news that Ban had already assumed the role of clan leader. It is rather perplexing that someone of her stature would be confronted by such a weakling from the Uchiha clan, suggesting that her situation must be quite dire. Therefore, even if the two were to acknowledge each other, it would be prudent to seek a secluded location. At the very least, should complications arise, one could escape without concern for Mito's safety. However, in the heat of battle, Ban was hardly inclined to consider such matters. And as for her subordinates who were at a disadvantage, they possessed no loyalty whatsoever. Even if they perished, she would feel no loss and would naturally disregard their well-being. Thus, Ban ignored Qianqing's advice and struck again with her fan. Seeing her suggestion fail to yield results, Qianqing could only let out a resigned sigh. Alas, she had hoped to avoid such measures. Once more, Qianqing leaped backward, forming hand seals as she retreated. With a puff of smoke, a delicate young boy with bright, expressive eyes appeared in the place where Qianqing had stood. Ban's sister. Upon hearing the boy's voice, Ban, poised to attack, froze in place, her expression and action stilled. Chapter 6. Why does it feel like an affair? The boy before her and his address began to merge with Ban's somewhat hazy memories, ultimately reviving long-buried recollections. Memories from 12 years past surfaced, and Ban finally recalled the child who had always accompanied Hashirama to play with her. The one who had vowed to marry her when they grew up. Qianqing? Ban asked incredulously, for the intelligence she had received indicated that a significant figure from the Senju clan was set to return from the Uzumaki clan. Yet, from her memories, This chatty little brat hardly seemed destined to become an important character, aside from having combat prowess that was merely adequate. Although Qinqing remained unaware of Ban's thoughts. The fact that Ban had ceased her assault indicated that she not only recognized her, but also regarded her as a friend. If that were the case, securing Ban as a sister would indeed mean marrying into wealth and beauty, leading to the pinnacle of life. Meanwhile, the shadow clone A, hidden nearby, noted that Qinqing and Ban were engaged in conversation, clearly recognizing each other, and alerted shadow clone B. All right, everyone, time to get to work. Upon hearing this, Shadow Clone B also observed the situation and grimaced in annoyance. TCH, I'm just a clone, not a laborer. Nevertheless, despite the complaints, Shadow Clone B did not delay in executing its task. Earth release, Earth prison. A surge of chakra flowed underground, and in an instant, several Uchiha, already weary from being toyed with, found their paths obstructed by rising stone walls. By the time they realized they were trapped, even the space above them had been sealed off by earthen barriers. This technique, derived from a jutsu used by a ninja named Jirobo under Orochimaru, not only expanded the sealing range but also eliminated the original's drawback, whereby its sealing power diminished with distance from the caster. The sealing ability and the capacity to siphon the enemy's chakra were now significantly enhanced, even against ordinary shadow-level masters. Qinqing was confident she could ensnare them for a considerable time, unless they possessed extraordinary powers, such as would release, Susanoo, or colossal summoned beasts. However, since the three Uchiha had already been outmatched by Qinqing's shadow clone, they clearly lacked any such extraordinary means. Thus, following the completion of Shadow Clone B's jutsu, it took only a few breaths for the three chakra-depleted Uchiha to fall silent. Naturally, this commotion did not escape Ban's notice, though she merely cast a fleeting glance before returning her attention to Qinqing's true form. Are those your subordinates or puppets? They exhibit commendable strength. Observing that Ban did not chastise her clone for its rudeness and had even discerned its secret, Qinqing inferred that Ban was not angered and thus revealed the truth about her shadow clone. They are not my subordinates, but rather my shadow clone, created by separating a portion of my consciousness-infused chakra. Oh, Ban's eyebrows arched with interest upon hearing Qinqing's explanation. I withdraw my earlier remark regarding your lack of strength. However, before Ban could finish her thought, she recalled the promise made during their childhood. Anyone wishing to marry her must first gain her approval in terms of strength. Otherwise, Uchiha Madara would rather remain single for eternity. At this realization, even someone as formidable as Ban could not help but display a hint of bashfulness. Though this expression quickly vanished, replaced by her usual commanding demeanor, as if nothing had occurred. Nevertheless, Qinqing, who had been observing Ban intently, noticed everything. The confident, imposing Ban was undeniably captivating, yet the fleeting display of vulnerability was equally endearing. How troublesome, Qinqing thought, to have developed such feelings. What should I do? As Ban regarded Qinqing, who wore a look of dazed admiration, she was surprised to find herself feeling no aversion. However, Ban was acutely aware that such sentiments were ill-advised, especially considering that Qinqing belonged to the Senju clan, the Uchiha's sworn rivals. After all, if news of their amicable relationship were to leak, her hard-won position as clan leader would surely become precarious. The fragmented Uchiha clan could not survive in this era of strife. After all, in times when the Uchiha were powerful, they had made countless enemies. Should an adversary exploit a weakness, the Uchiha's fate would either be to become another's vassal or to vanish entirely from the stage of the Warring States period. Neither outcome was acceptable to Ban. Thus, to prevent the Uchiha from plunging into another civil war over the leadership, Ban extinguished any thoughts of rekindling their friendship with Qinqing, her gaze growing progressively colder. Enough reminiscing. The next time we meet, we shall be adversaries. I hope you do not perish by my hand. With that, Ban disregarded the trapped Uchiha and turned to leave. Wait. Initially in a stupor, Qinqing, seeing Ban attempt to depart, acted impulsively and seized her hand, causing Ban, who had been viewing her through a nostalgic lens, to furrow her brow. Let go. Yet before Ban could finish her admonition, Qinqing produced a scroll from her ninja tool pouch and handed it to her. This is a compilation of my suggestions regarding a collaborative and mutually beneficial future for the Senju and Uchiha clans, taking into account the current situation in the ninja world. I believe it will prove quite beneficial for you, Ban's sister. Listening to Qinqing's explanation, Ban's previously irate demeanor softened touched by the gesture. After all, apart from her brother, the only ally she had left was Qianxing, who had once been a confidant. Now, however, even Hashirama showed no mercy on the battlefield. Any encounter meant a fight to the death, with no hint of old affections remaining. It could be said that Ban, aside from her brother, now faced enemies on all fronts. Yet now, there exist individuals in this world who remain steadfast to their original intentions. This profound sentiment is akin to receiving a refreshing cup of pristine water in the parched expanse of a desert. The rarity of such emotions, combined with a nostalgic childhood lens, transforms Ban's feelings for Qianxing into something altogether different, despite still viewing the latter as a child. Just as Ban was about to utter more words, she suddenly noticed a troop charging towards her position from afar. Recognizing that this territory belonged to the Senju clan, Ban decided not to linger, swiftly concealing the scroll within her garments before vanishing from sight. "Consider those few as your military merits," she called out, her voice echoing in the air, though her figure had already disappeared. Watching Ban depart, Qianxing could only sigh helplessly. After all, an amicable reunion had devolved into something akin to infidelity, leaving a bitter taste in anyone's heart. As for the military merits, I have no need for them. Qianxing's gaze shifted to the small mound of earth that had risen due to the lack of support, and with a firm grip of her right hand, the mound instantly sank into the ground, as if nothing had transpired, leaving only a barren expanse. From Qianxing's perspective, Ban's decision to leave those individuals behind stemmed from a desire to avoid staining her kin's hands with blood. She did not believe her charm was so potent as to captivate Ban at first glance. However, having made their acquaintance, she resolved to gradually deepen their interactions. Ban's formidable presence was one she intended to cling to, both psychologically and physically. With a chuckle, Qianxing summoned her shadow clone, and after retrieving Mizuto, she dispelled the two clones. There was no need for further combat, as the approaching troop consisted of allies, led by someone familiar to Qianxing. "Ha ha ha, little Qianxing. I finally found you." Chapter 7. The three legendary Senju clad in red armor, with a radiant smile reminiscent of sunlight, and cascading black hair like a waterfall. A young man stood atop the treetops. Beside him, a solemn figure donned in blue armor, sporting a white spiky hairstyle, exuded a serious demeanor. Undoubtedly, the newcomers were the brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Hashirama took a casual glance around the scene before bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, little Qianxing, after all these years, you've become so strong." He jovially patted Qianxing's shoulder, his laughter echoing even as he playfully threatened several Uchiha. Yet, Qianxing bore no resentment towards Hashirama. Instead, she directed an accusatory glance towards Tobarama, for Hashirama often exhibited whimsical behavior, and his younger brother had evidently failed to rein him in. Tobarama, feeling unjustly accused, offered a helpless expression, casting a sidelong glance at the still exuberant Hashirama, indicating his inability to manage his elder brother's antics. Qianxing was well aware of this, having repeatedly instructed Tobarama to keep Hashirama in check before departing the Senju clan. To her dismay, Hashirama's character remained unchanged from the original narrative. With a resigned sigh, Qianxing accepted the situation, and Tobarama, recalling his brother's unreliability, also sighed in resignation. Their silent exchange of glances allowed them to communicate swiftly, leading them to simultaneously express their exasperation, leaving Hashirama somewhat bewildered. Just as he intended to inquire about the cause of their discontent, Qianxing proactively diverted the conversation. "Hashirama, aren't you supposed to be getting married? What brings you here?" Upon hearing Qianxing's question, Hashirama erupted into laughter without a hint of composure. "Ha ha ha, of course. I came here with a wood clone. Otherwise, Tobarama wouldn't let me out." However, Hashirama's demeanor changed as he turned his attention to the unconscious Mizuto in Qianxing's arms. "More importantly, is little Mizuto all right? I heard from the young leader of the Uzumaki clan, Yusuke, that your healing abilities are remarkable." "He's fine," Qianxing calmly replied. "And I encountered Uchiha Madara." The moment her words fell, both Hashirama and Tobarama's expressions froze in disbelief. "How is that possible?" Tobarama exclaimed, while Hashirama scanned the surroundings again, then shouted to Qianxing and her subordinates. "We must retreat immediately." Perhaps due to years of warfare, Hashirama had shed his earlier carefree demeanor, adopting a composed, decisive air. Even his voice carried a calmness that demanded respect. As anticipated by Qianxing, The accompanying subordinates, upon receiving Hashirama's command, wasted no time in forming a protective circle around them, embodying a steadfast guardian stance. Retreat. In the Uchiha clan's high deliberation chamber, despite Madara being the clan leader, the return of only 1 out of 4 warriors provided ammunition for those who had forcibly usurped her position. What happened? Wasn't Shuren with you on the mission? Why have you returned alone? The questioner was Shuren's father. Though casualties were commonplace during the Warring States period, the opening of criticism prompted many others to join in. Indeed, what became of the other 2 companions? Yes, you were so fierce against us. Did you turn into a coward against the Senju clan? Facing the onslaught of accusations, Madara remained unyielding, seated with arms crossed, her expression unchanged as she listened to the slanders surrounding her. Seeing her unresponsive composure, the crowd grew bolder, mixing their reproaches with personal grievances. I've always said women should marry and bear children. Such an exceptional and pure Uchiha bloodline should not be wasted. Indeed, women should tend to their husbands and raise children, relinquish the clan leader position, and find someone to marry. In the face of such derogation, had this been earlier, Madara might have unleashed her wrath upon the accusers. However, now, a memory of the young Qianqing, who once trailed behind her, proclaiming a desire to marry her when they grew up, inexplicably surfaced in her mind. In an instant, the childhood Qianqing transformed back into her adult form. Yet she still spoke with the innocent tone of her youth, uttering words of courtship. Yet, the expression had shifted to a dazed one, prompting a subtle smile to curve Madara's lips as she delved into reminiscence. This unusual behavior alarmed Izuna, who had been closely observing his sister. To him, it seemed that Madara had always been intolerant of such grievances, and now she appeared to have reached a state of angry mirth. Enough! Izuna slapped the table, then addressed the surrounding clansmen loudly. My sister is not the kind to abandon her comrades. She must have encountered the Senju clan leader, Senju Hashirama. After all, this mission was to ambush the most mysterious of the 3 legendary Senju. They wouldn't allow us to succeed so easily. Perhaps our intel was intentionally leaked to ensnare us. Right, sister? After being reminded by Izuna, many individuals extinguished their desire to continue the commotion. The situation was indeed likely as Izuna had stated. The Senju clan was already formidable, and now they had the unparalleled power of Hashirama Senju, the state builder Tobarama Senju, and the most enigmatic yet cunning figure among them. With these 3, referred to as the Senju Trinity, the Uchiha clan had not gained any advantages over the years, which was one reason why Madara faced continuous criticism after becoming clan leader. Thus, it was inevitable that Hashirama would personally take action regarding such significant matters. This was something they could hardly fail to comprehend. Otherwise, they would not have allowed Madara to lead a few newly promoted Chunin on this ambush mission, as those individuals were essentially designated for sacrifice. However, those seeking to provoke would not heed the reality and immediately resorted to sowing discord. Izuna, if you were the clan leader, I would have no objections, but your sister is quite unsuitable, especially considering her past interactions with the Senju clan. Upon hearing these words, Izuna felt an urge to retort, yet the truth in the statement left her momentarily at a loss for a response. This was underscored by the fact that Madara's father had sacrificed himself alongside the former clan leader of the Senju to vindicate his daughter's honor. Consequently, Izuna found herself at a standstill. Just then, Madara, who had just emerged from his reverie, heard the words that struck the deepest chord within him. How infuriating! Frustrated, Madara had no intention of reasoning with these lesser beings. He smashed the table before him into splinters and cast a fierce gaze across the assembly, which had inexplicably transformed into the Sharingan of the kaleidoscope variety. The hunters are those I have abandoned, as well as a few who disobey orders on the battlefield. Do you have any objections? His commanding glare swept across the room, forcing those who had intended to gain the upper hand through words to swallow their words back down. Meanwhile, Izuna, witnessing her sister's formidable stance, found ample justification to join the fray. The dual presence of their kaleidoscopic Sharingan rendered the atmosphere utterly silent. Since there are no objections, I have matters to attend to. Thus, this meeting shall conclude. Ignoring the thoughts of those present, Madara stood elegantly and departed. Observing her sister's assertive confrontation with the assembly, Izuna, too, lost interest in further idle chatter and promptly followed her sister. However, upon returning to the estate, Madara remained disengaged from any conversation with Izuna. The remarks from those earlier weighed heavily on her. compounded by the realization that she now had to face yet another adversary on the battlefield, leaving her in a somber mood. After finding a task to occupy Izuna, Madara secluded herself in her room. Although the conflict had seemingly been resolved, her spirits remained dampened. Lying on the pristine tatami mat, with nothing to occupy her mind, Madara began to reminisce about her childhood from 12 years ago, recalling a scroll that Kiyoshi had once gifted her. After rummaging through her belongings, she unearthed a long-sealed treasure box. With great care, she opened it, revealing a torn yet meticulously repaired scroll. Very well, let it be so, Madara sighed, placing the scroll Kiyoshi had given her that day into the chest. Yet, a wave of curiosity surged within her. What if she were to discover its contents? Typically solitary, Madara was now eager to uncover what kind of friendship might blossom from their 12-year separation. With a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, she carefully unsealed the scroll. As for the possibility of Kiyoshi having concealed dangerous creatures or formidable jutsu within, perhaps due to a blend of hope and naivety, she chose to believe such notions were far-fetched. Thus, her actions to release the seal were executed without hesitation. The moment the seal was lifted, thousands of scrolls materialized within the room, instantly blanketing every surface. These countless scrolls represented over 12 years and 4,000 days of longing, a steadfast emotion that softened Madara's fierce demeanor in that fleeting moment. Yet, the shift was brief, as her resolute gaze quickly regained its former intensity. Kiyoshi, I acknowledge you. Chapter 8. Your contributions deserve such recognition. The journey back to the Senju clan was smooth. However, unlike Madara's experience, Kiyoshi was met with a warm reception upon returning. The Hyuga, Sarutobi, and Inuzuka clans, even the Bamboo clan in the corner, whose members sported unflattering expressions, all gathered to welcome Hashirama and his companions back. These ninjas, adorned with their respective clan emblems, stood alongside the other Senju members, quietly observing, their faces betraying faint smiles, seemingly having fully accepted the alliance with the Senju. As Kiyoshi surveyed the familiar clans she had only heard of in her previous life, she thought that, had she not known they had come for Hashirama's wedding, she might have assumed they were there for the founding of Konohagakure. Displeased with such spectacles, Kiyoshi turned to Tobarama and remarked, Hashirama's been gone for a brief moment. Is this level of welcome truly necessary? In response to Kiyoshi's inquiry, Tobarama, usually stoic, managed a teasing grin. They are not here to welcome my brother back. They have specifically come to welcome you. Me? Kiyoshi intended to question Tobarama further, yet the murmurs from the crowd regarding her began to reach her ears. Is this the last of the Senju Trinity? Why is she so young? I expected someone much older. She is rather attractive, but what a pity. Though their voices were hushed, the nature of a ninja's profession, which often involved assassination and intelligence gathering, honed their ability to overhear nearby conversations. And their words easily reached Kiyoshi's ears. The attention of the crowd caused the face of Mito, who had been feigning sleep in Kiyoshi's embrace, to redden. This sudden change alerted Kiyoshi, who had been indifferent until then. Casting her gaze toward Hashirama, who walked ahead, Kiyoshi noted his lack of reaction to her holding Mito, which eased her anxiety. Then, with a swift motion, Kiyoshi playfully slapped Mito's thigh, prompting the latter, who had been pretending to be unconscious, to open her eyes in embarrassment. Lazy pig, wake up. Oh. Realizing her ruse had been unveiled, Mito quickly clambered off Kiyoshi. However, her behavior became peculiar as she followed closely behind Kiyoshi, clutching her hand and refusing to let go. Kiyoshi, interpreting this as Mito being shy, chose to disregard her emotions and continued her conversation with Tobarama. Tobarama, what is the meaning of all this? I don't recall having any prior relations with them, especially since I haven't even set foot outside the Uzumaki clan's territory in years. Observing Kiyoshi's bewilderment, Tobarama patiently began to explain. Do you recall the tactical strategies you had someone return to you? Subsequently, my elder brother adeptly utilized these insights to achieve numerous victories in the ensuing battles. In every celebratory feast following these triumphs, he proclaimed that our victories were the result of guidance from esteemed figures within our clan. Consequently, not only a handful of allies, but the entire shinobi world has become aware of your remarkable persona, albeit many remain oblivious to your true name. Is that so? I merely provided him with those materials. At this juncture, Qianxing realized that despite nearly 1,000 years of conflict during the Warring States period, their comprehension of warfare remained rudimentary. Akin to brute strength and reckless aggression, with scant knowledge of ninjutsu. After all, immense strength does not guarantee intellectual acumen, while those with keen minds often find themselves vulnerable. Thus, the existence of texts such as The Art of War, The Three Attack Formations, The 36 Stratagems, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms serves as a significant advantage in this era. Furthermore, discussions regarding the Hokage's influence on forums and platforms are abundant. Although Qianxing has seen only a few highly upvoted posts, they have sufficiently elevated his strategies to the pinnacle of this age. Initially, Qianxing had merely intended to leave a lasting impression on Hashirama, hoping to secure his favor as one of the most formidable allies of this era. As for the other potential ally, that would be Madara. However, now, observing the fervent gazes of the representatives directed towards him, Qianxing understood that the impact of those texts had exceeded expectations. If their efficacy were truly so profound, might the Senju clan unify the shinobi world? Yet, as Qianxing pondered this possibility, he noticed that those who should have been leading the group had inexplicably halted, leaving only himself and Mito, who refused to let go. "My apologies for moving too swiftly," he said, pulling Mito back towards Hashirama's company. Laughter erupted from the welcoming party at Qianxing's apology, especially from Hashirama, whose laughter boomed. "Ah, Qianxing, this gathering was arranged to honor you. Your contributions to the clan merit such recognition." Without heeding Qianxing's protests, Hashirama began to rally those around him. "So, let us extend a warm welcome to our esteemed strategist, Qianxing." Wow! As Hashirama's words echoed, the Senju clan erupted in enthusiastic cheers, while their allies nodded in satisfaction. After all, the ability to manipulate the battlefield from afar, embodied by Qianxing, now firmly established within the Senju clan, would certainly tilt the forthcoming conflicts in their favor. Therefore, as allies of the Senju, they naturally wished for their strength to burgeon. However, some allies wore smiles that belied their inner calculations regarding the merits and drawbacks of continuing their alliance with the Senju clan. After all, Qianxing's youth was palpable, his appearance, even younger than Hashirama's, foretold a future where the shinobi world would be dominated by the Senju trio. As Qianxing and Mito strolled hand in hand down the center of the path, it became evident that the prospect of an alliance through marriage was no longer feasible. Thus, the options laid bare before these allies dwindled to two: total submission or betrayal. Yet, amid the doubts of certain allies, the elder women of the Senju clan began to express their sentiments. "The clan leader is getting married, and now Lord Qianxing has found his match. But I recall that Tobarama seems to be single, right? Isn't the daughter of your uncle's cousin's brother still unmarried? Perhaps you should give it a try." Indeed, if Lord Tobarama were to unite with my relative, it would reflect well on me. Yes, exactly. Their conversation ignited a spark of excitement in the eyes of those allies who had previously harbored doubts. Meanwhile, Tobarama, present at the gathering, suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. Chapter 9. You wouldn't want me to disclose this matter to my father, would you? With emotions running high and Hashirama's unreliable antics inciting uproar, what was initially a mere formality evolved into a demand for Qianxing to deliver his so-called return speech. Uninterested in fame, Qianxing was unprepared for such an event. Fortunately, Mito, as the princess of the Uzumaki clan, was adept at handling social engagements, despite her occasional clumsiness. Thus, for Qianxing, who was oblivious to the art of public speaking, Mito served as a reliable conduit. "I am immensely honored that you all have taken time from your busy schedules to attend my welcoming ceremony. I, Qianxing, alongside Uzumaki Mito, sincerely hope that you enjoy the forthcoming banquet." Hold on. Qianxing instinctively sensed something amiss and promptly ceased his remarks. Although he did not grasp the nuances of public speaking, the scripted lines hardly seemed fitting for a return speech. Consequently, Qianxing quietly inquired of Mito, "Why do these lines feel so off? And why is your name included in my return?" However, upon facing Qianxing's query, Mito's already flushed face turned an even deeper shade of red. Nevertheless, her family's upbringing quickly steadied her composure. "Oh dear, brother Qianxing. I distinctly remember it being said this way." Mito seemed determined to bolster her credibility, winking her sparkling eyes at Qianxing. Observing Qianxing's skepticism, Mito adopted an innocent expression. Having spent over a decade living with Mito, Qianxing was well aware of her propensity for mischief. Although he was uncertain where the miscommunication had occurred, it was clear that this was a blatant trap, and wisely choosing to avoid it was the right decision. Thus, Qianxing playfully flicked Mito's forehead for disrupting the proceedings, and then addressed the audience below with a resounding voice. That is all. The gathering is hereby dismissed. With that, Qianqing vanished from the scene, leaving Mito to look around in confusion, searching for his figure. However, Hashirama, ever eager for excitement, pointed her in the right direction. Upon receiving the cue, Mito beamed and dashed off in pursuit of Qianqing. Brother Qianqing, wait for me. The playful exchange between Qianqing and Mito elicited hearty laughter from the audience, as they found the antics of this young couple quite entertaining. For those with ulterior motives, however, the notion that the so-called master strategist Qianqing could falter in matters of the heart was indeed substantial news. Should a rift arise with the Senju clan, this intelligence could prove invaluable. The crowd was lost in contemplation, while Hashirama, uninterested in such musings, stepped forward to announce, "Let us commence today's banquet." With Hashirama's proclamation, an uproar of joy erupted from the crowd. Yet, amidst the revelry, Hashirama, after announcing the commencement of the feast, sought out Tobarama, who was entangled with Mito. "Mito, I have matters to attend to. You should enjoy yourself." No. The hand Qianqing had just freed himself from was once again grasped firmly by Mito, who wore a cheerful smile. "Brother Qianqing, if you won't play with me, I shall inform my father about my injury. I imagine you would prefer I keep this to myself, wouldn't you?" Who taught her that? Observing the young girl she had nurtured, who had unknowingly learned to issue threats, Qianqing felt a sudden headache, although she was not afraid of the girl's father. The truth was that in an effort to prevent her from becoming inept, she had inadvertently caused her harm. The intention was commendable, yet the outcome was far from ideal. If confronted directly, Hashirama might very well side with her, leaving Qianqing feeling unjustified in her actions. As Mizuhito, nearly sprouting a devilish tail, noticed Qianqing's hesitation, she promptly voiced her opinion. "To make amends, I want you to accompany me on a stroll." Just as Qianqing anticipated signing an unequal treaty, she suddenly sensed the presence of Hashirama and Tobarama. "Hashirama, when did you arrive?" "Not long ago," Hashirama replied nonchalantly, but the next moment, he could no longer suppress a grin that spread across his face. "It all began when you let Mizuhito play by herself. So you witnessed everything from the start." Qianqing lamented her lack of vigilance while casting a pleading glance at Tobarama. After all, remaining too close to Mizuhito might jeopardize her future plans to ally with Hashirama. Upon noticing Qianqing's silent plea, Tobarama quickly understood the implication and spoke up. "Mizuhito, we need to discuss something with your brother Qianqing. We will return him to you shortly." Aware that serious matters were likely to be discussed, Mizuhito's expression dimmed, but she wisely released her hold on Qianqing. "Oh." Observing Mizuhito's demeanor, Hashirama immediately approached and affectionately ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "Little Mizuhito can join too." "Really?" "Of course." "Hooray." After receiving Hashirama's consent, Mizuhito once again embraced Qianqing. But the next moment, her face flushed crimson, and she shyly expressed her gratitude to Hashirama. "Thank you, Lord Hashirama. There's no need for such formality. Qianqing is my cousin. You can call me Big Brother like him. Big Brother Hashirama." This simple phrase seemed to exhaust Mizuhito's strength, and after uttering it, she reverted to her bashful self, shyly clutching the hem of Qianqing's garment and hiding behind him. "Ha ha." Hashirama laughed heartily at her antics, hands on his hips, while Qianqing, seeing Hashirama's nod of approval, had no objection and allowed it. However, Tobarama, glancing at his brother, who seemed eager to continue the playful banter, promptly reminded him, "Brother, I know." Hashirama replied dismissively before beckoning Qianqing and Mizuhito. "Come, let us go to my study." Noting Hashirama's sudden seriousness, Qianqing realized that he must have important matters to discuss. The urgency of their summons was evidently linked to his recent encounter with Madara. Although Mizuhito was excited about attending the meeting, Qianqing decided against allowing her to participate for her safety, even if it meant eventually agreeing to some unequal treaty. "Mizuhito, there are matters we will discuss that you should not know about for now." To Qianqing's surprise, Mizuhito did not protest as she usually would. Instead, she obediently nodded. "I understand. I can wander around by myself. You go ahead." "All right." After sending Mizuhito on her way, Qianqing shifted his focus back to Hashirama. At that moment, Hashirama unexpectedly gave him a thumbs up, leaving Qianqing perplexed. "What is that about?" Chapter 10. Are there any advanced forbidden jutsu? I am not picky. After navigating through 3 sentries and 5 hidden guards, Hashirama led Tobarama and Qianqing to a 3-story building, isolated by dozens of meters, heavily guarded. Had Hashirama not informed him it was the study, Qianqing might have thought it a prison for serious offenders. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted them was a vast sand table model. Miniature flags representing various clans were already planted on the corresponding locations of the map. Behind the model hung a massive map encompassing the entire ninja world, indicating the impending military route of the Senju clan. Surrounding the empty walls were numerous wooden racks storing an array of scrolls, clearly containing classified military intelligence. The second floor likely housed even more secrets. As Qianqing surveyed the surroundings, Hashirama couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. The contents of my study were constructed based on your suggestions, Qianqing. I would love your feedback. Hashirama's eager demeanor, so unlike a clan leader, almost made Qianqing want to teach him a lesson. Let us discuss this map first. It meticulously details mountains and rivers, indicating that you have invested considerable effort. Indeed, Hashirama wiped his nose proudly, having been frequently critiqued for his intellect by Tobirama and Qianqing throughout his life. Now, receiving Qianqing's approval, even in the form of a replica model, filled Hashirama with a sense of vindication. However, if I were to grade it, I could only give it a 0. As soon as Qianqing's words fell, Hashirama's expression froze. While Tobirama exclaimed, "What?" Though Hashirama had overseen the study's layout, it was evident that he, apart from his exceptional strength, lacked the organizational skill to accomplish such tasks. Thus, it was Tobirama who had effectively executed the designs in the shadows. Qianqing's evaluation undoubtedly reflected on Tobirama, which did not sit well with him. Given his long-standing annoyance towards Qianqing, surely a 0 must have a rationale. Observing Tobirama's reaction, Qianqing felt compelled to admonish him, wary of this suspicious individual potentially hindering his future endeavors. He raised an eyebrow and began to critique the room, which was, in essence, a critique of Tobirama. Firstly, regarding this map, are we, the Senju clan, planning to swallow the entire ninja world? Are we so fearful of our allies harboring ulterior motives? If that is indeed the case, such discussions should be confined to a more private setting. Displaying a wartime map in the open could lead others to believe that we, the Senju, aspire to be the next daimyo. Therefore, for the map, I give it a 0. The cold sweat that broke out on Tobirama was palpable. Despite the current strength of the Senju clan, they still relied on the daimyo's funding to sustain their war efforts. Otherwise, the illustrious Senju clan might devolve into mere bandits, losing any chance of attracting allies. Yet, Hashirama did not let Qianqing's criticism dampen his spirits. He had grown accustomed to such jabs throughout his life. Moreover, he was well aware of Tobirama's significant contributions behind the scenes. What Hashirama truly sought was not Qianqing's opinion, but rather to witness Tobirama's discomfort. Now, seeing Tobirama's previously composed demeanor shift to one of displeasure, Hashirama felt a sense of satisfaction. And the sand table? Seeing that Hashirama was somewhat impatient with his inquiries, Qianqing immediately surmised the other's intentions. After all, while Hashirama possessed formidable strength, his intellect could be deemed inferior to that of an average individual. Ignoring Tobirama's dark expression, Qianqing continued his critique. Although the work was exquisitely crafted and resonated with some of his ideas, he regrettably assigned it a score of 0. The reason? Observing that both of the prideful creations had been rendered worthless, Tobirama's countenance darkened further. Should Qianqing make an erroneous statement, he would have grounds to suspect that the critique was aimed at him. It was quite simple. The room was too small. A small room? Tobirama pondered countless reasons, but had never considered this one. Indeed, the room's limited size was the crux of the matter. The reason I had you create a model was not merely to produce a three-dimensional map, but to facilitate pre-battle simulations and post-battle analyses. It was never intended to be treated as a mere work of art. As the saying goes, one person's plan is short, while two people's plans are long. The pre-battle simulations are meant to consolidate collective wisdom for tactical assessments, while the post-battle analyses enable us to identify the reasons behind failures, ensuring we do not repeat the same mistakes. This is also aimed at creating a tool for mass-producing talented individuals. But now, how many people can fit into this cramped room for observation? How many can be taught? How many opinions can be accommodated? You have completely distorted my original vision, so I can only grant you a score of 0. Tobirama had intended to retort, but as he opened his mouth, he found himself at a loss for a convincing argument. Just as Qianqing stated, their purpose in creating this model was solely to review the environment, to prevent situations where they might struggle to find their positions during an offensive. Additionally, The model could assist in issuing precise ambush orders. Beyond that, they had not contemplated cultivating any tactical talents, let alone engaging in post-battle reviews. After all, a ninja's prowess could decisively influence the outcome of a battle. To Hashirama, who could topple mountains, tactics sometimes seemed to hold little significance. Though Tobirama did not fully agree with Hashirama's perspective, the latter's invincible nature inevitably swayed him towards this line of thinking. Qianxing discerned Tobirama's thoughts and, with a hint of mockery in his tone, inquired whether he thought he was speaking nonsense. Upon hearing Qianxing's sarcasm, Tobirama remained silent, but his chilly demeanor spoke volumes about his stance. Shall we have a comparison? Upon hearing that he could engage in a real contest with Qianxing, Tobirama's interest was piqued. How shall we compare? Noticing Tobirama was stepping into the trap he had set, Qianxing could no longer contain his excitement and grinned widely. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged confused glances, unable to fathom the relevance of this matter to Uchiha Madara. Did I not mention in the forest? I encountered Uchiha Madara. She did not kill me, so I provided her with a tactical manual. When the next battle arises, you will see whether these strategies are effective. Upon hearing Qianxing's words, Hashirama and Tobirama's expressions turned solemn. After all, Qianxing's actions undeniably indicated a betrayal of the Senju clan. You, Hashirama began, but Qianxing interrupted. I did it intentionally. With my return, the Senju clan is destined to become the foremost clan in the entire ninja world. The Senju will lead the most powerful force. To ensure this power is solely used to maintain peace in the ninja world, I will not allow any detestable entities, such as the Take-Torai clan, to remain among our allies. I will seize this opportunity to cleanse them away. Therefore, even if I had not encountered Madara on my way back, I would have found a way to deliver the plan. Do you understand? Qianxing's declaration left both Hashirama and Tobirama astounded. Yet, after the shock wore off, Hashirama's feelings shifted to one of deep emotion, as this had always been his dream. Meanwhile, Tobirama felt a twinge of resentment amidst his astonishment. After all, based on Qianxing's current arrangements, employing strategies from months prior against a battle months later was nothing short of absurd. Not to mention that the Senju clan had Hashirama, a formidable weapon at their disposal. While Madara was also powerful, she was merely on par with Hashirama, perhaps even slightly weaker, and could be held at bay without issue. Additionally, Hashirama had mastered the technique of wood clone, although the clones were slightly weaker than the original. Should any irregularities arise in battle, their strength could sweep across the remaining battlefield. Tobirama truly could not conceive of a reason for defeat. Let me see your strategy and how it can measure up to my brother's strength. Despite Tobirama's bravado, he inwardly began to contemplate which clans could serve as fodder in the upcoming conflict. Excellent. Witnessing both Hashirama and Tobirama fall into his trap, Qianxing felt an indescribable thrill. However, amidst the delight, he could not neglect the matter at hand. Thus, he seized the moment to articulate the ultimate purpose of his return to the Senju clan. With war looming once more, and both of you growing ever stronger, I, as your younger brother, cannot lag behind. However, as you both know, in the Uzumaki clan, I have learned little in terms of powerful ninjutsu. If there are any advanced techniques or forbidden arts, I am not picky. Just give me 10 or 8, and I shall be satisfied. Chapter 11. The Gift in an Attempt to One-Up Qianxing. Tobirama tossed down a scroll of ninjutsu taller than a person and hurriedly departed the study to strategize for the next battle. Receiving the scroll, Qianxing eagerly began to examine its contents. Shadow Clone, Explosive Tag Combination, Flying Thunder God, Impure World Reincarnation, and Dark Walking Technique. These powerful ninjutsu, initially drafted by Qianxing and ultimately completed by Tobirama ahead of time, now lay before him as if they were free for the taking. The sense of reward from this bountiful harvest was simply irresistible. Satisfied, Qianxing sealed the scroll within another and concealed it on his person. Just as he intended to bid farewell to Hashirama, he noticed the latter's expression was somewhat melancholic. Hashirama, what troubles you? How is Madara faring? At that moment, Qianxing recalled his formidable rival, especially as Hashirama began to adopt a melancholic demeanor, a sight that could easily overshadow any youthful beauty. Brother, you are to be married. It is best not to dwell on Sister Madara. I shall bear the losses. I will accept it. Of course, Qianxing refrained from voicing the latter part, for he was uncertain of Hashirama's remaining feelings for Madara, nor of Madara's current sentiments towards Hashirama. Should they share a tragic love story? His interference could very well jeopardize his own life. Moreover, with Hashirama about to wed, it implied he was already out of the running. It was wise to remain silent at this juncture. To secure a future opportunity to align with a powerful ally, Qianxing knew he must tread carefully. Alas, I merely wished to know her situation, Hashirama lamented, his sorrowful expression unchanged. After all, besides Qianxing, Madara was the one with whom he felt the most in sync. Their aspirations aligned, their ages similar. Had fate been kinder, it was conceivable that Madara would have been the one to walk down the aisle with him. To put it simply, Madara was the unshakable moonlight in Hashirama's heart. Qianxing was well aware of this sentiment, yet in matters of the heart, there was no room for compromise. Furthermore, that fiercely commanding and charismatic Madara was also the moonlight in Qianxing's heart. Madara had endured great hardship over the years. Although she had risen to the position of clan leader, her subordinates hardly listened to her. Thus, he had given her that tactical manual, simply to ensure she could secure a victory before peace reigned in the ninja world. Is that so? Though this statement differed from his earlier remarks, Hashirama could still sense that Qianxing's words this time were genuine. Lowering his head in contemplation for several seconds, when Hashirama's senju raised it again, he had reverted to his confident self, a warrior unmatched in prowess. If only peace could be restored to the ninja world, then Madara would no longer suffer, right? I understand now, Qianxing, thank you, Qianxing. Hashirama's soliloquy incited a torrent of internal sarcasm from Qianxing. What have I said? I haven't said anything. Don't pull a Obito on me. However, before Qianxing could voice his thoughts, Hashirama patted his shoulder and spoke. You must not have had the time to learn those jutsu in the past few days. Come, I have prepared another gift for you. A gift? Qianxing, initially inclined to retort, suddenly perked up at the mention of Hashirama's present. What kind of gift? Follow me. With that, the two exited the study. And upon reaching an open space, Hashirama raised his hands and clapped. Come forth. As soon as his voice fell, 3 figures appeared and knelt before them. Lord Clan Leader, Lord Qianxing. The stealth and entrance of these individuals pleased Hashirama immensely. Do not underestimate them. They are graduates of the first cohort of the Special Assassination Tactics Unit. Their strength and loyalty are unparalleled among the selected candidates, making them more than capable of serving as your personal guards. Qianxing pondered privately, harboring doubts about their abilities. Especially since the kneeling ninjas before him wore animal masks, one of whom appeared to be of a similar age to Mito. While the ninja world is not devoid of prodigies like Kakashi, who became a ninja at the age of 12, such occurrences are as rare as winning the lottery. Qianxing had never heard of anyone from the Senju clan possessing such strength. Yet, Hashirama seemed oblivious to Qianxing's skepticism and continued his introduction. From today onward, they will heed only your commands. Even if you were to send them to their deaths or order them to attack me, they would carry out your orders without hesitation. This is clearly a death squad, Qianxing mused, but upon further reflection, he thought Hashirama could not possibly harbor such sinister intentions, though Tobirama was another story. This is your training. When do I have the time? Hashirama tucked his hands into his ample sleeves before elaborating slowly. This was Tobirama's doing. I merely assisted with the training occasionally. Indeed, Tobirama still does not trust me. Although aware Tobirama's gift of subordinates was ostensibly for protection, it was, in reality, a means of surveillance. Yet Qianxing was indifferent to this. After all, these individuals were technically his subordinates, and having help was never a burden. Especially now that he had acquired Tobirama's forbidden techniques, his most pressing need was time. Mito could utilize these subordinates to assist her, yielding multiple benefits. I have no intentions of rebelling, so let them surveil me, Qianxing decided, resolutely accepting these new subordinates. If it's Tobirama's training, it should be reliable. Hashirama, unfazed by Qianxing's internal monologue, joyfully patted his shoulder. As long as you are pleased, they will escort you back to your residence shortly. I must prepare as well. After all, the Uchiha may very well attempt a surprise attack during my wedding, but you need not worry about that. Qianxing interrupted Hashirama, grinning widely. I possess thousands of scrolls for Madara. Even merely perusing them would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks, not to mention selecting the useful ones for execution. So for the next few days, focus on being the groom, and consider it a wedding gift from me. Upon hearing Qianxing's plan, Hashirama burst into hearty laughter. Though he was also part of the scheme, he now realized just how formidable Qianxing's multifaceted strategies were. capable of predicting and calculating even the enemy's movements, which was rather intimidating. Fortunately, such a person stood on his side. Little Chinching, you are truly remarkable. It seems Tobirama will lose this round. Hashirama sighed, then turned his gaze back to Chinching. Welcome back. Uchiha clan grounds. Days passed swiftly, and today marked the wedding of the Senju clan leader. Those who had prepared to ambush the Uchiha were now ready, waiting for their leader to initiate a decisive blow against the Senju. However, Madara's continued absence stirred unrest among the Uchiha, who were already critical of him. Izuna, the clan leader, Initially, Izuna thought Madara had locked himself away to strategize for the impending confrontation with the Senju, and thus refrained from disturbing him. Yet, it appeared the situation was far from that. As the agitation grew increasingly intense, Izuna, despite her deep respect for her sister, felt compelled to intervene. I will go check. Several clan elders exchanged glances, recognizing this as an opportune moment to challenge the status quo. They promptly accompanied Izuna to Madara's residence. Standing outside the door, though they had yet to knock, they could sense Madara's presence within. Knock knock. Izuna gently tapped on the door, and a somewhat languid and hoarse voice emerged from within. What is it? Sister, the time to attack the Senju has arrived. Is that so? At this point, I have no time. Let us cancel this battle. Madara's nonchalant response left Izuna and the elders bewildered. They exchanged glances, and though they felt their next actions might be intrusive, they chose not to inform Madara and instead barged in. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a room strewn with scrolls, most of which had already been opened, and a disheveled Madara seated amid them. Izuna, you've come at a good time. Please help me organize these scrolls. I haven't slept in 3 days, so I'll just rest for a while. With that, Madara didn't even spare a glance at the elders, instead rummaging through a cabinet for a blanket to cover himself. Before long, he began to snore lightly, evidently fast asleep. Although the elders were tempted to voice their concerns, everyone understood the consequences of waking a sleeping bear. They had experienced this before. While idle chatter was harmless, provoking Madara's true wrath would be unbearable. Exchanging glances, they saw resignation in each other's eyes. Realizing this endeavor could not proceed without Madara to counter Hashirama. Even with numerous Uchiha, they would struggle to contend with Hashirama's formidable might. As for the scrolls scattered on the floor, none dared to examine them. Thus, the elders prudently chose to withdraw. Izuna, however, was equally puzzled by Madara's condition and felt less constrained. After bidding farewell to the elders, she eagerly began to inspect the mysterious scrolls scattered across the floor. Yet, as she casually picked up a scroll at her feet and began to peruse it, she was instantly rendered speechless. Chapter 12. Each brother Hashirama's wedding proceeded without any interruptions from the Uchiha or any external adversaries. The ceremony unfolded seamlessly, without a single flaw, even into the depths of night. The only exceptions were Qianxing and Mido, who disregarded decorum and gorged themselves at the banquet. These two ill-timed individuals nearly came to blows over a single chicken leg from the same platter. However, this matter did not attract much attention from the others. After all, the playful antics of Qianxing and Mido, who were engaged in a light-hearted contest over chicken legs while laughing heartily, clearly indicated that they were merely frolicking. This playful exchange captivated the innocent guests attending the wedding. Similarly, the members of the Uzumaki clan, who were also relaxed, were well acquainted with Qianxing and were among the first to recognize her formidable nature. Thus, they were not anticipating any arrival from the Uchiha clan tonight. In stark contrast stood the allies of the Senju clan. Although they appeared casually and neatly dressed on the outside, they were internally prepared for battle, waiting for a potential ambush from the Uchiha to retaliate at a moment's notice. Consequently, at Hashirama's wedding, one group reveled in joyous celebration while the other wore grim faces, frequently glancing anxiously towards the entrance, creating an atmosphere akin to attending a banquet of treachery. This bizarre division, akin to two separate worlds, unfolded at Hashirama's wedding. Yet, surprisingly, the most fatigued individual throughout the ceremony was not Hashirama, who was tirelessly orchestrating various rituals, but rather Tobirama. As the younger brother of the Senju clan leader, Tobirama was responsible not only for managing daily affairs, but also for mobilizing forces to thwart a Uchiha attack, all while keeping an eye on his somewhat unreliable brother, who might complicate his own wedding. He even had to guard against the potential treachery of Qianxing. In summary, Tobirama was consumed with worry over the wedding, to the point that he couldn't manage to close his eyes the entire night. His haggard appearance was a stark contrast to Hashirama, who was newlywed and brimming with joy. Especially when comparing Tobarama's white hair to Hashirama's black locks, Tobarama appeared more mature and authoritative as an elder brother. Thus, upon witnessing his brother's expression, Tobarama felt a surge of anger. You knew the Uchiha would not attack all along. Indeed, Hashirama replied nonchalantly, pouring a cup of tea for Tobarama with ease. Why didn't you tell me? You never asked, and besides, your wager with little Chinching has already commenced. It wouldn't be proper for me to interfere. Tobarama, not one to be easily fooled, quickly grasped the implication of Hashirama's response. Was this also part of Chinching's plan last night? Perhaps, or it could be that the Uchiha's absence was part of his calculations. Hashirama nodded, a hint of admiration creeping into his expression. So what do you say? Shall you concede the wager with Chinching? Absolutely not. Tobarama's face shifted dramatically at the thought of conceding to Chinching. I never surrender before a match. I didn't tea before, and I won tea in the future. Suit yourself. Hashirama shrugged helplessly. After all, both Chinching and Tobarama were like brothers to him, and regardless of who won, he stood to gain. Downing the hot cup of tea in one gulp, Tobarama slammed the cup down on the table. Since you are now married, and I have kept watch all night, it is time for me to rest. You can handle the remaining paperwork. No way. Hashirama, who had initially relished Tobarama's predicament, felt as if he had swallowed a fly at the mention of handling documents. I'm merely a referee. I haven't interfered with your affairs with Chinching. Hashirama's pitiful demeanor softened Tobarama's heart, yet he couldn't help but feel a bit stern. After all, his brother had just married. Yet his behavior still resembled that of a child. Oh, a simple response made Hashirama realize that Tobarama was in a foul mood. To uplift his little brother's spirits and continue his own idleness, Hashirama quickly switched sides. How about I sneak some information from little Chinching for you? Oh. Tobarama remained expressionless and promptly stood up, heading towards the door. I'm going to rest now. And don't forget your information. Yes. Hashirama, relieved to have escaped the daunting task of paperwork, readily agreed to betray his ally. Compared to sifting through a mountain of documents, he would much rather cultivate a rapport with Chinching to extract some intelligence. Although it might not yield results, at least it would allow him to procrastinate. After dispatching Tobarama, Hashirama, though uncertain of acquiring any substantial information, was determined to make an effort. I may have no means with Chinching, but Mito presents an opportunity. If I can win her over, how could I not manage Chinching? The thought of subtly outsmarting Chinching filled Hashirama with excitement, and he immediately set out to find his new bride, Mito, to establish a connection and gather intelligence. Meanwhile, Madara, who had not slept for several days, finally awoke after a prolonged slumber driven by hunger. However, upon waking, he found Izuna engrossed in a scroll within his room. Observing his diligent younger brother, Madara was no stranger to the sight. After stretching lazily, he yawned and greeted Izuna. Izuna, when did you arrive? Startled by the sudden greeting, Izuna instinctively tucked the scroll away. Sister, when did you come? When did I come? This is my room. Haven't you returned? Upon hearing Madara's inquiry, Izuna realized he had spent the entire day poring over the scrolls. Consequently, his expression turned serious as he grasped this realization. Sister. Madara was taken aback by Izuna's sudden reaction and instinctively began to recall if she had made any mistakes in recent days. However, before Madara could reach a conclusion, Izuna's questioning commenced. Where did you acquire these scrolls? Hearing the question, Madara breathed a sigh of relief. A friend gave them to me. What friend? Izuna eagerly approached, disregarding Madara's disheveled appearance from just waking up. Under Izuna's intense scrutiny, Madara felt a surge of anxiety. After all, Chinching had tucked a considerable number of love letters within those scrolls, and although Madara had collected them, she worried there might be some left behind. Thus, she instinctively replied, just an ordinary friend. Upon hearing the term ordinary friend, Izuna's brows furrowed tightly. Just an ordinary friend? Then please, sister, be sure to invite him to our clan. If he refuses, we must bring him here by force. Isn't that a bit excessive? Although Madara had also read through the scrolls, realizing their significance to the increasingly precarious Uchiha clan, she pondered how to forcibly bring someone from the Senju clan. Not at all. Izuna insisted sternly. Your friend possesses insights into warfare and power dynamics that are undoubtedly ahead of his time within the ninja world. I have already seen numerous strategies within the scrolls aimed at countering the Senju alliance. Strategies of division, deceit, and specific tactics targeting Hashirama Senju. If we can achieve victory against the Senju alliance on the battlefield, it would undoubtedly restore the Uchiha clan's standing and silence those who have long opposed your leadership as clan head. In particular, several examples provided within the scrolls were so straightforward that even a child could understand, showcasing his adeptness at such matters. According to his theories, we might genuinely succeed against the Senju clan. Currently, the Senju clan is riding high. If we can win once, those who have allied with the Senju will surely turn against them. If we can achieve several victories, the fragile alliance will undoubtedly crumble. It can be said that, relying on these scrolls, we may be able to elevate the Uchiha clan further, perhaps even harnessing our power to bring an end to this chaotic era. Therefore, my dear sister, you must invite that ordinary friend of yours at any cost. Any cost. Yes, any cost. Whatever he desires, even if it means resorting to underhanded methods. We must procure it for him. Otherwise, we must not allow any hostility to arise between us. Whether it be wealth, ninjutsu, secret arts, rare treasures, or beauty, nothing should be lacking. Whatever he fancies, we shall double our efforts next time. Observing the increasingly fervent expression on Izuna's face, Madara couldn't help but recall the bold ambitions of Hashirama in his youth when he expressed a desire to marry him. Bah! Wouldn't that be a boon for that little rascal? Madara spat with discomfort, unaware that his face had flushed slightly. What did you say, dear sister? Nothing. Madara shook his head, quickly resuming his imposing demeanor. Let us first test the feasibility of these scrolls in our next battle against the Senju clan. If we can triumph over them, then we can still seize him later. Seeing Madara's determination, Izuna chose not to press further and simply nodded in agreement. Chapter 13. The Eve of War. Organ tissue, a bit of nurturing fluid, and a continuous source of energy, utilizing an unceasing flow of chakra to activate it. Gazing at the somewhat sci-fi-like immense glass container, which already exhibited some alterations in the tissue, Chikage couldn't help but marvel at how unscientific this ninja world truly is, managing to cultivate clones merely through chakra and rudimentary apparatus. Although he was uncertain whether the bodies produced would possess souls, this undeniably marked the dawn of a new scientific era. Whether it could eventually lead to immortality akin to Orochimaru or mastery over the Six Paths power might well depend on these methods. I wonder if this could serve as a vessel for the impure world reincarnation? Knock, knock, knock. Just as Chikage pondered the practicality of this approach, there came a knock on the door upstairs. Judging by the force of the knocks, it was undoubtedly Mito. After hastily tidying up, Chikage opened the door, only to be collided into by the entering Mito. Behind her knelt an umbu sent by Hashirama to Chikage. Apologies, Lord Chikage, Lady Mito. It's fine, Chikage waved dismissively, casually tousling Mito's red hair. She could come and go as she pleased. After all, Wait. Chikage suddenly realized he was ruffling the hair of Hashirama's future second wife. If Hashirama were to discover this, not only would he be unable to curry favor, but he might even find himself crippled. However, Mito, unaware of the gravity of the situation, broke into a grin upon hearing the first half of Chikage's statement. Hee, your head. Chikage playfully flicked her forehead, subsequently lifting Mito off him, all the while delivering a lecture. How old are you now? Acting so boisterous isn't good. What will you do if you can't find a husband in the future? Initially rubbing her sore spot, Mito halted at Chikage's words. Then what constitutes a good woman? What kind of person does my brother Chikage like? Observing Mito's eager expression, Chikage knew he had to provide an answer lest the day end in turmoil. After dismissing his subordinates, he began to describe the ideal woman, drawing inspiration from Madara's standards. My requirements are simple: ample bosom, shapely posterior, tall stature, beauty without pretense, and formidable strength. Listening to Chikage's criteria, Mito surveyed herself and found that aside from her looks, she fell short on every count, leading to a wave of discouragement. Can't you say something that pertains to me to cheer me up? Noticing Mito's drooping spirit, Chikage attempted to console her. You're still young. You haven't fully developed yet. Once I do what? The previously waning spirit was reignited in Mito, her anticipation soaring. However, she clearly underestimated Chikage's mischievousness. With a slight smile, he cradled her face and said, "Just think, your face is small and round now. In a few years, won't it just become a bigger round face?" As he described, he gestured with his hands, inadvertently making her face resemble that of a basin more than a delicate visage. Seeing his gestures, Mito failed to display any anger. Instead, she approached him slowly, gently grasping his hand and rolling up his sleeve to wipe it a few times. "Brother Chikage, may I borrow your hand for a moment?" Chikage, bewildered by her actions, instinctively extended his hand, only to be met with, "Let go. Release me quickly. It's bleeding. Who told you to laugh at me? Let go. No, you forced me." Despite the trivial pain, Chikage knew Mito's tenacity could lead to an hour-long bite session. To avoid this embarrassing display being seen by others, he resolved to employ his secret technique. Tickle, tickle. His nimble fingers danced in her armpits. And the previously furious Mito found herself unable to suppress a smile, her body trembling with laughter. Tickle, tickle. Chikage's playful antics sent Mito into fits of laughter, causing her to roll on the ground. "Huh, how dare you bite me? Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, Brother Chikage, please, stop." Mito's laughter echoed throughout the room, bringing an involuntary smile to Hashirama, who had just arrived at the door with his wife. "This kid always enjoys teasing Mito. They're still young. They'll outgrow it soon. Indeed, let us go." 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Chikage immersed himself in the study of forbidden techniques, while Mito focused on enhancing her abilities. Meanwhile, Tobirama and Madara busied themselves with preparations for the impending war. As for Hashirama, having delegated all responsibilities to Tobirama, he found himself with ample leisure time, making him the most idle among the Senju clan. Thus, he frequently visited Chikage, ostensibly to gather intelligence, but primarily for amusement. As expected, Hashirama acquired no useful information from Chikage, spending his days engaged in various games with Mito, relishing the opportunity to relax and enjoy himself. Chessgo, Do-Di-Ju, and even Monopoly and Three Kingdoms Kill each day offered something new and refreshing. Were it not for Tobirama's reminder that Hashirama needed to extract crucial intelligence from Chikage before the decisive battle, he might have forgotten entirely. Consequently, on the eve of the final confrontation, Hashirama, shedding his usual casual demeanor, sought out Chikage with a grave expression, leading Chikage to believe that something significant had transpired. "Hashirama, what is it? Recently, there have been renewed skirmishes at the border with the Uchiha." Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Chikage instantly realized that the next great battle was imminent. It seemed the Uchiha were also preparing. After all, it had been 3 months, ample time for them to make their arrangements. "Chikage," Hashirama interrupted, his expression once more clouded with concern. "I have observed the preparations of Tobirama, and to be honest, I cannot fathom any means by which they might be defeated. Should Uchiha truly possess the capability to vanquish Tobirama, then we, Senju, would merely raise an eyebrow and continue nonchalantly, remarking, 'But you are here. What is there to fear?' Yet, do you not realize the extent of Madara's prowess? Were it not for your leniency, the Uchiha would have long been subdued by our Senju clan." When your concealed intentions were unveiled, Hashirama exhibited an expression of incredulity, having believed he had obscured his true strength quite well. Even Tobirama was unaware of his own limits. Yet here was Kisen, returning and effortlessly discerning the truth. Hashirama felt as though he had been stripped bare before Kisen's gaze. Who among those familiar with the original narrative is unaware? Kisen internally scoffed, then revealed a knowing smile. "No one is interested in your physique. Rest assured, the Uchiha will win but this once. Thereafter, you may prepare for negotiations with them." How do you know my thoughts? Wait, why is the Uchiha seeking to negotiate so swiftly? Hashirama found it perplexing that such a bitter rival would suddenly entertain discussions of peace. "Trust me on this," Kisen replied. "Now, I must resume my training in ninjutsu. You may head back for now." As Kisen spoke, he ushered Hashirama out the door. However, with a resounding thud. As the door shut, Hashirama realized he had been unceremoniously cast outside. "Wait, wasn't I here to gather intelligence?" Chapter 14. The appearance of the Nine Tails at this moment. The coalition of the Senju clan was fully prepared, arranged meticulously into formations, each ninja adorned with confident smiles, entirely devoid of the demeanor one would expect before battle. After all, prior to the return of cunning schemes, the Senju clan had already triumphed in countless battles under the leadership of the legendary Senju trio. Now, with 3 renowned figures presiding over the first major conflict, it was destined to deliver a thunderous blow to the Uchiha clan. Without delving into specifics, one could ascertain the extensive efforts put forth by the Senju trio simply by observing Tobirama's activities during this period. Consequently, in hopes of accruing more military accolades post-victory and to elevate their stature before Kisen, numerous allies were nearly at odds with one another. Yet, the Takakurai clan, willing to forsake their very lives for the sake of battle, emerged as the fortunate ones, securing the vanguard position. Tobarama had invested considerable effort into this outcome. Although he did not harbor fondness for Kisen, he acknowledged the necessity of purging the alliance of its inefficacies. The Uzumaki clan, once expected to be steadfast allies, took heed of Kisen's counsel and relinquished their opportunity for offense, opting instead for a defensive role to safeguard their main base. Ultimately, after extensive negotiations between Tobarama and various clans, Hashirama led the Takakurai clan and several lesser-known ninja clans as the vanguard, while the Hyuga clan acted as scouts to monitor Uchiha movements. The left flank was composed of a contingent led by Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, while the right flank was a united force of Sarutobi and Shimura clans, poised to launch a surprise attack should the vanguard engage in combat. The Senju clan held the center, and the Uzumaki clan safeguarded the headquarters. Once all arrangements were finalized, Tobarama nodded at Hashirama, signaling the commencement of their plans. Upon receiving the cue, Hashirama raised his hand and bellowed, "Advance." With his command, the army began to mobilize according to Tobarama's strategy. The march unfolded in an orderly fashion, chaotic yet controlled. Under the imposing reputation of the Senju trio, the entire army adhered to commands with precision, akin to a well-oiled machine, relaying real-time information back to headquarters for analysis and subsequent directives, achieving an efficiency that rivaled modern military forces. As information trickled in, the journey to the border between the Senju and Uchiha clans proceeded remarkably smoothly, revealing no signs of anomalies. Yet, the more seamless the operation, the greater Tobarama's unease grew, prompting him to summon Kisen and Mito to headquarters, despite their reluctance to attend. Kisen feigned indifference, joking with Mito during their journey, even bringing along a deck of cards, absurdly engaging in play while en route. Consequently, by the time the army reached the encampment, both Kisen and Mito sported a collection of paper notes, creating a rather conspicuous sight. However, Kisen's antics did not provoke discontent among those around. Rather, they bolstered the confidence of the troops. After all, if the architect of the strategy could afford to indulge in such frivolity, what uncertainty could possibly linger regarding the ensuing battle? This resulted in an uplift in morale and a slight enhancement in operational efficiency. Tobarama, recognizing the positive impact of their levity, allowed them to continue their antics while he once again scrutinized the well-worn map. The borderland between the two clans was a vast expanse, replete with mountains, rivers, forests, and rocky terrain, where countless skirmishes had transpired and the blood of their ancestors had been shed. Today, the two clans would once again determine their fates. After reconfirming his arrangements and receiving no troubling reports from the scouts, Tobarama, growing increasingly agitated, decided to send the Takakurai clan ahead to scout the path. After all, this clan, known for their somewhat unhinged disposition, had a penchant for slaughtering civilians, and Tobarama felt no remorse should they face their demise. Upon receiving the order to advance, the Takakurai clan eagerly assembled all their members and charged towards the Uchiha fortifications. With their expertise in taijutsu, the Takakurai clan swiftly closed the distance of several kilometers. However, to everyone's astonishment, despite the Takakurai clan penetrating deep into enemy territory, no Uchiha were apparent on the battlefield. Had the Uchiha forgotten about today's confrontation? Just as the uncertainty loomed over the battlefield, a piercing eagle's cry echoed from above, resonating in all directions. Instantly, all gazes were drawn to the sound, and in the next moment, a figure descended from the sky, capturing everyone's attention. Enemy attack. From above. With the enemy's emergence, Tobarama's previously anxious heart finally found relief, and he immediately began issuing commands to his subordinates. Vanguard, proceed with caution. Reinforcements, prepare yourselves. Left flank, be ready to face the enemy's assault. Right flank, prepare to unleash large-scale ninjutsu for an offensive. As the battle orders were disseminated, the messenger ninjas rushed to their respective divisions. Meanwhile, the forefront Takakurai clan bore expressions of cruel delight, anticipating the carnage that awaited them once the airborne adversary landed. Yet, summoning technique. With a resounding explosion of smoke, a colossal orange entity materialized above the Takakurai clan. Boom. Weighing over 100 tons, This immense creature came crashing down to the ground in an instant, sending a massive cloud of dust soaring, engulfing the awaiting Takakurai clan entirely. In the next moment, amidst the dust, screams erupted, and soon after, apart from a few Takakurai ninjas who managed to escape the smoke's embrace, silence reigned within the haze. In a display of its might, the creature, having decimated the vanguard Takakurai clan, began to wildly thrash its tail, dispersing the surrounding dust. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the true form of the monster was soon revealed. With its limbs planted firmly on the ground, it resembled a fox, orange in hue and possessing 9 tails. The creature that emerged was undeniably the most formidable tailed beast in the ninja world, the 9 tails. Towering above the 9 tails was a commanding and untamed figure. With a thunderous roar, the 9 tails fully manifested, gathering energy in its mouth. "It's the tailed beast bomb. Everyone take cover," Hashirama shouted to his comrades as he rushed towards the 9 tails. Wood release, wood golem technique. The towering wooden statue, nearly 100 meters in height, shot up from the ground, its robust form and fearsome visage indicative of its immense power. As the strongest of the tailed beasts, the 9 tails wielded the tailed beast bomb, a weapon of unparalleled destruction. With a diameter exceeding 5 meters capable of creating a massive crater over 100 meters wide. If left unchecked, the 9 tails tailed beast bomb could reshape the very landscape. Now, the clash between the might of the 9 tails and the renowned unmatched combat power of the wood golem was imminent. Boom! A colossal cloud of dust erupted, obscuring both the wooden statue and the 9 tails. The explosion generated a tremendous shockwave that sent the remnants of the Taketorai clan's ninja, who had barely escaped, flying like mere scraps of paper. The force of the tailed beast bomb was so great that even troops several kilometers away felt the impact akin to an 8th-degree typhoon. How is this possible? Countless lower-ranking ninjas gazed in disbelief at the 9 tails, a creature capable of unleashing natural disasters, their expressions reflecting pure incredulity. Some were so frightened they collapsed to the ground. "It's just a tailed beast. What is there to fear? Lord Hashirama will certainly not be easily defeated." The clan leaders admonished their frightened clansmen, simultaneously attempting to bolster their own spirits. Indeed, it was merely a tailed beast throughout the Warring States period. No clan leader allied with the Senju would fear such beasts. Even if a clan leader couldn't withstand a tailed beast's assault, they would be ridiculed. However, this sentiment only applied to the beasts from 1 tail to 8 tails. The 9 tails was an exception. As a creation of the Sage of 6 Paths, the 9 tails was undoubtedly the most cherished. If the strength of other tailed beasts was considered a baseline of 1 to 3, the 9 tails baseline could be regarded as 10, placing it beyond the capabilities of any ninja clan, a foe they all dreaded. Just then, amidst the worried gazes of several clan leaders, Hashirama's wooden statue emerged once more from the dust, its fist, the size of a house, swinging towards the 9 tails. Excellent. Lord Hashirama is truly remarkable. The morale of the ninjas surged from despair to elation, overflowing with praise. Yet, this shift in morale did little to alter the mindset of the clan leaders, especially considering the tailed beast's ability to resurrect. Once slain, they would return after decades, retaining their memories. Should these beasts resurrect, their vengeful nature would undoubtedly lead to retaliation, an outcome no clan wished to invoke. This reluctance to provoke tailed beasts was the reason why, despite a millennium of conflict, no ninja clan dared to challenge them. Now, however, with the strongest and most formidable 9 tails standing with the Uchiha, it meant they faced an adversary that was neither easily dispatched nor ignored. Nonetheless, among the allies, there were those with keen insight. For instance, the leader of the Nara clan, part of the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, conceived a strategy the moment the 9 tails appeared. Quickly, summoned the Uzumaki clan for assistance. "We need their sealing techniques to contain the tailed beast." The message was dispatched at breakneck speed, only to return almost immediately with an unexpected response. "Apologies. Our duty is to guard the headquarters." The reply left the Nara clan leader momentarily stunned. Beside him, the leader of the Yamanaka clan immediately began to rebuke. "What nonsense is this? Not sealing the 9 tails? Are we to battle such a monster? Has the Senju clan abandoned us? Hey, Choji, say something." Choji, leader of the Akimichi clan, merely smiled in response to his friend's inquiries. The Senju clan wouldn't do such a thing. They simply wouldn't. At this moment, the Nara leader interjected, Our headquarters is commanded by the brilliant Senju Kosuke. If the Uzumaki clan hasn't intervened yet, it indicates that the time for their involvement hasn't arrived. We should observe for now. However, the Yamanaka leader initially wished to argue, but soon realized the logic in his words. After all, their commander was Senju Kosuke, capable of strategizing against enemies from miles away. What could possibly frighten him at such close quarters? With this thought, the Yamanaka leader prudently closed his mouth, redirecting his attention to the battlefield. Boom, boom. The colossal wooden golem, alongside a wooden dragon measuring over 100 meters, was now locked in combat with the Nine Tails. The battle between these titanic entities resembled a clash from myth, each strike carrying a force beyond mortal comprehension, each blow raising immense clouds of dust, each impact echoing with the power that surpassed even that of an average clan leader. The very terrain around them was reshaped with each exchange, the devastation rampant and awe-inspiring. If anyone had harbored doubts regarding the title of unmatched combat power, this battle would undoubtedly elevate that designation to God of Ninjas. Of course, this presupposed that Hashirama would emerge victorious. Otherwise, the title could easily devolve into that of Uchiha Madara. The outcome of the struggle between the wooden golem and the Nine Tails remained uncertain, yet Hashirama was preoccupied with controlling the golem, while Madara, arms crossed over his chest, showed no inclination to join the fray. Clearly, Madara held the upper hand. As such, within the Uchiha ranks, numerous figures began to appear, intent on capitalizing on the momentum to secure victory. Far away, several kilometers from the battlefield, Tobirama, utilizing his sensory ninjutsu combined with the mirror technique of sealing, observed the unfolding events. Surprisingly, he remained unfazed, even allowing a rare smile to grace his lips. No wonder the Uchiha clan was so confident in their victory. A glance at the seemingly carefree Senju Kosuke and the relaxed Uzumaki clan members revealed the essence of the Uchiha's supposed strategy. After all, that terrifying creature could not possibly become an ally of the Uchiha without the assistance of the Uzumaki's sealing techniques. It was evident that the Uzumaki clan would not allow such an occurrence, leaving only one explanation. The Senju Kosuke had studied among the Uzumaki. Though Tobirama found this act of aiding the enemy distasteful, he refrained from expressing his displeasure. After all, even if Kosuke had betrayed them, it was still a matter for the Senju clan to resolve. Any judgment should come afterward. Moreover, the rebellious ninja clans outside could only be subdued under Hashirama's reputation, and Kosuke's name would certainly influence their morale. If they realized that the brilliant strategist was among the opposition, their spirits would likely collapse in an instant. Utilizing the Nine Tails to bolster their strength while simultaneously keeping the Uzumaki clan, who possessed a unique advantage against tailed beasts, on their side, was an audacious gamble. Did they think they could overshadow Hashirama with the Nine Tails' power? Naive. While Madara may have restrained Hashirama, it was also true that Hashirama had kept Madara in check. Previously, it was solely the strength of Madara that allowed the Uchiha and Senju clans to engage in a reciprocal battle. However, now, the power of the Senju extends far beyond just the Senju clan. Although Tobirama held confidence in his elder brother, he was, in truth, uncertain of Hashirama's true capabilities. In light of the ambiguous information surrounding him, Tobirama could only resort to overwhelming force. All units advance. Upon the issuance of this command, the messengers promptly disseminated the order. Outside, the ninjas, invigorated by the fierce clash between Hashirama and Madara, could no longer contain their excitement and charged forward. Yet, as the order was given, Tobirama, who believed his ambitions were within reach, suddenly felt as if a dark cloud had descended upon him. This strange sensation once again stirred agitation within his heart. At that moment, Kazashi, engaged in a game of cards, revealed his final card. Haha, how naive, Mito. Did you truly think I possessed only one trump card? Oh. Kazashi brother, you always do this, constantly plotting against me. Well, it's your own fault for being so easily deceived. The speaker's intentions were clear, and the listener grasped them well. Kazashi's words caused Tobirama's expression to shift dramatically. Have you come to your senses? Alas, it is too late. Just as Kazashi's thoughts concluded, Tobirama's roar reverberated throughout the headquarters. Recall all units. However, no sooner had Tobirama's call echoed than several tailed beast bombs suddenly shot forth from the Uchiha's ranks, targeting the advancing Senju alliance. Chapter 16. Clones? I have one too. Several tailed beast bombs materialized within the ranks of the Senju alliance, leaving the clan leaders momentarily bewildered. Didn't the Uchiha possess only one-tailed beast? This doubt lingered but was quickly overshadowed as the next moment revealed the tailed beast bombs glowing with a fierce white light. Defend. With the command issued, the well-trained ninjas commenced their respective duties. Earth style, earth wall. Instantly, numerous earthen walls erupted from the ground, intercepting the rapidly approaching tailed beast bombs. Boom, boom, boom. Although the hastily erected earth walls failed to completely negate the explosive force of the tailed beast bombs, the battle-hardened Senju alliance was not so easily vanquished. The Akimichi clan, having utilized their multi-size technique, braced themselves behind the earthen barriers. Once the walls had withstood the brunt of the tailed beast bomb's power, they positioned their bodies at the forefront of the formation. The sharp stones sliced through the Akimichi clan's flesh, but left minimal injuries. For their heavy armor was not mere decoration. Nevertheless, despite the Akimichi's interception, several debris propelled by the explosive aftermath slipped past the front line and into the ranks of the alliance. Just as these formidable stones threatened to wreak havoc, the Byakugan-wielding Hyuga clan stepped forward. It's our turn now. 8 trigrams air palm. Hundreds of Hyuga clan members unleashed a concentrated barrage of gentle fist strikes, forming an impenetrable air wall that deflected all incoming projectiles, ensuring none of their comrades were harmed. Following this display, although many ninjas experienced varying degrees of shock, the tailed beast bombs had ultimately been rendered ineffective. Fearing another imminent attack, the clan leaders swiftly directed their subordinates to disperse their formation while instructing the Akimichi clan to remain vigilant. Seizing the opportunity presented by the enemy's momentary lull, they convened to strategize. Among them, the most cautious, Sarutobi Sasuke, was the first to speak. There are still tailed beasts, it is uncertain how many. Hearing his friend's words, the leader of the Shimura clan jested, "Tailed beasts? Are you afraid?" Laughter erupted among the leaders, for those who had emerged from the blood-soaked fields of battle. Fearing tailed beasts was nothing short of ludicrous, unless, of course, it was the Nine Tails. However, with Hashirama currently restraining the Nine Tails, any remaining tailed beasts could easily be subdued or even defeated by any sizable ninja clan. Thus, the only real threat was Madara's brother, Izuna Uchiha. Yet, even when faced with another pair of Sharingan, these clansmen felt undaunted, as they all sought to reap the greatest rewards before the Senju clan unified the ninja world. Therefore, this inaugural collaboration among the 3 legendary Senju was indeed an opportune moment to leave a lasting impression. These scheming clan leaders brought forth their elite members into this battle. Thus, whether faced with a single pair of Sharingan or even more, they held confidence in their ability to subdue their adversary. Their thoughts aligned, and with a shared glance, they discerned each other's intentions. Since our thoughts are united, then we, clan leaders. At that moment, an interrupting messenger arrived, cutting off Sarutobi Sasuke's words. The headquarters has sent word, demanding an immediate withdrawal. What? The irritable leader of the Shimura clan exclaimed once more, "It's merely a tailed beast. We are more than capable of defeating it." Suddenly, a strange sound echoed across the battlefield, silencing the Shimura leader's protests as he prepared to accumulate chakra for ninjutsu. Look up. Following the alert from the sensory ninjas, all eyes turned skyward. A 6-winged, tailed beetle was hurtling towards the Senju alliance. Clearly, this was the Seven Tails. Another one? The relentless onslaught of tailed beasts left the clan leaders seething with frustration. Witnessing the adversary encroaching further, they all exchanged knowing smiles. "Let us take it down." With the Shimura clan leader's rallying cry, the other clan leaders disregarded the messenger's orders and began forming hand seals in unison. However, the next moment, as the Seven Tails continued its descent, it exhibited no indication of launching a tailed beast bomb. Instead, a strange glow enveloped its entire body. While the intentions of the Seven Tails remained unclear, one thing was certain: it was not a good omen. "It's self-destructing. Take cover," the experienced Sarutobi Sasuke shouted. But the warning came too late. Most were already poised to unleash their wrath upon the Seven Tails. Who could have anticipated that someone would wield a tailed beast as a disposable explosive? Such extravagance was akin to using a continuously firing cannon as a cruise missile. Yet, wastefulness was a trait of the Uchiha. Those engaged in battle had no time to ponder this dilemma. "We can't escape." As the brilliance of the Seven Tails intensified, aside from the Hyuga clan members who managed to activate their Byakugan, the other clans hardly had time to turn. But how could they flee faster than the speed of an explosion? The next moment, the blinding light from the seven tails enveloped a significant portion of the battlefield. Summoning technique. Boom. A massive mushroom cloud erupted, and the ensuing shockwave sent numerous ninjas flying. After tumbling through the air, those disoriented ninjas instinctively began to scream and touch their wounds. Ouch! Wait, how am I still alive? A recovering lower ninja began to caress his own body, only to discover that apart from a few minor abrasions sustained from rolling, he bore no deeper wounds. Astonishingly, he felt quite well. Puzzled, the ninja immediately commenced surveying his surroundings, soon noticing numerous other shinobi sitting in a state of bewilderment. Much like himself, suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned his gaze toward the site of the recent explosion. Instead of the expected deep crater from the blast, he saw several massive iron gates, significantly deformed but intact. Beside these gates stood a figure clad in crimson armor, his long black hair billowing in the wind. Lord Hashirama? Has Lord Hashirama saved us? A voice filled with confusion gradually transformed into one of certainty, spreading rapidly among the ranks, inciting a thunderous cheer across the battlefield. The ninjas, having narrowly escaped death, exuberantly expressed their relief, their voices reaching Hashirama. Indeed, his contingency plan had worked. Upon witnessing that his backup had preserved the lives of his allies, Hashirama sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Madara also observed the situation, yet he did not express anger over his failed calculations. Hashirama, is that your clone? Indeed. Amidst countering the Nine-Tails assault, Hashirama smiled and nodded, recognizing the formidable nature of his opponent, Kaguya. Kaguya? What does she have to do with this? Ah, I see. No wonder. It seems I shall have to reward her when we meet again. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing about? Madara's sudden laughter baffled Hashirama. But before he could inquire further, Madara explained, "It appears that is your clone. Coincidentally, I have one as well." What? Hashirama exclaimed in surprise, turning his attention to the distant battlefield, where his wooden clone, previously encircled by ninjas, was suddenly cleaved in two by an enormous blue lightsaber that erupted from the ground beneath it. Chapter 17. Sage Mode. The colossal blue sword not only severed Hashirama's wooden clone, but also created a massive fissure in the earth. In the next moment, a figure clad in red armor surged forth from the chasm. Despite facing countless foes, Uchiha Madara, situated within a gigantic transparent skeletal structure, exhibited an air of nonchalance. Arms crossed as he surveyed his adversaries with disdain. Is that the Susanoo? How could this be? Isn't Uchiha Madara engaged in battle with Lord Hashirama? What is happening? Could she too wield wooden clones? Impossible. Countless thoughts raced through the minds of the Senju alliance, yet none dared to make the first move. This was the intimidating presence of Uchiha Madara. Observing the paralyzed ninjas, Madara had no intention of wasting time. He extended his right hand, chakra surging forth once more, transforming the skeletal form of the Susanoo into a towering four-armed humanoid figure. The four arms of the Susanoo flexed in the air, and within a brief span, each arm manifested a blade exceeding 5 meters in length. Get lost. Madara's voice held no trace of emotion as he gazed down upon the immobilized enemies, his expression one of contempt, before commanding his Susanoo to strike outward. Quick, evade. The urgent warnings echoed through the crowd. Although these ninjas were elite, they stood no chance against Madara, the god of shinobi. As the Susanoo swung its blades, for waves of energy surged outward, sending those unable to dodge flying. Some fortunate enough to defend themselves were still blasted into the air, while others were cleaved in twain, utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, the clan leaders who had narrowly escaped Madara's initial assault began their retaliation. Earth Release, Horai Swamp. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Shadow Binding Technique. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet. These seemingly ordinary techniques, wielded by the clan leaders, coalesced into an array of formidable jutsu, ensnaring Madara's Susanoo and unleashing a torrent of offensive techniques upon it. Boom, boom, boom. Countless jutsu overwhelmed Madara's Susanoo, the explosions resonating continuously, engulfing the Susanoo in a maelstrom of power. Do not let your guard down. The warning was barely uttered when 4 shockwaves erupted from the explosion, sending many ninjas, still reveling in their earlier triumph, flying once more. As the dust settled, Madara's Susanoo emerged unscathed from the chaos. How is this possible? The uninformed ninjas gazed in disbelief, realizing that even their clan leader's techniques had proven ineffective against Madara. their expressions betraying their confusion. After all, the power of those jutsu was sufficient to obliterate a small mountain. Yet now do not falter. We are many. We can wear her down through attrition. Continue the assault. The clan leader's exhortations rekindled the dwindling hope of those who had previously despaired. A chorus of battle cries erupted among the ranks, spreading like wildfire among the ninjas, this self-encouraging rally igniting their morale once more. Attack! An avalanche of jutsu and explosive tags rippled against the surface of the Susanoo. While they still failed to inflict any damage, Madara furrowed his brow in concern. Troublesome. Casting a glance at Hashirama, still entangled with the nine tails, Madara resolved not to waste time and began forming hand seals. Rat, ox, dog, horse, monkey, boar, tiger. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A ferocious inferno erupted from Madara's mouth, instantly transforming the surroundings into a sea of flames. The ninjas, driven by adrenaline, charged recklessly forward, meeting their demise without a sound as they were consumed by the fire. The searing flames expanded with relentless heat, prompting the prepared water-style ninjas to spring into action. Hundreds of water ninjas rushed forth at the sight of the flames, swiftly aligning themselves and unleashing a synchronized jutsu. Water release, water formation wall. A massive torrent surged forth, crashing into the flames, sweeping away even some allied forces in its path. Sizzle. The collision of fire and water produced a great deal of steam, enveloping the battlefield and alerting the clan leaders to the peril facing their allies. Quick, scatter and defend. Sarutobi Sasuke shouted to the surrounding ninjas, for apart from Madara, all were enemies, meaning allies had to be cautious of friendly fire, while Madara faced no such limitations. This situation favored Madara immensely, and given his power, even the most formidable clan leaders could scarcely withstand his onslaught. Should Uchiha Madara unleash his full might upon those around him, the casualties would be catastrophic. Wind-style ninjas worked to disperse the mist, while sensory ninjas relayed Madara's position. Just as Sarutobi Sasuke's orders were issued, the ground erupted with thunderous footsteps. What is that, footsteps? Just as Sarutobi Sasuke discerned the answer, he spotted a colossal figure emerging from the mist, closing in on him. This is bad. The speed and power of the Susanoo controlled by Uchiha Madara are simply beyond the capabilities of hastily deployed defensive ninjutsu. In this moment, even the formidable Sarutobi Sasuke could not escape a flicker of despair. Apologies, Hisashi, Sasuke had initially believed that his son would be left an orphan, his mind swirling with fleeting memories, but he soon realized that Madara's Susanoo had paid him no heed and had no intention of harming anyone. Instead, it surged forward unimpeded. Wait, which direction? Oh no, the headquarters. Madara's target is the main base. We must intercept her. Although the ninjas amidst the steam could hear Sasuke's warning and grasp Madara's general location, in such obscured visibility, utilizing ninjutsu risked injuring comrades. And relying solely on physical techniques would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Consequently, most refrained from taking action, thus failing to block her advance. With no adversaries to impede her, Madara swiftly exited the mist, and only then did the ninjas who glimpsed her figure begin their assault. Yet, Madara paid little mind to their attacks. After reconfirming the location of the Senju Alliance headquarters, she accelerated towards it with all her might. This scene did not go unnoticed by Hashirama, who was several kilometers away. Madara, are you truly going to confront Chikage? Chikage has always considered you a friend. Not to mention your plans were entrusted to him. Hell, what do you think? Witnessing everything unfold according to her scheme brought Madara great delight, prompting her to jest with Hashirama. However, Hashirama misinterpreted her amusement as joy over the prospect of eliminating Chikage. After all, through Madara's previous maneuvers, Hashirama had come to understand Chikage's significance profoundly. Most importantly, he awaited Chikage's proposal that could usher in peace for the ninja world in the next war. Considering that the conflict might extend for several more years, Hashirama, who had always shown leniency towards Madara, now found himself genuinely angered. I shall not allow you to succeed. With his resolve ignited, Hashirama decided to hold nothing back, clapping his hands together, red patterns instantly appearing on his forehead and around his eyes. Sage Mode. Chapter 18. Oh no, this is serious. Though engaged in a card game with Mito, Chikage occasionally peered at the battlefield through the mirror technique. Upon witnessing Hashirama's wooden clone being eliminated, Chikage raised his cards and immediately began issuing orders to the Uzumaki clan surrounding him. Retreat at once. The Uzumaki clan, upon hearing this, instantly shed their previously relaxed demeanor and began packing their belongings without questioning further. What is the meaning of this? Tobirama, observing this development, was thoroughly perplexed. After all, Madara was already clashing with his elder brother, and the assailant of the wooden clone could only be Uchiha Izuna. Although Tobirama often faced ridicule from his brother regarding his strength, it was only in comparison to Hashirama and Madara. When facing Izuna, Tobirama was confident he could hold his own, potentially even executing a surprise counter with his yet-to-be-revealed jutsu. Seeing the naive earnestness in Tobirama's eyes, Chikage felt a surge of frustration. He had generously provided the Senju clan with literature regarding the war, yet Tobirama had shown no interest. Despite his unwavering confidence in victory, Chikage wondered if it was perhaps the courage instilled by Liang Jingru that emboldened him, and thus he bluntly retorted, "Are you foolish? I just told you there cannot be simply two-tailed beasts on the other side. Even if they were to send two more, we would not falter." Tobirama straightened his posture. Though he had only just considered this matter, he was the commander, Sarutobi Tobirama, and to be reprimanded by someone without a title like Chikage was already a considerable affront. Not to mention, Chikage was also suspected of colluding with the enemy, further igniting Tobirama's ire. Yet, given Chikage's standing, Tobirama, despite his anger, managed to suppress his fury and voiced his perspective. Regardless of whether they could break through, even if they deployed additional tailed beasts, we could withstand them. Moreover, even if they did manage to pierce through our defenses, the Uzumaki clan's adamantine ceiling would suffice. That's enough. Chikage interjected, his voice rising in anger as he faced Tobirama. How do you intend to stop them if one detonates? While death in battle is inevitable, if I can avoid casualties, why should I sacrifice lives? Are you afraid of death? With Chikage pointing his finger at him repeatedly, Tobirama, who had long suppressed his anger, decided to abandon pretense and retaliate against Chikage. If you're afraid of death, return home and do not linger here. As the tension between them escalated, members of the Uzumaki clan hurriedly intervened. Lord Tobirama, Lord Chikage, we are still engaged in battle. Please calm down. Lord Tobirama, Lord Chikage is only concerned for our well-being. He does not harbor any true grievances. Lord Chikage, Lord Tobirama is only striving for victory. Do not take his words to heart. For victory, we, the Uzumaki clan, are prepared to sacrifice. Through the mediation of the Uzumaki clan, both Chikage and Tobirama recognized that this was not the time for discord. With a way out, their confrontation gradually subsided. However, at that moment, the battlefield displayed through the mirror technique began to shift. The clash between great fire destruction and water barrier erupted, enveloping the battlefield in dense fog. Even Tobirama, despite his usual dullness, sensed something was amiss. When did Izuna's strength become so formidable? Wait, could it be? Anxiety surged within him, but the next instant, Madara, wielding the Susanoo, broke through the mist, solidifying Tobirama's unease into reality. Shadow clone. Impossible. This technique is known only to me. Chikage only returned recently. If that is truly the case, the Uzumaki clan may not be trustworthy either. An inexplicable dread surged from the depths of Tobirama's being. He could not fathom how Chikage managed to communicate with Madara. He completely forgot that the concept of shadow clones was proposed by Chikage and did not realize that Chikage had self-taught himself. Furthermore, he was unaware that Madara had learned the shadow clone technique after witnessing Chikage's usage. Yet, this was not the time for such contemplation. Suppressing his inner turmoil of anger and fear, Tobirama resolutely commanded the Uzumaki clan, "Protect the headquarters. Everyone else, fall back with me." The Uzumaki clan, taken aback by Tobirama's order despite knowing they faced Madara, exchanged glances with Chikage before promptly complying. Yes, Chikage, too, was surprised by Tobirama's decision. After all, they were facing Madara, who, despite having undergone a transformation, remained a formidable threat. It was clear she was targeting the headquarters, yet Tobirama insisted the Uzumaki clan protect it, which essentially meant sending them to their doom. Tobirama, do not forget, I am the commander. You hold no official position. Gazing into Tobirama's cold eyes, Chikage realized that he would not alter his orders. Thus, he refrained from further argument and instead commanded the Umbu accompanying him, "Take Mito back. The rest, follow me." Yes, Lord Chikage. Mito, who had intended to resist, was swiftly escorted away by the youngest member of the Umbu. Disregarding Mito's increasingly distant cries, Chikage's gaze clashed with Tobirama's once more. Unlike their previous disdain, there was now a chilling absence of emotion in Tobarama's eyes. However, this was hardly the time for further debate. As Tobarama had pointed out, he held no official position. Although the Uzumaki clan would heed his commands, they would ultimately prioritize Tobarama's directives. Thus, for the sake of Mito and the clan he had lived alongside for 12 years, Chikage had no choice but to step forward. Acknowledging this, he wasted no time and called upon the Uzumaki clan within the tent. Let us proceed. Yes. Several members hastily emerged outside, only to witness Madara nearly breaching the perimeter. Soon, the meticulously crafted barrier erected by the Uzumaki clan, which had cost a fortune, began to tremble. Having only delayed Madara for mere seconds, Chikage immediately issued commands. Reinforce the barrier defenses, the rest prepare defensive jutsu. Two Uzumaki members, eager to protect Chikage, exchanged puzzled glances. After all, if even the barrier could not hold, what use were defensive techniques? Yet, despite their doubts, Chikage's authority was not to be underestimated. Just as the Uzumaki began to weave their seals, Chikage dashed forward alone. Perhaps, he hoped, Madara would show mercy for his sake. With only a few hundred meters separating them, Chikage swiftly closed in on Madara. Madara, please cease your actions, we concede. Concerned that the barrier might obstruct sound, Chikage employed the amplification technique, projecting his voice throughout the entire camp. What? Impossible? All members of the Uzumaki clan were taken aback, halting their movements. Chikage's admission of defeat, which was unexpected from someone known for his cunning, signified the end of his legend and heralded the Uchiha clan's ascendance as the foremost clan in the ninja world, a notion intolerable to both the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Yet Madara was unconcerned by such thoughts. Upon recognizing Chikage's true form through the spinning Sharingan, a smile graced her lips. I knew you would come. Shall we consider this your victory? Chikage's tentative inquiry only brightened Madara's grin. Very well, that means I can challenge for the spoils. Relieved by Madara's words, Chikage thought that losing this once was acceptable, as Hashirama would reclaim victory. As for the spoils, he was unconcerned. They were on the verge of collaborating to establish a village, and he would soon be allied with both Hashirama and Madara. What spoils could he possibly lack? In Tobarama's opinions? Chikage was too preoccupied with his current situation to care. However, just then, Madara, who had seemingly ceased her assault, suddenly commanded Susanoo to strike the barrier with ferocity. With that single blow, the barrier, which had been repaired, emitted a sound akin to shattering glass. Madara, what are you doing? She laughed maniacally, manipulating Susanoo to swat away two Umbu attempting to intervene, while her other hand swiftly reached for Chikage. Upon witnessing Madara's actions, the arriving Uzumaki clan members launched a frenzied assault on Susanoo. Though the outside combatants were unaware, those within the tent once again bore witness to Chikage's remarkable prowess. It could be said that with Chikage present, the war against the Uchiha could withstand a few losses, but without him, even Hashirama's strength would falter against the beast bomb detonations. Yet, amidst the relentless attacks from the Uzumaki, Madara paid them no heed, nor did she regard the nearby headquarters, as she seized the fleeing Chikage and bolted in another direction. While fleeing, Madara cast a Genjutsu with her Mangekyo Sharingan. In the moment before Chikage succumbed to unconsciousness, he realized that his aspirations had been overly idealistic. Oh no, I've messed up. In the next instant, Chikage lost consciousness. Chapter 19. Kiss. Although somewhat unstable, with the Sage Mode enhancement, Hashirama effortlessly unleashed another large-scale wood release technique. Wood release, wood dragon technique. The wood dragon, exceeding 100 meters in length, had a diameter of only about 10 meters, yet its power was formidable. The dragon ensnared the nine tails, which was wrestling with the wooden statue like a tightly wrapped dumpling. Roar! The nine tails, caught off guard by the sudden attack, struggled fiercely, but to no avail, for Hashirama's wood release was far more than mere wood. It ensnared, trapped, had extensive range, formidable attack power, and absorbed the enemy's chakra to reinforce seals. Hashirama's wood release functioned like a multifunctional Swiss Army knife, offering nearly every conceivable advantage, save for its considerable chakra consumption. Hashirama himself hailed from the Senju clan, renowned for their abundant chakra and formidable physical prowess. Consequently, the ensnared nine-tails soon found only its head able to move. Yet, as the strongest of the tailed beasts, the nine-tails, despite being under Madara's control, retained its inherent pride. Having never submitted to anyone except the Sage of Six Paths, Even with only its head remaining, it still attempted to unleash a tailed beast bomb at Hashirama. Observing the stubborn nine tails, Hashirama did not relent, directing the wooden statue beneath him to deliver several punches to the nine tails' head, shattering the tailed beast bomb it had just formed and leaving it dazed and disoriented. Boom! The massive nine tails collapsed, raising a tremendous cloud of dust. Hashirama, surveying his handiwork, suddenly recalled that Madara had been standing atop the nine tails. Oh no, how did I forget about Madara? Wait a moment. Hashirama then realized that Madara had also attacked the headquarters. Was it not Madara's true form that fought him, but rather the one assaulting the headquarters? Understanding everything, Hashirama immediately turned his gaze towards the headquarters, where he saw Madara manipulating Susanoo to carry Chikage away, showing no intent to linger. Hashirama then glanced back at the Uchiha's position, where the previously bustling forest now stood empty. Even with Hashirama's mind clouded, he understood Madara's true objective. Was Chikage the target all along? Indeed, I have underestimated Chikage's significance. Hashirama then looked to his allies, only to find them just beginning to disperse the thick fog. Many were still confusedly searching for traces of the enemy, entirely unaware that they had been outmaneuvered. Witnessing this scene, Hashirama realized he had lost this round. Yet he chose not to pursue the Uchiha. After all, their intent was merely to capture, not to kill, indicating that Madara would not directly harm Chikage. Although the purpose remained unclear, as long as Chikage was alive, Hashirama felt there was still hope for his rescue. Additionally, Hashirama glanced at the unharmed headquarters and mused aloud. Perhaps Mito will know something. I refuse to believe Chikage left no contingency. I didn't. Stop spreading rumors. The unconscious Chikage was abruptly awakened, having just been lost in a peculiar dream where, despite being taken by Madara, he was to become her consort. Just as they entered their wedding chamber, Mito came knocking at the door. Faced with Mito's piercing inquiries, Chikage felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and fear, prompting him to shout in desperation. However, as he sat up, he discovered himself in a strange yet familiar environment. This place was none other than the stone mountain that had been transformed into Hokage Rock by future generations, a site he had previously visited with Hashirama and Madara. You're awake? Madara's voice, tinged with a mix of neutrality and an air reminiscent of an anime queen, sent a shiver down Qianqing's spine. It was at this moment that he recalled being abducted, and the one responsible for his kidnapping was none other than Madara himself. It's you. Indeed, it is I. Madara replied with a smile, recalling the scene where he had effortlessly outmaneuvered the entire Senju alliance, including Hashirama, one of his dreams realized. Naturally, how could Madara not feel elated? Yet, this left Qianqing in a state of bewilderment. Why? Is there something you are unaware of? With one of his long-held wishes already fulfilled, Madara now teased Qianqing, promising a reward for a correct guess. The change in Madara's demeanor took Qianqing by surprise. After all, he had only anticipated an ambush on the headquarters, never expecting to be taken away directly. Furthermore, Madara was undoubtedly aware of the energy contained within those scrolls, and as their creator, Qianqing was left wondering how far Madara's ambitions would reach. If Madara's ambitions surpassed their emotional bond, she might forcibly marry him for the secrets of the scrolls, or, at the very least, engage in a form of captivity play. The mere thought was exhilarating. No. Casting aside such inappropriate musings, Qianqing collected his thoughts and feigned calmness. Shrugging, how was I to know you would kidnap me? I had merely planned to concede once you attacked the headquarters. But on that note, why have you brought me here? Surely it isn't merely for a chat? Attempting to alleviate the awkward tension, Qianqing tried to joke with Madara. However, his outrageous conjecture elicited a nod from her. You actually guessed it. Madara approached and sat down beside Qianqing, but after taking her seat, the earlier joy faded from her expression, replaced by a sense of melancholy. Sister Madara, what's wrong? Actually, I'm here to thank you. Madara interrupted Qianqing's inquiry and began to speak for herself. To be honest, I have been under immense pressure lately. Family, war, and the inability to realize my dreams have left me increasingly lost. At times, I even think it would be better to die on the battlefield. Yet I have never met my end, and my strength continues to grow. Nevertheless, I have never once defeated Hashirama, not even a single time. While others claim our strengths are equal, I can see that Hashirama always goes easy on me. How could I possibly accept such an outcome? Yet, I cannot repay him a single personal favor, which is why I spared you when I first saw you. I never anticipated things would develop into this. Madara's heartfelt words made Qianxing realize that despite her formidable power, she was still merely a flesh-and-blood woman. Initially attracted to her physically, Qianxing now felt a tinge of compassion for Madara. Will I ever win again? Faced with Madara's question, Qianxing found himself at a loss for words. After all, with Hashirama's exceptional prowess, unless Madara were to activate her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, even with 9-tailed beasts, victory would be unattainable. Not to mention, with the loss of the 7 tails, Madara would never resort to using her brother's eyes for the sake of defeating Hashirama. Yet, Qianxing's silence revealed the answer to Madara. Though disappointed by the revelation, Madara exhaled deeply and reverted to her proud and unruly self. Uchiha Madara. The Senju alliance is nothing. If I can win once, I can win again and again. You will be astounded. Madara confidently proclaimed her aspirations, only to shift the conversation abruptly. However, those matters are for later. As the head of the Uchiha clan, I must reward merit. Therefore, I intend to give you a gift, but you must first close your eyes. Though uncertain of Madara's intentions, Qianxing obediently complied. What is the reward? In response to Qianxing's inquiry, Madara did not provide a direct answer. Meanwhile, Qianxing could not help but speculate about the nature of this so-called gift. Ninjutsu? Tailed beasts? Could it possibly be the Sharingan? The next moment, while still pondering what he might receive, Qianxing felt a warm and gentle sensation on his forehead. Chapter 20. Qianxing returns upon returning to the camp. Although everyone greeted Hashirama as usual, he sensed that they were somehow different. Upon closer examination, he realized that the once confident ninjas, who thrived in the face of battle, seemed to have lost their courage after this conflict. As someone who had spent years in battle, Hashirama understood that if this morale could not be restored, in future confrontations with the Uchiha, these ninjas would be hard-pressed to unleash even 70% of their potential. Contemplating the consequences of this situation, Hashirama quickened his pace, eager to find Mito and see if Qianxing had left any strategies behind. However, as soon as Hashirama entered the main tent, a group of minor clan leaders immediately surrounded him. Lord Hashirama, this significant error on Qianxing's part surely warrants an explanation. Indeed, we suffered considerable losses, while your Senju clan hardly faced any, and the Uzumaki clan didn't even sustain a single injury. How do you intend to explain this? That's right. As soon as Qianxing returned, such a grave mistake occurred. She might very well be a spy for the Uchiha, and this is a matter for your Senju clan to address. Naturally, you must bear the costs of our losses. Observing the clamoring minor clan leaders, Hashirama felt a surge of anger. After all, during victories, these clans were the loudest in their boasts, and now they were the quickest to cast blame at the slightest misstep. Was Qianxing's loss merely to expose the true nature of these people? With this thought in mind, Hashirama refrained from responding immediately, instead glancing at Tobirama and then surveying the quiet major clan leaders. Tobirama was the one who had led this battle, so it was not appropriate for him to explain. After all, it was unwise to provoke the ire of the masses. The minor clans were likely probing my limits on behalf of the major clans. If this matter does not reach a resolution today, the entire Senju alliance could face turmoil. Qianxing, you have truly presented me with a formidable dilemma. Though he grasped the underlying reasons, Hashirama found himself at a loss for an immediate solution. However, this was a problem that Qianxing had previously considered and shared with him, so naturally, he would find a way to address it. Thus, the person Hashirama most wished to locate was Mito, who was closest to Qianxing. Gentlemen, I will conduct an investigation into your concerns and provide you with a satisfactory response. Furthermore, I hope you will refrain from further suspicion of Qianxing. Despite knowing these individuals were motivated by self-interest, Hashirama's residual authority still held sway, especially after demonstrating a terrain-altering jutsu. This prompted the minor clan leaders, who sought to take advantage of the situation, to fall silent. Upon seeing the lack of dissent, Hashirama internally sighed with relief. He truly had no idea how to handle this matter. Navigating past the minor clan leaders, Hashirama approached Tobirama directly. Where's Mito? I need to speak with her. Tobirama cast a surprised glance at his elder brother, but quickly comprehended the reason. She has been sent back by Qianxing. Then fetch her back. I have matters to discuss. Understood. After Tobirama issued his commands, the entire tent fell into a profound silence. However, the various clan leaders of the ninja tribes began to entertain a multitude of thoughts. After all, the relationship between Chikage and Mito was well known to all. And the way Hashirama reacted to Mito would undoubtedly reveal his forthcoming attitude towards Chikage. Would he be a brother in arms or a partisan foe? Whichever it was, the outcome would significantly influence the future relations of these clans with the Senju clan. Mito, who had been clamoring to return to the front lines, was immediately filled with excitement upon receiving the order to go back. However, when she hurried back to the command tent, she found that all eyes within were fixed upon her. The arrangement of the tent left a space in the center, with tables and chairs flanking either side. While 3 tables were positioned at the forefront, Hashirama and Tobirama were already seated there, with the leftmost seat conspicuously empty. Mito, seasoned in the ways of the world, recognized the significance of the gathering. Yet, it was daunting to be surrounded by clan leaders and high-ranking individuals, each emanating an intimidating aura after just having emerged from battle, causing her to instinctively wish to retreat. As she searched the room, she realized that the seat meant for Chikage was now vacant. Where is Brother Chikage? Mito's confusion momentarily startled both Tobirama and Hashirama, as her expression did not suggest deceit. If even Mito was unaware of Chikage's abduction, it indicated that he had likely not anticipated being taken. Of course, there was also the possibility that Chikage was an Uchiha spy, and after the Uchiha secured victory, he had left without a trace. Such thoughts were typically reserved for Tobirama, yet the ninja world was not devoid of astute minds. And suspicions regarding Chikage's loyalty had been previously entertained, making it difficult for others not to speculate. Unaware of the shift in atmosphere, Hashirama still clung to a glimmer of hope and turned once more to Mito. Did Chikage not share anything with you prior? Share? Mito tilted her head, suddenly recalling that Chikage had entrusted her with a single matter. Oh yes. At her words, a collective jolt surged through the assembly, and an involuntary gasp echoed in their minds. How terrifyingly astute Chikage was, to have even anticipated such a scenario. It seemed the previous battle had indeed been part of his calculations. Just as they marveled at his cunning, Mito's next statement left everyone at a loss for words. I remember he told me long ago that if he were to die, I should revive him. After a moment of silence, some began to question whether they had taken things too much for granted. After all, who could predict everything with such accuracy? However, Hashirama, privy to the underlying truths, remained inclined to trust Chikage. He pressed on. What else? Perhaps something concerning today? Mito pondered for a moment, then suddenly clapped her hands. I remember. There was indeed something else. This revelation rekindled the interest of everyone present. He told me this morning not to eat the snacks he hid. Enough. The irritable leader of the Take-Torai clan slammed his palm on the table. From his perspective, he had been sent by Chikage to face death, then subjected to Hashirama's manipulations, only to listen to a young girl's nonsensical anecdotes. It was an affront to his intelligence. 300 lives. Our Take-Torai clan suffered 300 losses. If I do not receive an explanation today, the Take-Torai clan will withdraw from the Senju alliance. Such rebellious words, if spoken at another time, would likely have prompted immediate rebuke from others. Yet now, the larger clans remained silent, and the smaller ones chose to follow suit. They all sought answers, not just from a child. Mito, oblivious to the shift in tension, sensed the atmosphere had grown strange and wondered if it was her fault, leaving her unsure of how to proceed. Hashirama, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere defeat could escalate into this predicament, especially as it involved Chikage and Tobirama. Should news of Tobirama's complete command of the battle surface, it might even lead to repercussions for his brother. Caught in a dilemma, Hashirama considered shifting the blame onto Chikage for the time being, intending to rectify matters upon his return, knowing he would understand. Just as he resolved this, one of Hashirama's aides burst into the tent. Lord Hashirama, Lord Chikage has returned. Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged bewildered glances, while the others were equally astonished. Mito exclaimed, What? Chapter 21. The Uchiha tactics were also taught by me. Chikage's return was unexpected for all, particularly as he had been taken by the Uchiha in plain sight. Given the Uchiha's animosity toward the Senju, one would have expected a grim fate for him, crippling injuries or even death, if not imprisonment or exchange for hostages. Yet, here he was unscathed. Hashirama, who had been feeling the pressure from his subordinates, was quick to seize the opportunity and called for Chikage to be brought forth. As most wondered what trials he had endured to escape, they were astonished to see him return without a scratch, his attire immaculate, and wearing an expression that seemed to invite a punch. It felt more like he had just returned from a date than a battlefield. Mito, not considering the implications. Dashed towards him the moment she laid eyes on Chikage. Yay! Ignoring the strange looks from those around, a beaming Chikage affectionately ruffled Mito's hair. Chikage, you. Just as Hashirama inquired about what had transpired during Chikage's capture, he was interrupted. Why is everyone gathered here? Chikage's teasing gaze swept across the room, making others uneasy. Something was amiss. Chikage's demeanor was not without purpose, especially considering his miraculous return unscathed. He stood there like an enigma, leaving many guessing, while others opted to observe quietly. However, while those capable of leading were not typically fools, there are always exceptions. The Taketorai clan was one such exception. Senju Chikage, you owe us an explanation. One voice called out, prompting Chikage's smile to widen. Having lost the battle, they needed to settle matters. Though not as he had initially envisioned. He sensed Tobarama's embarrassment and guessed the reason he would soon be targeted. It was clear Tobarama was attempting to shift the blame onto him. With that thought in mind, Chikage feigned cleaning his ears and casually announced, an explanation? Very well, I shall provide you one. With that, he disregarded the agitated Taketorai leader and whispered a few words to Mito before leading her step by step toward Hashirama. To facilitate their next move, Chikage even pulled Mito up onto the table. Such an audacious act left everyone momentarily stunned. Yes, I lost, so what? If it's not to your liking, then withdraw from the Senju alliance. The assembly erupted in astonishment. Upon the utterance of those words, a wave of uproar surged through the assembly. Not only did the typically composed patriarchs of esteemed clans find themselves bewildered, but even Hashirama and Tobarama struggled to comprehend the motive behind Chihoshi's audacious outburst. Undoubtedly, such behavior transcended mere provocation. The patriarch of the Taketorai clan, already seething with indignation, was further incensed to hear Chihoshi's dismissive remarks, which clearly indicated a blatant disregard for their authority. Yet, in the face of their outrage, Chihoshi remained unfazed. Are you truly angry? If so, prepare yourselves for further frustration. For I have intentionally set you on a path to ruin, he declared with a nonchalant smirk, igniting the ire of the Taketorai clan leader. In a fit of rage, he extended his bone spikes, evidently poised to strike Chihoshi. Cease this at once. Despite his uncertainty regarding Chihoshi's intentions, Hashirama felt compelled to intervene. Chihoshi's discontent was palpable, and although it stemmed from his own miscalculations, he had previously achieved notable successes. If anyone possesses a superior strategy, feel free to present it, he urged. Hashirama's intervention prompted the clans, initially eager to exploit the situation, to retract their insincere antics. Recognizing the formidable strength of the Uchiha clan and the underhanded tactics employed with the tailed beasts. Whether out of deference to Hashirama's authority or a desire to save face, the Taketorai clan leader, after a disdainful snort, chose to remain silent and seated. Though he was fervently combative, he was not foolish enough to escalate the chaos, aware that he could easily become the target of retribution. Observing the clan leader's submission, Hashirama turned his attention back to Chihoshi. Chihoshi, I understand you are displeased. Although aware that Hashirama was attempting to provide him an exit, Chihoshi felt no need for such concessions and interrupted him once more. Oh, Taketorai clan leader, where are your kin? Have they all perished? The Taketorai patriarch, having only just settled, was once again the target of Chihoshi's scorn. The repeated jabs left him trembling with rage, struggling to form a coherent response. His finger pointed accusatorily at Chihoshi, yet unable to lower it. Meanwhile, others began to contemplate the implications of Chihoshi's reputation, doubting that someone so cunning would engage in such foolish behavior. Hashirama, perplexed by the unfolding drama, too felt his temper rise. Enough, Chihoshi. Yet, faced with Hashirama's irritation, Chihoshi could only roll his eyes. Forget it, Mito. Yes, Mito, who had been a mere background presence, suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm. This one, that one, and that one. She named 5 or 6 clan leaders, all belonging to lesser clans, with the Taketorai clan prominently among them. As she observed their bewildered expressions, Chihoshi swiftly provided clarification. Those mentioned may now take their leave, for there shall be no place for you in the future alliance of the Senju clan. At this pronouncement, the countenance of every individual present, save for the Uzumaki and Senju members, shifted dramatically, even causing the patriarchs of the major clans to fidget uncomfortably. Hashirama and Tobarama recalled Chihoshi's earlier declaration to eliminate the undesirable elements, promptly relinquishing control of the situation to him. Just then, The aggrieved leader of the Yamanaka clan rose, vociferously challenging Chihoshi. Senju Chihoshi, what is the meaning of this? The literal meaning, Chihoshi replied, his demeanor growing markedly colder. If you find this disagreeable, you may leave with them. The Yamanaka leader opened his mouth to retort, only to find his sleeve tugged by the Nara patriarch, who shook his head in warning. As the intellectual anchor of the Ino-Shikicho trio, Nara recognized the precariousness of the situation and signaled for restraint. Although the Yamanaka leader simmered with indignation, he ultimately acquiesced, casting a withering glance at Chihoshi before resuming his seat. The other major clans, unwilling to lower themselves to the level of the lesser clans, refrained from taking action, as they had not been named. For them, it was prudent to wait until the dust settled before making their exit. A palpable silence enveloped the tent. The leaders of the lesser clans, realizing they had no support from their more powerful counterparts, were struck dumb by the absence of assistance. Without the backing of the major clans, they risked annihilation should they part ways with the Senju clan. In a desperate bid for survival, they began to beseech Hashirama. Lord Hashirama, we have done nothing wrong. Why must we be cast out? Indeed, we are innocent. They chorused, turning to Chihoshi for mercy. Hashirama refrained from immediate reply, instead directing his gaze toward Chihoshi, who wasted no time in responding with a grin. Because the Uchiha strategy was taught by me. At this revelation, shock rippled through the assembly once more. Chihoshi's string of astonishing declarations had begun to elicit skepticism, leaving the audience wondering if he were merely jesting. However, the gravity of Hashirama's expression dispelled any notions of levity, revealing his seriousness. Those present, having collaborated with Hashirama for years, recognized that he was not prone to frivolity, and a sense of absurdity washed over them. Could it truly be the case? As others grappled with this notion, Hashirama swiftly reached a conclusion regarding the matter. If Chihoshi has commanded your departure, then depart you shall. It is often said that a ruler does not speak lightly. Though not a monarch, Hashirama would not mislead in such a serious context. So you condone his mistreatment of comrades? Indeed. Chihoshi interjected, seizing the narrative once more. Surely you do not wish to remain here. With that, an aura of menace radiated from Chihoshi, as if he might engage in combat at any moment. Hashirama exchanged glances with Tobarama, recognizing that they were inexorably linked to Chihoshi's fate and had no choice but to support him. A tremendous pressure coalesced, creating a palpable force that not only silenced the questioners, but also caused the floor to crack under its intensity. Do not compel me to repeat myself. Chihoshi's unyielding demeanor elicited furrowed brows from those present. Had Hashirama not aligned himself with Chihoshi, there might have been room for negotiation. However, with the trio of Senju united, it became apparent that those summoned could not easily remain. Recognizing that the situation was beyond redemption, the pointed clan leaders dared not linger further, leaving swiftly in disgrace. All, that is, except the patriarch of the Take-Torai clan. This is intolerable. He had been targeted, humiliated, and tossed aside like refuse, and Hashirama's tacit approval further incited his fury, which had now eroded his already limited wisdom. In an instant, his bone spikes erupted forth, those metallic protrusions capable of both offense and defense, embodying a bloodline limit that fused attack and protection. However, at the moment of the Bamboo clan leader's sudden uprising, a kunai was thrust into his back, followed by an earth-style technique that sent him crashing down. The leader, weighed down by an extraordinary gravitational force, fell heavily to the ground, creating a pit approximately half a meter deep and 2 meters wide in the stone surface. Seeking death, as the leader of a clan, the Bamboo clan leader's reflexes were undeniably swift. In an instant, he activated the bones in his chest. Sharp bone protrusions erupted from his back, aiming to pierce the assailant, Chinching, who had dared to ambush him. However, just as the bone spikes were about to strike their target, the leader realized that he could no longer manipulate his chakra. What is this? A sealing technique, golden needle of chakra sealing. This technique immobilized all of the Bamboo clan leader's chakra, a unique ninjutsu that combined medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques, inspired by the Hyuga clan's ability to seal chakra points, specifically designed to counter skilled taijutsu users. A somewhat frivolous voice rang out from behind the Bamboo clan leader, revealing that the ambusher was none other than Chinching, who had originally been standing at the forefront. How is this possible? Many gazes turned toward Chinching, their expressions altered, for those present were largely regarded as the pinnacle of combat prowess within the ninja world. Yet, despite this, They had failed to notice how Qianqing had approached, while it was evident that this ability was connected to the kunai he had thrown. In the heat of battle, how could one evade the many kunai scattered on the ground? With close combat capable of sealing chakra and long-range attacks from the kunai arriving in an instant, it was impossible to kill him or catch him. Merely contemplating this made the clan leaders feel a headache. What if Qianqing had aimed to kill me? Many compared their chances internally and found themselves bereft of any possibility of escape, as they couldn't even see clearly once battle commenced. They might not even know how they perished. While the other clan leaders were shocked, they also felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, we are allies. The thoughts of the clan leaders were similarly mirrored by Hashirama and Tobirama, with Tobirama, the developer of this ninjutsu, feeling an even greater astonishment than the rest. After all, the complexity of this ninjutsu was far from trivial, and as for that sealing technique, he had never even heard of it. He had truly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and although this jutsu clearly had many flaws, he had hardly dared to use it. And yet it had only been a few months? No wonder he, who typically feared for his life, dared to confront Uchiha Madara alone. It seemed he had utilized this ninjutsu to escape, or perhaps he had specifically intended to relay information. The fleeting thought crossed Tobirama's mind, but he forcibly calmed his emotions once more. Qianqing remained oblivious to Tobirama's thoughts and was unconcerned. After having the bamboo clan leader disposed of, he returned to Hashirama's side. The distance of several meters was not far, yet this brief moment was sufficient for the clan leaders present to engage in a mental brainstorming session, especially regarding their assessment of Qianqing, who had initially been presumed to be lacking in strength due to his youth, but now, the weakest among the Senju Three Greats would likely be Tobirama, since it was improbable for Qianqing to ally with the Uchiha, and the reputation of those expelled ninja clans was rather poor. The reason for his undermining of these clans could only be deduced as such. Several ninja clans exchanged intelligence discreetly, and as their thoughts intertwined, they swiftly reached a startling conclusion: establishing a village. This was the grand aspiration that Hashirama had pledged to the people since he became clan leader, and it had always been the goal that these ninja clans strived toward. The absorption of those ninja clans with poor reputations was partly to ensure they could speak for him in inconvenient times, but more often it was merely to have cannon fodder. Once the time came to establish the village, these disreputable clans would be given an opportunity to be disposed of entirely, to avoid any future troubles. Could it be that Uchiha had calculated this far ahead? The clans exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. It appeared that Qianqing had devised a means to deal with the Uchiha. While the clan leaders below engaged in animated discussion, Hashirama feigned observation, soon noticing the varying expressions on their faces, which shifted from concern to elation. This transformation left Hashirama somewhat bewildered. Given Qianqing's volatile temperament, shouldn't others be incensed? Chapter 23. What is that scent on you? Why are you looking at me? My task is complete. Now it is your turn. Are you playing with me? Even Hashirama, with his carefree nature, couldn't help but internally critique as he seized Qianqing, who was attempting to depart. Don't leave yet. You haven't explained what we should do next. What else is there? There's much work to be done post-battle. And as for dealing with the Uchiha, that remains confidential until we finalize the date for confrontation. Observing Hashirama's bewilderment, Qianqing offered him a safety net. You can discuss strategies amongst yourselves. Perhaps my approach won't be superior to yours. Subsequently, Qianqing flashed a mysterious smile at the others, providing them with a hint. My strategy for dealing with the Uchiha is a direct push. With that, Qianqing paid no further mind to others' thoughts, summoning Mito before striding out confidently. Brother, Never mind, let him be. Hashirama halted Tobirama from continuing, for today's battle had already demonstrated Qianqing's cunning strategic capabilities. If he chose not to divulge, there must be a compelling reason. As the leader of an alliance, Hashirama naturally understood the importance of delegation. Yet, as Hashirama contemplated finding an excuse to justify Qianqing's sabotage of his allies, he noticed the clan leaders casting him fervent gazes. Lord Hashirama, are we going to establish a village? How do you know? Hashirama instinctively responded before realizing he had let slip. Wonderful. The crowd erupted in cheers. As for those who perished, lives were cheap in the Warring States era, especially for those who were not their own. Dead is dead. Who would bother to care? After the cheers subsided, the clan leaders eagerly began discussing the strategies Qianqing had proposed, displaying no signs of defeat. Observing the excited leaders within the tent, Hashirama and Tobarama exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment and helplessness in each other's eyes. Was this part of your calculation, Qianxing? Should Qianxing have known that the people within the tent had begun to become enthusiastic, he might have laughed, for throughout the entire time, his strategy was singular, to have Hashirama execute a direct push. In the twilight of the Warring States era, Hashirama was undoubtedly the unrivaled protagonist, possessing such strength and understanding of the plot that if he could not secure victory, it would be better to end it swiftly. Thus, whether it be tailed beasts or his reference scrolls, once Hashirama resolved to cease playing the game of mutual understanding with the Uchiha, the Warring States era would inevitably reach its conclusion. This was also the reason Qianxing dared to offer anything to Madara in pursuit of romance. Yet, as Qianxing departed the tent, the Umbu member, Matoi, whom he had dispatched to protect Mido, suddenly knelt before him. Lord Qianxing, I failed to ensure your safety. It is my dereliction of duty. Please punish me, my lord. Upon seeing this Umbu, Qianxing recalled that he still had two Umbu who had been sent flying by Madara's Susanoo, and their fates remained unknown. Although they were aware that Tobarama's intentions were not entirely benevolent, they had nevertheless exerted themselves diligently and selflessly during these past days. Naturally, Qianxing would not dwell on this matter, especially upon recalling that it was Madara who had sent the other two Umbu flying. Qianxing felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, Madara had kissed her, albeit only on the forehead. Rounding it up, one could almost deem their relationship akin to that of a couple. If they were to advance further, marriage and children would not be far off. Given they were already bound to share their lives together, Qianxing felt it was only fitting for her to shoulder Madara's burdens. I shall not hold this against you. Rise now. By the way, how are Kurenai and Shin faring? Upon hearing that Qianxing bore no resentment, Tauri let out a quiet sigh of relief, yet showed no inclination to rise, instead continuing to kneel as she reported to Qianxing. Thank you for your concern, my lord. Shin has merely suffered 2 broken ribs, while Kurenai has a fracture in her foot and arm. They are currently undergoing treatment. It seems that I shall be the sole guardian of your safety for the time being. That is of no consequence. I have nowhere else to go. Just arrange accordingly. And let us proceed together. Understood. Realizing they could return, Mizuho felt a flicker of joy, for there was little in this place to entertain or delight, and they were unable to roam freely, particularly with the clan leaders, each wearing a stern expression, rendering the atmosphere rather dull. However, the journey home was somewhat distant, and in the midst of boredom, Mizuho opened up the conversation. Qianxing Onaizen, you were somewhat different in the tent earlier. Mizuho did not articulate her thoughts clearly, fearing that Qianxing might take offense. Yet, Qianxing remained unfazed, even explaining herself in the presence of Tobarama's undercover agent. Unreasonable, you say? That was intentional. Why? Because your brother Hashirama wishes to play the good guy, so I shall take on the role of the villain. After all, I am not the one leading. Let whoever desires to lead do so. Mizuho had not anticipated such a response from Qianxing, her large eyes filled with disbelief. Is that all? Certainly. I suspect you wish to avoid exerting yourself. Haha, you guess well. Qianxing was unsure why she did not reveal the true reason, considering her relationship with Madara had progressed to this level. Moreover, the cooperation between the Senju and Uchiha clans in building their village was already underway. Thus, a marriage alliance with the Uchiha represented the most stable partnership. A union between a non-leader of the Senju clan and the head of the Uchiha would surely silence the murmurs of the great ninja clans. Lost in these pleasant thoughts, a smile involuntarily graced Qianxing's lips. Your smile is rather mischievous, Qianxing Onaizen, Mizuho teased, but upon noticing Qianxing's good spirits, she ventured to ask her most pressing question. Also, can you tell me what that scent about you is? Mizuho's tone was calm and even, yet Qianxing felt an unsettling chill run down her spine. Forcing her heart to steady, Qianxing controlled her facial muscles and retorted, what scent? The scent of a woman. In an instant, fear surged within her, reminiscent of the sensation she had experienced in that nightmare after being captured by Madara. It's merely a remnant of a nightmare, nothing to worry about. Qianxing reassured herself internally while her mind raced. It is well known that when men stray, their minds can ascend to the heights of Einstein, while women, upon discovering infidelity, can transform into Sherlock Holmes. To dispel Mizuho's suspicions, Qianxing swiftly concocted a perfect excuse. That must be from Uchiha Madara. After all, she was the one who apprehended me. So it is inevitable to carry a trace of her scent. But why is it the scent of rouge? Who knows? She is a woman too. Perhaps she simply likes it. In any case, I cannot explain how it came to be. Besides, I must return home to check on my stew. I have seen your kitchen. You did not cook today. Hey, don't run off. Shinshin Oneisen, wait for me. Chapter 24. We Uchiha must prepare for surrender clan leader. Clan leader, you have returned? Indeed. Typically, upon each return, the clan members would regard Madara with cold expressions, but now, the ordinary clansmen, absorbed in their thoughts regarding Qianxing's words, greeted her warmly. This treatment was something Madara, who had forcibly ascended to power, had never experienced. After escaping the enthusiastic clan members, Madara returned to her residence only to encounter her even more exuberant younger brother, Izuna. Sister, your friend is extraordinary. When will you bring her back? Still somewhat distracted by the clan's reaction, Madara instinctively responded, Bring her back? Must we meet the family so soon? I am not prepared for that. What do you mean? Izuna was puzzled by Madara's remark. I mean, your friend, the one whose scrolls are in your room. Didn't he provide those? Thanks to those scrolls, we achieved victory without a single injury. Now the clan members no longer regard me with indifference. Rather, they greet me with warmth. Izuna grew increasingly animated, even standing up in excitement. That's all right. Madara remained somewhat unfocused. On one hand, there was her relationship with Qianxing, and on the other, Qianxing was growing stronger strategically, which meant her predictions were becoming increasingly accurate, thus reducing the chances for the Uchiha clan. Is that really all right? Izuna discerned Madara's disinterest, his voice rising in pitch, displaying a fervent admiration. You know well that this person has not even appeared, yet managed to help us defeat our sworn enemy, the Senju clan. Intelligence indicates that the most enigmatic member of the Senju 3, Senju Qianxing, was involved, yet she still fell to that person's prowess. You are aware of how formidable the Senju 3 are. Your friend faced them alone and emerged unscathed, a feat no one in the history of the ninja world would even dare to imagine. It is laughable that so-called Senju Qianxing dares to claim she possesses countless schemes. Is that it? Observing his younger brother's fervent enthusiasm, Madara felt a sense of helplessness. For the so-called expert he was belittling was none other than Qianxing. Thus, wishing to refrain from embellishing her reputation, Madara offered a casual response. Her indifference only fueled Izuna's dissatisfaction. Sister, how can you behave like this? If that person were to learn of your attitude, she might feel displeased, Izuna earnestly urged. But upon observing Madara's continued indifference, he sighed internally about his sister's lethargy and resolved to improve their relationship. By the way, sister, what does that person enjoy? Wealth? Ninjutsu? Or perhaps beautiful women? As the Uchiha clan, we are renowned in the ninja world. You need not worry about our wealth. As for ninjutsu, we possess an ample collection. And beautiful women? Izuna smiled smugly. For who in the ninja world did not know that the Uchiha produced strikingly handsome men and women? I am not boasting. Our Uchiha clan is renowned for our beauty throughout the ninja world. As long as she likes them, we have options ranging from 8 to 80 years old. Take the daughter of the Hayashi family or the twin sisters from the Higashicho family, for instance. As Izuna continued to boast about the Uchiha clan's assets, he began to feel an odd tension in the air. Glancing around, he noticed his sister's sharp gaze. Realizing something was amiss, Izuna abruptly ceased his chatter and scrutinized Madara closely, his expression turning incredulous. Observing her brother's gaze, Madara's sharp demeanor began to carry an edge of menace. What do you mean by that? Although he held great respect for his sister, Izuna swallowed hard and voiced his thoughts for the sake of the Uchiha's prosperity. Sister, you have applied lipstick? I recall you mentioning your intention to seek out that esteemed individual after the war. Could it be that you have developed feelings for them? I have witnessed the art of seduction before. Perhaps we should first experiment with the daughter of the Lingmu family? The tentative inquiry from Izuna inadvertently ignited a fire within Ban. A tremendous aura suddenly emanated from her, as she activated her Mangekyo Sharingan and even partially unleashed her Susanoo. Izuna, well aware of his elder sister's temperament, recognized her genuine anger and hastily resorted to a retreat. I just remembered something urgent. I must take my leave. With that, he swiftly exited the premises. Just as Ban began to temper her wrath, Izuna peeked back through the door. Why don't we utilize those twins first? Bang! The wooden sliding door was shattered, leaving a sizable hole. With Izuna's keen eyesight, he discerned that the projectile was merely a common teacup, reinforcing his understanding that his sister was truly enraged. I suppose I won't be waiting for dinner today. Witnessing the scene, Izuna dared not linger any longer and promptly made his escape. Now free from Izuna's disturbances, Ban reclined unceremoniously on the tatama mat, her mind awash with memories of her recent encounter with Chikage. It's all that fool's fault. Handing over the scroll was one thing. But what was with the love letter? So we kissed. What's the big deal? Am I losing my mind? Why on earth did I kiss that scoundrel Chikage? Ban muttered to herself, only to erupt into laughter. She was unsure of the reason behind her amusement, yet afterward, she unexpectedly accepted the possibility that the Uchiha clan might face defeat. If we lose, so be it. At worst, we shall collectively align ourselves with the Senju clan. After all, we cannot defeat them, and fleeing? That scoundrel would never let me off the hook. What else can I do? Surely he would care for the Uchiha clan. As this thought crossed her mind, Ban's face flushed slightly. Lucky you, little rogue. Although her elder sister might disapprove, she knew that expressing gratitude to that esteemed individual should not be taken lightly. Thus, the rarely playful Izuna, in a cheerful mood, intended to convene with the clan elders regarding this matter. However, upon stepping outside the estate, he was met with a throng of elders rushing toward him in a state of urgency. Has something significant occurred? An elderly Uchiha presented a small scroll. Take a look at this. Upon opening the scroll, Izuna was immediately astonished by its contents. This is impossible. That esteemed individual is actually. Faced with Izuna's disbelief, the elder Uchiha clarified the source of the information. This is intelligence gathered by our most deeply embedded spy. Its credibility is exceptionally high. I must inquire with sister. Overwhelmed by the distressing news, Izuna could no longer bear it and dashed back inside without so much as a farewell. Ban, calmly sipping her tea, sensed something amiss as Izuna entered with a troubled expression. Sister, who exactly is that friend of yours? Is it Chikage Senju? Ban remained composed in the face of Izuna's inquiry. You already know? After receiving confirmation, Izuna felt deceived, and an overwhelming fury surged within him, prompting him to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan. Why? Because he wants me to win once. Izuna was bewildered by this peculiar reasoning. Just for you to win once? What does he mean by that? Ban understood the true motives, but clearly, to engage in romantic endeavors was not an appropriate explanation here. Thus, she simply concluded. It seems we Uchiha must prepare for surrender. At this pronouncement, both Izuna and the elders who had just entered were rendered utterly speechless. Chapter 25. The transformation of all. After a day of running without a drop to drink, Chikage emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of freshly prepared noodles, only to find Hashirama, Tobarama, and Mito regarding him with peculiar expressions. This sight infuriated Chikage. Mito, I can understand. But you two grown men are here to mooch off my meal? Hashirama and Tobarama, caught off guard by Chikage's sudden outburst, were momentarily at a loss, while Mito sheepishly chuckled. Wait. Mito was the first to regain composure, then fixed his gaze back on Chikage, resuming his inquisitive demeanor. Chikage, what exactly is your relationship with that Uchiha Ban? Hashirama and Tobarama remained silent, yet their eyes unmistakably reflected the same question, particularly Tobarama, who mused that escaping from Ban's grasp without a scratch was certainly no simple feat it appeared they had conferred among themselves. And Chikage realized he needed to devise a strategy to mislead them. Casting a glance at them, he rapidly sought an excuse, aware that he could not divulge the details of his progress with Ban just yet. I suspect what you truly wish to know isn't this, is it? Mito, on the verge of raising his hand to express his curiosity, was swiftly interrupted by Tobarama, who had been troubled for quite some time. Yes. What exactly is that so-called plan of yours? Are you aiding the Senju clan or the Uchiha? Tobarama's inquiry was incisive, yet Hashirama merely shot him a glance, clearly sharing the same doubt. In response to Tobarama's challenge, Chikage felt a sense of relief while internally contemplating his next words. He glanced at Tobarama, then bypassed Mito's eager hand, directing the conversation to Hashirama, who also bore an inquisitive gaze. What is your perspective? Roughly speaking, Hashirama scratched his head. Your actions are rather perplexing. We lost the battle and sustained injuries to our comrades, yet our remaining allies seem more invigorated than if we had won. They even surmised our impending village construction. If it weren't for you having grown up under our watchful eyes, I'd suspect you were a time traveler. Furthermore, your relationship with the Uchiha is far too ambiguous. I, too, wish to understand your true intentions. Otherwise, I feel quite uncertain. Oh dear, Chikage mused internally, marveling at Hashirama's perceptiveness, which seemed nearly invincible. Fortunately, the topic had shifted, and he could meander through a less contentious discussion to placate them. Having silently critiqued the situation, Chikage feigned indifference and replied, "My connection with the Uchiha is rather superficial. The only one I know well is Ban. As for the plan." Chikage cast a mysterious glance at Hashirama and Tobirama, then provided an excuse to send them on their way. "I assume the Uchiha have received intelligence regarding their victories stemming from the strategies I provided. You will likely be quite busy from now on, so it may be best to return and discuss how to handle those traitors." Upon hearing Chikage's suggestion, Tobirama disregarded the hint to leave and immediately widened his eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. "You deliberately let those rogue clans escape? Huh, what are you talking about?" Although Chikage was unsure of Tobirama's meaning, he understood that maintaining a smile was paramount. Thus, Chikage's perplexed smile appeared enigmatic to Tobirama, as if he were condescendingly acknowledging that Tobirama had finally caught on. The ostentatious behavior did not incite disdain in Tobirama. Rather, it caused him to gasp in astonishment, his finger trembling as it pointed at Chikage. "You, how could you achieve such a feat?" Unfathomably perplexed, Hashirama observed his two younger brothers engaging in cryptic exchanges, leaving him feeling utterly bewildered. However, Tobirama refrained from responding directly to Hashirama. After calming the tumult of his inner shock, he began to elucidate to Hashirama. It seems he meticulously orchestrated everything from the very beginning. Everything, indeed. Tobirama's gaze bore into Chikage with an intensity that suggested he sought to penetrate the depths of his intentions, from the moment of his return to all that transpired thereafter. Chikage, feeling the weight of Tobirama's scrutiny, could not fathom what he meant. Although he yearned to assert that he was not as formidable as Tobirama presumed, he found himself ensnared in a predicament. Any dissent might invite Tobirama's sharp rebuke, and he was also curious about what warranted such accolades. Thus, Chikage maintained a facade of self-assured confidence, eagerly awaiting Tobirama's praise. Under the expectant gazes of those present, Tobirama exhaled deeply before articulating his conjecture. "Brother, do you recall the phrase in the scroll Chikage provided us? The best way to defeat the enemy is without fighting?" "I do," Hashirama nodded, but quickly inquired about its relevance to Chikage's actions. Tobirama felt a vain throb on his forehead, but swiftly composed himself, recognizing his elder brother's character. He continued to explain patiently. "From the outset, even without the wager between Chikage and me, he had no intention of allowing us to triumph." At this juncture, Mito, sensing the gravity of their discussion, could no longer contain her curiosity and interjected, "What do you mean? Isn't winning the objective of battle?" "No." Tobirama shook his head, proceeding with his explanation. "Imagine the Uchiha clan, believing they have secured victory, only to discover it was due to Chikage's intervention. The implications are staggering." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Chikage, whose eyes had grown increasingly piercing, as if aiming to see through him. "Is that so? I merely thought that since Hashirama would win, I could devise a plan to allow Madara a fleeting victory to curry favor. Was it truly that exaggerated?" Internally dismissing his own thoughts, Chikage sought to avoid further missteps in the conversation, opting instead to usher them away. "Just say what you will," Chikage nonchalantly remarked. "Moreover, it is quite late. You should be on your way." Hashirama, undeterred by Chikage's subtle dismissal, recognized the weight of Tobirama's revelations. Even with his typically dull wit, he grasped the seriousness of the situation, and his gaze toward Chikage brightened with realization. Hey, I can't let this slip by," Chikage internally lamented. But before he could react, Hashirama seized his shoulder with excitement, launching into his insights. No wonder they lost. No wonder they sought to eliminate those ninja clans at this moment. No wonder they provided the Uchiha with those resources. This multifaceted strategy is simply brilliant. If that is the case, the outcome is nothing short of heart-wrenching. To allow them to win, even without losses, and to ensure their defeat, how desperate must the Uchiha feel upon learning that everything was orchestrated by Chikage? At times, he found it hard to fathom how such cleverness resided in Chikage's mind. No, I'm not. Stop making wild accusations." Facing Hashirama's fervent gaze, Chikage vehemently denied the implications, recalling that he had merely confirmed his relationship with Madara moments before being interrupted by the others. He had not contemplated the repercussions. Ultimately, the strategy would culminate in Hashirama's straightforward approach, not the grandiosity Hashirama envisioned. With a hearty laugh, Hashirama celebrated his newfound understanding, delivering a hearty pat on Chikage's shoulder that made him wince. Thank goodness you belong to the Senju clan. If you were an Uchiha, I shudder to think of the despair it would bring. Hearing such high praise for Chikage stirred a reflexive urge to rebut from Tobarama. Yet he was reminded of the day's battle. The Senju had brought their elite forces, while the Uchiha had only two-tailed beasts and Madara. At most some troops for feigned attacks. In any scenario, victory seemed impossible for the Uchiha. Yet, against all odds, the Uchiha emerged victorious. Reflecting on the vast chasm in tactical understanding between the two clans, Tobarama wisely chose to remain silent. Am I truly so remarkable? I had no idea. Continuing to play the role of the expert, Chikage feared further unfounded speculation that might leave him at a loss for words, compelling him to issue another dismissal. Since we all have the answers now, there will be much work ahead. I shall not see you out. I understand. With his newfound insights, Hashirama winked at Chikage, donning a mischievous grin. I want to intrude upon your little world. What are you implying? Chikage turned to find Tobarama regarding him with a peculiar expression. Leave. I'm not a lowly enthusiast. I simply do not wish to cook for you. If you intend to depart, do so swiftly. Feeling unappreciated, Hashirama cried out in mock indignation. Must you be so heartless? I haven't eaten all day. I haven't even asked you to reimburse me for meals. And you want to lead astray the young ones? Hurry and go. As he spoke, Chikage pushed both brothers out the door. Yet Hashirama, unwilling to let such amusement slip away, insisted, how about I pay you for another 50 ryo? Get out. Once the troublesome siblings were dispatched, Chikage returned indoors to find the little girl Mito gazing at him with an unfriendly glare. Another nuisance. Chikage and you and Madara, before Mito could finish. Chikage swiftly placed a bowl of noodles before her. Mito, do not concern yourself with those two miscreants. This bowl is for you. I shall prepare another. Okay. Mito was touched that Chikage would reserve the first bowl for her, but as she glanced at the noodles, her expression soured. Chikage and why are these noodles already clumped together? If they weren't clumped, why would I give them to you? I don't like clumped noodles. Chikage's nonchalant reply infuriated Mito. You scoundrel. Give back my gratitude. No. I shall fight you for it. In the end, Mito's inquiries were deflected by Chikage's playful banter. Though in the days that followed, Mito relentlessly sought to devise schemes against him. A mere young girl could hardly match Chikage's wit. After several attempts, Mito began to seek external assistance. And this helper happened to be Hashirama, who usually had little to do. Observing the carefree Mito and Hashirama, who were indulging in food and drink, Qianxing couldn't help but marvel at the narrative force of the world. The two individuals, who originally had no connection before marriage, were now inexplicably drawn together. And they even appeared quite close. Rubbing his eyes, which had grown dry from late-night studies of ninjutsu and cloning techniques, Qianxing looked at the two jesters and helplessly inquired, so what is it this time? Hashirama, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and said, well, you're not young anymore. So I wanted to ask what type of girl you like. Once the village is built, I can help you. Is that it? Qianxing pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Shouldn't we discuss this after the village is established? It will take time anyway, and by then, I will have found someone. Right. Go ahead and tell us, Mito interjected eagerly. Qianxing glanced at her, who was eager to stir the pot, and slowly extended his hand, swiftly giving her a playful slap on the head when she wasn't paying attention. Ouch! Mito exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. But Qianxing felt no pity. Didn't I tell you before? Why are you still asking? Though Mito was in pain, she boldly replied, I forgot. Hashirama, witnessing this, began to comfort her, noting that Mito's playful nature often led to forgetfulness. Just tell us your requirements. If you don't, I might arrange a blind date with my second uncle's granddaughter. Your second uncle's granddaughter? Isn't she from the Akimichi clan? Exactly. To placate the persistent duo. Qianxing resolved to play along. All right, my requirements are not many. Just someone of similar age, so follow Mito's conditions. Big brother Qianxing, someone like you would be just fine. Mito exclaimed, her expression one of shock. Qianxing secretly reveled in her surprise, thinking, let us see if you dare to ask me these questions again next time. Their shared glance held a different meaning for Hashirama, yet he chose not to expose it. Clearing his throat, he redirected their focus. In that case, I will keep an eye out for you. You seem tired, so I'll let you rest until I find someone. Upon hearing this, Qianxing felt drowsy. Let us go. Close the door on your way out. I need to sleep. Okay. After they left, Hashirama waved his hand in front of the still giggling Mito. Hey, what are you doing? Mito turned her gaze to the mischievous Hashirama, who wore a playful grin. I'm just checking if you're all right. His insinuation caused Mito's face to flush deeper. However, this situation did not last long. After taking a deep breath, Mito regained her composure. I'm going back to the Uzumaki clan. Why? Hashirama was puzzled, as typically, one would seize the opportunity rather than create distance, which could cool their feelings. I want to become better. Big brother Chinching once said that strength, confidence, and long legs are what he likes. I need to improve. Understood. Hashirama nodded, a look of approval on his face. Since you've made your decision, go for it. Don't worry, before you reach adulthood, Chinching won't meet any new girls. Upon hearing Hashirama's assurance, Mito bowed in gratitude. Thank you, big brother Hashirama. Good luck. However, once Mito had left, Hashirama suddenly realized something terrifying. How could I have applied Chinching's ideal girl criteria to Madara? It seemed he was overthinking. Since it's still daylight, I might as well have some fun. Chapter 27. The peculiar Sarutobi Hizashi Mito's departure had little effect on Chinching. In fact, her absence allowed him to delve deeper into his ninjutsu research. A few days later, while he was preoccupied with the idea of acquiring the Otsutsuki bloodline, an unexpected visitor arrived. Although he was inclined to send them away, he hesitated when he saw they brought a child along. After observing the newcomer for a moment, Chinching recognized him as someone who had been in the command tent of the leader at that time, yet he couldn't place him immediately. Despite the rarity of red-haired individuals in the ninja world, nearly half of the elite possessed such hair. Consequently, Chinching often joked about whether they all shared Uzumaki blood. Who are you? Lord Chinching. The visitor greeted him respectfully and introduced himself. I am Sarutobi Asuma from the Sarutobi clan, and this is my son, Sarutobi Hizashi. Sarutobi Hizashi? Chinching's gaze sharpened as he looked at the 5- or 6-year-old child. With his untamed red hair, resolute features, and the confident vitality typical of young boys, he possessed the qualities of a leader in any children's series. Such remarkable potential compelled Chinching to scrutinize him closely. Could this little one be the future strongest Hokage of the 3rd generation? Seemingly sensing Chinching's interest, Sarutobi Hizashi, though initially shy, mustered the courage to call out, Lord Chinching. I am Sarutobi Hizashi. Please take me as your disciple. Chinching shifted his questioning gaze to Sarutobi Asuma. After all, with his reclusive nature, it was unlikely that the tales of Chinching had reached young Hizashi unless his parents had spoken of him. Understanding the gravity of Chinching's reputation, Hizashi responded both praise-filled and somewhat fabricated. That is because my father shared the heroic tales of your exploits, which inspired my admiration and led me to plead for apprenticeship. Come to me? For apprenticeship? Yes, Lord Chinching. Chinching cast a glance at the composed Sarutobi Asuma and then at the eager Hizashi, feeling an unexpected urge to accept the boy as his disciple. This sensation was bizarre, for Chinching was well aware that he would never take Hizashi under his wing. Given that, from a broader perspective, Hizashi had caused significant trouble for the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans. These 3 prestigious clans represented forbidden territories for Chinching, making it impossible for him to harbor any fondness for Hizashi, let alone consider him as a disciple. Sensing something amiss, Chinching began to inspect his own body. After confirming that he was not under any genjutsu, he turned his scrutiny towards Hizashi. Although the two were puzzled by Chinching's actions, they complied with his examination in silence. As time passed, about 5 minutes later, Chinching finally withdrew his hands. No strange chakra, no particular anomalies. Why did I feel that way? His cautious demeanor caused Sarutobi Asuma to grow anxious. Hizashi? Asuma's voice broke through Chinching's thoughts, prompting him to acknowledge the presence of the father and son. Your son is quite remarkable. Even if he becomes weak in the future, he will not tarnish the name of Sarutobi Asuma. Upon hearing Chioshing's evaluation, Sarutobi Sasuke, who had initially harbored some concerns, could not suppress the upward curl of his lips. After all, such a high appraisal could hardly lead to any errors in the matter of accepting disciples. Sarutobi Hizashi shared similar sentiments and began to cheer exuberantly. However, Chioshing's refusal rendered both father and son momentarily speechless. Why? Casting a glance at the astonished Sarutobi Sasuke, Chioshing refrained from responding directly and instead redirected his gaze towards Sarutobi Hizashi. I said I refuse. Chioshing reiterated vehemently, causing the hearts of the pair to plummet into despair. Little did they know, as Chioshing rejected their plea, he found himself nearly at a loss for words. What on earth is happening? Chioshing's inner turmoil surged, and his gaze towards the duo grew increasingly ominous. Initially intending to take his leave, Sarutobi Sasuke felt a twinge of panic upon meeting Choshin's eyes. He was not afraid of dying in battle, nor did he fear the decline of the Sarutobi clan. After all, apart from the Senju clan, his own was the most populous in the entire alliance. What truly unsettled him was Choshin's almost superhuman calculative nature. Should he provoke him, the Sarutobi clan might find themselves facing annihilation before they even realized it. The notion of living in such constant dread of death was not one he wished to experience. To gauge Choshin's limits, Sarutobi Sasuke cautiously inquired, "Lord Choshin, what is your true purpose here?" Choshin stepped forward, although he emitted no discernible aura. That single stride seemed to press upon Sarutobi Sasuke's heart, causing it to tremble. The rising sense of fear was unexpected. He believed he had long since cast aside such emotions, particularly as he had never felt this way even in the presence of Uchiha Madara. For the sake of the Sarutobi clan, he continually reminded himself, managing to suppress the fear clawing at him. "I merely believe Hizashi is of an age where he should seek a mentor, and he happens to know you, my lord," he began. But Choshin's interruption sent another shiver down his spine. Realizing he could not deceive the man, he resolved to disclose some truthful information. "Our Sarutobi clan lacks any bloodline abilities, and Hizashi's strength may not be particularly high in the future, so he intends to learn military skills to prevent our clan from declining." Yet, Choshin dismissed Sarutobi Sasuke's explanation with an intensified tone. "Speak the truth." Sasuke's breath quickened, and cold sweat began to bead on his back. "Lord Hashirama and Lord Tobirama are currently preoccupied with village construction, so, speak the truth." Choshin's voice remained light, even adorned with a hint of a smile. However, to Sarutobi Sasuke, this was akin to mockery. From his perspective, Choshin was genuinely incensed, and should he fail to divulge the truth, the survival of the Sarutobi clan within the Senju alliance was far from guaranteed. What had begun as a desire to revitalize his clan now found Sarutobi Sasuke cornered by his own words. If he remained silent, he would likely become the next target of Choshin's schemes. Yet, speaking up might lead to repercussions. Understanding that he could not lie in front of Choshin, he gritted his teeth, deciding to gamble on Hashirama's and Choshin's magnanimity. "I wish for my son Hizashi to have the opportunity to become the leader of the alliance." The brief declaration drained Sarutobi Sasuke of his strength, leaving him gasping for breath. The one most astonished by this revelation was, of course, Hizashi, who had never imagined he could aspire to such a position, especially given the Senju clan's abundance of talent, with the three Senju now nearly becoming the two divine Senju. Yet Choshin regarded Sarutobi Sasuke's assertion with indifference, merely scoffing. "Is that all?" Choshin's nonchalant demeanor stunned the father and son duo, for in truth, Sarutobi Sasuke's remarks indicated a rebellious spirit. Even if he were not expelled from the alliance, he ought to face some form of reprimand. Otherwise, how could he lead the ninja clans below him? However, Choshin exhibited no interest in the Hokage position. Whoever desired it could take it. What he truly pondered was the peculiar anomaly he had experienced when rejecting Hizashi. He beckoned to Hizashi, who, though still shocked, dared not refuse Choshin's invitation and approached with trembling steps. "What are you afraid of?" "I won't bite," Choshin said. Yet his words only heightened the tension between the father and son. To alleviate Hizashi's anxiety, Choshin lowered his guard. Who wouldn't he want to be a leader? Yet, it's not an easy task. Strength, strategy, logistics, all are indispensable, along with various methods of leadership, such as not shunning family in internal appointments or avoiding enemies in external ones, and being adept at recognizing and utilizing talent. Do you understand what I'm saying? Although Hizashi grasped only part of it, the shock from his father's earlier words lingered, prompting him to glance at Sasuke. Upon receiving a nod from his father, Hizashi slightly inclined his head, acknowledging he understood a bit. "Very well," Choshin declared, retrieving a banana from the table. Originally intended for Mito, it now proved fortuitously useful. "Would you like a banana?" Feeling Choshin's kindness, Hizashi instinctively nodded. "Yes, here you go." After handing over the banana, Choshin dashed to the refrigerator for a bottle of milk. "Would you like some?" "Yes." However, as Hizashi reached out to take it, Choshin abruptly withdrew it. "Not for you." The peculiar sensation of reluctance to refuse surged once more, even beginning to influence Choshin's forthcoming words. Observing Hizashi's bewildered expression, it dawned on Choshin that his body seemed to resist any act of rejection towards Hizashi. Indeed, the source of the issue lay with Hizashi. What secret did he harbor? As Choshin contemplated the reason, the ever-impulsive Hashirama, having exhausted his funds, sauntered over to Choshin. "Oh, Choshin. Sasuke and little Hisashi are here too." Lord Hashirama. The father and son greeted respectfully, to which Hashirama responded with curiosity. "What were you discussing just now?" Deciding to pass the proverbial hot potato of Hisashi to Hashirama, Choshin observed whether Hashirama would also find it impossible to reject Hisashi. "This child says he dreams of being a leader. Are you willing to take him on as a disciple?" The first half of Choshin's sentence startled the pair, but the latter almost caused them to choke. "Oh," Hashirama, seemingly oblivious to Choshin's slip, burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, that is splendid. A boy should possess such ambition. However, becoming a leader is no simple feat. Are you prepared for what lies ahead in your studies?" Hashirama's response clearly signified his intent to accept a disciple, filling Sarutobi Sasuke with uncontainable joy. "Lord Hashirama, you're not angry?" "Angry? Why would I be? Is it because your son wishes to become a leader?" In stark contrast to Sarutobi Sasuke's cautious demeanor, Hashirama, much like Choshin, waved his hand dismissively. "If your son has the capability to lead, then let him. It matters not whether the leader belongs to the Senju clan. Isn't that the purpose of our village's establishment?" Unlike the artful words of Chenshin, which can ensnare multiple traps in a single phrase, the straightforward Hashirama conveyed his meaning with simplicity. Sarutobi Sasuke, having finally received a definitive answer, could no longer contain his inner joy and excitedly addressed Sarutobi Hisashi. "Hurry and pay your respects to your teacher." Sarutobi Hisashi, being astute, immediately knelt upon receiving this prompt. Teacher Hashirama. Observing the affectionate bond between the master and disciple, Chenshin began to ponder privately. Did Hashirama not hear clearly, or was his straightforward nature at play? If only Tobarama were here, his suspicious nature would surely confirm whether anyone would dare to refuse him. To further validate his thoughts, Chenshin approached and affectionately ruffled Sarutobi Hisashi's hair, then suggested, "Since you are both so jubilant, let us find a place to converse. Surely, as the teacher, you should treat your student to a meal." Upon hearing the mention of treating, Hashirama's face immediately stiffened. After all, if he had the means, he wouldn't need to borrow money. Just as he hesitated to ask for funds with a new disciple, a wallet was tossed into his hands. "Spend it wisely." Feeling the weight of the money, Hashirama chuckled and invited Sarutobi Hisashi. "Let us go, Hisashi. Today the teacher treats." Indeed, the two departed, chatting and laughing, allowing Sarutobi Sasuke to finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Lord Chenshin," he expressed with respect. However, Chenshin felt a twinge of annoyance at Sasuke's reverence. It was one thing for his son to become Hokage, but if he were to emerge and cause trouble, he could not be blamed. With this thought, Chenshin did not hold back and directly requested a reward. "My assistance comes at a cost. Whatever you require, as long as I can manage it, I will certainly comply." Sasuke promised earnestly. "That is precisely what I wished to hear." Chenshin mused, then returned to his study, producing a blank scroll. He swiftly drafted a list of materials and returned to hand it to Sarutobi Sasuke. "Please help me procure the items on this list." Sarutobi Sasuke immediately bowed respectfully and solemnly vowed, "I will ensure that I gather everything you require." "Very well." Chenshin nodded in satisfaction, then promptly dismissed the two. Sasuke held no resentment towards Chenshin's actions. After all, the latter was famously reclusive, and to intrude uninvited would be a breach of etiquette. Moreover, Sasuke had initially feared for the fate of the Sarutobi clan, yet it seemed not only would they survive, but his son might even become a disciple of the god of ninjas. The sensation was akin to receiving an unexpected windfall, leaving him almost lightheaded. Although Chenshin was not his teacher, the connection to Hashirama as a disciple would indeed set the Sarutobi clan on a prosperous path. With his child's issue seemingly resolved, Sasuke knew he could not neglect Lord Chenshin's affairs. However, when he opened the list entrusted to him, he was momentarily dumbfounded. The items included the 5 Elements release, Yin-Yang release, Sharingan, the Ice Clan, and even the Blood Dragon Eye. What a remarkable collection. After marking these items, and the hair he had playfully tousled from Sarutobi Hisashi with special annotations, Chenshin resumed his research on new ninjutsu and the Otsutsuki bloodline. As for Sarutobi Hisashi's peculiarities, Chenshin had no time to address them for now. The impending confrontation with the Uchiha loomed large. The fact that they retained their fighting spirit despite knowing they were employing Chenshin's tactics suggested an unavoidable clash between the two clans. For the sake of his own survival, Enhancing his defensive capabilities took precedence. As for Sarutobi Hisashi, there would be ample time for study once the village was established. Moreover, with Sarutobi Sasuke's support, he could now boldly experiment with ideas that were previously deemed too risky, significantly accelerating the progress of his ninjutsu research. Thus, during the following period, the alliance of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan became acutely aware that the next battle would likely be the ultimate showdown between the two families. Should the Senju emerge victorious, the Uchiha would no longer have the audacity to oppose them. Conversely, if the Uchiha triumphed, the undefeated legend of the god of war would be extinguished, heralding an influx of ninja clans seeking to ally with the Uchiha, which had always been relatively weak yet managed to contend with the Senju. In pursuit of vengeance and survival, both factions diligently prepared for the imminent final conflict. Meanwhile, those minor ninja clans driven away by Qianxing began to widely disseminate tales of the previous battle throughout the ninja world, thus spreading news of Hashirama's strength, Qianxing's strategies, and the Uchiha's possession of numerous tailed beasts. In a bid to avoid retaliation from rival forces, they began to propagate rumors of the Senju clan's establishment of a new alliance organization, aiming to extend their influence over the entire ninja realm. Although other factions regarded such claims with skepticism, the movements of the two most prominent clans, the Senju and Uchiha, captured the attention of many regional powers. Spies from various factions were dispatched, yet they failed to uncover substantial information. Consequently, these spies discreetly surveyed the buffer zone between the Senju and Uchiha clans. And as investigations deepened and data was compiled, the titles of the God of Ninjas and the God of War, the twin deities of Senju, began to resonate throughout the ninja world. With Qianxing's formidable calculations, Hashirama's incredible might, and the Uchiha's tailed beasts comparable to nuclear weaponry, any rise of these extraordinary powers could easily subjugate the remaining factions in the ninja realm. Under the pressure of these two superpowers, other factions felt compelled to form similar alliance organizations. Countless factions vanished during the Senju and Uchiha's preparations for war, while a multitude of alliance organizations emerged amidst the pressures of survival. The intensity of warfare during this period surpassed that of the past millennium, resulting in a clearer delineation of power within the ninja world. Among the more notable alliances were the Thunder Alliance in the northeast, the Water Alliance in the east, the Earth Alliance in the northwest, and the Sand Alliance in the southwest. While numerous other organizations remained, they hardly garnered any prominence. Simultaneously, while vying for territory, everyone was acutely aware not to provoke the Senju and Uchiha during this time. Even as they engaged in external warfare, many sent spies back to the territories of the two clans in hopes of acquiring first-hand information. This led to some factions discovering that the spies, expected to have the highest mortality rates, returned from their missions only to find their homelands had been obliterated. After nearly 3 months of intense warfare, almost all factions wisely ceased their expansion efforts. With the Senju and Uchiha on the verge of conflict, any remaining factions were either resilient, strategic buffer zones, or utterly decimated. In such an enigmatic atmosphere, the ninja world experienced an unusual yet brief interlude of peace. Still in slumber, Qianxing was abruptly roused by Hashirama, who began to chatter. "Get up. The sun is already shining on your backside. Everyone is waiting for you." "What for?" A bewildered Qianxing rubbed his eyes, struggling to recall the significance of the day. "The battle is upon us in a few days. Everyone is eagerly anticipating your strategy. Is that so?" Qianxing mumbled discontentedly and crawled back into the quilt, muttering that such trivial matters could wait until he awoke. Trivial matters? Hashirama seized the collar of Qianxing's pajamas and pulled him out of the bedding once more. The Uchiha had issued a challenge. If we do not act swiftly, how shall we devise our tactical arrangements? How are we to position our forces? All of this requires time, and should we fail to prepare, how shall we engage in battle? Hashirama continued to speak animatedly, yet Qianxing appeared oblivious, still murmuring that he needed just 5 more minutes of sleep. Observing Qianxing's closed eyelids, Hashirama realized that only a more forceful approach might rouse him, so he leaned closer and whispered playfully in Qianxing's ear, "If you do not rise, I shall introduce you to my second uncle's granddaughter for a blind date." The image of a plump girl weighing over 200 pounds appeared in Qianxing's mind, particularly as she shyly gazed at him and blew kisses. This horrifying vision instantly jolted the still sleepy Qianxing awake, banishing his drowsiness. "Really, is that how it is?" He shot a fierce glare at Hashirama, only to find him wearing a nonchalant expression, clearly indicating he was serious about the introduction, which made Qianqing lose his temper entirely. Fine, you win. Let's go. He kicked Hashirama out of the room, hastily donned another outfit, and then followed Hashirama at a leisurely pace to the meeting room where strategies would be discussed. Unlike the previous camp arrangements, the leaders of the ninja clan sat neatly in rows like schoolchildren, all kneeling on tatami mats. At the front, only 3 seats were arranged, one of which was occupied by Tobirama. It went without saying that the remaining 2 were for Hashirama and Qianqing. Chapter 30. You plan to defeat your tactics with mine? This was Qianqing's first visit to this place, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the clan leaders gazing at him with intense anticipation, making him feel quite uneasy. Let us proceed. Hashirama smiled and led the way, and the 2 knelt side by side on the tatami. Now, Qianqing, it is your turn to begin. Huh? Begin what? Ha ha. Qianqing's sudden confusion elicited laughter from the usually serious clan leaders. The more relaxed Qianqing appeared, the more it signified the enemy's vulnerability. Additionally, they were delighted to witness the war god's amusing antics, as their long-cherished aspirations were on the verge of realization. And the Senju Alliance now held the most fertile lands in the ninja world. The principle of to the victor go the spoils had always been their survival mantra. They had witnessed the ongoing changes in the ninja world, and as long as they could defeat the Uchiha, their benefits would be maximized. As for losing, with both Senju gods on their side, they had never entertained such a possibility. Tobirama, maintaining his customary meticulous demeanor, could not bear to see this levity unfold and interjected. Everyone is waiting for your strategy. Oh, that? I thought it was obvious. Qianqing finally realized, and his casual response nearly drove Tobirama to the brink. However, Qianqing paid him no mind. Since he was asked to speak, he would simply share his thoughts. I understand that everyone has been preparing for this battle against the Uchiha for quite some time, so I will outline our forthcoming strategic arrangements. A wave of excitement coursed through the attendees, fearful of missing even a single word. After all, it was the war god's strategy, and any insight gleaned would be invaluable for a lifetime. Tobirama. Qianqing's call left Tobirama perplexed. Yes. Qianqing nodded towards him and continued. Your previous arrangement was quite effective. We shall proceed with the next actions as you previously outlined. Thus, the entire plan is settled. With that, he closed his mouth, ignoring the eager faces around him. Huh? What? Qianqing's abrupt decision left everyone bewildered. If following Tobirama's plan could lead to victory, why convene this meeting at all? Expressions varied. Some were astonished, others wide-eyed. And Hashirama wore a face full of question marks. The most animated was, of course, Tobirama, who felt deeply insulted. Qianqing, this isn't a joke. Huh? Can you not comprehend? Qianqing's retort further deepened their confusion. How could anyone understand this? Tobirama silently raged, sharpening his gaze at Qianqing. Hashirama also attempted to mediate. All right, Qianqing. It was my fault for bringing you in today. I apologize. Please, no more games. Realizing that no one understood his reasoning, Qianqing reluctantly began to explain. The reason for not changing the plan is that I am not familiar with the strengths and synergies among the various clans in the alliance. To rashly alter the strategy would only complicate matters for our own people. Tobirama's meticulously crafted plan, in theory, is already the most optimal. So I see no need to amend it. Do you understand? Although an explanation was provided, some still voiced their doubts, but we lost before. Seeing someone daring to counter him, Qianqing retorted without hesitation, that was because your opponent was me. Now, however, they face me again. If you believe you can outmaneuver the strategy one devised for them, then why consult me? Perhaps you should take the lead? Others wished to argue, but found themselves hesitant. On one hand, even the strategies Qianqing had previously provided had led the Senju Alliance to overwhelming victories. On the other, the opponents who should have been decimated were now capable of challenging the Senju Alliance with Qianqing's assistance. Such a terrifying capability was indeed difficult for them to fathom. Perhaps Lord Qianqing has a special arrangement in mind. They could only comfort themselves internally, even as they began to contemplate how to secure their own clan's escape routes. You plan to defeat your tactics with mine? This feeling of being completely dismissed drove Tobirama to the brink of exasperation. While rearranging was feasible, the vanguard had suffered near total annihilation, and those remaining had been driven away. Thus, let us take action. A representative of the Uzumaki clan raised a hand. Last time we hardly saw any combat, so we shall lead the vanguard this time. However, before the representative could finish, Qianqing interjected with a smile. No need for you. Isn't there still one vanguard left? He pointed at Hashirama, who had been observing the proceedings. With him alone, the vanguard is sufficient. Is that agreeable? Facing Qianqing's assignment, Hashirama beamed with confidence and even gave a thumbs up. No problem. Any objections? Qianqing turned his gaze back to Tobarama, who, though he opened his mouth, ultimately shook his head. Then it is settled. Yes, Lord Hashirama. With Hashirama's command confirmed, this brief tactical discussion, lasting only a few minutes, drew to a close. Uchiha's meeting room. The layout was nearly identical to that of the Senju clan, but unlike the relaxed atmosphere of the defeated Senju, the victorious Uchiha were enveloped in a heavy tension. I trust everyone has reviewed the scrolls. Madara's voice was low yet resonated powerfully, clear to all in the room. Though no one responded, Madara continued his discourse. Having perused the scrolls, it was reasonable to assume that everyone had grasped their contents. If anyone could pinpoint the flaw in the previous strategy, I would immediately resign from my position as clan leader. Under normal circumstances, even if the individuals present acknowledged Madara's correctness, they would likely have uttered some nonsensical retort. Yet, in this moment, after exchanging glances, no one spoke. Were there issues with the scrolls? Again, no one responded. For those who had examined the scrolls were fully capable of besting their former selves with the knowledge they had acquired. Their understanding of warfare and application of tactics transcended the era itself, a veritable masterpiece. Some speculated whether Senju Hashirama had provided such resources to the Uchiha out of sheer boredom, seeking to inject some challenge into the proceedings. What thoughts do you all have? The room resonated solely with Madara's voice. Though he was somewhat weary of those who often hindered progress, but remained silent when action was required. He could only voice his thoughts. The terror of Senju Hashirama was evidently understood by all. Since he was willing to share such knowledge with them, he undoubtedly possessed countermeasures. The dynamics of the ninja world were clear to everyone, with power divisions distinctly outlined. Should we falter, there would be no refuge left for us. Others concurred with Madara's sentiments. Although they could seize a territory now, the Senju clan would assuredly not spare the Uchiha, making this confrontation unavoidable. And as for responding, the battered remnants of the Uchiha had nowhere left to flee. Joining another faction? The proud Uchiha held such alliances in disdain. If they were to join, it would be preferable to ally with the stronger Senju clan. Thus, Madara's words once again captured everyone's attention. I have resolved to engage Hashirama in a duel. Should I prevail, we shall settle our grievances with the Senju clan and depart. Should I lose, we will join their alliance. The sight of the proud Madara yielding astonished those present. Though he wished for alternatives, this was the most prudent course of action he could devise, as it would allow him to avoid falling into Hashirama's trap while preserving the Uchiha's legacy. While some of this was attributable to Hashirama's influence, Madara preferred to reclaim rather than concede. The renewed silence in the room signified the collective sentiment. Witnessing no dissent, Madara rose and departed. After the gathering dispersed, several elders intercepted Izuna as he prepared to leave. Let us converse. Chapter 31. I have not agreed yet. The Hyuga clan served as scouts. The left flank comprised of Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi, while the right was manned by Sarutobi and Shimura, with the central line held by the Senju, and the Uzumaki clan safeguarding the headquarters. As the sole vanguard, Hashirama had already ventured ahead to engage with the Hyuga clan. The Senju alliance maintained the same formations as before, with the only change being the commander now being Hashirama. Clad in black armor and equipped with protective headgear, Hashirama was laden with an array of ninja tools, appearing almost as a mobile supply merchant. Simultaneously, he had summoned elders from the Uzumaki clan, proficient in the use of the Kagura Hard Eye. Though only 3 were present, their exaggerated sensory abilities allowed them to perceive a 10-kilometer radius for an entire day. This time was different from the last. Previously, Madara had been cautious regarding the resources he provided. Even if he could seize the headquarters, he would have held back out of respect for their camaraderie. However, the 2 Senju had now cornered the Uchiha, and although Hashirama did not believe his sister would strike lethally, he could not guarantee the same for others. To avoid a premature demise, Hashirama took every precaution, even placing flying thunder god seals on Tobarama and Hashirama. Observing Hashirama's meticulous preparations, Tobarama could not help but sneer inwardly. Are you truly that afraid of death? Each of these elders is nearing 90. Should any harm befall them in battle, I would be curious to see how you explain it to Mido. We are volunteers. One elder chimed in. smiling as he shielded Hashirama. We would never decline the task of protecting our son-in-law. Indeed, at our age, if we are still of use, we couldn't be happier. Humph, if this old body perishes, then so be it. The elder's explanations caused Hashirama to raise an eyebrow in delight. Their willingness to protect his elder brother while engaging in such banter would surely irk him. You fool. They were referring to you. Tobirama retorted silently, baffled by this individual who had repeatedly bested him, yet remained oblivious to matters of sentiment. Nonetheless, he chose not to comment further, casting one last disdainful glance at Hashirama before departing. Hey, you single dog. Though he could not discern the cause of Tobirama's contempt, the look in his eyes suggested nothing good. In the original narrative, Tobirama remained single throughout his life, thus this insult was entirely fitting. Hashirama, unsatisfied, raised a middle finger at Tobirama's retreating figure, feeling a wave of contentment before resuming his progress under the protection of the main force. The distance to the front lines was not great, and the eager ninjas, who believed they were on the verge of becoming founding heroes, required no urging to reach the encampment in a mere half-day. Yet, before they could settle in, urgent intelligence arrived. My lord, the Uchiha clan leader has approached Lord Hashirama. What? What? Two exclamations of surprise echoed, one laced with shock, the other with elation. The astonishment belonged to the newly arrived Tobirama, while the joy radiated from Hashirama. Tobirama dismissed the comment, but as the commander, Hashirama was perpetually the focus of attention. Well, I merely think that we might resolve this conflict without even engaging in battle. Humph. Tobirama scoffed, then spoke. How can we trust the Uchiha? My brother is far too reckless. No, we must issue orders for an immediate assault. However, as Tobirama turned to initiate the attack, he found no movement behind him. All eyes in the tent were fixed upon Hashirama, who now occupied the commander's desk. The awkwardness was palpable, an embarrassing silence enveloping him. Trapped in a moment of indecision, Tobirama felt a flush of humiliation. To alleviate Tobirama's discomfort, Hashirama felt compelled to speak. There's no rush. You all know my brother's capabilities. The absence of commotion indicates that no battle has commenced, correct? Hashirama directed his inquiry toward the messenger ninja, who promptly affirmed, Yes, Lord Hashirama, they are merely conversing at the front and have yet to engage. See, if you go, you might cause trouble. Hashirama replied matter-of-factly, I will handle this. Tobirama, you keep an eye on this place and refrain from engaging until I return. With that, Hashirama sensed where his brother was located and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport directly to him, entirely oblivious to the storm brewing in Tobirama's expression. Even if he had noticed, it would not have mattered. Hi, yo. Before Hashirama could fully greet, he found himself on the receiving end of two fists. Bang! Bang! Hastily retracting his hands into a defensive posture spared him from a direct hit. Yet, even with the suddenness of the attack, Hashirama was still sent flying several meters. Fortunately, due to regular practice in martial arts, I was not easily knocked to the ground. Is that so? Qianqing mumbled in dissatisfaction, though it was merely a casual remark. Judging from the force he felt on his arm, it was undoubtedly Hashirama and Madara. Rubbing the spot where he was struck, Qianqing noticed the two feigning nonchalance. You two are quite excessive, aren't you? If it weren't for my quick reflexes, I could have been turned into a panda. Realizing this matter could not be concealed, Hashirama and Madara exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. The rapport between the two left Qianqing somewhat disgruntled, yet he felt too shy to voice his feelings. So he shifted their attention. What were you discussing just now? As anticipated, upon hearing his words, their laughter ceased instantly. I merely wished to duel Hashirama. A duel? Qianqing was perplexed by this development. It was supposed to be a prearranged fight, so how had it transformed into a duel? Sensing Qianqing's confusion, Madara began to elucidate. In a brawl, we Uchiha could never prevail against you. I refuse to believe you Haven Tea kept a backup plan with the gifts you provided. Flattered by Madara's praise, Qianqing felt a twinge of embarrassment, especially since he had no contingency plans. He had decided that only Hashirama would engage in this battle, while the others would serve merely as cheerleaders. After all, Hashirama could already utilize Sage Mode, which meant that the slug had surely signed a contract. Should Hashirama exhaust his chakra, the main camp still had a plethora of Uzumaki clan charging devices, which could transmit chakra through the slug's unique properties. Thus, Hashirama's stamina would be assured, and it was even possible that he could unleash true Thousand Hands during this period. However, Madara was oblivious to these intricacies. Seeing Qianqing's demeanor made him believe he had deciphered the other's thoughts. Reluctantly, Madara continued, "Since we cannot win, the Uchiha will not easily concede defeat. Thus we must resort to this method. If Hashirama wins, our Uchiha clan will join your Senju and assist in establishing your village. But if I win..." Madara paused momentarily, and for a fleeting moment, his typically carefree expression revealed a hint of panic, but it quickly reverted, unnoticed by anyone except Qianqing, who was intently observing him. "You must help us Uchiha find a way out." "I agree." Recognizing Madara's underlying intentions, Qianqing eagerly acquiesced to his terms, winking at Madara, which caused him to avert his gaze in embarrassment before turning his attention to Hashirama. "Hold on. This matter shouldn't be solely my responsibility. Hashirama, you must win this duel. If you fail, I will assign Tobarama to a remote location for a month." "You're merely moving Tobarama. What does that have to do with me? If Tobarama is absent, I'll have to deal with all those troublesome matters." "No way." Qianqing paid little heed to Hashirama's complaints, as his mind was already envisioning how to arrange the Uchiha in the aftermath. However, while he pondered, he couldn't help but gaze at Madara, causing him to feel quite flustered again. "Hurry back." "All right." Qianqing promptly activated Flying Thunder God and vanished from the spot, leaving behind a now composed Madara and an increasingly desperate Hashirama pleading for Qianqing's mercy. "I haven't agreed yet." Chapter 32. Showboating without spending a dime. As soon as Qianqing materialized using Flying Thunder God, he narrowly evaded an attack from the opposing side. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and kicked the adversary away before they could strike. With a forceful kick, the opponent was sent flying into the crowd before they could even mount a defense. Upon witnessing one of their own being launched, the others were about to retaliate when they recognized the figure of their enemy. "Lord Qianqing?" Qianqing instinctively replied, only to realize that a throng of messengers had gathered before him, clearly readying for battle. "What are you doing, Qianqing?" Tobarama's furious roar echoed throughout the camp, and Qianqing suddenly remembered that he had just kicked someone. "Tobarama, oh, it's you. No wonder the kick felt so satisfying. I genuinely apologize. You scoundrel." The series of provocations had shattered Tobarama's typically stoic demeanor. "You placed the Flying Thunder God seal on me, yet you didn't recognize me? I suspect this was intentional. I swear, it was not deliberate." Qianqing truly hadn't meant to kick Tobarama, although he had just exchanged a few words with Madara. Those moments had left him captivated by her alluring, bashful visage. At that moment, Qianqing had no other thoughts. "You." Just as Tobarama was about to confront Qianqing, the others quickly intervened to dissuade him. "Forget it, Lord Tobarama." Lord Qianqing surely did not mean any harm. Yes, the priority now should be to win this battle. Perhaps Lord Qianqing has brought back crucial intelligence. Indeed, once we secure victory, Lord Qianqing will certainly provide a thorough explanation. Their collective voices of persuasion, coupled with concerns for Hashirama's safety, prompted Tobarama to take a deep breath and suppress his ire. "My brother," he boom, boom, boom. The relentless sounds of explosions reverberated from outside, the familiar yet terrifying tremors unmistakably emanating from Hashirama and Madara. The tremors reached the main camp several kilometers away, and to the onlookers, it was evident that both sides were unleashing their full power. As an overly protective younger brother, Tobarama could not stand idly by while his sibling was attacked. "Have they already begun fighting? Why have I not received any word? Quickly, prepare to assist my brother." Tobarama instinctively issued commands to the messengers, casting a glare at Qianqing in the process. The messengers, realizing that the battle had already ignited, were genuinely a bit flustered. Upon hearing Tobarama's orders, they instinctively began to move outward. Yet, in the next moment, Qianqing halted them. "Stand down. No one is permitted to act without my command. Furthermore, until the outcome between Madara and Hashirama is determined, no one is allowed to intervene or face military consequences." None understood Qianqing's intentions, including Tobarama. "Qianqing, what do you mean?" Upon hearing Tobarama call him by his full name, Qianqing recognized that he was genuinely furious. After all, being addressed by his full name typically indicated either a stranger or someone familiar, with the latter often being his mother. Although aware that Tobarama had reached his limit, Qianqing was reluctant to yield. "Are you foolish? Can't you see it has escalated to this point?" Faced with Qianqing's taunts, Tobarama remained silent. But his hand instinctively moved toward his ninja tool pouch, clearly indicating he was ready to fight if Qianqing did not clarify. All right, I concede to your demands. Chinching said, feigning a semblance of apprehension. I didn't plan for others to engage in battle from the very beginning. Tobarama was nearing his breaking point, feeling utterly outwitted by Chinching, who had always been perceived as clever. In contrast, he felt like an idiot unable to retort. Consequently, Tobarama resolved to express his feelings through more direct actions. Hey, don't draw your weapon. I'll explain. Chinching hurriedly reassured Tobarama and promptly began his explanation. You've considered the strategy of winning without battle, but there's one aspect you may have overlooked, the changes within the ninja world. Allowing the Uchiha to triumph is the first step. The second is to expel those inferior ninja clans. Now that we've reached this point, you should understand the resulting implications. Changes within the ninja world? Tobarama murmured as he processed Chinching's words, then suddenly looked up with an expression of disbelief. Are you implying that the entire transformation of the ninja world is part of your grand design? Indeed. The audacious Chihoshi revealed a confident smile, readily acknowledging the truth of the matter. At this juncture, it was possible to coerce the Uchiha into a final confrontation, which raised an essential question. Did we possess a strategy to counter Uchiha's previous tactics? Boom, boom, boom. The battle outside involving Hashirama raged on fiercely, yet at this moment, Tobarama was no longer anxious. Instead, he began to contemplate Chihoshi's words. The only one capable of confronting Madara was Hashirama, and only he could withstand the tailed beast's nuclear explosion. While the tailed beasts could now be sealed, their self-detonation was truly insurmountable. Although Tobarama had confidence in Hashirama's strength, if Hashirama became distracted while protecting the alliance, he might very well fall to Madara's hand. This tactic of ambush, where one could advance or retreat, had been pondered by Tobarama and a few high-ranking alliance members for months, yet no viable solution had emerged. Thus, Tobarama found himself compelled to inquire, so? Chihoshi then exhibited a sly grin. If they believe I possess an advantage, they will hesitate to confront us directly, since they dare not engage. The other ninja clans will naturally become irrelevant. However, the proud Uchiha would certainly not relinquish their stance so easily. Thus, only one outcome remains. Considering the situation from the Uchiha's perspective, the answer left Tobarama feeling deflated, akin to a balloon losing air. A duel to determine victory against my brother. Correct. Chihoshi's tone, reminiscent of encouraging words, might have incensed Tobarama on a typical day. Yet, memories of past events flooded his mind, connecting the entire situation. In an instant, he felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. How could this be? The realization of a scheme that had persisted for months, affecting the entire ninja world, sent chills down his spine. No, it was not merely months. The scrolls he had given to the Uchiha would take years to inscribe. If that were the case, then Tobarama abruptly turned his gaze toward Chihoshi, finally recognizing the terror of the god of war. This extraordinary and unfathomable calculative ability made Tobarama acutely aware of the Uchiha clan's predicament. To fight? But my best tactics are merely borrowed from others, and this strategy might very well be a trap. To refrain from battle? That too may be part of their plan. With a chill coursing through him, Tobarama instinctively swallowed to moisten his throat. This mechanical response jolted him back from his shock. At this moment, he realized that not only was his back soaked, but he also harbored an inexplicable fear of the usually laid-back and irreverent Chihoshi. Inside the tent, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Tobarama instinctively turned his head, only to discover that not just he, but those around him, including the messenger ninjas and the elders of the Uzumaki clan, were equally stunned, mouths agape, frozen in place. Clearly, they too were astonished by Chihoshi's plan. Seeing the significant improvement in his persuasive abilities filled Chihoshi with pride, yet he did not forget the pressing matters at hand. We must swiftly notify the other ninja clans to refrain from interfering in Hashirama's battle and release the Nine Tails. Yes, the responding messenger, shaken from his stupor, immediately dashed towards the positions of the various forces, excitement bubbling within him despite the shock. After swallowing hard to calm his racing heart, Tobarama was now wholly convinced of Chihoshi's martial prowess, even feeling that Chihoshi's influence might surpass that of his own brother. This unpredictability loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, and Tobarama felt that should he oppose Chihoshi, his very spirit might shatter. Thankfully, he was currently on their side. With a sigh of relief, Tobarama continued, "Is there anything else?" I have no grand plans whatsoever. While contemplating this, Chihoshi maintained an enigmatic smile, embodying the principle of appearing impressive without expense. Can you guess? Chapter 33, Kill. Boom, boom, boom. The towering wooden Buddha and the colossal Susanoo clashed. Devoid of flashy ninjutsu attacks or evasions, their fists striking each other in a brutal exchange that unleashed tremendous destructive power, altering the surrounding environment and terrain. The two strongest ninja in the world, unrestrained by concerns, unleashed their might, showcasing the true value of the first and second ninja clans to the spies of other factions. Is this a trick? How could this be? Previously, they had questioned the title of God of Ninjas, but now they were convinced of its absolute authenticity. They were almost ready to call their leader to witness the divine. Moreover, the Uchiha, who could stand toe-to-toe with the God of Ninjas, garnered equal attention. In the past, they believed the Uchiha's claims of being the foremost clan in the ninja world were mere arrogance, yet now, enduring so long against the Senju alliance, their status might indeed hold merit. After all, the Uchiha lacked the multitude of allies that the Senju possessed. This explosive news was relayed by the spies with utmost urgency, all while they cautiously retreated, aware that even a slight brush with the aftermath of battle could be fatal. Though the spies had long resigned themselves to the whims of fate, who among them wished for death, yet the two combatants, lost in their fierce struggle, paid no mind to the thoughts of others. The opportunity to unleash their chakra to its fullest had been a long-awaited experience. Ha! Madara laughed heartily, reveling in the exhilarating combat that made her blood boil. Hashirama, you truly are the opponent I have sought my entire life. Encountering you is a true delight. Hashirama, equally exhilarated, felt that this battle would finally fulfill a long-held aspiration, thus his spirits soared alongside Madara's. Indeed, you are correct. Our rapid progress to this moment is entirely due to Chihoshi's efforts. Once this battle concludes, we shall drink heartily together. Madara felt a surge of pride at the mention of Chihoshi, for he was a figure she had recognized, a testament to her discerning vision. However, she queried, "But how do you believe you can triumph over me?" Faced with Madara's skepticism, Hashirama merely smiled slightly. "Shall we give it our all?" Madara was well aware that Hashirama had a hidden ace, for her shadow clone had relayed all the information pertaining to their confrontation. Aware of this, Madara, undeterred, had her own countermeasures. A smile graced Madara's face, though it bore a proud and arrogant mien, contrasting with Hashirama's gentleness. Very well. The two exchanged glances before unleashing their most formidable techniques. Sage Mode. Summoning Technique. Hashirama's eyes shimmered with a sudden brilliance, his chakra harmoniously balanced, devoid of the earlier chaotic energy. Meanwhile, the just-released Nine Tails, believing itself to have escaped, found itself summoned once more. Damn Uchiha! The Nine Tails began to protest. But before it could finish, Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan ensnared it, an event that Hashirama observed keenly. Ha ha, Madara, it seems your Nine Tails is rather disobedient. Upon hearing Hashirama's taunts, Madara glared at him as if he had stepped on her tail. You better not regret it when I make you cry. Seeing Madara recalling events from their childhood, Hashirama realized that his opponent had finally unshackled his heart. In that moment, Hashirama felt as if he were gazing upon the Madara of years past. I have grown, Madara declared, not one to shy away from Hashirama's bravado. I can reach the other shore as well. At that instant, both adversaries appeared to revert to their youthful selves from over a decade ago. They exchanged knowing smiles, and without further ado, charged towards one another. Wood Release. Wood Dragon Technique. Susanoo. A majestic wood dragon emerged behind the wood Buddha, while the Nine Tails was enveloped within the protective embrace of Susanoo. With preparations complete, both combatants, seemingly in sync, rushed towards each other. Two souls, entangled for millennia, found themselves devoid of hatred or barriers. Only elation and the exhilarating anticipation of dreams about to be realized. Boom. The two clashed once more, engaging in a tumultuous battle of strikes, grapples, and fierce exchanges. Their unyielding efforts expanded the scope of devastation, transforming the very landscape around them. Quick. The previous intelligence was flawed. We have gravely underestimated the true strength of the Senju and Uchiha. Just as the clash between Hashirama and Madara escalated to chaotic heights, a team stealthily approached the perimeter of the Senju clan's defenses. Lord Chikage, we have a situation. Is there truly someone daring enough to approach? Before Chikage could respond, Tobarama had already shouted out. setting aside the catastrophic potential of Hashirama and Madara's battle. The necessity to preserve the alliance between the Senju and Uchiha dictated that their duel remain undisturbed. Chikage shared this sentiment. But given that even the legendary twin gods of the Senju could not contain their opponents, it signaled that the newcomers were formidable. Thus, he inquired further. Can you ascertain who approaches? The elder of the Uzumaki clan, though visibly perplexed, replied earnestly, they are Uchiha, and all are skilled warriors. Skilled warriors? Chikage and Tobarama exchanged grave glances, apprehending the seriousness of the situation. This could escalate quickly. Tobarama, take a few men to investigate and ascertain the truth. Only engage if absolutely necessary. Should anything go awry, I will dispatch reinforcements immediately. We cannot allow them to disrupt the battle between Hashirama and Madara. Understood. Tobarama, fully aware of the gravity of the matter, swiftly gathered a contingent and set off towards the location of the Uchiha indicated by the Uzumaki. Let us hope no trouble arises, Chikage murmured, subsequently mobilizing personnel. For a ninja, a few kilometers was hardly a distance, particularly under the full sprint of Tobarama's squad. Within mere minutes, they intercepted the Uchiha. However, upon seeing the newcomers, Tobarama found himself momentarily bewildered. Uchiha Izuna, what is the meaning of this? Your sister and my brother are engaged in combat, yet you dare to attempt a sneak attack? It is you, Izuna exclaimed, recognizing Tobarama as if fate had conspired against them. Yet, after expressing this sentiment, Izuna showed no desire for further discourse. With a slight smirk, he unsheathed his long blade. Kill. Chapter 34. The Death of Chikage, Part 1. Damn Uchiha. Tobarama's roar echoed across the battlefield, both a release of his fury and a warning to his comrades. To alleviate the pressure on his allies, Tobarama drew his sword and surged forward to confront Izuna. Clang! Two warriors of nearly equal prowess clashed, as if guided by destiny, while their companions swiftly found their own opponents. Chaos erupted. Scoundrel! As he faced the treacherous Uchiha, Tobarama instinctively began to ponder their motives, but the thought dissipated almost immediately, replaced by a taunt. You will not succeed, for you cannot fathom the terror of Chikage. Is that so? Izuna retorted dismissively, clearly underestimating both Tobarama and Chikage. Seeing such contempt for Chikage elicited a quiet laugh from Tobarama. Soon, you shall weep. However, just as Tobarama's self-satisfied thoughts took root, he realized that all his comrades had been incapacitated. How is this possible? Our numbers far exceeded theirs. Tobarama could scarcely believe his eyes. The Senju were renowned for their physical prowess, yet now, without a hint of ninjutsu being employed, the enemy had achieved this remarkable feat, and not a single one of them appeared injured. With a sudden surge of strength, Tobarama forced Izuna back a step, allowing him to survey the battlefield. 3 tomo. Every one of them possesses 3 tomo. The scene before Tobarama left him astounded, for based on the Senju's understanding of the Uchiha, apart from Madara, there were only a handful of others with such power. The number of those 3 tomo warriors precisely matched the number of enemies he faced. A surge of dread washed over Tobarama. It dawned upon him that the Uchiha had deployed their elite forces, and with such a small number present, it could only mean one thing: a strategy involving tailed beasts, coupled with decapitation tactics. Although Tobarama knew Chikage would be prepared, the Uchiha's brazen assault hinted at potential ulterior motives. Moreover, Chikage and his brother's inexplicable trust in the Uchiha suggested that Chikage had become their prime target. To Tobarama, the Senju alliance had reached this critical juncture thanks to Chikage's invaluable contributions. Without Chikage, the Uchiha, armed with his strategies, could tip the scales of victory. Chikage was likely monitoring the battlefield here. Regardless, he needed to convey this information. With this in mind, Tobarama called out to Izuna, if you aim to confront Chikage, do not harbor delusions. That man's intellect far surpasses your meager capabilities. Otherwise, do you think the title god of war was bestowed upon him by mere chance? As Tobarama taunted, he delayed, unwilling to concede that the Uchiha might engage in warfare against the Senju. Chikage's significance far outweighed his own logistical role. He would gladly sacrifice himself to ensure Chikage remained unharmed. Yet before Izuna could respond, Tobarama sensed a familiar spatial fluctuation materializing beside him. Tobarama, are you once again speaking ill of me? Chikage's playful yet slightly mischievous voice resonated across the battlefield, causing those Uchiha who intended to besiege Tobarama to momentarily pause. However, it was not only the Uchiha who were taken aback. Both Tobarama and Chikage were equally stunned. "You fool! Why did you come here alone?" Tobarama scolded Chikage in exasperation, having just been boasting about him, only to find Chikage had appeared unaccompanied. How could they manage under such circumstances? "I had no idea it would turn out this way," Chikage weakly retorted, having rushed over upon learning that Izuna was among the newcomers, eager to foster a connection with his future brother-in-law without any entourage. After all, Tobarama had brought along a considerable number of people. Meanwhile, Tobarama was left bewildered by Chikage's actions, interpreting his display of vulnerability as a potential ruse. "Do not show weakness. The adversaries before us are all formidable experts wielding the three-tomo Sharingan. The moment an opportunity arises, they will employ the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, and I fear I cannot withstand their might." However, before Tobarama could finish his thought, Uchiha had already sealed this space with a binding technique. This predicament is dire. With the space sealed, it signifies that the Flying Thunder God technique cannot be utilized. Deprived of such a powerful surprise attack ninjutsu, it is hard to say whether I can contend with even a single Uchiha, let alone a dozen with their three-tomo Sharingan. Otherwise, why would Tobarama have dedicated time to researching so many forbidden techniques? It appears we can only hold out until reinforcements arrive. Alas, it seems there will be no reinforcements. Qianqing shrugged helplessly. "When I came here, I specifically instructed them not to follow. How could they disregard my intelligence?" Though he wished to express his frustration towards Qianqing, Tobarama ultimately restrained himself. After taking a deep breath, his gaze was resolute. "I will hold them off. You look for an opportunity to escape." Yet, before Qianqing could respond, Izuna, who had been observing for some time, finally spoke. "You are Qianqing?" "Yes." "The original body?" "Indeed." "Very well, I acknowledge you." Izuna nodded in satisfaction at Qianqing, while the other Uchiha exchanged knowing glances, leaving Qianqing and Tobarama somewhat bewildered. However, before they could ponder further, the Uchiha collectively charged towards them. "Kill!" There was no time for contemplation. Qianqing and Tobarama immediately executed their ultimate techniques. Jinjutsu, Dark Pursuit Technique. A thick, black substance spread outwards as if animated, targeting the Uchiha. This Jinjutsu, developed specifically against the Sharingan, not only deprived the Uchiha of their visual perception, but also rendered their ability to perceive chakra flow ineffective. However, Jinjutsu is ultimately still Jinjutsu. It fares well in one-on-one situations, but in a multitude, the efficacy diminishes, especially against Uchiha, who possess high resistance to illusions. The mutual assistance among comrades disrupted the flow of chakra within both parties, although this caused a slight physical rigidity. Losing visual awareness during a confrontation with skilled adversaries constituted a far graver disadvantage. Earth Style, Earth Flow River. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth Style, Earth Flow Spear. With Tobarama's body and 2 shadow clones, Qianqing unleashed 3 consecutive Earth-style techniques, creating a rift that tore through the enemy's attacks and directly leading to the demise of 6 Uchiha. This was surprisingly effortless. Chapter 35. The Death of Qianqing, Part 2. Qianqing's intention was merely to repel the foes, for those before him were Uchiha with 3-tomo Sharingan. They emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, and were certainly no ordinary opponents, having likely encountered Tobarama's Dark Pursuit technique before. Yet, the poor performance of the adversaries instilled doubt within Qianqing. What is happening? However, before Qianqing could grasp the situation, Tobarama made his move once again. Water Style, Water Cutter Wave. A tremendous volume of water surged forth from Tobarama's mouth, forming a high-pressure column that relentlessly sliced through its targets. This chakra-infused water cannon could cut through metal and pierce through enemies like bullets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of water cutter waves struck nearly all remaining Uchiha, causing them to fall helplessly. As they collapsed, Tobarama sensed something amiss. Qianqing, this. Yet before they could exchange words, Izuna lunged at Tobarama, brandishing a long blade. Damn it! Wait. Without time for further thought, Tobarama raised his own sword to counter Izuna's strike. Sparks did not fly as anticipated during the confrontation. Izuna inexplicably halted at the last moment. The sharp blade grazed Izuna's chest, instantly inflicting a grievous wound. Blood gushed forth from Izuna's injury, and Qianqing rushed forward to catch the faltering Izuna. Green chakra illuminated Qianqing's hands as he began to heal Izuna's wound. A torrent of blood flowed from Izuna's mouth, yet he managed to smile. There's no need to waste your energy. Do not speak, Qianqing urged, soothing Izuna's spirit. Though the injury was grave, timely intervention could still save his life. However, Izuna shook his head and said intermittently, just take care of my sister in the future. Upon hearing Izuna's words, Qianqing understood the underlying intention. This group of Uchiha had not come seeking trouble, but rather to meet their demise. Be silent. If you do not attend my wedding with your sister, she will surely regret it. Is that so? At this moment, Izuna did not quietly await treatment, but smiled weakly as he gazed at the azure sky. I'm sorry, brother-in-law, for causing you trouble. Though your address of me as brother-in-law brings me joy, your pursuit of death complicates matters. Observing Izuna's determination for self-destruction, Qianqing swiftly cast a genjutsu to render him unconscious, preventing further disruption to the healing process. With meticulous care, Qianqing repaired the wound, leveraging his ample anatomical knowledge obtained from previous studies, ultimately pulling Izuna back from the brink of death. Breathing steadily yet pale, Izuna prompted a sigh of relief from Qianqing. Yet, upon raising his gaze, he found Tobarama's eyes aflame with fury. What is going on? This was the first time Qianqing witnessed Tobarama in such a state of rage. His typically stoic visage had contorted with anger. Isn't it obvious? Qianqing continued to treat Izuna. They must have concluded that Madara would lose. So in order for the Uchiha to better integrate into the new organization and to prevent the Senju from retaliating against them, these formidable individuals have come to offer themselves as sacrifices. With the threat of the Uchiha neutralized, they would no longer pose a danger to the village or the Senju. Realizing he had secured Izuna's support, Qianqing felt confident that Madara could not escape, and thus he jested lightly. As for why they came to meet their demise only after I arrived, it's likely either because they believe I am a person of integrity, and dying by my hand would not tarnish their reputation, or perhaps it simply indicates that you are too weak. Ha ha ha. That is not what I meant. Tobarama continued to interrogate angrily. I am inquiring about your relationship with Uchiha Madara. Seeing the predatory expression on Tobarama's face, Qianqing could only attempt to placate him. Easy, take a breath. Don't you think that once we establish our village, the best way to foster harmony between the Senju and Uchiha is through marriage? And since we are to unite in matrimony, it is only proper that both sides select prominent representatives. Since Hashirama's marriage cannot occur, they would not regard you as worthy. After much consideration, I reluctantly take on this role as the representative. As for the Uchiha, it naturally should be Madara. Observing Qianqing's mischievous demeanor, Tobarama discerned that Qianqing and Madara likely already shared a secret relationship. Indeed, the current predicament may well have been orchestrated by Qianqing himself. How long has this been going on between you two? Do you remember how I often went out with Hashirama when we were young? Back then, it was as Qianqing recounted, memories from the past flashed through Tobarama's mind like a rapid slideshow, leading him to a terrifying conclusion. If Ban wins, it is feared that he will ruthlessly eliminate us. Should we lose our elder brother, it is likely that Qianqing will lead the remaining members to surrender to the Uchiha. Conversely, if our elder brother prevails, they may pursue a marriage alliance. And given Qianqing's current age, it is conceivable that he could ultimately outlast his own elder brother. Regardless of the path taken, Qianqing shall emerge as the ultimate victor. As for the position of the second-generation leader following Hashirama's victory, Tobarama does not believe his prestige can rival that of the god of war. All of Qianqing's actions become crystal clear in Tobarama's eyes, and in an instant, the feelings of betrayal and fear surge within him. No, I cannot allow my elder brother's dreams to be forsaken by this individual. With this thought, Tobarama gazes at Qianqing, his eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. Surely, this is excessive. It was merely a jest. However, at that moment, Qianqing remains oblivious to Tobarama's vivid imagination, muttering a few words before returning his focus to Izuna's treatment. Death. The long blade pierced through the heart, and even the one being treated, Izuna, fell victim to this attack. Blood surged from Qianqing's mouth. He had never anticipated that even with Tobarama guarding his side, he could still be ambushed from behind. Yet, when Qianqing turned to confront his assailant, disbelief overtook him. Tobarama, how could it be you? Why not me? Tobarama roared with fury at Qianqing, declaring that he would not allow you to snatch away his elder brother's dreams and everything he stood for. With his heart pierced, Qianqing lacked the strength to remove the blade, and even his speech became fragmented. What are you saying? Huh? Seeing Qianqing still unwilling to speak the truth, Tobarama coldly smirked. You must understand what I mean. Take your ridiculous ambition and descend into hell alongside Uchiha Izuna. Without waiting for Qianqing's explanation, Tobarama twisted the blade in his hand, shattering Qianqing's heart. Having lost his heart, Qianqing felt his strength drain away, his eyelids growing unbearably heavy, rendering him unable to open them. Yet, just before succumbing to the darkness, he silently cursed Tobarama within. Damn Tobarama, do not let me find the opportunity to return. Chapter 36. I, Hu Huan-san, have returned. The scenery of the forest rushed past beneath their eyelids, yet none among the group traversing forward appreciated the beauty. Instead, they swiftly maneuvered through the branches of the trees, consuming military rations to replenish their strength while keeping a vigilant watch. Clearly, this group was fleeing for their lives. After fleeing for half a day, these utterly exhausted individuals had no choice but to pause for a brief respite and strategize, for with their current stamina, being caught by the enemy could lead to their annihilation. Lord Hokage, inquired a young ninja clad in armor, possessing a righteous visage and red hair, addressing a middle-aged man in blue armor with cold white hair about their next course of action. What should we do now? The man known as Hokage appeared equally troubled, as he had initially believed they were merely attending a conference, only to be ambushed like mere fodder, barely escaping with their lives. This group comprised Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been attacked by the brothers Kin and Jin from the Hidden Cloud village. With the elder brother recently slain, how dare they act so brazenly? When did Konoha, the foremost village of the shinobi world, become a soft target to be manipulated at will? Indignation aside, Tobarama, as Hokage and mentor, could not show any sign of panic. Otherwise, his disciples would only become more agitated. However, as the enemy drew near, Tobarama sensed their numbers and began to respond. There are 20 of them. Is this the elite force of Kin? Upon hearing the disparity in numbers, a bespectacled woman expressed her frustration helplessly. Including Lord Hokage, we only have 7. Damn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his fist into the ground, venting his despair. If only that esteemed individual were still alive. That esteemed individual? A companion inquired, confused, as it seemed an inevitable defeat loomed. Escaping unscathed would likely require divine intervention. Yes, the one known as the God of War, Qianqing Senju. His insights into the dynamics of the shinobi world and his strategic prowess far exceed ordinary comprehension. If he were here, perhaps there would be a chance. As Hiruzen spoke, admiration shone in his eyes, oblivious to the growing chill in Tobarama's expression. Indeed, had that esteemed individual still been alive, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he could have sensed our predicament in advance, not to mention. Upon hearing Qianqing's name, the others unanimously echoed their agreement, as those who could become Tobarama's disciples were either born into prominent clans or exceptionally diligent learners. After all, these individuals were the ones Tobarama had high hopes for, groomed as future Hokage, and Qianqing's strategic acumen had become an essential part of their education. Enough. Tobarama abruptly interrupted the conversation. No more irrelevant chatter. Have any of you devised a viable plan? Faced with Tobarama's inquiry, the group exchanged glances, instinctively falling into silence, which only exacerbated Tobarama's frustration. Originally, he had merely intended to expose these students to the world, preparing them for their future as the third Hokage. But they had instead been ambushed by the enemy. While Tobarama did not fear death, should they all perish, Konoha might plunge into chaos without a leader. At that point, they would not only be unable to retaliate, but might even find themselves laughing amidst internal strife. With this in mind, Tobarama clenched his teeth, resolved to act as bait. However, someone was quicker than him. As Tobarama was about to speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward. Lord Hokage, given the current situation, someone must serve as bait. Allow me to take on that role. You can disguise yourself as me and escape with the others. Seeing Hiruzen's resolve, the others immediately began to dissuade him. Hiruzen, don't be foolish, you'll die? Yet their pleas did little to sway Hiruzen's determination. Do not worry, despite my self-assured demeanor, I am the strongest among you. I will not perish. With that, Hiruzen turned to a woman beside him with an X-shaped scar on her chin. Tunzang, I entrust everyone to you. Silence. Tunzang angrily swatted Hiruzen's hand away, exclaiming, Be quiet. I was going to volunteer, do not act recklessly. Allow me to be the bait. As the disciples vied for the sacrificial role, Tobarama felt a surge of emotion. However, as Hokage, he bore the pride of his position. Moreover, after a period of recuperation, The shinobi clans of Konoha had grown prosperous, yet it was precisely this prosperity that made the proud clans resistant to accepting anyone outside of the current disciples. Before him, Sarutobi and Tunzang stood as the most exceptional among them. Should something go awry, not only would there be no time to cultivate a new successor to the Hokage, but Tobirama himself questioned whether he would survive the next battle. For the sake of Konoha's legacy, to ensure his elder brother's dreams were not trampled, and for the future of the village, Tobirama made a decisive choice. Since you are all willing to sacrifice your lives for my safety, I shall not concern myself with my reputation. As he spoke, Tobirama did not wait for others to react and began to form seals on his own. The summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. With a clap of his hands, a seal array instantly manifested upon the ground, and soon after, a coffin, engraved with the character Chin, slowly emerged from the earth. Is that esteemed person? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, having never witnessed this jutsu before. Yet he recognized the coffin. Just as the others speculated about the purpose of summoning a coffin, its lid was suddenly kicked off. Bang! The heavy coffin lid was launched several dozen meters away, and the surface of the coffin was engulfed in a cloud of dust. Step, step! The sound of footsteps emerged from the dust, causing the hearts of the onlookers to race. After all, the coffin undoubtedly contained a corpse. And the thought of a corpse moving under the control of a jutsu was a notion that exceeded their comprehension of the dark arts. Tobirama remained indifferent. If it were his brother Hashirama's corpse, he would certainly refrain from disturbing it. But this? Merely a traitor, so be it. As the dust settled, the silhouette within the coffin gradually revealed its features. With a handsome visage, a tall stature, clad in black armor and long, dark hair. Despite the ceramic-like cracks adorning its body, the confident and audacious smile conveyed an unsettling charm. Casting a glance at Tobirama and the youthful group surrounding him, Chinching briefly recalled the narrative before realizing, with this body now limited to sight and hearing, the situation at hand. Ha ha ha. I, who Hansen, have returned. Ha ha ha. Chapter 37. You are doomed. Observing the familiar figure lost in wild laughter, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself perplexed by the circumstances. Lord Hokage, what is happening? Who is Hansen? Tobirama himself remained baffled. Not only was he unfamiliar with this Hansen, but this body also belonged to Chinching. Just as Tobirama contemplated dispelling the technique due to potential miscalculations, Chinching ceased his laughter and turned his gaze toward Tobirama. Tobirama, it's you? It seems you've been cornered. Let me guess, it must be the people from the Lightning Alliance, right? Chinching's words left Tobirama's students dumbfounded, as top students. They understood that Chinching referred to the pre-village designation for what was now known as Kumogakure. They had faced an assault from the Kumogakure's Jin and In forces during the alliance ceremony between the Raikage and Hokage after the Great Ninja War. For a person who died over a decade ago to accurately describe their current predicament showcased an uncanny deductive ability, one that was likely unique in the entire ninja world. Is this the power of the god of war? Observing his disciples' astonished expressions, Tobirama wished to restrain them but refrained. For the ability of a dead man to deduce their plight while he, a living individual, could not, would only serve to make him appear foolish. This reaffirmed one crucial fact. The being before him was undoubtedly that rascal, Senju Chinching. I have a matter for which I require your assistance. Despite recognizing his own shortcomings, Tobirama's tone remained humble, yet he did not relinquish his desire to control Chinching, knowing that once controlled, the mind of the controlled often became muddled. What he required was Chinching's agile intellect. Needless to say, you are doomed. Upon hearing Chinching's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately began to explain. Lord Chinching, Hokage-sama merely, wait. Chinching suddenly interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticing that aside from himself, Tobirama, and Hiruzen, all present were women. Tobirama, are you gathering disciples, or a harem? You actually managed to find yourself a partner? Tobirama, taken aback by Chinching's incredulous expression, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It was one thing to say such things in life, but to be resurrected only to hear this was absurd. They are all my disciples. So, it's a harem then? Is it amusing to bully the younger generation? TSK. Chinching scoffed, disregarding the visibly displeased Tobirama, and turned his attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen. You are Sarutobi Hiruzen? Feeling somewhat awkward, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed the back of his head. They are all my classmates. You can call me Hiruzen. Ah, but monkey. You've grown so much that I barely recognized you." As Qianxing jested with Hiruzen, he began to ponder the strange circumstances surrounding them. Uchiha Kagami, Mito Uzumaki, Akimichi Torafu, Danzo, and Madara. The number of gender-swapped individuals was rather excessive, suggesting some connection among them. Seeing Qianxing behave so frivolously, Tobarama quickly interjected. "I summoned you not for you to engage in such antics. But if we don't discuss these matters, there is nothing else to say." Qianxing shrugged helplessly. "Hokage is merely the title for the leader after the village was established. If you, Tobarama, can become Hokage, it indicates that Hashirama has perished. Therefore, it is simply unfortunate for the likes of the monkey. After all, if you lack strength and wits, you can easily be surrounded, rendering you useless." At this point, Qianxing raised an eyebrow and continued to inquire of Tobarama. "So, where has my Madara run off to?" Hiss. This sudden revelation left everyone present astounded. For they all knew that Qianxing had perished before the founding of the village, and at that time, the Uchiha clan was still in opposition to the Senju clan. The mention of my Madara ignited a spark in the eyes of certain individuals within the group, as the taboo nature of such a relationship became apparent. Although Tobarama wished to send Qianxing back to the realm of the dead, he still desired to protect his students. She left shortly after the village was established. Upon receiving this information, Qianxing remained unfazed, for a similar narrative existed within the original work, suggesting reality would likely unfold in a comparable fashion. Observing Qianxing's reaction, Tobarama wanted to question why he would inquire about such a matter, but for the sake of Konoha, he restrained himself. "So is there a way?" Although Tobarama said nothing, he inexplicably felt that Qianxing could offer insight, given that the latter had deduced the situation from the moment he was resurrected. Indeed, there is indeed a way. The prospect of having a solution despite the lack of information was beyond imagination, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen, still somewhat immature, to exclaim, "What is so difficult about it?" Qianxing, with a relaxed demeanor, began to boast and entered spoiler mode. "What is there that cannot be guessed?" The first method, Tobarama acts as bait, allowing the others to survive. The second method, everyone scatters and all perish here. Is that even a method? At this point, Danzo could no longer contain himself and mocked. "Lord Hokage summoned you to devise a plan, not to humiliate us." However, before Danzo could finish, Qianxing pointed at her and addressed Tobarama. "This girl is quite bold. Are you considering her as the next Hokage?" Tobarama shot a glance at Qianxing, then at Danzo, but ultimately turned his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. "I have already decided to be the bait. Hokage-sama." Except for Qianxing and Tobarama, everyone gasped in astonishment, with Danzo being the most vocal. "Hokage-sama, this decision is too rash. Let me..." Yet, before Danzo could finish her objection, Qianxing interrupted once more. "All right, I retract my earlier suggestion of making her the Hokage. I can only say that this woman truly deserves to be your pupil. She is rather foolish." Just as Danzo was about to retort, he was halted by Tobarama's sharp interjection. "Silence, Danzo." Tobarama glanced at Chikage before turning his attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and with solemnity, he declared, "Monkey, safeguard those who admire and trust you, and nurture them into capable individuals worthy of the next generation. Starting tomorrow, you shall assume the mantle of the third Hokage." Tobarama's final entrustment left the others momentarily stunned, and soon, a myriad of expressions overtook their faces. Clap, clap, clap. Although Tobarama had once taken his life, witnessing him sacrifice himself for the village prompted Chikage to applaud. Following this, Chikage approached Hiruzen and patted him on the shoulder, quipping, "I've always believed in your potential to become Hokage. Now that it has come to fruition, do you not feel a sense of joy?" "Chikage-sama." Hiruzen was left in a state of bemusement, unsure of how to respond to the teasing. "And you all." At that moment, Chikage began to jest with the others. "With the monkey as Hokage, you all shall rise in rank too. Come, share a smile." Enough of this. The jovial elder time was abruptly interrupted by Tobarama, and Chikage raised his hands, mimicking a zipper motion at his lips. Finally quieted down, Chikage allowed Tobarama the opportunity to bid farewell to his disciples. "You may leave." Time was of the essence, so Tobarama refrained from providing extensive explanations, merely stating, "This fellow has had his disagreements with me. But it does not mean he poses a threat to you juniors." Chikage, with a smile, waved them off, "If he doesn't perish, how else will you all rise to prominence? Off you go, do not hinder his departure." Under Chikage's antics, what should have been a poignant and solemn farewell transformed into something less serious. Chapter 38. Surface Brothers. As the two traversed through the dense forest. Though they were on a path toward death, the rare company of an old friend prompted the typically aloof Tobarama to initiate conversation. "This isn't like you. I thought you would take this opportunity to disgust me by revealing how I once attempted to kill you." "Doesn't matter," Chikage replied nonchalantly, then inquired. "But why did you attempt to kill me?" "I merely believed you would betray the Senju clan. After all, that Izuna called you brother-in-law, suggesting a close connection with Madara." Tobarama's words were unfinished, yet they left much to the imagination. "Is that so? I thought you were merely acting on Mito's orders to eliminate me." "No, wait. That has nothing to do with her. It must be the remnants of a nightmare." Chikage's murmurs left Tobarama somewhat speechless. He had never encountered anyone capable of diverting the topic so effortlessly. In earlier times, Tobarama would have exchanged barbs with him, yet now, 6 to the left, 8 to the right, and 6 more ahead. Understood. The two engaged in succinct communication, after which Tobarama began to set traps while Chikage prepared his jutsu. "Found him. It is Senju Tobarama. Quickly, go notify." The pursuing ninja's words were cut short by Chikage's welcome. Earth-style, stone needle forest. Countless massive earth spikes erupted from the ground, transforming what should have been a lush forest into a dense and exaggerated thicket of stone needles. This technique was a derivative of Kimimara's dance of the early fern. A jutsu Chikage would typically avoid using due to its considerable drawbacks, such as excessive chakra consumption and lack of control, especially since it was relatively new to him. Nevertheless, the advantages were numerous. For instance, the 20 scattered enemies who had been so confident moments ago were now reduced to just 8, having not even glimpsed Chikage's face. "Damn it! Was that intentional?" Tobarama roared at Chikage, furious that Chikage's jutsu had nearly harmed him despite its effectiveness. Moreover, it had entirely destroyed the traps he had painstakingly crafted. "My apologies. It was an accident. I simply overused my chakra and lost control." With a grin and no sign of regret, Chikage's demeanor only served to frustrate Tobarama further. He had contemplated using a sealing technique to erase Chikage's consciousness, but ultimately refrained. Perhaps out of nostalgia for an old friend or a twinge of guilt towards Chikage. After all, Tobarama now believed he had been overly impulsive in the past. Nonetheless, an attitude was necessary. After a huff, he assumed a defensive posture. Upon noticing that his actions had not provoked Tobarama's anger, Chikage offered a reminder. "Your Edo Tensei skill isn't quite up to par. Don't place too much hope in me. My strength is barely a tenth of what it once was. Although my chakra replenishes quickly, it is not yet at the point of being limitless. For the jutsu I just used, I will need about 2 breaths to restore my chakra fully." Tobarama cast a surprised glance at Chikage, as he had never before conversed with an Edo Tensei. This technique had long been criticized by his elder brother, requiring not only the deceased's body, but also consuming the body of a living person. In simple terms, it involved using a living soul to replace the original, thereby deceiving the Shinigami. "Is that so?" Chikage nodded, adding, "Moreover, this jutsu seems connected to your physical condition. When I released my technique, I felt an unusual discomfort. Is that so?" The two engaged in a brief exchange regarding the condition of the Edo Tensei, for they were soon to confront a formidable foe. In the eyes of experts, even the slightest physical discrepancies could be magnified infinitely. Most importantly, Tobarama had begun to suspect that Chikage's assistance stemmed from his personal motives. Though the exact reasoning remained unclear, Tobarama was convinced that Chikage's intentions would ultimately falter. The enemy's strength was such that mere strategies from 1 or 2 individuals would not suffice, and Tobarama's demise was inevitable. At that time, Chikage's Edo Tensei state would dissipate automatically. Not to mention, with Tobarama not affording Chikage the time to set a trap, it would mean that even with Chikage's remarkable talents, he would be buried alongside the deceased Tobarama. Thus, although Chikage had mistakenly killed him in the past, he now implored, for the sake of Konoha and your own objectives, do your utmost to delay the enemy. As Tobarama had anticipated, having once studied Edo Tensei, he could dissolve Tobarama's control at any moment. However, there was no need to do so just yet, as he still required Tobarama's combat prowess. Therefore, the two maintained a facade of mutual trust while harboring their own ulterior motives, merely waiting to see who would outmaneuver the other. They're here, the remaining 8 enemies. Upon witnessing Tobarama and another enemy utilizing such chakra-draining jutsu, concluded that their opponent's chakra reserves were running low. Eager to achieve results, They dispatched one ninja to relay the news before hastily launching their attack. Kill. 6 ninjas lunged directly at Tobarama, while the remaining one charged at Chikage. Clearly, they had no faith that, under such circumstances, the Hokage would waste chakra, even if he had expended a considerable amount. They viewed him as nothing more than a piece of meat on a chopping block. Thus, entangling Tobarama in place until reinforcements arrived was a commendable feat. As for the enemy, with their chakra reserves dwindling, they believed they could still provide a distraction, especially since the Cloud Village was renowned for its taijutsu. However, while their aspirations were lofty, reality was quite different. Earth-style, hardening technique. As a vessel of impure earth, Qianqing paid no heed to the blade wielded by his adversary. Hardened fists propelled towards the enemy's chest. The blade severed Qianqing's neck, yet his fist struck true, penetrating the ninja's torso. A hearty laugh escaped him. Blood gushed from the ninja's mouth as he realized his chest had been pierced. Initially reluctant to embrace a fate of mutual destruction, the ninja's sentiment swiftly morphed into terror upon witnessing his own head, which should have fallen lifelessly to the ground, slowly reassembling atop Qianqing's neck like shattered porcelain being pieced together. Once Qianqing's form was restored, he wasted no words, simply withdrawing his arm. The onlookers observed the battle with keen interest, powerful yet enigmatic, swift and decisive, entirely unlike one who had just unleashed a formidable jutsu. As the body of a fallen comrade hit the ground, the remaining ninjas, entangled in combat with Tobarama, hesitated momentarily. Qianqing, shaking the blood from his hands, casually inquired of the attacking ninjas, "Need any assistance?" Chapter 39. Setting off again, the enemy was momentarily stunned, but Tobarama was not. In ninja combat, beyond the intelligence warfare, even the slightest misstep could alter the outcome. In an instant, 2 ninjas fell. Misjudged intelligence revealed the enemy was more formidable than anticipated. A shuriken shot towards the ninja, who had alerted his comrades. As an elite operative, dodging Tobarama's sudden assault was no challenge, yet evading the small shuriken proved effortless. However, Rasengan, this jutsu, a replica of the tailed beast bomb capable of piercing a tree as large as a person could embrace, struck the enemy squarely in the face. The impact contorted the ninja's features grotesquely, rendering his basic facial features unrecognizable. At that moment, the others finally grasped the situation. Qianqing had been several dozen meters away just moments ago. The incomprehensible speed shattered the resolve of some. This must be a trick. How could this be possible? How can we fight? Tobarama, uninterested in Qianqing's ostentation, seized the opportunity to eliminate 2 more foes. Thus, the originally righteous odds of 7 against 2 transformed into a nefarious 2 against 3. Scatter and relay the information. Another shuriken flew forth, and in the blink of an eye, the ninja who had warned his ally found his throat slit by Qianqing. "You talk too much." With the Flying Thunder God technique now exposed, Tobarama made no pretense, employing it to dispatch another foe. With measured steps, he approached the last remaining ninja, who now displayed none of the fervor from earlier, having been paralyzed by the mystery of Qianqing's prowess and the sudden arrival of Tobarama's technique. Yet, even in fear, the adversary raised trembling hands toward them. Observing this display, Qianqing preemptively spoke, "You go ahead. I've been on a vegetarian diet lately." Seeing Qianqing's theatrics, Tobarama resisted the urge to roll his eyes, maintaining his typical stoic demeanor, and effortlessly dealt with the last ninja. So where to next? Qianqing's nonchalant attitude surprised Tobarama. His intentions remained elusive. After all, if Tobarama were to dictate their course, his options would only narrow. Had they encountered each other before? Yet, the man had been dead for over a decade. Prior to his demise, he was either a reclusive member of the Uzumaki clan or had subordinates assigned by Tobarama himself. What could he possibly utilize 20 years later? Tobarama racked his brain, but could not fathom Qianqing's motives. He had witnessed Qianqing's elaborate schemes over the years, and to Tobarama, crafting a trap that could last decades seemed improbable. Moreover, this trap could very well jeopardize the village's safety. Thus, to comprehend Qianqing's intentions, Tobarama made a concession. "Why don't you take the lead?" "Very well." Qianqing assented, for it was evident that Tobarama's insights were predictable. "Since we are here to cover for the monkey and his entourage, we should feign an escape. This will compel them to abandon all else and pursue us with full force." He gestured toward the expansive forest of stone needles surrounding them. "My jutsu also serves to incapacitate the enemy. The expenditure of chakra signifies we are cornered, not merely seeking vengeance against you. You are clearly seeking vengeance against me. Tobirama silently scoffed, astonished. Indeed, even in death, Qianxing maintained his old habits. Despite his malevolence, it appeared he had anticipated the enemy's subsequent reactions from the very start. At this moment, Tobirama was entirely convinced that Qianxing had been plotting for over a decade. Yet, astonished as he was, Tobirama maintained his composure and inquired, "So? Is that even a question?" Qianxing replied with an incredulous look. "There are two paths. One leads directly to the border of Konoha, the other toward the enemy village. If we encounter foes along the way, I will utilize wide-ranging jutsu to clear them. I suspect no one knows the specifics of the impure world reincarnation yet." Upon hearing Qianxing's hint, Tobirama finally understood the purpose behind all of Qianxing's actions on this journey. The more jutsu they employed, the weaker they would appear to the enemy. The more they seemed weakened, the more relentless the enemy would pursue them. Those eager for recognition would undoubtedly be unable to resist the allure of easy merit. In other words, the stronger the jutsu he wielded, the weaker the subsequent foes would become. Tobirama cast a surprised glance at Qianxing. This strategy was not something he could have dictated to him. Especially given the tactical feasibility, he pondered, perhaps he could. Don't overthink it. Qianxing interrupted Tobirama's musings. The enemy's speed is not something we can simply escape from, and if I can conceive it, surely they can as well. Unless you possess the strength to challenge the ninja world like Hashirama, the closer we approach the border, the greater the pressure we will face. Your demise has become inevitable. My intent is solely to facilitate the monkey's easier escape. Is that so? Of course. Did you think I claimed you were doomed merely for revenge? Tobirama regarded Qianxing once more, recognizing that even unshackled, Qianxing bore no malice towards him. Given Qianxing's lethargic nature, this implied that he truly believed Tobirama was indeed doomed. Having reached this conclusion, Tobirama felt no fear. With someone worthy to entrust the village to, he would ensure its survival. The sacrifices of predecessors were ultimately for the happiness of future generations. With this thought, Tobirama relinquished any lingering desire to survive. Then let us depart. Agreed. Meanwhile, the ninja tasked with relaying information had successfully located the approaching brothers, Kin and Jin. Lord Kin, we have discovered the whereabouts of Senju Tobirama. Excellent. The burly man referred to as Kin exclaimed with excitement. I have already eliminated the Reikage, and the Hokage shall serve as my stepping stone to ascend to the position of Reikage. Who will dare obstruct my rise then? Ha ha. After his laughter subsided, Kin made sure to commend his ally. You performed admirably. I shall remember your contribution. Thank you, Lord Reikage. Ha ha ha. The flattery of the subordinates once again brought forth a hearty laugh from the proud King Horn. The accompanying ninjas also displayed cruel smiles at that moment. Let us set off. Yes. Chapter 40. Everything is for Konoha. Mighty, robust, and powerful. The jutsu unleashed by Qianxing was enough to elicit gasps of awe. This led the pursuers to truly believe they could gain an advantage, while they were, in fact, considerably weaker. Tobirama wiped the blood from his long sword while engaging in casual conversation with Qianxing. How many batches is this? While Qianxing twisted the neck of the last ninja, he nonchalantly replied, the 8th. But I must say, Tobirama, has your strength been declining? Is it possible for such trash to chase you like a chicken? Tobirama, unfazed by Qianxing's mockery, candidly shared the intelligence he possessed. These fellows are hardly a threat. The only real danger lies with those two brothers. Although Qianxing understood what Tobirama referred to, voicing it would likely arouse suspicion. After all, the previous ones left traces. And if one were to speculate directly about the Kinghorn and Silverhorn brothers, Tobirama would have reason to suspect that he had been resurrected through the impure world reincarnation over the years. Even this assassination attempt against Tobirama himself could potentially be traced back to him. Naturally, Qianxing would not commit such a grave error. At this moment, Tobirama began to play the role of a straight man. Those brothers? He sheathed his long knife and collected some weaponry from the enemies before he began to elucidate. It is the Kinghorn and Silverhorn brothers. According to intelligence, they are not only powerful, but also possess legendary artifacts from the Sage of Six Paths. So far, no one has escaped from their pursuit, which is why I know so little about them. Artifacts of the Sage of Six Paths, is that all? Qianxing's disdain once again irked Tobirama, for from his perspective, a bit of mockery could be overlooked, but now that his life was on the line, he was not inclined to tolerate it. How can you dismiss it so easily? They were the ones who killed the second Raikage during our peace treaty with the Land of Lightning due to their dissatisfaction with the defeat. To be honest, I might not even be able to defeat the second Raikage. Weaklings are weaklings. Finding so many excuses, it's just artifacts of the Sage of Six Paths. I know how to deal with them. Oh, Tobarama, deliberately ignoring Qianqing's derision, inquired, how do you propose to do that? It's quite simple. Qianqing tore a sleeve from one of the enemies, tied several knots in the middle, and threw the sleeve to Tobarama. Here, take this. What is this? Tobarama instinctively took the sleeve, unsure of its purpose. It's a mouth gag, meant to counter the artifacts of the Sage of Six Paths. Tobarama. Although Tobarama had never married, as a Hokage, he had some understanding of the lives of the populace, and the concept of a mouth gag fell within his realm of knowledge. Don't think I don't know what this is for. Seeing the rigid Tobarama acknowledge its function, Qianqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. What use is it? You this, HM. Realizing he had fallen into Qianqing's trap again, Tobarama quickly safeguarded his reputation. TCH. After giving Tobarama a contemptuous glance, Qianqing began to explain. As for the artifacts of the Sage of Six Paths, aside from the few special ones, the rest are all used to seal opponents, relying on the power of words. Words? This was the first time Tobarama had encountered such a term. Yes. To put it simply, as long as you utter certain keywords, those artifacts used for sealing can seal you without any reason. As long as I don't speak, right? Naive. Qianqing interrupted him. What if I call your name? After the reminder, Tobarama realized that calling a name counted as well. Yes. As long as you respond or speak to the other party, it could become a trigger for your sealing. Therefore, using a mouth gag can nullify nearly half of Kinghorn and Silverhorn's combat power. Why not? Although wearing a mouth gag during battle might feel humiliating. After hearing Qianqing's explanation, Tobarama hesitated little, quickly found a clean piece of cloth, fashioned a new mouth gag for himself, and donned it. Everything is for Konoha. Tobarama self-hypnotized, suppressing the feeling of shame. After all, he was not afraid of death. What was a little embarrassment? However, when Tobarama was ready, he found Qianqing still unmoved. So, Tobarama pointed to his mouth and then to Qianqing's, clearly inquiring why he was not wearing one. Oh, I found a few soldier pills in a ninja's backpack. During the fight, I'll hold a few in my mouth, and if I try to speak, the pills will remind me not to, so I don't need one. Seeing Qianqing smile broadly, Tobarama realized he had been played. Angrily, he ripped the cloth from his mouth and shot a fierce glare at Qianqing. Taking several deep breaths, Tobarama repeatedly self-hypnotized in his mind before finally quelling his fury. Everything is for Konoha. After exhaling deeply, Tobarama recalled that Qianqing had yet to mention other artifacts of the Sage of Six Paths. What about the others? The others? Who knows? They are unrelated to sealing. I can't provide any insights. Upon hearing Qianqing's explanation, Tobarama understood that Qianqing likely acquired this information from the Uzumaki clan's database. Regretting that he had overlooked the Uzumaki clan, he felt he had missed crucial intelligence. If given the chance to return, not only would I seek out the Uzumaki clan's records, but I would also ensure that the internal documents of other ninja clans were meticulously organized. If there is an opportunity, the two hastily tidied up the battlefield, but at that moment, both Tobarama and Qianqing sensed the approach of enemies simultaneously. They were surrounded. It seems there's no escaping this. Indeed. Tobarama nodded, then consumed 2 soldier pills, silently donned the cloth gag once more. But this time he had learned to be clever and fashioned a temporary mask from another piece of cloth to conceal his embarrassment. Their wait did not last long. An excited and boisterous voice reached their ears. Ha ha ha. I have finally found you, Tobarama. Chapter 41. I remember someone saying that water conducts electricity. Before the figure arrived, his voice had already echoed. In the next moment, a rugged man, adorned with the character for gold on his shoulder, sporting 2 horns atop his head and a mane of dense golden hair, wearing the attire of a ninja from the Cloud Village, suddenly appeared atop a massive stone created by Qianqing's Earth Jutsu. Following him, Silverhorn, who bore a striking resemblance to Kinghorn, with hair almost silver in hue, along with other ninjas, swiftly appeared around them, all wearing more or less cruel smiles. After all, Tobarama had become a turtle in a jar, which meant that the position of Raikage was beckoning to them. However, when the self-satisfied Kinghorn saw Tobarama's masked mouth, he realized something was amiss. Yet, he was no mere brute. Understanding that his opponent would not easily remove the mask, he began to taunt. Yo, Tobarama, Are you worried we might use poison gas like that coward Hanzo from the Land of Rain? Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll even allow you one hand. In the face of King Horn's provocation, Tobirama paid no heed, instead giving Qianqing a meaningful glance, clearly signaling him to speak on his behalf. As Qianqing did not shy away, he made an okay gesture towards Tobirama before raising 2 fingers at the Golden Horn. How audacious! The Golden Horn's troops, taken aback by the provocation, promptly erupted into a barrage of insults that could scarcely be attributed to elementary school students. How dare you speak to Lord Golden Horn like that? I will kill you, you scoundrel. The lack of vocabulary bored Qianqing to the point of digging at his ears. After observing their futile tirade, he discreetly employed a jutsu to amplify his voice. I say, how foolish. If you cannot comprehend, I shall repeat myself until you finally understand. Although, given your intellectual capacity, it may prove quite challenging. Thus, you may directly address me as father if you prefer. With that, Qianqing donned an innocuous smile, as though his previous remarks had never escaped his lips. A few seconds of silence ensued, only to be shattered by the same unoriginal insults. Scoundrel, despicable, cursed. The Cloud Shinobi, inherently a brutish faction, were already remarkable for their ability to read, while Qianqing's taijutsu, as an undead, might not stand against the elite of their ranks. In the realm of verbal sparring? They could be bundled together and still not measure up to Qianqing's single hand. What's this? Not calling out to daddy? Need to consult your mother first? Oh, and don't forget to bring your baby bottle. These simple jabs ignited the ire of the Cloud Shinobi, who, after another round of meaningless insults, coalesced their pent-up rage into a singular word: kill. Exhilarating, beyond compare. While Tobirama previously found Qianqing's mockery irksome, witnessing Qianqing wield his lethal tongue against their foes was a delight beyond measure. If Tobirama had reservations about summoning Qianqing from the underworld, this exchange of barbs made him feel it was worth every ounce of effort, albeit with troublesome repercussions. Provoked, the ninjas began hurling kunai and shuriken at Tobirama and Qianqing, with some even throwing explosive tags, and a few reckless souls charged directly at the duo. The deluge of attacks was as numerous as the stars in the night sky. Faced with such a barrage, it was imperative to utilize ninjutsu for defense. Reluctant to expend chakra, Tobirama turned his gaze to Qianqing. Oh, the plight of the unfortunate, Qianqing remarked, making no hand seals. He clapped his hands and shouted, water release. Great water burst. As he opened his mouth, a torrent of water surged forth, rapidly coalescing into a colossal water sphere exceeding 100 meters in diameter. This sphere, instead of bursting like a typical water balloon, remained intact due to Qianqing's chakra, causing the multitude of kunai and shuriken to lose momentum and sink slowly into the depths. Even those kunai bearing explosive tags merely caused a few ripples on the surface, failing to inflict any real damage. Although this tactic drained chakra, Qianqing found himself with an abundance. As the Cloud Shinobi realized some of their companions had become ensnared within the water sphere, their initial panic transformed into exhilaration. Is that fool wasting all that chakra just to injure a few of us? We are 100 strong. Do they not know that our specialty is lightning release? Water conducts electricity. The once inarticulate Cloud Shinobi seized the opportunity to mock Qianqing, reveling in their perceived advantage as they began forming hand seals. Lightning release, lightning strike. Lightning release, lightning ball. Countless arcs of lightning illuminated the surroundings. Yet before they could unleash their jutsu, they noticed the water sphere ominously looming closer. Why is this sphere growing larger? Panic set in. Stop. Retreat. A faint sound echoed as the surface of the water sphere ruptured, unleashing a torrent of water that surged outward, creating a cacophony as it crashed against everything in its path. Those who had previously mocked Qianqing for his water release now wished they could sprout wings to escape the deluge. The descending wave, with a drop of over 200 meters, carried with it an overwhelming force, along with countless debris, leaving devastation in its wake. Nevertheless, ninjas are ninjas. The surviving Cloud Shinobi, although not necessarily stronger than their fallen comrades, possessed far greater resilience. While the impact of the great water burst was formidable, it was not insurmountable. Aside from a few unfortunate souls, the majority sustained injuries that were manageable. Curse it! The Cloud Shinobi slowly emerged from the muck, their physical wounds overshadowed by the humiliation of being so swiftly rebutted after their earlier derision. This turn of events only served to escalate their fury. Yet, Qinsheng was not one to be easily trifled with. Possessing a nearly inexhaustible supply of chakra in his undead form, the earlier jutsu was merely an appetizer. Dozens of shadow clones leapt into the air, casting derisive glances at the cloud shinobi still floundering in the water. Who was it that said water conducts electricity? Hearing Qinsheng's mockery, the previously furious cloud shinobi now found themselves gripped by an overwhelming dread. Stop. No. Ignoring their pleas, numerous lightning balls began to flicker ominously, illuminating Qinsheng's face with disdain. Lightning release. Lightning ball. Run. The cloud shinobi, known more for their physical prowess than their chakra reserves, found themselves unsteady after the tumultuous water assault. Standing in the muddy water, they struggled to escape as the storm of lightning balls descended upon them. Countless lightning balls fell like rain, and the cloud shinobi, adept in lightning release, never anticipated their demise would come from it. Screams of despair and the explosive sounds of lightning filled the battlefield as the water's interaction with the electricity ignited further explosions. While some clever individuals employed earth release to evade Qinsheng's great water burst, the lightning was unyielding, demolishing their defensive techniques before they could even be fully formed. Electric shock, explosion, fire, and flood, there was no defense against all of them. The once formidable combination of techniques, usually ineffective against seasoned elite ninjas, proved disorienting due to Qinsheng's prior maneuvers. The unrestricted use of vast ninjutsu led the Cloud Ninja to believe that the remnants of the doorway troops had little chakra left. With chakra depleted, the ninjas could only resort to close combat, a domain in which the Cloud Ninja excelled. As they fought tirelessly, they soon realized that the nightmare was far from over. Just as the shadow clones landed, they delivered yet another lesson. Earth style, Hell Swamp. This technique, which consumes immense chakra to create a vast swamp, easily disrupts those ninjas who rely on chakra to traverse the ground, ensnaring opponents in the mire until they are buried. Suddenly, the surviving Cloud Ninja found their feet sinking into the muck, rendering even the ability to walk on water useless. The viscous swamp slowly engulfed their bodies, a profound sense of helplessness washing over them, plunging them into despair. In their desperation, they could only call for their boss. Lord Jinchuriki, save me. At that moment, Jinchuriki, equally stunned, finally emerged from the sludge. Witnessing the scene before him, his heart twisted in anguish. His subordinates were all but gone, leaving him with nothing but a wisp of hope. What have you done to my men? A surge of furious red chakra erupted from Jinchuriki, transforming into a force that propelled him forward in an instant. With a thunderous crash, he breached the barriers and lunged at the foremost figure, Qinsheng, delivering a blow filled with wrath that shattered him into fragments. Yet, in the blink of an eye, those fragments dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Having fought many battles against Konoha, Jinchuriki quickly realized he had struck merely a shadow clone. Enraged, he redirected his fury toward another nearby target. Bang! 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 He roared in frustration, shattering nearly 10 shadow clones in succession, only to discover that Qinsheng's numbers had not diminished. In fact, they had multiplied. What had begun as a mere 10 clones had swelled to nearly 20. Understanding that if this continued, even a victory would come at the cost of his remaining subordinates, Jinchuriki, unwilling to become a lone commander, began to unleash impotent howls at Qinsheng's clones. You coward, face me in a duel. However, Qinsheng feigned disinterest, continuing to unleash a variety of ninjutsu upon the brute. Earth, sealing techniques, traps, an array of visual distractions, and grand jutsu, both learned and unlearned, were hurled onto the battlefield, many of which canceled each other out due to elemental conflicts. Meanwhile, Doorway had lured Jinchuriki to a clear area to play while the chaos ensued. Jinchuriki, forced to protect his remaining men, endured relentless torment. His once pristine attire was now caked in mud, his once lustrous hair scorched away in patches, and his face, blackened from explosions, bore countless bruises and cuts. He resembled a beggar, his earlier arrogance stripped away. Though Jinchuriki suffered greatly, his efforts allowed the surviving Cloud Ninja to gradually regain their composure. After some healing, they began to encircle Qinsheng's shadow clones. 1, 2, 3. This group of Cloud Ninja, true to their martial roots, mounted a fierce counterattack despite their earlier disarray. Reports of success flooded in as Qinsheng's shadow clones fell one after another, their survival time diminishing with each engagement. After much effort, the number of Qinsheng's clones stabilized at around 30. as the clones showed no sign of dwindling while his own ranks thinned. A furious Jinchuriki could no longer contain himself and resorted to his ultimate technique, Infinite Blue Shadow Clone Flying Thunder God technique. For every clone destroyed, two more emerged from elsewhere, for Qianqing had strategically placed Flying Thunder God seals throughout the battlefield. The elusive shadow clones left the Cloud Ninja reeling. Such a vexing strategy even made Doorway, who had retreated several kilometers away to observe with his telescope technique, unable to suppress his disdain. Is this really how you intend to play? What else can I do? Qianqing lamented, spreading his hands. Those are 6 paths treasures. I can't afford to let them be sealed. I might end up trapped within them forever or have my very soul extinguished. Neither outcome is one I wish to choose. Besides, I've already drawn most of their forces and the strongest, Jinchuriki. You can handle the remaining Jinchuriki and a few minor ones, can't you? Seeing Qianqing's taunts, Doorway stood tall, brimming with confidence. Of course I can. I am the Hokage. Chapter 43. I've caught you. While Qianqing's clones reveled in their antics, Doorway faced dire challenges. In terms of physical combat, Silver Jinchuriki, hailing from the land of lightning, was unmatched. In ninjutsu, he wielded the 6 paths treasure, the banana fan, allowing him to unleash elemental techniques with little chakra expenditure. No matter what Doorway attempted, he was countered at every turn. As for Jinjutsu, Silver Jinchuriki, having consumed the flesh of the 9 tails, was impervious to illusions. Although his sealing tools proved ineffective, Doorway, firmly under duress, felt pushed to his limits. Yet, being a seasoned warrior who had survived since the Warring States period, he soon discerned Silver Jinchuriki's weakness, predictability in his attacks. Thanks to Qianqing's feigned vulnerability, Doorway retained considerable chakra as a master of forbidden techniques. He devised a strategy to counter the situation with body flicker techniques, substitution jutsu, shadow clones, and explosive tags, a tactic aimed at annoyance rather than direct confrontation. This approach, akin to swatting at an elusive fly, proved exasperating for the headstrong Silver Jinchuriki. His subordinates, surrounded by explosive tags, hesitated to act, fearing the consequences of even minor movements, resorting only to long-range attacks. Meanwhile, Silver Jinchuriki, incensed by the taunting, found himself in a frustrating pursuit, unable to catch up, strike, or face a genuine opponent, each encounter leading to an explosive trap. Explosive tags, though costly to ordinary ninjas, were abundant for the affluent Hokage of Konoha. The level of annoyance was akin to poisoning a well. This guerrilla-style harassment clearly reflected the tactics Qianqing had imparted to Doorway. Boom. Once more engulfed in the detonation of an explosive tag, Silver Jinchuriki emerged blackened and battered, his numerous wounds painting him as a bloodied figure emerging from a beggar's den. Damn it. Finally unable to endure, Silver Jinchuriki stashed the banana fan away and entered tailed beast mode. A torrent of crimson chakra surged forth, enveloping his form and culminating in the manifestation of a towering beast over 5 meters tall, adorned with 9 tails. This unique transformation, a result of consuming 9 tails' flesh, not only bestowed upon him many of the beast's attributes, but also rendered him largely immune to conventional ninjutsu and physical attacks. The drawbacks are equally evident. After all, the 9 tails in the Naruto world is notorious for its ferocity and brutality. The peculiar transformation mode employed by Yin Jiao causes him to lose control over this chakra, rendering him mindless. Upon completing his transformation, Yin Jiao's gaze turned fierce. With his already limited intellect further diminished, his singular focus became the annihilation of Fei Jian, disregarding even his own subordinates. Consequently, when he cast his gaze upon all humanoid beings within sight, it was filled with ruthless intent. Lord Yin Jiao, please stop. Stay calm. Lord Yin Jiao. The pleas of his subordinates failed to restore any semblance of calm in Yin Jiao. Instead, they provoked his wrath. With a thunderous roar, Yin Jiao's 9 tails whipped through the air, swiftly targeting each humanoid figure in his path. Giant craters formed instantaneously, and towering trees were severed in half. In his bloodlust, Yin Jiao recklessly unleashed his power, leaving devastation in his wake. Anyone grazed or struck suffered grievous injuries, some even reduced to mere pulp. The Cloud Ninja, witnessing this madness, no longer dared to intervene and chose instead to retreat from the battlefield, abandoning Yin Jiao to his rampage. Fei Jian initially intended to make a hasty escape, but Yin Jiao harbored an intense hatred for him. Upon noticing an object resembling Fei Jian attempting to flee, he unleashed a tailed beast bomb without hesitation. Caught off guard, Fei Jian had not anticipated such a lethal move from Yin Jiao. In a moment of desperation, he bit his finger. Summoning technique. A colossal explosion erupted, accompanied by the clamor of metal clashing, and even the deranged Yin Jiao sensed something amiss. From the smoke and debris, a towering shadow, several dozen meters high, emerged. With a furious roar, Yin Jiao charged toward Fei Jian, who, at that moment, sighed in relief. Double Rashomon. This defensive technique, inherited from his elder brother Hashirama, summoned 5 massive iron gates for protection, strong enough to withstand even the true tailed beast's bomb. However, in order to conserve chakra, Fei Jian opted to summon only 2. While this successfully shielded him from the attack, it also revealed his position. The sound of metal grinding echoed above as Fei Jian instinctively glanced toward the source, only to see Yin Jiao, in his tailed beast form, using his enormous tail to anchor himself atop the Rashomon. Surprisingly, despite lacking consciousness, Yin Jiao retained a flicker of awareness. In that moment, the once maddened gaze bore a hint of a sinister smile. Got you. With a thunderous assault, 9 tails composed of chakra relentlessly targeted Fei Jian's location. The speed of the attacks was blinding, and the ferocity stirred up dust, enveloping a radius of hundreds of meters. The tangible force emanating from the tails only intensified Yin Jiao's onslaught. After exhausting his rage, the frenzied Yin Jiao's eyes began to clear, and as the smoke dissipated, he released his tailed beast transformation. Standing at the edge of a deep pit, Yin Jiao let out a triumphant laugh. Ha ha, Senju Fei Jian, at last, you are dead, aren't you? However, his mirth was abruptly silenced as he beheld a figure in the pit, lying in a position reminiscent of a fallen Yamati, silently resting. Impossible. Though his consciousness was largely diminished post-transformation, Yin Jiao distinctly remembered the sensation transmitted through his tail. A shuriken struck the lifeless body without eliciting any significant response. With his already limited intellect further muddled, Yin Jiao found himself in a state of confusion. Just then, in an inexplicable twist, the seemingly unresponsive corpse suddenly sat upright. This bizarre occurrence triggered an instinctual urge in Yin Jiao to flee, but as he attempted to leap away, a pair of pale, slender hands erupted from the ground beneath him. Got you. Heart-severing technique. Chapter 44. The death of Fei Jian. Utilizing both the heart-severing technique and the golden needle sealing technique, Yin Jiao was rendered completely immobile. Stripped of chakra, his skin became no more resilient than that of an ordinary wild boar. When the sharp blades sliced through his throat, it required minimal effort. Once this was accomplished, Fei Jian eagerly removed his mask and mouth gag, discarding them onto the ground. A torrent of congealed blood erupted from his mouth, and after a prolonged fit of coughing, he found his breath returning to normal. Qian Xing glanced at Yin Jiao's lifeless body and then at the severely wounded Fei Jian, his expression morphing into one of displeasure. So, you can handle it alone? Fei Jian recognized his own lack of decorum. Yet he knew that had he not exchanged positions with Qian Xing using the Flying Thunder God technique, he might have been caught off guard and killed by Yin Jiao. However, he understood that Qian Xing was the type to exploit any advantage. Thus, he maintained an aloof demeanor. You're not afraid of physical attacks. Even if they shatter you, you will ultimately recover. Qian Xing chose not to pursue the topic further, yet his sardonic smile spoke volumes. Fei Jian, unwilling to engage in futile banter, swiftly redirected the conversation. What is the situation with Yin Jiao? In response to Fei Jian's inquiry, Qian Xing posed a peculiar question. Tell me, Fei Jian, if you had a choice now, would you choose to save yourself or your disciple? What do you mean? Just as it sounds. Fei Jian, studying Qian Xing's smiling visage, realized he was not one to speak without purpose. Piecing together the previous circumstances, he comprehended everything instantly. Haven't we made our decision already? Fei Jian's nonchalance did not appease Qian Xing, who continued to mock him. Well, you'll soon get your wish. After being reminded, Fei Jian immediately activated his sensory skills. More reinforcements? He had initially presumed the rebellion led by the brothers Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao involved only a handful of ninjas. Yet, the current influx of reinforcements suggested that a considerable number of individuals from the Hidden Cloud Village had pledged allegiance to the two brothers. This revelation necessitated a re-evaluation of the relationship between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village. Fei Jian resolved to alert Konoha village to prepare for the impending situation. But whether in terms of time or space, it was already too late. At last, I found you rats. Now, I demand your brother Yin Jiao. Like a beggars' gang leader, Jin Jiao appeared with a throng of filthy beggars, entering the field of vision of the two men. With his mind still clouded, Jin Jiao's fury reignited upon seeing Yin Jiao's corpse. What have you done to my brother? Jin Jiao raged incessantly. But the two paid him no heed and instead began to chat idly. Didn't you say you'd stop him? I did indeed. Qian Xing shrugged helplessly. Had you not dragged me over here, he would still be playing with my shadow clone. Upon hearing Qian Xing's explanation, Fei Jian recollected that this was indeed of his own making. Yet, recognizing the error but unwilling to apologize, he continued to propose strategies. Shall we proceed with the previous tactic? It's too late. As if to confirm Qian Xing's assertion, the surrounding space-time was abruptly sealed. Enraged, Jin Jiao seemed to condense all his fury into his fists, moving with such swiftness that the already wounded Fei Jian, unable to use the Flying Thunder God technique, found himself unable to evade the impending onslaught. As the impending assault drew nearer, the once furrowed brow of Tobarama unexpectedly relaxed. A thunderous crash resonated through the battlefield. Yet it was not Tobarama who was sent flying, but rather the gold-horned assailant. Samban Kanto. A resonant roar echoed, bringing a sense of relief to Tobarama. It appeared that help had finally arrived. In the next moment, a multitude of cloud ninjas emerged onto the battlefield, their eyes filled with hostility. Yet their gaze fixated on the beggar troops led by the gold-horned figure. Clearly, they were not allies. The gold-horned figure, having been knocked from the mud, glared at AI with a countenance brimming with rage. Damn you, AI. Are you here to meddle again? The man known as AI showed no courtesy in return. Goldhorn, your crime of murdering the Raikage has been exposed. I am now the third Raikage, and you, Goldhorn, are merely a rogue ninja who will face execution here. Furious, Goldhorn had not anticipated that slaying a seemingly unprotected Tobarama would lead to such convoluted circumstances, let alone that the Raikage position would be seized from him, leaving him a mere traitor. Realizing escape was no longer an option and burdened by the death of his brother, Goldhorn felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. In that case, let us fight to the finish. The victor shall be the Raikage, and the loser will perish here. In response to Goldhorn's challenge, the newly appointed third Raikage, AI, regarded him with disdain, as though gazing upon a fool. You will never become Raikage, not in this lifetime. However, to repay the Raikage's kindness, I shall personally end your life. Though this was not the outcome he had envisioned, dying at AI's hands would not tarnish his reputation. Come. The two formidable men, both adept in close combat, instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Their exchanges, while not cataclysmic, were akin to the shattering of mountains, each blow resonating with visceral intensity, rendering the combat scene remarkably captivating for the spectators. Tobarama cast a glance at Chikage, then at the Raikage, silently contemplating that perhaps he could survive this ordeal, and that even the Senju clan would experience a day of miscalculation. However, before Tobarama could utter a word of mockery, a Raikage guard stepped forward to speak with him. Hokage, are you unharmed? The words of concern from the guard elicited a feeling of surreal detachment in Tobarama. Fortunately, I apologize. The issues arising from our cloud village have inadvertently involved you. We shall take responsibility for this matter and compensate you for your losses. May I inquire if your guards have perished? If not, please inform us of their whereabouts, lest we inadvertently clash with them. Thinking of Sarutobi and the others, Tobarama genuinely worried for their safety. As the guards' words rang true, they could easily be mistaken for enemies by loyalists at the border. As for whether the Raikage loyalists would mistakenly harm them, Tobarama held no concern, knowing that the Cloud Village had previously been a defeated nation. Alignment was their best choice to avoid retribution from Konoha. They parted ways with me. They must have reached the border by now. Is that so? The Raikage secretary nodded, then immediately called out to the third Raikage. Raikage-sama. Tobarama was perplexed by the secretary's actions, but in an instant, the Raikage, who had been battling Goldhorn, suddenly charged toward Tobarama. Ippon Kanto, with unparalleled speed, combined with extraordinary penetration power and a physique honed to perfection. This technique was rumored to pierce the body of a tailed beast, reaching Tobarama in a heartbeat. Not good. As Tobarama attempted to evade, he realized that the secretary had cast a binding technique on him without his notice. Normally a mere momentary hindrance, this jutsu became the most lethal move in that crucial instant. Unable to dodge in time, Tobarama was swiftly pierced through the chest by the raikage. Chapter 45. Release that gold horn. Let me handle this. With a splatter, blood spilled from Tobarama's mouth, and his feeble hands fell limply to his sides. His mind flooded with memories, each scene flashing before him until it settled on Chikage's ominous prediction for his journey. You are doomed. Reflecting on those words, Tobarama finally grasped the depths of Chikage's foresight. Turning his gaze to Chikage, Tobarama noted with despair that Chikage had similarly suffered at the hands of the Cloud Ninjas. Numerous shurikens embedded in his body, with two figures thrusting swords through him, their expressions twisted into smiles, mocking Tobarama. I told you so. Though he remained silent, Tobarama understood entirely. At this juncture, he could only manage a bitter smile. Indeed, I can never escape his machinations. Just as Tobarama's vision began to blur, he suddenly noticed that Chikage's impure body transformed into a wisp of smoke, from which a piece of paper descended. Shadow clone. He left my sight for even a second. Tobarama was taken aback, then recalled their earlier exchange during the battle with Silverhorn, when he and Chikage had swapped positions. Had it been accomplished in that fleeting moment? So that was it, ha ha ha. Although he could not discern the contents of the note, Tobarama, familiar with Chikage's nature, knew that the stingy fellow would not let this matter rest easily, which also indicated that Chikage required Konoha's strength for revenge. Konoha had been preserved. With this thought, Tobarama experienced a moment of clarity akin to a flash of light. His eyes filled with pity as he looked upon the raikage. Although the raikage could not comprehend Tobarama's intentions, it did not deter him from flaunting his success over the defeated Tobarama. My apologies, Senju Tobarama. If you do not die, we will face greater threats. Yet, facing the raikage who had just taken his life, Tobarama felt little resentment. Instead, he found himself smiling. The third raikage, is it? It seems you remain unaware of the monster you have offended. You will come to regret this. Regret? Observing Tobarama's unwavering defiance, the raikage no longer feigned civility. If you survive, how can our Cloud Village find a path to ascend? With your demise, the Senju clan will no longer pose a threat to our existence. And then I shall elevate the Cloud Village to new heights. However, just as the raikage continued his soliloquy, he suddenly realized that Tobarama had already succumbed with a smile. That smile seemed to mock his ignorance, as well as his arrogance. Humph. The raikage snorted discontentedly, then drew forth his bloodied hand. Eliminate Goldhorn and his men. Retrieve Tobarama's body, and find an opportunity to return it to Konoha, attributing the act to the Goldhorn and Silverhorn brothers. Furthermore, secure the borders. Kill on sight the Tobarama guard that just escaped, and spread the news of his collusion with Goldhorn and Silverhorn. The newly appointed raikage methodically issued orders to his secretary, appearing anything but the brutish persona he projected. However, upon hearing the raikage's commands, the secretary hesitated to act, further souring the raikage's mood, already dampened by Tobarama's disdainful expression. What is the delay in my orders? Apologies, Raikage-sama. Please take a look at this. The secretary spoke with urgency, handing over the paper that Chikage had dropped, a hint of tension evident in his voice. At that moment, the raikage sensed something amiss and swiftly snatched the paper from the secretary's grasp. The third raikage. How bold you are to snatch the prey I have set my sights upon. Upon reading the contents of the message, Raikage first felt confusion, followed by fury, and ultimately a twinge of fear. The signature on the paper was unmistakably that of the long-deceased Senju Kiyoshi. Impossible, utterly impossible. Though he uttered such words, a part of him was already inclined to believe. The village of Kumogakure had been established for merely a decade or so, and they had grown up listening to tales of the dual gods of Konoha, taught from an early age about the terror these two instilled. There were even rumors that had Kiyoshi not died young, the current struggle among the 5 nations would not exist, and one nation would stand supreme. Thus, on the day of Kiyoshi's funeral, when scouts brought back the confirmed news, all leaders of other factions, apart from those of Konoha, rejoiced and celebrated for days. Had the situation not been so ambiguous, they might have even organized a cup of the 7-day singing contest. Once the dust settled, those leaders hastily tore up any alliances they had with other factions. After all, in their eyes, the terror of the god of war surpassed that of the god of ninjas, especially considering the last 2 legendary battles between Senju and Uchiha, which had been studied countless times. The conclusion was always the same. Meticulous planning years in advance by someone who comprehended the entire landscape of the ninja world was essential. Kiyoshi had only been 18 at the time of his death. In aiding the Senju, he was invincible. In aiding the Uchiha, he single-handedly faced the pinnacle of the Senju alliance with assured victory. The worth of the god of ninjas is self-evident. The fact that Konoha had triumphed in wars against the other four great nations speaks volumes about its profound heritage, far beyond what other nations could aspire to. Thus, in the eyes of the Raikage, such a prodigious talent, even in death, could easily be believed to have orchestrated events decades ahead. As the Raikage pondered the situation, his secretary, noticing his long silence, spoke up. Raikage-sama, what should we do? How should I know what we should do? Though the Raikage wished to respond thus, he found himself ensnared in a dilemma. To act might be a part of that fellow's scheme. To refrain might also be falling into their trap. It was no wonder that the visage of Tobirama before his demise could instill such dread, nor was it surprising that Tobirama alone could reduce the two brothers, Kin and Jin, to a state akin to beggars. The plight of the Kin and Jin brothers mirrored the dynamic of Senju and Uchiha, which only intensified the Raikage trepidation. The heavens bear witness, for this towering figure, a rugged man of considerable stature, was left feeling as if a child burdened by unspoken grievances. Yet, as Raikage, whether right or wrong, he had to make a decision. Retrieve the bodies of Tobirama and Jin. Also, do not touch them. Furthermore, the information contained in this note must remain confidential. Yes, Raikage-sama. After the secretary acquiesced, he cautiously inquired, Raikage-sama, should we continue pursuing the Hokage's guards? The Raikage did not respond, merely casting a fierce glare, the meaning clear. The secretary quickly bowed and departed, leaving the anxious Raikage to ruminate. The more he thought, the more restless he became, compelling him to seek some form of distraction. Thus, his gaze fell upon Kin, who was engaged in a spirited exchange with his subordinates. With nowhere to vent his frustrations, the Raikage ultimately decided to take matters into his own hands. Release that Kin. Let me handle this. Chapter 46. Spending others' money for one's own affairs. The sudden appearance of Kiyoshi left Sarutobi Hiruzen somewhat perplexed, particularly as he seemed in remarkably good spirits. Kiyoshi-sama, what about Hokage-sama? Fear not. Kiyoshi reassured as he patted Hiruzen's shoulder. He is deceased. It will not affect your ascension to Hokage, will it? Are you not pleased? The others were taken aback by Kiyoshi's words. After all, they had never heard of any discord among the three legendary Senju, nor had they known of any enmity between Kiyoshi and Tobirama. Yet, the juxtaposition of discussing death with a hint of jest left them momentarily uncertain of the truth behind his words. However, as the sole male among this group, and one whom Tobirama had high hopes for, Hiruzen, despite his reluctance, found himself compelled to ask, Kiyoshi-sama, how is it that you have returned? Were you not with Hokage-sama? I returned upon seeing his demise. Kiyoshi replied in an innocently casual tone. Have you heard of the Flying Thunder God? Of course, they had heard of it. It was one of Tobirama's signature techniques. However, mastering such ninjutsu required a certain level of proficiency in sealing techniques, space-time perception, and long-distance sensing, or else one might not emerge intact from the dimensional transfer. This was precisely why it was deemed a forbidden technique. Kiyoshi's nonchalant demeanor only deepened the uncertainty among the others regarding Tobirama's fate. Observing their discomfort, Kiyoshi kindly chose to redirect the conversation. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Let us discuss other topics. How can Hokage-sama's affairs be trivial? Danzo's sudden interruption drew Kiyoshi's attention. Danzo, akin to Madara in her commanding presence, bore an air of heavy contemplation, her demeanor shrouded in darkness. Given this attitude and her notorious reputation from the original tale, Kiyoshi could hardly harbor any fondness for her. Thus, Kiyoshi turned his gaze to Hiruzen. Is she your girlfriend? Hiruzen, caught off guard by the sudden attention, quickly denied. No, Danzo is. Someone else's girlfriend? Kiyoshi interjected. Not that either. Then you ought to consider her as your girlfriend. Otherwise, with that temperament of hers, finding someone will be a challenge. Kiyoshi-sama. Hiruzen's face flushed crimson at the teasing. I already have a wife. Oh. While Kiyoshi maintained a casual conversation with Hiruzen, his gaze remained fixated on Danzo, particularly enjoying the range of emotions that played across her face from shock to joy to disappointment. Though she concealed her feelings adeptly, she could not escape Kiyoshi's keen observation. Upon witnessing Kiyoshi's playful expression, Danzo realized she was the target of his jest. The weight of Hiruzen's marital status, the Hokage's position, and the unease of being surrounded by adversaries culminated in an eruption of emotions. Senju Kiyoshi, do not go too far. Or shall I take my leave? Kiyoshi's remark left everyone momentarily stunned. This was no mere dismissal, but a threat akin to deploying a miniature nuclear device. Given that the ninja world was still embroiled in conflict and Konoha faced internal strife from numerous powerful clans, Kiyoshi's presence was essential for a stable transition of power. Thus, Hiruzen swiftly stepped forward to apologize. I apologize, Kiyoshi-sama. Danzo only expressed concern for Hokage-sama. She did not mean. Hiruzen hastily offered multiple apologies and promises until Kiyoshi was placated. Well, you said it. I did not coerce you. At this juncture, Hiruzen realized he had fallen into Kiyoshi's trap, but the fulfillment of these promises hinged on their safe return to Konoha. Naturally, Kiyoshi was not one to accept payment without action. He reassuringly addressed the group. I have arranged everything. You need not worry. I assure you will return to Konoha safely. Although he felt that such words were mostly boastful, Sarutobi Hizashi chose to believe them in order to avoid further complications. Yes, Lord Chinching. To avoid making any more promises and to not offend the esteemed Chinching, Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions spoke little during their subsequent journey, aside from occasionally inquiring about the route. Unexpectedly, the journey was eerily calm. Even when the gates of Konoha appeared before them, none dared to believe it. After all, just before encountering Chinching, their group, which included a Hokage, had been pursued like dogs. Yet with Chinching's presence, they had faced no obstacles nor seen a single enemy in the latter part of their journey. Such a stark contrast left them feeling as if they were in a dream. Ha! Chinching laughed heartily, hands on his hips, dismissing their concerns with a wave. Basic skills. No need for worry. Although accustomed to Chinching's eccentricity, Sarutobi Hizashi and the others exchanged glances filled with unspoken meanings. Lord Chinching, do we really need to ask? Chinching replied, exasperated. You are now the Hokage. Notify the clans and discuss our next strategies. Though he understood this, Sarutobi Hizashi, despite being a clan leader, lacked the seniority and strength to rank among the top 3 in Konoha. Furthermore, the Senju clan had been disbanded, and the fact that Tobarama had appointed him Hokage was known only to a few close friends. Thus, to enlist Chinching's assistance, he had to feign innocence. What if they refused to listen? Hizashi's ploy was so simplistic that Chinching could only roll his eyes. I can help, but... Lord Chinching, please. For the sake of Konoha, I will give my utmost effort. His declaration was selfless and righteous, almost convincing, had Chinching not been familiar with the original text. My laboratory must be expanded and upgraded, and the supply of materials cannot cease. No problem. Compared to the laboratory expenses, Sarutobi Hizashi was more convinced that the title of God of War was even more advantageous at this moment. Moreover, that money for the laboratory could be borne by the defeated nations. It was practically using others' funds for his own endeavors. The two, sharing a silent understanding, chuckled at this realization. Well then, I shall see who dares to obstruct your path as Hokage. Thank you, Lord Chinching. Chapter 47. I'm not Hokage just because of money. Regarding Tobarama's passing, the other clans felt little, as they merely saw it as the next Senju clan member taking the mantle. However, the news included Chinching's return, altering its significance entirely. Whether it was a resurrection or a long-hidden return after Tobarama's demise, the implications were enough to provoke their imaginations. Although they leaned toward the latter, it was still explosive. The fact that even a god of war had to hide for years warranted their curiosity. Thus, when the notification spread, all high-ranking officials of Konoha, including clan heads, hurried to the Hokage building. Not much time had passed, yet the entrance was already bustling with people. Strangely, upon arrival, nearly everyone involuntarily furrowed their brows before breaking into relieved smiles. Clearly, they had received the same news and had come to gossip, or rather, to welcome Chinching's return. As for the possibility of the news being false, did they truly underestimate these old-timers from prominent families? The shinobi world was still amidst turmoil from the Great Ninja War. It would be all too easy for them to expend several clans' resources if deceived. Consequently, everyone entered the Hokage building with an atmosphere that was both quiet and peculiar. However, once they entered the conference room, the familiar figure brought tears to the eyes of many elders who led their clans. Although he appeared slightly different from their memories, his confident and flamboyant smile was unmistakable, evoking a nostalgic return to the tumultuous yet victorious Warring States period. Sarutobi Hizashi was entirely overlooked in this moment. It truly is Lord Chinching. Many clan leaders could not contain their desire to approach him, only to be shooed away like flies. Go away, don't bother me. I'm not the main character today. Yet, rather than being offended by Qianxing's rudeness, they grew even more excited, engaging in discussions right there. Yes, just like that. Indeed. I remember Lord Qianxing being this audacious. Yes. He loved pointing fingers and scolding others. The more they spoke, the more animated they became, leading Qianxing to suspect they might be masochists, reveling in being scolded. Fortunately, despite their chatter, they complied with Qianxing's wishes and returned to their seats, their smiles unwavering. Finally, once all the seats were filled, Sarutobi Hizashi, poised to succeed as Hokage, stood up to preside over the meeting. Esteemed guests, the Hokage has fallen, but he entrusted me to be the new Hokage, so I would like to hear your thoughts. His words instantly shocked the room, yet the astonishment was fleeting. After all, those present had weathered the Warring States era, and the death of a leader was as commonplace as daily meals. They could always seek retribution later against the Cloud Village. Moreover, there was an even more pressing matter at hand. All eyes turned eagerly toward Qianxing, their gazes a mix of anticipation and ambiguity, making even the indifferent Qianxing feel uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me? Do I have something written on my face? Despite Qianxing's outburst, their gazes remained unchanged, and one bold soul proposed, "Why not have you, Lord Qianxing, take on the role of Hokage?" At that moment, they naively believed that Qianxing was not truly dead, viewing his peculiar scars as mere embellishments, for ninjas often bore oddities as a norm, especially those of lesser ranks. Absolutely not. Qianxing rejected their suggestion outright. Whether as a leader or Hokage, one does not step down unless through unforeseen death or incapacity. Moreover, Tobirama had chosen him, not the other way around. It would be absurd to orchestrate the demise of the monkey just for his ascension. Oh, is that a possibility? Upon hearing Qianxing's hint, the expressions of all turned unfriendly towards Sarutobi Hizashi. Caught in the middle, Hizashi could feel the palpable malice surrounding him. In this context, had he not been the one standing there, he might have made the same choice as them, which only intensified his fear. Lord Qianxing? Hizashi's voice trembled slightly, fearing he might inadvertently become the Hokage with the shortest tenure in Konoha's history. Hearing his plea, Qianxing offered a reassuring glance before addressing the others. Please do not misunderstand. I, Qianxing, would never harm my companions nor ascend to power atop their corpses. I would never resort to treachery for the coveted title of Hokage. However, the more Qianxing attempted to clarify this, the more it instilled fear in Sarutobi Hizashi. After all, the history of the god of war is one marred by the corpses of comrades. Before his rise to fame, he had betrayed the Take-Torai clan, leaving them with but a single leader to return to their homeland. In his famed battle, a cunning scheme led to the demise of many Uchiha, leaving the once proud clan too frightened to speak loudly even after collaborating with Qianzhou. Recently, having reflected on the conversation between Qianxing and Tobirama, Hizashi found himself suspecting that Tobirama too had met a treacherous end. With such bloody reminders, Hizashi was increasingly alarmed. Not even on his wedding night had his heart raced so. Uncertain of what the future held, he discreetly gestured to Qianxing with 2 fingers, an unmistakable indication of double the promised reward. Such a fine opportunity? Qianxing had initially intended merely to gauge Hizashi's reaction, for he had only one transformed companion in Madara, while Hizashi had 4. Yet now, what was offered was far too generous. He could postpone his tests regarding the monkey's affairs for later. Resolute, Qianxing slapped his palm on the table and rose, boldly declaring his intent to support the monkey as Hokage. Who dares oppose? This unexpected declaration stunned the seasoned veterans in the room, plunging them into silence. After a few moments of stillness, none dared to voice their dissent. Observing the once rowdy leaders now resembling obedient schoolchildren, Qianxing's initially firm tone softened. Would one of you care to voice an objection? Otherwise, I won't feel secure accepting this funding. Witnessing Qianxing's maneuvering, Hizashi, though assured of his ascension to Hokage, could not muster any joy. I did not become Hokage simply by throwing money around. Chapter 48. You have finally returned. Brother Qianxing Hizashi's appointment as Hokage was now an undeniable fact, awaiting only the nod from the daimyo for formal confirmation. Consequently, the discussion shifted towards how to retaliate against the Cloud Village. After all, regardless of the circumstances, Tobirama was still the Hokage of Konoha, and as the foremost shinobi village, they could not allow themselves to be humiliated without consequence. Otherwise, it might embolden others to disrespect Konoha. You all continue your deliberations. I shall take my leave. Qianxing's words abruptly silenced the previously fervent discussions. Lord Qianxing, do you not have any suggestions? What suggestions could I offer? He waved dismissively before continuing. Many of you have read my writings. Consider this an assessment of your learning. Should any issues arise, I shall cover for you. The audience exchanged glances, and soon laughter erupted among them. Their smiles bore a mischievousness akin to adults preparing to torment children, prompting Qianxing to feel as though he had unwittingly wandered into a villain's lair. Should there be any conflict with the Cloud Village? What? Lord Qianxing, why? Although the question seemed abrupt, with the god of war as their backing, how could victory be uncertain? War meant military merit, status, and greater influence within Konoha. To pass up such unearned glory would be foolish. They were determined to avoid becoming mere fodder for war due to insufficient military achievements. Cloud Village has already become aware of my existence. Soon, the entire shinobi world will know. Even if they wish to conceal it, that will not last long. Oh, I see. At this moment, the head of the Nara clan grasped the implication in Qianxing's words. Lord Qianxing, do you mean only the Cloud Village is aware? Indeed. The rest depends on how swiftly you act. Thank you, Lord Qianxing. The Nara clan leader, now understanding the implications, excitedly rallied the others. Everyone, how much military merit we can acquire depends on your ability to stir up trouble. Prompted by the Nara leader, the others quickly recognized the shortcut to amassing military achievements, causing unrest, stirring disputes, and ideally reigniting war. They planned to escalate matters before news of Qianxing's return to Konoha spread, maximizing their gains. With this in mind, they bid farewell to Qianxing and hurried off to incite chaos at the borders. Meanwhile, Hisashi, watching as the once-packed room emptied, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. I am the Hokage. This should have been my moment to shine among the scholars and ascend to glory. Seeing Hisashi's expression, Qianxing comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. Consider it a chance to familiarize yourself with the Hokage's duties. Since I have accepted your payment, if any issues arise, simply mention my name. Hisashi was left both amused and exasperated by Qianxing's words. Then, I must extend my gratitude to you, Lord Qianxing. Now that everything is settled, please help me find a place to stay. I cannot be left to sleep on the streets. Upon hearing this, Hisashi was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at Qianxing with a peculiar expression. Very well. In a grand estate featuring 8-lane roads and towering walls, the serene surroundings suggested that its residents were either affluent or noble. The sight of the nameplate inscribed with Qinsho filled Qianxing with disdain. How fallen you are, Tobarama. Having committed countless misdeeds, I never expected you to be this kind of person. You must have profited handsomely during your tenure as Hokage. As Hisashi listened to Qianxing's complaints, he responded with an unusual expression. Lord Qianxing, this is your residence. What? Mine? Qianxing was astonished to learn that even in death, he could enjoy such privileges. Indeed. Hisashi nodded, then continued, however, I shall not accompany you inside. Feeling pleased with the unexpected gift of such a grand abode, Qianxing playfully teased Hisashi. There is no need to be so apprehensive. Do you fear that a Ninetales might be lurking within? Or that it may devour you? Actually, Hisashi's expression turned serious as he nodded. There is indeed a Ninetales inside. But, my lord, you will know for yourself once you enter. Oh, really? There is even a Ninetales? You are quite efficient, monkey. Qianxing exclaimed with excitement, slapping Hisashi on the shoulder. With a Ninetales, the progress of researching the tailed beasts would surely accelerate, potentially hastening the timeline for revival beyond the pace of a rice sack invasion. Amidst his delight, Qianxing did not forget to remind Hisashi, by the way, please prepare the promised laboratory and materials for me as soon as possible. Also, my previous materials should still be retained, so please retrieve those as well. Most importantly, ensure that my body is delivered to me, otherwise, Hisashi's expression grew even more peculiar upon hearing Qianxing's demands. Most of the items are indeed in the estate. As for your body, assuming Hisashi's odd demeanor stemmed from the request for his body, Qianxing waved him off. Very well, I shall head inside. Just bring everything to me once it is ready. Yes, Lord Qianxing. Having arranged everything, Qianxing confidently opened the gate to the estate. The stone-paved path leads directly to the grand hall, flanked on either side by courtyards. To the right, there is a beautifully adorned Chinese pavilion designed for leisure, while the left features a tranquil pond with bamboo tubes that rhythmically strike stones. creating a soothing sound. Within the pond, numerous koi swim gracefully. Although Qianxing cannot discern their specific breed, the shimmering scales of the koi unmistakably signify their considerable value. Overall, this scene resembles an opulent Japanese mansion, extravagance and decadence, yet I find myself drawn to it. While Qianxing has a preference for Chinese aesthetics, one cannot hold too high expectations, given that the Naruto series is rooted in Japanese anime. However, upon entering the hall, Qianxing is taken aback to find a woman already seated within. "You've returned," she exclaims. The welcoming tone and familial warmth in her voice, coupled with a somewhat familiar visage, leave Qianxing momentarily speechless. I must have taken a wrong turn. I will leave right away." Yet, as Qianxing turns to depart, the woman swiftly rises from the tatami mat and embraces him from behind. "You're finally back, Qianxing brother. I've been waiting for so long." Qianxing's instinct to struggle freezes, for there is only one person who has ever called him Qianxing brother. As the morning sun radiates brightly, the warmth is pleasant rather than oppressive. When Qianxing discovers Mizuho, she is in a side room, basking in the sunlight while leisurely practicing the art of flower arrangement. Under the sun's glow, her humming and floral arrangements create an image of serene tranquility, a stark contrast to her typically lively demeanor, prompting Qianxing to steal a few more glances. However, as time passes, he notices that Mizuho's positioning of the flowers is quite flawed, and he senses a quickening in her heartbeat, revealing her inner turmoil beneath her calm facade. Clearly, she has noticed someone observing her and has identified her spectator. Thus, upon witnessing Mizuho's flustered yet feigned composure, Qianxing cannot help but laugh. Uft! Ha ha ha! His laughter abruptly halts as he notices an unmistakable sign of irritation, a fuming symbol on her forehead. The rapid transformation from a tranquil lady to an irate spouse genuinely startles Qianxing. Just as he intends to soothe her, he observes her letting out a resigned sigh. Forget it. After their conversation the previous day, Mizuho understands that Qianxing has been devoting his time to researching the Edo Tensei and resurrection. His visit implies he seeks something from her. "What brings you here?" she inquires. Well, despite their marital bond, Qianxing feels a tinge of embarrassment in broaching the subject of borrowing money. Sensing his discomfort, Mizuho transforms into a caring sister, stepping closer and taking his hand. "We are husband and wife. There is nothing we cannot discuss." In that moment, Qianxing realizes that their relationship has evolved. They are now one, and asking for assistance should feel entirely natural. "I want to." Just as he begins to speak, he notices the gardener passing through the courtyard. While he may lack experience as a head of the household, he understands that asking his wife for money would be quite shameful. To preserve his dignity, he quickly grabs Mizuho's hand and hastens back to the bedroom, much to her surprise. With a swift motion, he shuts the door and windows, finally exhaling in relief, as their conversation is now shielded from prying ears. However, as a first-time borrower of such a significant sum, Qianxing impulsively pushes Mizuho against the wall, leaning against it with one hand. His throat tightens with anxiety, instinctively swallowing despite his Edo Tensei body lacking such sensations. "I want to." Qianxing intends to voice his request, but he notices Mizuho, after a brief journey, is slightly breathless and beads of sweat form on her brow. "Are you feeling hot?" Given that his Edo Tensei body cannot perceive temperature changes, he offers what he believes to be practical advice. "Perhaps you should change into something lighter?" Upon hearing his suggestion, Mizuho's eyes widen in astonishment, her face flushing crimson, and her breathing grows even more rapid. "Are you suffering from heat stroke?" "I recall that one should cool down with cold water. Your clothing does seem rather heavy, so perhaps." Qianxing's concern escalates, realizing that heat stroke can range from mild to severe, and if not handled properly, could pose a threat to life. Yet, before he can finish, Mizuho collapses into his arms. What is happening? However, Mizuho appears oblivious to Qianxing's worry, instead beginning to utter incomprehensible phrases. "Be gentler with her." "Gentler?" Feeling the tremors of her body in his embrace, Qianxing assumes she is frightened of pain and attempts to comfort her. "Do not worry, it won't hurt. I will be gentle." Why does this dialogue feel so familiar? At that moment, memories of a past life surge through Qianxing's mind. Akina Mountain, back to the mountain. Every mountain has a road. Teacher Tsang, Teacher Bo, teachers are well known. Realizing Mizuho's current state, Qianxing comprehends that something is amiss, and he becomes anxious, his tongue stumbling over words. "Water, Mizuho, you misunderstood. I merely wanted to." Mizuho's voice flows like a gentle stream, her gaze locked onto Qianxing's with an expectant glimmer. Beautiful, devoted, generous, childhood sweethearts. Faced with such a girl, Qianxing's heart cannot remain unaffected. Yet the reality is that while his feelings stir within, the flesh of his Edo Tensei body remains utterly numb. In this moment, he laments why he cannot simply revive immediately. Just as Qianxing grapples with the unfolding situation, a sudden call interrupts them. Mizuho grandma, where are you? This unexpected voice shatters the intimate moment, rescuing Qianxing from his predicament. After casting an apologetic glance at Qianxing, Mizuho recalls her prior engagement with the young Tsunade. I'm sorry, Qianxing brother, Tsunade, feigning indifference, Qianxing smiles. No matter, go enjoy your time with Tsunade. I will find you later. Mizuho nods. But as she turns to leave, she suddenly pivots back, rummaging through the room. Moments later, she emerges with a card resembling a bank card, beaming as she hands it to Qianxing. Today, I promised Tsunade I would accompany her. Here, take this, my auxiliary gold card. Buy whatever you desire. The familiarity of her words strikes a chord deep within Qianxing's very DNA. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Such a domineering statement escapes him before he can reconsider. Yet, in response to Qianxing's impertinence, Mizuho merely smiles gently. How could that be? Tsunade is unaware of your circumstances. I merely wish to inform her in advance to avoid startling her. Mizuho grandma. Tsunade's voice grows nearer, and their current situation is ill-suited for disclosing anything to her. Therefore, Mizuho succinctly says, why don't you take a stroll for now? Come back in the evening. After this, she blushes and kisses Qianxing on the cheek before hastily exiting the room. Watching Mizuho leave, slightly unsteady on her feet, Qianxing glances down at the card in his hand, overwhelmed by a mix of pride and melancholy. Who would have thought that I, Qianxing, would have a day of living off my wife? However, since Mito asked me to return in the evening, I shall delay my return. The laboratory is still not ready, and it seems there is little to occupy my time. I might as well check on Sarutobi Hiruzen. With this thought, Kayahoshi stealthily leapt from her corner and made her way toward the Hokage building. Chapter 53. A billion Ryu task. Though the task of writing a love letter was rather burdensome, Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not refuse it. Asking his wife for assistance was too embarrassing. So he reluctantly sought the help of Shimura Danzo, a childhood friend. Despite being of the opposite gender, Hiruzen was not inclined to think of anything beyond the task at hand. Danzo initially intended to decline, but, upon witnessing Hiruzen's desperate demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy and, after some persuasion, reluctantly agreed to assist. The nature of their relationship was a political marriage, while Hiruzen was akin to a novice in matters of love. Thus, the two began rummaging for materials to aid in their endeavor. After 2 hours of relentless effort, the two high-ranking officials, who held the lives of countless ninjas in their hands, found themselves reciting poems akin to high school students. Your voice is like the celestial music of childhood. Your eyes resemble a multitude of twinkling stars. Your hair flows like silken strands, gently brushing my face and bringing with it a faint fragrance. The slight upward curve of your lips resembles the budding flowers of spring, fresh and elegant, standing apart from the ordinary. Your smile is my sun. Each time I behold it, a warm surge fills my heart, illuminating my world. As they exchanged verses, the descriptions in their poems morphed into reflections of one another, their gazes shifting from the pages to each other. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the world faded away, leaving only the two of them. Their hearts began to race, and their breaths grew heavy. Thump, thump, whoosh, whoosh. The rhythm of their heartbeats and breaths echoed in the office as their figures drew nearer, until they could see their own reflections in each other's eyes. Just as they were about to bridge the distance, the office door was abruptly kicked open. Monkey, have you completed the task I assigned? The startled Danzo immediately adjusted his posture, feigning to tidy his hair, while Hiruzen pretended to inspect documents, hastily straightening his clothes upon realizing the emptiness before him. Their flustered actions bore a striking resemblance to students caught in a romantic moment by their teacher, a scene Kayahoshi had witnessed many times in her school days. I'll take my leave first. Being a woman, Danzo was flustered, and without regard for propriety, she stood up, head bowed, and hurriedly exited the Hokage office without so much as a farewell, her steps quick and timid. Hiruzen, too, lowered his head like a chastised student, unable to meet Kayahoshi's gaze. The two men, collectively over 50 years of age, appeared as awkward as love-struck adolescents, causing Kayahoshi to suppress a smile. Though Kayahoshi had considered that Danzo might harbor feelings for Hiruzen after her transformation, she never anticipated their antics would unfold so brazenly in broad daylight. "What are you two doing?" Kayahoshi's teasing voice elicited an exasperated complaint from Hiruzen. "Lady Kayahoshi, we are merely trying to assist you." All right, it's my fault, haha." Lady Kayahoshi. Hiruzen's complaints resumed, and Kayahoshi, stifling her laughter, recalled the original Danzo, whose sinister countenance, marred by the loss of an eye, stood in stark contrast to his current blushing demeanor as he shared a heartfelt gaze with Hiruzen. This scene was one that even a manga artist would shy away from illustrating, prompting an involuntary laugh from Kayahoshi. "Ha ha ha, my apologies. I am not laughing at you. I simply encountered something amusing." Her laughter, unrelenting, finally broke Hiruzen's composure. "You have been laughing at me this entire time." As Hiruzen neared a breaking point, Kayahoshi took a deep breath, managing to quell her mirth. "All right, I shall cease my laughter. Let us return to serious matters." "Serious matters? This is clearly a private affair." Hiruzen silently scoffed at Kayahoshi's words, but obediently handed over the love poem he had completed with Danzo. "It is ready." "Already?" Kayahoshi's thoughts momentarily drifted as she recalled that the seemingly innocent Hiruzen would eventually become the lecherous elder peeking into baths. She wondered whether the poem contained genuine affection or merely crude intentions. Yet, upon reading the contents of the letter, she was pleasantly surprised. "Quite good," she remarked with satisfaction, tossing the card Mito had just given her to Hiruzen. He fumbled to catch it, realizing it was an anonymous black card, allowing unlimited spending up to 1 billion. "Is this sufficient? If not, I can find another way." "That is more than enough." Hiruzen quickly tucked the card away. Such a sum was something he had only ever seen, never possessed. Then, used this money to post a mission, stating that a recently discovered will of the late Senju Kayahoshi includes this love letter to be delivered to Uchiha Madara. As for the reward, just pay whatever amount this card can cover. Hiruzen was taken aback by the enormity of the task's reward. After all, the minimum reward for an S-rank mission was 1 million, and 1 billion could fund 100 such missions. Moreover, the task's difficulty was negligible, practically achievable by anyone. This was essentially a gamble, and were he not the Hokage, Hiruzen would find himself tempted to take on this task for the sheer thrill of it. Kayahoshi, oblivious to Hiruzen's inner thoughts, finished assigning the task, realizing there was little else to discuss for the time being. "Let us leave it at that. I will seek you out when there's more to address." As she turned to leave, Hiruzen inexplicably called out to her. Lady Kayahoshi, I have a matter I wish to consult you about." Although puzzled by Hiruzen's sudden inquiry, Kayahoshi felt compelled to oblige given his previous assistance. "What is it?" "Well, it's just," Hiruzen realized how absurd his previous thoughts had been, yet desire overpowered reason, especially with a successful example in mind. After a moment of hesitation, he finally gathered the courage to ask, "Lady Kayahoshi, how did you handle the relationship between Mito and Madara?" Kayahoshi, Chapter 54, The Anxieties of Kurozetsu Regardless of Rank or Status. Anyone who could complete the task would receive a reward of 1 billion. The task was simply to deliver a letter, specifically, a love letter. This unrestricted task, devoid of any prerequisites or deposits, sent waves of excitement throughout the ninja world. Under Hiruzen's fervent promotion, from the farthest northern reaches to the desert lands of Lulan, from the eastern waters to the endless wastelands of the west, everyone became aware of this peculiar mission. Aside from the Land of Thunder, where this was perceived as a trap set by the Thousand Stars, the entirety of the shinobi world, upon their meetings, ceased their customary greetings and instead inquired about a singular matter. "Have you heard of the Billion-Rin task?" Alongside this task, the legendary romance between Senju Kiyoshi and Uchiha Madara spread throughout the ninja realm. Headlines such as Sister-Brother Romance, the love story of the God of War, and the forbidden love between Senju and Uchiha moved countless hearts, even prompting many impassioned youths to express a desire to undertake the task without any reward, simply inspired by the tale of the two. This illustrates the fervor with which the task was publicized. Consequently, it was inevitable that this task would not escape the attention of Kurozetsu. Meanwhile, within a vast underground cavern in the Land of Rice, a peculiar humanoid figure clad in white began to emerge from the ground. However, before it could fully take shape, this figure could hardly contain its excitement and began to shout, "Kurozetsu! Kurozetsu! I have just heard something monumental." Upon hearing the call of Shirozetsu, Kurozetsu slowly rose from the shadows, forming an abstract humanoid figure, its form unstable and formless. Shirozetsu. Do refrain from such outbursts. You might disturb Lord Madara, Kurozetsu admonished, as a hidden boss of the shinobi world, unperturbed by Shirozetsu's exuberance, especially given Shirozetsu's penchant for dramatics. But what I heard pertains to Lord Madara. Shirozetsu retorted, his tone tinged with grievance, prompting Kurozetsu to furrow his brow. After all, Madara had been absent from the ninja world for nearly a decade, his existence relegated to myth since the conclusion of the Valley of the End battle. Discussions regarding the Uchiha clan had waned, let alone any significant news about him. What is it? Observing that Kurozetsu was willing to engage, Shirozetsu excitedly relayed the details of the task. Yet, upon hearing Shirozetsu's description, Kurozetsu's expression turned to one of disdain. Huh, a mere spectacle, a dead man. No, wait. Shirozetsu interrupted, his excitement palpable. I discovered that Senju Kiyoshi has been resurrected by Tobirama using the reanimation jutsu. He is currently residing in Konoha. What? Tobirama has been dead for several days. I recall that the summoned beings dissipate once the summoner perishes. Could it be that Senju Tobirama? Kurozetsu mused aloud. Why not summon him, using the reanimation jutsu to inquire? Silence. Kurozetsu glared at Shirozetsu, who thrived on chaos, now preoccupied with discerning Kiyoshi's intentions. While it was evident that Kiyoshi's actions were aimed at prompting Madara to seek him out, the underlying motives were surely more profound. He would never act merely out of affection. Was there a hidden agenda? The more Kurozetsu pondered, the more unsettled he became, sensing a deeper conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Could he have detected my presence? Impossible. Such a thing has remained undetected for millennia, even by the sage of six paths. Have I made an error that revealed my existence? Initially confident in his plans, Kurozetsu now felt an unprecedented threat from Kiyoshi's resurgence, eroding his certainty in the flawless execution of his schemes. After a bout of self-induced anxiety, Kurozetsu grew increasingly apprehensive. To save my mother, I not only sought to eliminate Senju Kiyoshi, who could jeopardize my plans, but I also secured the invaluable Uchiha Madara and acquired the pure flesh of Hashirama. The evolution of the Mangekyo Sharingan into the Rinnegan is but a matter of time. I cannot afford to fail. To eradicate Kiyoshi's influence, Kurozetsu resolutely issued a command to Shirozetsu. Shirozetsu, I entrust you with a task. Find an opportunity to eliminate Senju Kiyoshi. Huh. Shirozetsu was taken aback. Setting aside the question of capability, Kiyoshi was already deceased. Were they to kill a corpse? Shirozetsu lacked the means. As for sealing, that was a task for the Uzumaki clan. Mito's sensory abilities, particularly concerning the Nine Tails, were not to be trifled with, causing Shirozetsu to feel as if he would be detected each time he approached. Thus, he could only offer counsel. But Kurozetsu, should I be discovered? Our situation might I care not. Kurozetsu interjected, alarmed by Kiyoshi's formidable reputation, particularly the bond he shared with Madara. Should these two reunite, Madara might cast aside his hatred in their communion, jeopardizing Kurozetsu's plans for the Moon Eye. I have waited a millennium. I will not allow a misstep. Once Senju Kiyoshi is dead, I shall handle matters regarding Lord Madara. Very well. Confronted with Kurozetsu's unwavering resolve, Shirozetsu relented and vanished underground once more. Watching Shirozetsu depart, Kurozetsu felt the need for further assurance and sought out Uchiha Madara, who was currently assimilating Hashirama's flesh. Now in his 40s, Madara's appearance was no longer at its zenith. Even his hair had lost its luster, and he was confined to a specially crafted stone seat, recuperating from the infusion of Ashura's chakra. Yet, despite this, his spirit remained as indomitable as ever, brimming with arrogance and defiance. Kurozetsu observed Madara's figure for a moment before deciding to manipulate his resolve once again. Lord Madara. Kurozetsu. What brings you here? Madara's voice was devoid of emotion, the departure of his closest kin and prolonged solitude having dulled his heart, rendering the world seemingly indifferent to him. Lord Madara, it is rumored that remnants of Senju Kiyoshi have surfaced, potentially revealing Konoha's future strategies, which could impact our Moon Eye plan. Should we take action? Oh. Madara slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Kurozetsu with an emotionless stare. And Madara was acutely aware of the tactical prowess of the god of war. However, if their plans clashed, what course of action should they take? Memories of their shared past flickered in Madara's mind, ultimately crystallizing on the last words exchanged with Hashirama. I shall not spare those who dare oppose the village. Betrayed by his father in childhood. Severed ties with Hashirama and Kiyoshi, witnessing Kiyoshi and Izuna's mutual destruction, and subsequently betrayed by Hashirama once more. Trust had repeatedly been met with betrayal. Consequently, when Madara's eyes reopened, the Mangekyo Sharingan, now tinged with a hint of white, began to whirl furiously. Since they obstruct my aspirations, I will realize them myself. Even if it means confronting Kiyoshi. Internally, he added, Kiyoshi, I trust you will understand my resolve from beyond. Witnessing Madara's demeanor, Kurozetsu could not suppress a smile of triumph. Chapter 55. All for Uchiha. As of now, the news of Kiyoshi's resurrection had only circulated among the upper echelons of Konoha. After all, this faction, rooted in warfare, awaited opportunities to leverage Kiyoshi's name to threaten other nations, thus extracting greater advantages. The relationship between Chinshin and Uchiha Madara remains an enigma, cloaked in secrecy within both the Senju and Uchiha clans, known only to them, and perhaps to Kuro and Bai. Hence, when the details of the 1 million mission spread, the Uchiha, feeling unjustly treated within the village, perceived it as a pivotal opportunity to bridge the gap between their clan and the other villagers, prompting them to take the initiative to approach. However, it seemed they miscalculated the timing. Before they could even knock on the door of the Senju residence, a commotion erupted from within. Damn it, I gave you money to enjoy yourself, not to chase after women. I waited for you all night. And you spent my money on flirting? That's not it, Mito. Let me explain. I don't want to hear it. The sounds of intense combat echoed from inside, and the waiting Uchihas could even sense the tumultuous chakra of the Nine Tails raging within. It was as if two formidable opponents were locked in a life-and-death struggle. As the concerned Uchihas prepared to intervene, Uchiha Shin stopped them. This is a family matter. We cannot interfere. Indeed, just as Uchiha Shin finished speaking, a cheerful and excited shout from a little girl rang out from inside. Beat him. Go, Grandma Mito. Although they were unaware of the events transpiring within, they recognized Tsunade's voice. The fact that Tsunade was unharmed indicated that all was well, and thus they felt it inappropriate to intervene. The sounds of explosions, crashes, and various structures being damaged continued, interspersed with Chinshin's cries and the little girl's exuberant squeals. After a considerable time, the noise finally subsided, and the hesitant Uchihas knocked on the door. The butler welcomed them into a side hall, yet the Uchihas felt no discomfort, as they had witnessed several human-shaped holes in the main hall's wall. Although curiosity tugged at them, they dared not inquire, leading some of the more bashful Uchihas to feel that their timing was ill-fated. Everything is for the village, for the Uchiha. The elder's voice invigorated those Uchihas whose resolve wavered. Yes, everything is for the village, for the Uchiha. They encouraged one another, their gazes growing resolute. However, these Uchihas likely had not mastered the art of expression management. Despite being a congregation of handsome men and beautiful women, each bore an icy demeanor that repelled any approach, their eyes reflecting disdain as if they were perpetually displeased with everything around them, resembling a band of threats rather than supplicants. Thus, when Chinshin entered, accompanied by a similarly displeased Tsunade, the atmosphere frightened Tsunade into hiding behind Chinshin. After soothing Tsunade by patting her head, Chinshin turned his icy gaze upon the Uchihas. What brings you here? Lord Chinshin. The elder Uchiha Shin bowed respectfully. We wish to inquire about your views on the position of Hokage. Hokage? Have I not made myself clear? I have no interest in the Hokage position, and moreover, the succession has already been determined by Tobirama. Whom he chooses is of no concern to me. Yet the founders of the village are the Uchiha and Senju clans. How can it be that he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is favored? Oh, the implications in their response made Chinshin immediately grasp their meaning. Are you suggesting that the position of Hokage should only be passed between the Uchiha and Senju? Is that your stance, or that of the Uchiha? Chinshin's counter-question caught them off guard, as it posed a deadly dilemma. To claim it was their own belief might label them as traitors to the village, while admitting it was the Uchiha stance could jeopardize their already tenuous standing should Chinshin choose not to support them. In that moment, Uchiha Shin recalled the disdainful glances cast upon the Uchiha by the villagers, even as they had rescued countless comrades and sacrificed themselves in perilous missions. The bitter truth of their situation weighed heavily upon him. Thus, some desperate souls believed that unless one of their own ascended to the position of Hokage, the villagers would never accept the Uchiha. Everything is for the Uchiha. Uchiha Shin steeled himself and resolved to take a chance. It is the Uchiha's opinion. We do not genuinely desire the role of Hokage. Our aim is merely to better integrate into the village. Lord Qianxing, for the sake of Lord Madara, we implore you to assist us. Oh, Uchiha Shin's response brought a glimmer of joy to Qianxing, for it indicated that they acknowledged the bond between him and Madara, implying a familial connection. Such matters I shall certainly. However, before Qianxing could finish, Tsunade's disdainful gaze interrupted, as she bore witness to a sordid transaction of power and money within Konoha. Ahem. Qianxing pretended to clear his throat, seeking to change the subject. Well, I understand. Uchiha Shin had previously heard that Qianxing would assist him in achieving the Hokage position for monetary reasons. Thus, the Uchiha extended their sincerity. A small key was presented before Qianxing. What is this? Knowing of your feelings for Lord Madara, we have renovated his residence. This is the key to his home. This belongs to Madara. Yet before Qianxing could grasp the key, he sensed a watchful presence, an imminent threat detectable even without his sensory abilities, emanating from Mito, who was employing the Kagura's heart technique. Surely not. Were we not to be allies? Although Qianxing found Mito's sudden change of demeanor amusing, for the sake of peace within his household, he could only feign anger. Leave. I do not wish to see you here. Huh. The bewildered Uchihas had not anticipated such a sudden shift. Just as they sought clarification, Uchiha Shin had already risen. Very well, Lord Qianxing, we shall take our leave. With that, he disregarded the protests of the other Uchihas and made his way toward the door, clearly having understood Qianxing's underlying message. Qianxing glanced at the departing Uchihas and then turned to Tsunade, who was still pouting in displeasure. Little Tsunade, would you like to become a princess? Tsunade, bewildered by Qianxing's question, tilted her head in confusion. What? A princess? Tsunade could not comprehend the meaning behind his words, her small face a canvas of inquiry. Do you know who currently leads the Senju clan? What? Tsunade continued to tilt her head, demonstrating her ignorance regarding the long-dissolved Senju clan. With no other recourse, Qianxing settled for a compromise. Then summon your father for dinner. Our family can gather and discuss a few matters. Though somewhat reluctant about this sudden appearance of an unfamiliar grandfather, Tsunade felt compelled to comply under Mito's authoritative presence. All right. The familial gathering was both simple and grand. And although Qianxing insisted that no formalities were necessary, everyone except Tsunade remained quite reserved. After dinner, Qianxing and Tsunade's father entered the study together. Their conversation remained a secret, known only to them and shrouded from any outsiders. However, on the following morning, an exceptionally momentous piece of news swiftly spread throughout the village of Konoha. The Senju clan was set to be re-established. The announcement sparked an uproar, and those spies lurking within Konoha, risking their own exposure, disseminated the information in record time. The streets buzzed with speculation regarding the implications of this news, especially considering that the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had recently disbanded the Senju clan. Yet, in a remarkable turn of events, the newly appointed Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, announced its revival. Such actions, deemed highly disrespectful to the second Hokage, incited considerable public discontent. However, after Sarutobi apprehended several spies, the villagers, untouched by the ravages of war, were reminded that the Shinobi World War was far from over. Consequently, the tide of public sentiment shifted from criticism of Sarutobi to a more favorable view. Some even speculated that the announcement of the Senju's revival was merely a smokescreen, intended to distract while the spies were rounded up. Many hoped to embrace this development, given that the Senju clan had been the founders and long-standing protectors of the village, symbolizing safety and stability. In contrast to the ordinary populace, the higher echelons of Konoha possessed deeper insights, leading to more profound speculations. It appeared that Lord Chikage was preparing for significant actions. Was he planning to continue the Shinobi World War? The conjectures circulated among the various clans, yet curiously, no one dared to inquire directly. For the elders of the clans exhibited an unusually rigid stance, some even daring to challenge their leaders in a bid to prevent further escalation. Although each had their own interpretation, they all conveyed a singular message. If you wish for your clan members to act as a suicide squad, so be it. While the desire for inquiry diminished, the connections with allied clans intensified. As everyone eagerly awaited Chikage's next move, the former second-in-command of the Senju clan, now the new clan leader, Senju Takumi, stepped forward to dispel the rumors. Our re-establishment of the Senju clan is solely to honor the eternal alliance between the Senju and Uzumaki clans. As long as Konoha exists, so shall the Senju clan. With our presence, Konoha will naturally be the most loyal ally of the land of Whirlpool. Furthermore, our revival carries no intentions of usurping power or undermining the new Hokage. In fact, we, the Senju clan, pledge that if the next Hokage is not from the Uchiha clan, we will not seek the position ourselves. This declaration reignited a fervor throughout Konoha. The common populace felt a sense of reassurance regarding the Senju's revival, while some in the upper echelons interpreted it differently. The Uchiha clan perceived this as a means for Chikage to enhance their reputation. Regardless of whether the next Hokage hailed from the Uchiha, the villagers would likely harbor less animosity towards them, a favor that left them profoundly grateful. Meanwhile, other clans practically glimmered with anticipation. Indeed, the consolidation of the Senju, the alliance with the Uchiha, and the involvement of the land of Whirlpool seemed to herald grand ambitions. Was Lord Chikage preparing to lead Konoha in unifying the shinobi world? The prospect of fighting alongside the legendary god of war thrilled many, with some envisioning their names etched in the annals of history. Amidst this whirlwind of speculation, the prevailing sentiment leaned towards war, with many anticipating a unification conflict within the shinobi world. No one in Konoha harbored doubts about their potential for victory, considering their cause righteous. Consequently, while actively preparing for battle, they dispatched a considerable number of ninjas to the front lines, with some clans nearly brawling over the allocation of frontline positions. Just then, an unusual piece of intelligence emerged from the front lines. The other four great nations, including the Land of Lightning, collectively chose to abandon offense in favor of defense. Each nation's frontline outposts were fortified as if they were prickly turtles. Regardless of the provocations, they remained indifferent at their posts, with Konoha ninjas unable to approach within 200 meters without being ignored. Faced with this situation, advancing would incur significant losses, yet refraining from attack would leave Konoha's offensive efforts stifled. This nauseating tactic of seeking no merit but wishing to avoid blame infuriated those Konoha ninjas eager for conflict. Upon receiving this news, Konoha's higher-ups swiftly discerned the underlying implications. The Land of Lightning had leaked Lord Chikage's intelligence. Only they would possess knowledge of his revival. As Konoha prepared to unleash its fury upon the Land of Lightning, the new Third Reikage, along with the leaders of the other three great nations, proposed a new 5 Kage summit. The Reikage even sent envoys bearing the bodies of Tobarama, Kinkaku, and Ginkaku, along with the terms for peace negotiations, privately offering a 10% increase in compensation. Their subservient attitude was almost akin to offering a land concession. Given the stance of the remaining four nations, it appeared they had likely formed a clandestine alliance. If the 5 Kage summit proceeded smoothly, all would be well. However, if negotiations faltered, it was likely that the four nations, despite their reluctance, would again wage war against Konoha. Should war commence, it would likely be a relentless conflict. Moreover, if Konoha continued its military mobilization under such circumstances, it would be deemed an unprovoked aggression. Uncertain whether to pursue war or peace, Konoha's leadership once more turned their attention to the next move of the god of war. Yet Chikage remained indifferent to these matters. He knew that war was unlikely to erupt. Since conflict was improbable, he preferred to continue his experiments. The bodies of Kinkaku and Ginkaku were en route, and he had acquired the 9 Tails Chakra, while the 7 Tails was likely still in the process of revival. The remaining materials, including those from the Ice Clan, the Take-Torai, the Uzumaki, the Hyuga, and the Uchiha, were nearing completion. All that remained was the chakra from the other tailed beasts. After all his efforts, he thought, Kagaya, please do not let me down. With the imminent arrival of the materials, Chikage chuckled to himself and resumed his reverse engineering of the Otsutsuki bloodline. Chapter 57. Danzo. I want to become the Hokage's woman. From the Senju clan's revival to the unexpected developments at the front lines and the subsequent 5 Kage summit, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who remained at the center of it all, felt no inner turmoil. Observing the flurry of activity among the ninja clans, he had an inkling of their intelligence. To him, the revival of the Senju clan seemed merely a ploy by someone seeking personal gain to win the favor of a beautiful woman, with deeper intentions aimed solely at placating the formidable matriarch of the Uzumaki clan and balancing the affections of another Uchiha confidant. Nothing more, nothing less. This light-hearted manipulation of power dynamics, along with the blessings of having multiple lovers, stirred a sense of envy within him. Yet, this incident afforded Sarutobi valuable insights. The pursuit of power and the allure of beauty are desires that every man aspires to attain. While Sarutobi had power, he found himself lacking in romantic fulfillment. His relationship with Danzo had been platonic until the recent events, which seemed to have shattered that barrier, yet societal norms rendered their connection increasingly distant. Now, with beauty within reach, Sarutobi was reluctant to let his chance slip away, especially given the adage of preferring a mistress over a wife, and a clandestine affair over an unattainable love. Drawing inspiration from the exploits of an unnamed star, Sarutobi resolved to formulate a strategy to pursue his desires. After several days of continuous deliberation, Sarutobi Hisashi felt a sense of mastery over his abilities, even inadvertently allowing Danzo to discuss matters alone. The bodies of the second Hokage and the brothers Kin and Jin would arrive shortly. Furthermore, the renovations of Lord Chikage's laboratory had been completed, and the quotation was placed on your desk. Additionally, my investigation revealed that the Uchiha clan had visited Lord Chikage recently. Although I could not uncover the nature of their discussions, I suspect it is related to the recent upheavals in the village and the re-establishment of the Senju clan. Therefore, we should thoroughly investigate the Uchiha clan in the near future. Are you even listening to me? Danzo initially intended to express his habitual reproach, but found himself softened by Hisashi's fervent gaze. My apologies, I was lost in thought. Hisashi quickly offered an apology. Yet his demeanor lacked sincerity, his eyes still fixed intently on Danzo. While Danzo relished this attention, the blatant stare made her somewhat uneasy. Hisashi Aisho. Hisashi placed a finger to his lips and slowly approached, gently taking Danzo's hand. Allow me to care for you. This unexpected confession caught Danzo off guard. At that moment, her mind went blank, unsure of what to say. I woke up early this morning and haven't even brushed my teeth. Grasping for an excuse, Danzo attempted to escape Hisashi's advances. However, Hisashi had anticipated her reaction and held her hand firmly. I will not let go. Hisashi's radiant demeanor instilled a measure of belief in Danzo, causing her struggles to weaken significantly. Sensing his approach was effective, Hisashi seized the moment. We will gaze at the sea together, watch the sunrise and sunset, and experience the myriad facets of life. When we are old, we will watch our children and grandchildren run about. Danzo was moved by Hisashi's vision, and her struggles ceased. Once I step down as Hokage, we can peacefully enjoy life in Konoha. However, such a simple statement abruptly cooled Danzo's demeanor, as it became evident that Hisashi's future did not include her as Hokage. What do you intend for me? Feeling the absence of resistance from Danzo, Hisashi remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, still immersed in his envisioned future. I will arrange a relatively leisurely position for you, allowing us more time together, and then, bang. Just as Hisashi believed he was on the verge of success, the door, recently reinstalled, was violently kicked open. Monkey, where are the bodies of Kin and Jin? Hurry and bring them to me. I need them urgently. The raucous voice echoed in the Hokage's office, yet neither of the occupants responded. Casting a glance at Danzo, whose icy demeanor quickly masked itself, and then at Hisashi, who wore a forlorn expression, Chikage remained oblivious to the current situation. Monkey, are you on your period? Damn your entire family. Though Hisashi wished to retort, he held his tongue. I will deliver the items once they arrive. Also, Lord Chikage, wouldn't it be appropriate to knock? Knocking is far less entertaining than watching you squirm. Chikage remarked, ignoring Hisashi's increasingly sorrowful gaze, and began to weave grandiose dreams for him. Rest assured, once you become Hokage, I will no longer intrude upon your life. You will be free to do as you please. Although Chikage was unreasonable, capricious, and enjoyed toying with others, Hisashi recognized that beneath these traits, the elder still cared for him. Hearing such words that felt like a permanent farewell caused his expression to freeze. Lord Chikage, what do you mean by this? Because I'm lazy. Chikage spread his hands, wearing a nonchalant expression, which only heightened Hisashi's sense of grievance. Give me back my emotions. Chikage waved dismissively at Hisashi's renewed expression of sorrow and prepared to turn away. However, at that moment, Danzo, who had been an invisible presence, suddenly spoke up. Lord Chikage, please wait. Though her expression remained unchanged, Danzo had come to a profound realization from Hisashi's earlier words. The other party had no intention of allowing her to ascend, neither to the position of Hokage nor as his partner. The ambition within her became crystal clear, driving her determination. A woman who cannot become Hokage shall become the Hokage's woman. With newfound resolve, Danzo stepped forward, standing beside Chikage. Lord Chikage, I shall accompany you. Glancing at the indifferent Danzo, Chikage did not inquire further and nodded in agreement. Very well. Chapter 58. Danzo, do you wish to be a cute girl? The two walked along the street, with more than 10 individuals greeting Danzo, yet none approached Chikage. However, Chikage was unfazed, as those who knew him were preoccupied with their own affairs, which justified his audacity in visiting the Hokage's office without reservation. As they neared Chikage's residence, the foot traffic dwindled, yet Danzo showed no intention of departing. If you remain silent, I will be entering the house. Sueho does not appreciate me bringing women home, even if that woman is someone I despise. Chikage openly expressed his disdain for Danzo, yet her expression remained unchanged. The topic had shifted, and she had no intention of retreating or relinquishing her last opportunity. Without hesitation or reluctance, the discontented Danzo boldly articulated her ambition. Lord Chikage, I wish to become Hokage. Oh, Chikage halted, taken aback by the audacity of this woman who openly declared her aspirations in the street. Her forthrightness piqued his admiration. It seemed Danzo was not as meek as portrayed in the original narrative, and he wondered what had transpired to push the woman who had just agreed to be his support into such a state. Moreover, her willingness to openly defy Hizashi's intentions suggested she could serve as a valuable ally in testing him. Considering the potential of adding another piece to his strategy, Chikage mentally charted a path for Danzo's rise. Why? I refuse to accept a life of mediocrity. If I am to do something, I shall aim for the highest. Danzo's voice was steady and calm, yet her desires were unmistakable. Chikage was pleased with this response. Such individuals clearly recognize their shortcomings and the strengths of others, and they would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. As for the fear of backlash? Nonsense. The ninja world was known as the Otsutsuki playground, where those lacking the Otsutsuki bloodline had no place at the table. Moreover, Chikage, as a time traveler, had meticulously studied the narrative of Naruto for over a decade. To be outmaneuvered now would be a fitting consequence for his own actions. Come with me. Upon hearing Chikage's words, a smile crept onto Danzo's lips, unable to be contained. Two individuals traversed the courtyard of the Senju residence, while the main hall remained under renovation. In a corner of the garden, Tsunade practiced her shuriken techniques. But upon spotting Chikage and Danzo together, she could not contain her excitement and shouted, "Grandma Mito, he has brought a woman home." With a swift movement, Chikage appeared behind Tsunade, delivering a playful slap to her head before vanishing back to his original spot. Ouch! Tearfully, Tsunade searched for the culprit but could find no one. Even though she knew it was undoubtedly the ghost that Grandma Mito referred to, complaining would be futile for Chikage. So Tsunade could only cover her head in grievance, while keeping a wary eye on the feigning nonchalance of the mischievous villain. Let us proceed. Ignoring Tsunade's antics, Chikage led Danzo into a side room. However, as they settled down, the warm tea gradually cooled, yet Chikage remained unmoved, showing no desire to speak. Although aware that Danzo was trying to bait him, Danzo could only comply, as he needed something from Chikage. Lord Chikage, may I inquire how I might become Hokage? It was only upon hearing Danzo speak that Chikage snapped out of his reverie. What can you offer me? Danzo replied, what does Lord Chikage desire? His tone suggested he was fully committed, indicating he would comply with any request Chikage might make. Ah, do not blame me then. Observing the unique artifact meant for Hiruzen Sarutobi, Chikage felt a thrill. The situation concerning Hiruzen was particularly special, and with Danzo's unique involvement, circumstances would surely differ. Let us set conditions aside for now. I can share with you how to become Hokage. Really? Danzo was taken aback, while others went mad trying to become Hokage. Chikage seemed to be offering the method without hesitation, as if it were devoid of cost. Yet, contemplating Danzo's status, he felt a surge of reflection on the disparities between people. Setting aside these thoughts, Danzo respectfully bowed to Chikage. Please, grant me your guidance. Seeing Danzo's eagerness to learn, Chikage reluctantly agreed to provide some strategies. There are 3 methods: troublesome, simple, and super simple. Danzo was momentarily speechless. Chikage continued, to prevent confusion. Let us begin with the super simple one. The Ninja World War has just concluded, and the 5 Kage Summit is about to commence. Seize an opportunity to send someone to assassinate the monkey, and then blame it on the other nations. This will incite another war. As long as you provide some tactical advice during the chaos and inadvertently lead to the demise of the monkey and a few of your female classmates, the position of Hokage will be firmly within your grasp. Is this really super simple? Danzo questioned, considering the current volatile state of the other four nations. Realizing that any rash move from Konoha could lead to dire consequences. The conditions seemed impossible. They had to win, eliminate others, survive, and ensure Konoha remained intact. This is far from simple. However, reflecting on Chikage's past achievements, Danzo could only silently scoff. No wonder you call it super simple. It seems that only you could pull this off. Restraining his urge to voice his frustrations, Danzo sought an alternative. Lord Chikage, I merely wish to become Hokage. Not necessarily to see Hiruzen die. Perhaps we could explore another method? Sigh, some women can be so troublesome, Chikage muttered, causing Danzo's lips to twitch. Since the super simple method is unsuitable, let us consider a simple one. Are you adept at pig farming? Huh. Danzo was utterly bewildered by Chikage's sudden shift from destruction to discussing pig farming. While the former made sense, the latter left him confused. Lord Chikage, I do not comprehend. Would you like to become a pig girl? Danzo was incredulous. Although she understood each word, the phrase made no sense together, yet she sensed Chikage's mischievous intent. Isn't it simple? Chikage grinned at Danzo's confusion. In essence, it refers to being a pioneer in pig farming, but since you are female, it is termed pig girl. How kind of you to regard me as a woman. Danzo internally scoffed, yet remained perplexed about the connection between becoming Hokage and pig farming. Despite her esteemed background, she had conducted thorough research on Konoha's grassroots, and pig farming fell within her scope. Dirty, chaotic, unkempt, and smelly. Only those in dire economic straits would consider pig farming. She was well aware of the drawbacks, but struggled to identify any benefits. As a former leader of the esteemed Shimura clan, she found it difficult to conceive of advantages. Noticing Danzo's silence, Chikage recognized her lack of insight and continued. As the saying goes, to become wealthy, one must first build roads. To achieve prosperity, one must raise pigs. If you wish to become Hokage, start by learning pig farming. How does raising pigs lead to wealth? And what does it have to do with being Hokage? Danzo was baffled. Do you not understand? It's about connecting with the masses. Seeing Danzo's continued bewilderment, Chikage felt a pang of disappointment. Although the original Danzo had caused the Senju clan's elite to perish and led to the extinction of the Uzumaki clan, Chikage considered the potential amusement in this lifetime's Danzo becoming a pig girl. To pique Danzo's interest in this plan, Chikage elaborated passionately. Imagine if each pig you raised weighed nearly 500 pounds, and you publicly shared the methods to cultivate such pigs, even becoming their spokesperson. Pork prices would plummet, making it accessible to all. Think about it. When the people of Konoha enjoy pork, they will remember your kindness. When you casually express a desire to become Hokage, do you think anyone will oppose you? Would anyone dare to challenge you? At that moment, Danzo was struck by Chikage's vision. Who would have thought that pig farming, a profession she had always looked down upon, could aid her in obtaining the position of Hokage? This seemingly trivial matter, when interconnected, could wield such extraordinary power. The god of war, she thought, truly lived up to its name. However, as Danzo marveled, Chikage scrutinized her closely. Lord Chikage, what are you implying? Noticing Danzo's concern, Chikage retracted her gaze. Danzo, if you wish to implement this plan, your image may require some adjustment. What kind of adjustment? Danzo inquired, brimming with excitement, completely unaware of Chikage's ulterior motives. Quite simple. Your smile should be more amiable, and your slender figure is not suitable. Oh yes. The Akimichi clan's physique would suit you well. Why not follow their dietary regimen for the next 2.5 years? Go to hell for 2.5 years. And to hell with the Akimichi clan. Tawanzo roared internally, as a woman. She had always looked down upon the plump figure associated with the Akimichi clan, let alone the thought of transforming into such a form. She was not a martial artist like those from the Akimichi clan. As a member of the Shimizu clan, who excelled in speed and agility, acquiring such a physique would likely render her only able to unleash 40% of her potential. With that meager strength, she wouldn't even stand a chance against elite Jonin, and she might even meet her demise at the hands of an assassin one day. What use was a Hokage like that? As for the other condition of having a friendly smile, she could kill, but to smile warmly? To be honest, Tawanzo had long forgotten how to perform that gesture. At that moment, she cast a glance at Chinching, filled with profound emotion. The drawbacks of these two methods were akin to a hellish challenge for her, if it weren't for their considerable feasibility. She would suspect that the other party was intentionally mocking her. Should Qianqing be aware of her thoughts, he would likely chuckle in agreement. Yet, at that moment, Tuanzo's expression, oscillating between desire and disdain, was rather amusing. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed those thoughts and calmly addressed Qianqing. Lord Qianqing, I appreciate your 2 suggestions, but I would like to hear a third option. A third option? Qianqing pretended to be troubled. This one is rather complicated, and the stakes are high. I truly do not wish to recommend it. Is it difficult even for you? The thought that even this old man found it troublesome made Tuanzo uncertain about her own chances of success. However, recalling that there is no turning back once the arrow is released, she gritted her teeth and bowed to Qianqing once more. Please, elucidate, Lord Qianqing. Recognizing Tuanzo's determination, Qianqing feigned helplessness. Since you are so resolute, very well. Tuanzo, do you wish to become the dark side of Konoha? In that instant, Qianqing's previously languid tone turned serious, causing Tuanzo to involuntarily lift her head, her body tensing. The dark side of Konoha? Yes, the queen of the night in Konoha. Since the monkey has assumed the role of the surface king, you shall become the queen of the shadows, protecting the sunlight of Konoha and serving as nourishment for the village, handling matters that are inconvenient for Konoha to address directly. Queen of the night? Tuanzo murmured. Yes. Wielding control over Konoha's darkness also signifies embracing the monkey's shadow side. Naturally, this endeavor must receive the monkey's approval. Your misdeeds will then become his blemish. However, do not always acquiesce to him. Learn to confront him, punish him. Implements such as whips, candles, and high-heeled shoes must not be overlooked. Simultaneously, you should bestow certain rewards. Perhaps something like Ice X Fire or Poison X Dragon. In time, you will have him laughing when you wish and crying when you desire. Being Hokage is not as simple as it sounds. As Tuanzo listened to Qianqing's description, her initially bright eyes gradually dulled, ultimately turning to anger. Stop, stop, stop. Is this what you refer to as the third option? She hastily interrupted the increasingly enthusiastic Qianqing, fearing that they might veer off into absurdity. Is that unacceptable? Observing Tuanzo's expression, Qianqing promptly inquired tentatively, suggesting alterations if the notion of Poison X Dragon was too much to bear. Is that really the implication? Tuanzo felt an urge to curse, beginning to question her sanity for seeking assistance from this individual. Chapter 60. Zero cost purchase what? Is that not acceptable? Qianqing's words brimmed with regret, yet Tuanzo's furious glare conveyed her stance. Some women are like tea kettles. Qianqing's murmurs reignited Tuanzo's wrath, and she resolved not to tolerate any further provocation. If you continue this way, Lord Qianqing, I shall have to inform Lord Mido that you have been teasing me. Is it necessary to belittle me so? If you dislike the latter content, I can revise it. Qianqing's repeated provocations could incite even the most patient of individuals. And for someone as narrow-minded as Tuanzo, she could hardly resist the temptation of alterations, though her gaze no longer held anticipation. Since you are not fond of it, the first half need not be changed. The latter part will depend on endurance. As long as you endure until the monkey steps down, and as long as there is still conflict in the ninja world, it is said that compassion does not command troops. You, who will master Konoha's dark side, will be the most suitable candidate for Hokage. Of course, should any issues arise with the monkey during this time, you will also have the opportunity to ascend. Lastly, Qianqing added, the duration might be somewhat lengthy. Lengthy? I am merely in my 20s. I shall certainly wait for the chance when the sun falters. Even if it takes time, what of it? As long as I can become Hokage, the wait is trivial. Hearing Qianqing's words, Tuanzo felt a sense of disdain. She had never considered waiting as a burden. As long as she could become Hokage, a decade or two would be inconsequential. What did it mean to be Konoha's dark side? Was it not merely engaging in dirty work and killing? Compared to the previous 2 schemes, she would much rather kill. Moreover, since no one had yet taken on this role, if it fell to her, she could indeed become Konoha's queen of the night. With that thought, Tuanzo found herself smirking at Qianqing's so-called lengthy wait. Surely the monkey would not retire at 60 or 70. This marked the first time Qianqing witnessed Tuanzo smile. Albeit her smile bore a hint of brutality and malice. It appeared that even if Tuanzo transformed into a woman, she would still choose this path. But perhaps that was for the best. It indicated that even if characters underwent gender reversals in the future, the original storyline still held significant reference value. As for the monkey, for now, Let this enhanced version of Tuanzo stir things up. He would likely find it quite troublesome. With this thought, Qianqing cast his gaze toward Tuanzo, who likewise fixed her gaze upon him. They exchanged knowing smiles, each harboring ulterior motives. Ha ha. After their laughter subsided, Tuanzo, although feeling that this plan suited her perfectly, remained uncertain about the specific steps to take, or rather, how she could make Hisashi willingly allow her to become Konoha's dark side. After all, that man still intended to keep her as a mistress. And if she were truly to engage with implements of punishment and torture, Hisashi would undoubtedly be the first to object. Though aware that Qianqing knew of her relationship with Hisashi, Tuanzo had no choice but to suppress her shame and once again explain herself. So, Lord Qianqing, what should I do? In response to Tuanzo's inquiry, Qianqing did not hold back, directly outlining a path for her. If you wish to gain the monkey's attention, you must demonstrate your worth. The 5 Kage summit is approaching, isn't it? Ask the monkey for a position as a bodyguard, and then proceed this way and that. When the time comes, requesting a position will not be difficult. Upon hearing this, Tuanzo felt a surge of excitement. Thank you, Lord Qianqing, for your guidance. Though she recognized the old man's ulterior motives, his scheme resembled a poisoned meal offered to a starving person, while it was equally lethal. For someone on the brink of death, being poisoned was preferable to starving. Moreover, she had her own plans. What Tuanzo was contemplating remained a mystery to Qianqing. But having read the original story, he understood that this individual before him was undoubtedly a femme fatale, hence he wore a facade of polite amusement. Haha, as long as you are pleased. While contemplating betrayal, Tuanzo realized that until she achieved success, this old man still held some value. Thus, she proactively offered what she could contribute to prepare herself mentally. Lord Qianqing, what are your terms? Let us set aside the matter of terms for now, but remember, if anything goes awry, do not tell others that I instructed you. Indeed, the cunning fox, when impoverished, inflicts fixed damage. When affluent, inflicts percentage damage, does it not? Danzo immediately discerned the avarice of Chikage, yet she remained untroubled. It is merely Edo Tensei. Once I assumed the role of the shadow in Konoha, I refuse to believe that a solution cannot be found. After all, you, Senju Chikage, are known for your loyalty and honor. The Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans, surely one of them will falter, and at that moment, I trust you will come to their aid. With this thought, Danzo forcefully suppressed the excitement bubbling within. For she believed that even the god of war could be manipulated to achieve the title of Hokage, which was already within her grasp. Thus, Danzo once more performed a deep bow. Yes, I am grateful for Lord Chikage's guidance. Chikage nodded, then waved her hand, signaling her to proceed. Yes, the 5 Kage summit was merely days away, and Danzo, as Chikage anticipated, successfully maneuvered her way into a position of a guard, departing alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, Chikage awaited the arrival of the corpses of the Gold and Silver brothers, and thus began her exploration of Konoha's secret jutsu collection room. One would not expect the treasures hidden within. Upon investigation, Chikage indeed uncovered a plethora of remarkable techniques. 8 gates, corpse demon sealing method, and even spirit transformation technique were present. Tobarama, you rascal, you have indeed amassed artifacts from even the smallest of clans like the Kato. It seems that Hashirama was right. Those with lesser skills tend to gather more tools. In the future, if a monkey becomes a so-called ninja professor, it is likely due to your teachings. After commenting on Tobarama, Chikage unceremoniously began to pack these ninjutsu. While lesser skilled individuals may gather tools, once the masters accumulate theirs, their threat level skyrockets. Chikage firmly believed that she could embody a vessel of the Otsutsuki bloodline. Even if she failed, Orochimaru and Kabuto were already within her reach. If she could not manage, seeking their assistance was a viable alternative. With her reputation, they would undoubtedly assume she had contingencies in place. And when she revealed certain future insights, they would have no choice but to comply to avoid jeopardizing their plans. Reflecting on this, Chikage could not help but admire the fame she had garnered through mere boasting. The title of God of War is indeed quite advantageous. Just as Chikage reveled in her delightful acquisition, a pair of white eyes lurked in the corner, fixated upon her. Chapter 61. The 5 Kage Summit. The location for the 5 Kage Summit was ultimately determined to be in the Land of Iron. In proximity to the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, bordering the Land of Fire, the Land of Waterfalls, and the Land of Rice. As a permanent neutral nation, Its unique samurai culture is said to have originated before the era of ninjutsu, and thus, long ago. The ninjas agreed not to engage in conflict with this land. This wondrous nation, akin to a talisman, attracted the shadows of the 5 great nations, who were often embroiled in assassination, to conduct discussions within its borders. Arriving 10 minutes past the scheduled time, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally appeared at the base of the conference building, accompanied by Danzo and Uchiha Shizune. Even so, Hiruzen was the second to arrive. Sarutobi was no stranger to such occurrences. After all, attending the 5 Kage summit was not akin to bilateral negotiations. To prevent unnecessary conflicts from arising during discussions, the limit for attendance was set at 1 shadow and 2 guards per nation. Hence, to avoid being targeted by other nations' shadows, all participants typically arrived punctually, a tacit agreement of the 5 Kage summit. However, in contrast to the mutual wariness exhibited by other nations, the newly appointed 3rd Raikage, A, approached with eager cordiality upon seeing the Konoha delegation. Yet, A's gaze did not rest upon the Hokage. Rather, it was directed at the true identity of the guards before he turned his attention to Sarutobi. Congratulations, Hokage. Upon recognizing the speaker as the Raikage, Hiruzen did not indulge in pleasantries. Instead, he cut straight to the chase. Where is the body of my teacher? The Raikage, undeterred by the Hokage's brusqueness, began to explain. After the conclusion of the 5 Kage summit, the body of the one who murdered the previous Hokage, along with the corresponding reparations for this incident, will be delivered to Konoha. So we await the results before making any plans? However, I have Lord Chikage overseeing matters here. I doubt you will pull any tricks. With this thought, Sarutobi cast a disdainful glance at A before striding into the conference hall. Uchiha Shizune quickly followed suit, while Danzo, after casting a glance at the Raikage, smirked slightly before hastening to catch up with Sarutobi. Observing the attitude of Sarutobi and his companions, the Raikage's guards immediately voiced their displeasure. Raikage, they are being excessively rude. Watching the retreating figures, he shook his head. Not at all, it is entirely warranted. Were we to have our own god of war in Kimobikure, they would likely be even more arrogant. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, A, aware that these youngsters only grasped the severity of the matter post-Chikage's demise, felt compelled to remind them once more. Remember, until the information is confirmed, regardless of what the Konoha individuals say or do, even if they insult me, you are not permitted to retaliate, understood? Witnessing the typically valiant Raikage displaying such humility, his guards comprehended the seriousness of the situation, and albeit reluctantly, they acquiesced. Yes, Raikage. With no pleasantries exchanged, the other shadows arrived punctually and, upon seating themselves, immediately commenced with the day's agenda. The proceedings of the summit were exceedingly mundane and ordinary, verging on the tedious, devoid of significant disputes or quarrels over interests. The reparations were paid in full, and the troops to be withdrawn were accounted for without exception. The seamless nature of this process was nothing short of astonishing to Sarutobi. Consequently, what was anticipated to last several days was concluded in under 3 hours. As Tobirama's disciple, Sarutobi was no fool. During the discussions, he occasionally interjected reasonable suggestions, but would slyly introduce a couple of conditional clauses that would be immediately recognized by the other shadows, resulting in a united front against him. They appeared as brotherly nations, united in their fates. Heaven knows that merely half a month prior, they were engaged in brutal conflict. Now, they sat together, feigning familial harmony. Having participated in such summits before, Sarutobi could not help but marvel at the efficiency of this meeting, while also reflecting on how useful the old man's name truly was. As matters concluded favorably, Sarutobi intended to take his leave. Although he was the 3rd Hokage, his strength was among the weakest in this assembly of shadows. However, contrary to his expectations, the other 4 shadows seemed reluctant to let him depart so swiftly. Just as Sarutobi rose to his feet, they immediately called out to him, "Hokage, please wait a moment." The speaker was a short man, notably the smallest among the shadows. Yet his prowess was nearly unmatched, earning him the moniker, Anoki the Two-Scale. Upon seeing the speaker, Sarutobi's heart sank. Despite the backing of Konoha and the old man, life was singular and precious, and had not Tobirama himself been Hokage? Had he not also met his end? With Anoki's gaze fixed upon him, Sarutobi, though wishing to flee, found his pride as Hokage forbidding such an act. "Anoki, the terms have already been agreed upon, and the documents signed. Do you intend to go back on your word?" No. Inoki waved his hand, subsequently lowering his stance. You see, I once had a fleeting encounter with Lord Madara. I have heard that the recent mission from Konoha, valued at 100 million, is related to her, and I merely wish to learn more about its details. Although Inoki's expression remained placid, the other Kage's gazes fixated intently on Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was acutely aware of their intentions. Did they seek to uncover the truth about Lord Senju Kisaragi? If I were to deny it, returning safely to Konoha today could become a precarious endeavor. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated threatening them with a suggestion to come to Konoha for answers, the ever-eager Danzo, unable to contain his excitement, seized the opportunity to interject. No, that is all we know. All eyes swiftly turned to Danzo, then back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Sarutobi was bewildered by Danzo's erratic behavior, their relationship compelled him to defend her. Ha ha ha, that is about the gist of it. Such ambiguous statements left everyone with the impression that Sarutobi Hiruzen was lacking in confidence. Was it possible that Senju Kisaragi had not been resurrected? As individuals from other nations began to entertain this notion, the Raikage, sensing Danzo's gaze upon him, reciprocated with his own. Meanwhile, Danzo extended 3 fingers towards the Raikage. Their subtle gestures did not escape the keen eyes of the assembled experts. Sarutobi Hiruzen's unease, combined with the earlier news from the Land of Lightning regarding the survival of the God of War, triggered an epiphany in the impoverished and money-sensitive Wind Kage. 3. A three-way split? Is it possible that Konoha and Kumogakure are colluding, dividing the compensation from the other 3 great nations? And that the so-called resurrection of Senju Kisaragi is a fabrication? Have we been deceived? With that thought, the Wind Kage shot a furious glare at the Raikage. The other Kage were not oblivious either, and soon followed the Wind Kage's line of reasoning. The pressure suddenly shifted towards the Raikage. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he seized the opportunity to discreetly extricate himself and the others. Chapter 62. Ha ha. I have finally vanquished Kisaragi. First, the 8 gates of bypass. Open gate, rest gate. Life gate, open. Boom. A torrent of chakra erupted violently from Kisaragi's body, instantly creating a significant wind pressure at his surface, powerful enough to disperse the surrounding dust. Observing his skin reddening from the rapid chakra flow, Kisaragi clenched his fist. This body, devoid of any sensation of pain or touch, felt no discernible change. With neither the sensation of agony nor strength, he unleashed a forceful punch that created a massive hole in the freshly renovated courtyard, startling Tsunade, who was also training beside him. Kisaragi, what are you doing? Hearing Tsunade's inquiry, Kisaragi dared not look her way, fearing he might accidentally send her flying. It's nothing. Just practicing ninjutsu. It looks more like you're demolishing the place. Tsunade retorted, stepping back a few paces. Boom. Just as Kisaragi aimed to test his speed, he vanished from his location, leaving behind a gaping hole. The next instant, a human-shaped crater appeared in the wall of the newly decorated hall. Wow. Tsunade gasped, both astonished by the power of the ninjutsu and bemused at witnessing the destruction of a building so frequently. Reclining amidst the wreckage of the room, Kisaragi began the slow process of self-repair for his left hand and right foot. It seems I was too impatient. My insensate body opened 3 gates all at once, and I was utterly unprepared for it. However, just as Kisaragi intended to rise, a wave of weakness spread through his body. What is happening? While Kisaragi was pleasantly surprised by the sensation generated by his impure reincarnation body, the lurking black Zetsu and the unacquired cells of white Zetsu meant he ought to tread cautiously. Green chakra swiftly circulated within him, and Kisaragi soon discerned the issue. Wait, why is there so little blood in this body? Could it be? To confirm his suspicion, Kisaragi created a shadow clone and instructed it to activate the 8 gates again, this time only opening the first gate. Open gate. Boom. The chakra surged violently, shattering the shadow clone, but Kisaragi simultaneously discovered the reason for the blood loss. The reddening of his skin was due to the rapid chakra flow forcing blood into the capillaries. Damn it. Who said that the impure body could use the 8 gates indefinitely? Thankfully, I tested it first, otherwise, how would I know how I might perish when confronted by a formidable foe? Sometimes, I truly cannot trust those form brothers. It seems that next time I attempt this technique, I must ensure that Mito is nearby, ready to assist with my impure reincarnation. With that in mind, Kisaragi beckoned Tsunade, who was peering in through the hole. Tsunade, go fetch your grandmother Mito. Okay. Upon hearing Kisaragi's request, Tsunade dashed towards the inner courtyard, where Mito often basked in the sun. After instructing the steward to find someone for repairs, Kisaragi turned his attention to the remaining ninjutsu. If the 8 gates has its pitfalls, surely the rest cannot be similarly flawed. With those words, Kisaragi randomly selected a scroll from the remaining ones. The spiritualization technique? I recall this as a ninjutsu from the Kato clan. Glancing in the direction Tsunade had departed, Kisaragi smirked. To pursue our Tsunade, this shall serve as your welcoming gift. Perhaps I can lend you a hand as well. After sharing a light-hearted moment, Kisaragi wasted no time and began perusing the intricacies of this unique ninjutsu. Perhaps due to his innate genius or the fact that he had already experienced death upon grasping the principles of the spiritualization technique, Kisaragi found it both simple and easily comprehensible. Why not give it a try? Once the thought crossed his mind, it became impossible to suppress, and Kisaragi even mocked his own timidity. Surely, this won't lead to any trouble, will it? Sitting cross-legged, forming the necessary hand seals, and channeling chakra, Kisaragi executed the entire sequence seamlessly. When he regained his awareness, he found his spirit floating in midair. Is it truly this simple? He raised his hand, lifted his foot, and began testing his ability to fly. Up, down, left, right, forward, backward. The sensation of his body moving freely elicited joyous laughter from Kisaragi. Ha ha ha, indeed. Flight is the ultimate aspiration of humankind. However, before he could revel in his newfound ability, Kisaragi suddenly sensed a shift in his awareness, feeling somewhat lightheaded. Such an unusual state was undeniably abnormal. What is happening? Kisaragi turned to observe his body, only to discover it gradually disintegrating. Below him, he noticed an entity in a humanoid spiritual form slowly approaching his decaying, impure body. Is that White Zetsu? No, not now. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kisaragi's spirit hastened towards his corporeal form. What is happening? White Zetsu, who had been observing from the shadows for some time without finding an opportunity to strike, was perplexed yet recognized this as an opportune moment and instinctively took action. The spore technique. White, foam-like entities began to sprout from Kisaragi's impure body, rapidly enveloping him and ultimately forming a massive, irregular sphere of white. Did I succeed? Upon witnessing the final form manifested by the spore technique, which absorbed an immense amount of chakra, White Zetsu found himself momentarily incredulous. He had been lurking near Senju Kosuke for quite some time, yet the latter's vigilance was extraordinarily high, with an acute sense of perception. At times, White Zetsu even suspected that Kosuke had been on guard against his presence all along. Not to mention, Kosuke preferred the life of a recluse, frequently associating with Mito, who shared similar inclinations. The combination of the nine-tail sensory abilities and Mito's Kagura heart, I rendered White Zetsu hesitant to approach within 10 meters of them. But now, I have finally killed Senju Kosuke. After enduring days of anxiety and sleepless nights, with his thoughts finally settled, White Zetsu could not suppress his jubilant shout. However, as joyous as he felt, he had matters to attend to. He promptly gathered the remnants of the spore technique and burrowed underground, racing towards Black Zetsu's location. Intending to return to his physical form, Kosuke halted his actions upon sensing that his adversary had utilized the spore technique. Watching White Zetsu depart, Kosuke felt a mixture of disbelief and resignation. Although he was curious about the situation, the scant chakra he had left could not sustain a prolonged presence. Initially, he had thought Black Zetsu merely wished to spy, yet it seemed he intended to eliminate him instead. Regardless, when he re-emerged, Black Zetsu would likely dispatch White Zetsu again. Moreover, it was time for a change of body. Let him revel in his fleeting triumph. Imagining the frustration Black Zetsu would feel upon discovering the truth, Kosuke could not help but let out a derisive snicker before swiftly making his way towards Mito. Chapter 63. The masterful presence of Black Zetsu in a subterranean cavern in the land of Rice. Ever since learning that Kosuke had been reincarnated through impure world reincarnation, Black Zetsu had not found a moment's peace. He was either consumed by doubts about revealing his intentions or contemplating how to perfect his plans. However, the schemes devised by Black Zetsu, with his limited intellect, were riddled with flaws or reliant on information gaps, and his enemy, Senju Kosuke, excelled in exploiting such discrepancies. Consequently, Black Zetsu spent considerable time continuously revising his plans, only to dismantle them and begin anew, teetering on the brink of PTSD. Fortunately, The tranquility of the environment provided a semblance of calm. Suddenly, a startled exclamation from White Zetsu broke the silence, causing Black Zetsu to yelp in surprise. However, upon recognizing his companion, his irritation flared. "You fool! Wasn't I instructing you to kill Senju Kosuke? Why have you returned?" White Zetsu, brimming with excitement, recounted his achievements without a hint of anger. "I have done it. You dare to retort? Wait, what did you say you accomplished?" Black Zetsu's reprimand was interrupted by a dawning realization. "I said, I have sealed Senju Kosuke." With that, White Zetsu opened his chest and revealed the spore-infused ball containing Kosuke's sealed form. Gazing at the inert mass, Black Zetsu struggled to believe it. As instructing White Zetsu to assassinate Kosuke was akin to sending a mere brute to eliminate a legendary hero. Yet, astonishingly, the impossible had occurred. "Is this Senju Kosuke?" "Indeed," White Zetsu affirmed, nodding vigorously, and began to boast about his cleverness. "It's also his fault for being foolish. He was still training ninjutsu in his impure world reincarnation state, which led to his downfall, allowing me to seize the opportunity to seal him." As White Zetsu animatedly recounted his cunning, Black Zetsu, increasingly convinced of the success, wore a gleeful expression. "Excellent work, White Zetsu. Hee. White Zetsu blushed at the praise. But then, unexpectedly, the outer layer of white foam enveloping Kosuke began to shed. Such occurrences were familiar to both. They invariably indicated the depletion of chakra from the individual within, and a soulless body was undeniably lifeless. Yet Kosuke had already been dead. Black Zetsu felt a surge of panic. He had never anticipated that Kosuke could be captured so easily. The current situation felt like a trap set by his adversary. "Quick, toss him out." Startled, Black Zetsu's voice rose an octave, and after a moment of shock, White Zetsu began to act. However, the spore technique dissipated too rapidly. And as White Zetsu attempted to envelop Kosuke once more, the ninja's forehead protector became visible. Although Black Zetsu was nearly paralyzed with fear, the emblem of the Land of Wind on the protector rekindled a flicker of rationality within him. "Wait." White Zetsu froze at the command, turning his gaze towards Black Zetsu. "First, remove the spores." Obeying the order, White Zetsu diligently began to work. As the white foam was cleared away, the intact corpse was revealed. Clad in the garb of the Land of Wind, with its forehead protector and features unmistakably from that region, Black Zetsu's intellect, sharpened through countless strategic simulations, instantly deduced the origin of the body. "Is this the remnant of an impure world reincarnation?" "What do you mean?" White Zetsu was still perplexed by the situation. Impure world reincarnation is achieved by sacrificing a living person to the Shinigami, resulting in a rebirth where the soul resides within a soulless body. This explains why the duration of impure world reincarnation is roughly 1 month. Without sustenance, a human body will perish completely within that time frame. "Why didn't you just let me kill Senju Kosuke? Why not simply wait a month?" Black Zetsu would never admit that he had been momentarily dazed by fear and only later acquired knowledge about impure world reincarnation. "I cannot allow Senju Kosuke to remain idle. While success would be ideal, failure would lead him to believe that the Land of Lightning or another nation was responsible for his downfall. This could result in him escalating conflict or restricting his movements for self-preservation, or even allow you to monitor his every action. Each scenario would drain Senju Kosuke's energy, preventing him from investigating our existence." Observing Black Zetsu's newfound astuteness after just a few days apart, White Zetsu gazed at him with admiration. "Black Zetsu, you are truly remarkable." "Heh." The simplicity of the response encapsulated Black Zetsu's mastery. This display further elevated White Zetsu's admiration, momentarily overshadowing the earlier incident of Black Zetsu's fright. Nonetheless, White Zetsu remained puzzled as to why the impure world reincarnation, which could last a month, had seemingly ceased after merely half that time. "So have we succeeded?" "Perhaps," Black Zetsu replied, uncertain, for while theory is one thing, the practical application often diverges significantly from expectations. "To be cautious, White Zetsu, I need you to return to the Hidden Leaf Village. Search thoroughly, inside and out, and ascertain whether Senju Kosuke still exists. If possible, seize any of his belongings." Upon receiving Black Zetsu's authoritative command, White Zetsu beamed with excitement. "Yes. Oh, Mito, I nearly met my end." Kosuke lay nestled in Mito's embrace, playfully expressing his vulnerability, while Mito assumed the role of a supportive older sister, gently ruffling his hair and offering comfort. Do not cry, my dear. With that, Qianqing's tone shifted to a more serious demeanor. For the next 2 weeks, I shall remain indoors. Mizuho glanced at the lavishly constructed peculiar laboratory, then at Qianqing in her arms, recalling how Qianqing used to be reluctant to leave the lab. At this moment, Mizuho found it hard to believe that a being capable of infiltrating any terrain and evading her senses could exist in the ninja world. Are you certain this isn't just an excuse to avoid work? Of course not, Qianqing replied, gesturing towards the walls of the laboratory. Have you not considered that I have placed numerous Hashirama cells in the center of the walls, specifically to capture the opponent? What do you think my intentions are? Who knows if you're just doing this for fun? Mizuho internally scoffed, but, knowing Qianqing's character, could only nod in resignation. Fine. Just remember to involve me in any future experiments. Please don't frighten me like this again. Thank you for your understanding, my dear wife. Well, that's more like it. Chapter 64. It's clearly me who's the Hokage. Damn Qianqing. That annoying Qianqing, claiming she cannot leave the house and yet sending me to retrieve something from that woman. Just wait until you are revived. I shall deal with you then. As Mizuho imagined how she would confront the fickle-hearted Qianqing, her expression shifted from one of anger to slight embarrassment, leaving the Uchiha representatives confused about her emotions. However, as the most powerful woman in Konoha, Uchiha Shin, who was accompanying her, cautiously inquired, Mizuho-sama, is there something you need from us during your visit to the Uchiha? The mere mention of the topic sent Mizuho's anger soaring. She shot a glare at him before beginning to explain. I heard about your dealings with that guy last time, and I am here to collect my payment. That guy? Payment. Uchiha Shin was taken aback for a moment before comprehending Mizuho's words. The task referred to was, of course, the assistance provided to the Uchiha in resolving issues with the villagers, especially since the newly reconstructed Senju clan had also settled in the Konoha Police Department, which had previously been solely Uchiha territory. Thus, improving the relationship between the Uchiha and the villagers was only a matter of time. The payment, naturally, was the residence of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Shin had initially been troubled about how to deliver the items without offending Mizuho, but now that she was aware of the situation, he felt a sense of relief, as such developments were evidently part of Qianqing's plan. Although he did not understand why Qianqing herself did not come, Uchiha Shin promptly retrieved the key. Mizuho-sama, here is the payment from Qianqing-sama. Mizuho observed the respectfully offered key without any reaction, even neglecting to take it. Instead, pointing down the path. Lead the way. Yes, Madara's residence was comparable in size to Mizuho's, featuring traditional Japanese architecture and gardens. However, the training ground occupied half of the courtyard, while the other half was a small river lined with pebbles. If Qianqing were present, she would instantly recognize that this river resembled the one where they first met. The group traversed the somewhat peculiar courtyard and headed directly towards the bedroom. However, when the door to the bedroom swung open, Mizuho could not help but frown. Have you cleaned this place? Yes. Uchiha Shin was baffled by her question. Considering the house had been uninhabited for over a decade, cleaning it before gifting it seemed quite reasonable. Seeing his demeanor, Mizuho's frown deepened. But she still inquired with a glimmer of hope. Did you keep the trash? The group was bewildered by Mizuho's strange request. How could there still be trash left? Without anything left behind, what do I need this dilapidated house for? Mizuho's sudden outburst silenced the Uchiha members, though they were confused about the source of her anger. Uchiha Shin bravely asked, what is it that Mizuho-sama is looking for? The Uchiha clan will certainly retrieve it for you. Hair. That guy's hair, Uchiha Madara's hair. Have you not considered that a gift should include something from its original owner? Yes, Mizuho-sama. Uchiha Shin timidly raised his hand and produced a fragrant pouch from his sleeve. This was originally intended for Qianqing-sama. Before he could finish, Mizuho snatched the pouch from him. The red pouch bore the Uchiha clan's emblem on the back and the Senju clan's emblem on the front, the meaning of which was clear. Why make it so pretty? Mizuho disdainfully remarked, yet she tucked the pouch into her sleeve. This was never meant for you. Uchiha Shin thought to himself, but he dared not voice his opinion, merely nodding in acquiescence. With the matter resolved, Mizuho had no desire to linger any longer. Without a word, she turned and departed. Wait, Mizuho-sama, about the house. Still fuming, Mizuho responded without looking back, throw it away. Uchiha Shin paused for a moment, then began contemplating how to dispose of the house. After the 5 Kage summit, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the borders of Konoha, and immediately instructed the various ninja clans to prepare for potential attacks from other nations, while he continued with Danzo and Uchiha Shizen back to Konoha's headquarters. He then summoned the remaining personnel from each ninja clan to discuss how to handle the impending ninja world war. However, since this turmoil was initiated by Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen prohibited her from participating in the subsequent meetings. To his dismay, the high-ranking officials of Konoha displayed gleeful expressions upon hearing about the potential conflict. Hee, I knew Chinshin-sama was planning something big. Exactly, I was thinking the same thing. What are we waiting for? Let's summon Chinshin-sama and discuss how to engage in battle with the other nations. Unify the ninja world and bring glory to our clan. The group animatedly speculated, entirely oblivious to Sarutobi Hiruzen's increasingly frustrated expression as he sat at the head of the table. In exasperation, he seized the opportunity to redirect the conversation. Everyone, please listen. Chinshin-sama is unaware of this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words captured everyone's attention. Observing their puzzled expressions, he understood that failing to clarify the situation might jeopardize their war efforts. Thus, he succinctly recounted the proceedings of the Five Kage Summit, taking the blame for Danzo's unilateral actions. However, upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's account, the others showed no signs of anger. Instead, after exchanging glances, they erupted into laughter once more. Is that all? I was looking for an excuse. Right? They were the ones who approached us. We did not strike first. Indeed, our previous skirmishes were not enough to satisfy us. Seeing their excitement escalate, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized he needed to intervene before they impulsively ordered the front line to engage in battle. Reluctantly, he decided to call Chinshin down to calm the situation. How about we first consult Chinshin-sama? Naturally. I've longed to visit Chinshin-sama again. Yes, this is the perfect opportunity to seek her guidance. The others eagerly chimed in, immediately rising and exiting the conference room, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen still reaching out to summon them for their departure. I am undeniably the Hokage. I have yet to declare my departure. Chapter 65. Lord Chinshin, how could I survive without you? Here, this is what you requested. Take it. Chinshin reached out and effortlessly seized the fragrant pouch thrown by Mito. However, upon opening his palm, he discovered that the pouch bore the crest of the Uzumaki clan. Although he was unaware of what had originally contained the hair of the Uchiha, Chinshin knew that Mito was undoubtedly envious. My apologies. Chinshin stepped forward and embraced Mito, gently caressing her silky hair. You have endured so much for my sake. Mito huffed in discontent, yet she leaned her head against him, acknowledging his words. Recognizing this shift in her demeanor, Chinshin seized the moment to make promises akin to a rogue lover. I vow that once I am resurrected, I shall have you as the mother of my children. We will have one son and one daughter. The son shall resemble me, while the daughter will take after you. Listening to Chinshin's whimsical declarations, Mito cast him a disdainful glance, yet a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, betraying her amusement. How cheesy. What do you mean cheesy? These are heartfelt words. I have even chosen names. The boy shall be named Lemon, and the girl will be called Baiji. Baiji is a medicinal herb, isn't it? Then we shall name her Wangfei. Wangfei is also peculiar. Alternatively, we could name her Shui Shui, or perhaps Hu Hu. Ugh, those names are more bizarre. Bizarre? These names are utterly delightful. As the two exchanged tender words, the pouch containing the Uchiha hair inadvertently fell to the ground. The faint sound served as a reminder of the Uchiha's presence. What about the Uchiha's child? Mito's sudden inquiry caused cold sweat to bead on Chinshin's brow. Answering this question was a no-win situation, akin to a girlfriend and a mother simultaneously falling into water. The once warm atmosphere chilled instantly, leaving him drenched in sweat for the first time since his demise. Just as Chinshin racked his brain to salvage the mood, a loud knocking echoed through the laboratory door. Initially, Chinshin assumed it was White Zetsu, but upon reflection, he realized that White Zetsu's actual strength was insufficient for a direct confrontation. Indeed, the next moment, the voice of Tsunade, the little girl, rang out from outside. Mito, please open the door. Someone is here to see you. Why did you inform Tsunade of this place? What else was I to do? You never asked. Mito's response made it clear to Chinshin that she was genuinely upset. He wanted to placate her further. But Tsunade's incessant calling continued. Mito, please open the door. I know you're inside. As she knocked persistently, Chinshin realized that if they did not respond soon, Tsunade might very well break down the door. Reluctantly, Mito extricated herself from Chinshin's embrace. I will step outside. Although Qianxing longed to explain, he feared that White Zetsu would be frightened away, and if that happened, not only would he struggle to obtain the Otsutsuki bloodline, but even his resurrection might be delayed until the Fourth Great Ninja War. Thus, he could only say, for the time being, let us avoid any disturbances from others. Mito's surprise at Qianxing's caution was evident. What about me? To lure the enemy into action, it is best if you also refrain from engaging. This statement incited Mito's anger further, as the existence of White Zetsu had never been confirmed. Humph. With her emotions flaring, Mito glared fiercely at Qianxing and then stepped forward, stamping on his foot with such force that it shattered. Observing Mito's departure, Qianxing glanced at his foot, which was already beginning to heal, and muttered to himself, my apologies. It seems you have been wronged during this time. The main hall of Qianxing's residence was still under repair, while the side hall, being considerably smaller, was of a lower status, leaving those of lesser rank to wait outside for news. This scene startled Tsunade, who had been brought along by Mito. After all, the gathering primarily consisted of clan leaders from various ninja clans, each sporting smiles that resembled sinister grins. Mito sensed Tsunade's trepidation and gently patted her small hand in comfort, then directed her ire towards those who disrupted her time with Qianxing. What brings you here? Mito's cold countenance, coupled with her irritated tone, caused the previously enthusiastic Konoha higher-ups to freeze in place. Those who had hoped to curry favor with Qianxing now shrank back, casting furtive glances at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Why are you looking at me? You dare not provoke her. I certainly do not dare either. Hiruzen silently cursed the cowardly individuals around him, but as Hokage, he understood that sometimes one must accept the role of a scapegoat. Therefore, despite his fear, Hiruzen steeled himself and stepped forward. Lord Mito. We seek to find Lord Qianxing. Upon hearing that they were merely looking for the fickle young man, Mito shot a glance at Tsunade, who had been spreading rumors, before turning her gaze back to Hiruzen. What do you want with him? There may be minor conflicts at the border, which could escalate into war, so. The mention of war immediately reminded Mito of the very cause of Qianxing's demise. Because of the war, Lemon and Baiji were still unaccounted for. This thought further ignited her fury, and she pointed an accusatory finger at Hiruzen. War, war, war. All you ever think about is war. Hiruzen was inexplicably berated by Mito, and only after she finally paused to catch her breath could he begin to explain. Lord Mito, this war was not initiated by us. It is the result of actions taken by other nations. We seek guidance from Lord Qianxing on how to proceed. Upon hearing that they were still persistent, and coupled with the fact that the fickle young man had forbidden her from seeking him during this time, Mito's anger flared once more. He is dead. What? Upon hearing Mito's words, Hiruzen's mind went blank. However, recalling the previous ambush on Tobarama, he remembered that even after many years, Qianxing was able to deduce that it was the hidden cloud village behind it, which rekindled a glimmer of hope within him. Did Lord Qianxing leave behind any relics? Relics? That scoundrel sent me to fetch the Uchiha's remains. Hiruzen's words struck Mito like a bolt of lightning, causing crimson chakra to erupt from her body, enveloping the room in a terrifying pressure. It is the power of the Nine Tails. Hiruzen's thoughts barely formed before he was flung outside. Thud! The koi in the courtyard were crushed, and as Hiruzen lay on the water's surface, he found himself preoccupied with thoughts of a future without Qianxing. Power, beautiful wives, concubines. Even Konoha would dissolve into nothingness under the retaliation of the four nations. Contemplating such a fate plunged Hiruzen into despair. Qianxing, how could I survive without you? Hearing Hiruzen's heart-wrenching lament only fueled Mito's anger further, as she retorted, you shameless scoundrel. Even the monkeys are not spared from your advances. Chapter 66. Surely he cannot foresee this too? Hiruzen's pitiful wails once again incited Mito's wrath. After delivering another thrashing to him, she dismissed the others in attendance. However, Mito's reaction was perceived by others as an outburst stemming from excessive grief. This led the once confident Konoha higher-ups to become increasingly anxious, especially those with ambitious designs, who found themselves utterly disheartened upon receiving this news. After receiving the hint from Qianxing, they reveled in chaos, but once they lost the god of war, the retribution they would face on the battlefield was bound to be severe. Consequently, upon returning to their clans, those of the shinobi tribes immediately began to consolidate their military forces and sought alliances through marriage with other clans, ensuring their families were intertwined with the interests of the entire Konoha. In the event that Sarutobi Hiruzen had to expel them due to unfavorable circumstances in battle, he would have to consult with the other clans first. Among those most active were the Aburame and Yamanaka clans. One specializes in insects, while the other is adept at mind control, both clearly leaning towards supportive roles. Their previous audacity stemmed from the belief that they had Qianqing as their formidable backing. Without making a move, they feared they would never catch Qianqing's attention. However, upon realizing their support had vanished, these two clans quickly sought a new patron. The newly appointed Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, appeared to be the most suitable candidate, as any border skirmishes would not necessitate their involvement as support ninjas. Yet, when the leaders of the Aburame and Yamanaka clans approached, they found Hiruzen in discussion with Danzo regarding strategies for the border. As Hokage, Hiruzen, influenced by Tobirama, preferred to act with fairness and justice. The private meeting before battle could only imply pleas for leniency. If every clan resorted to such tactics, would there be a need for future conflicts? Thus, this informal visit left him disinclined to meet with them. Nevertheless, upon hearing the identities of the visitors, Danzo's eyes sparkled with opportunity, as the abilities of these two clans were perfect for intelligence gathering and intense interrogation, serving as a solid foundation for her ambitions as the Queen of Night. Wait, Hiruzen, is it not a problem to meet with them? No. Hiruzen was already feeling overwhelmed, considering that he might lose his own life on the battlefield, let alone plead for others. Only a fool would act thus. However, Danzo surmised Hiruzen's thoughts and, adhering to the principle that Qianqing was already dead, began to speak freely, claiming, "It was Lord Qianqing who instructed me." Yet, as she uttered this, she paused momentarily, instinctively recalling Qianqing's enigmatic smile. What a coincidence! Could he have anticipated this too? Danzo. Hiruzen gently nudged Danzo, who had suddenly spaced out. Startled, Danzo regained her composure and forced a smile. Apologies, Hiruzen, I was lost in thought. It's fine. Hiruzen waved dismissively. You mentioned that Lord Qianqing taught you? Yes. Danzo continued to speak without reservation. I consulted Lord Qianqing on how to better assist you, and my conduct at the Five Kage Summit was also his instruction. Oh, did he instruct you on what to do next? Although the anticipation was evident in her eyes, Danzo gently shook her head. Upon receiving this definitive answer, Hiruzen felt as if something had lodged in his heart, causing discomfort. Lord Qianqing, you have truly put me in a difficult position. You have dug a grave for yourself. But the timing is rather unfortunate. Yet, doing nothing was not an option, was it? Perhaps, doing nothing was indeed the best course. Hiruzen managed a bitter smile at his self-deprecation. Very well, since it was Lord Qianqing's command, there must be profound meaning behind it. You go and receive them. Witnessing the once vibrant Hiruzen transform into a despondent figure, Danzo felt a pang of sympathy, yet the thought of Hiruzen's disregard for her dreams promptly concealed her compassion. Understood. With Hiruzen's approval, and bolstered by the weight of Qianqing's legacy, Danzo managed to persuade the leaders of the Yamanaka and Aburame clans to nearly part with their very garments. The outcome of the negotiations remains unknown, yet as the two clan leaders departed from the Hokage building, satisfaction radiated from their faces. As the greatest beneficiary, Danzo admired Qianqing's foresight and reputation while simultaneously mocking the old man's foolishness and utility. Haha, ultimately, he belongs to a bygone era. This era shall be forged by me, Shimura Danzo. However, just as Danzo reveled in her thoughts, Hiruzen abruptly rushed over in a frantic state. Hiruzen, quick! The Uchiha have betrayed us. What? As the Uchiha clan had been long-standing adversaries of the Senju for centuries, following the reconciliation efforts by Hashirama and Tobirama, they had developed a profound sense of loyalty to the village. Qianqing's actions had further opened their hearts to the Senju. Thus, the Uchiha were among the most mournful of Qianqing's death, perhaps even more so than the Senju themselves. After all, under Qianqing's mediation, the Uchiha had finally begun to earn the villagers' respect. Now, with Qianqing gone, it was uncertain whether the villagers or the Senju would continue to collaborate harmoniously with the Uchiha, let alone achieve total acceptance. Having felt the villagers' affection, the Uchiha were consumed by the thought that they would never again experience such camaraderie, igniting a fierce desire for vengeance within them. Many found their Sharingan evolving as a result. It is evident how significant Qianqing was in their hearts. Consequently, the typically reserved Uchiha convened a brief internal meeting and the following morning gathered all available combatants, converging upon Qianqing's estate. A formidable, silent assembly of Uchiha stood at the entrance of Qianqing's mansion, their expressions stoic yet filled with a thirst for vengeance, prompting a report to Hiruzen. However, Mito, bold and unyielding, had little fear of the Uchiha, given her pre-existing grievances against them. Therefore, upon receiving the butler's report, she promptly opened the door. Lord Mito. Upon seeing Mito, all Uchiha immediately knelt before her, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Is this not due to my rudeness yesterday? Chapter 67. Misunderstanding, unable to fathom the Uchiha's intentions. Mito could not help but inquire, what is this all about? Lord Mito, responded the elder, Cho, who had remained in the Uchiha territory, filled with respect. We have come here to avenge Lord Qianqing. Avenge? Avenging what? He clearly. Mito thought to herself, only to be reminded of her angry outburst the previous day when she had mentioned that Qianqing was dead. Could it be that they believed her? A sea of Uchiha kneeling before her, professing their intent to avenge Qianqing, left Mito utterly confounded. At that moment, she could not call upon Qianqing to clarify, nor could she admit that her previous words were mere expressions of a petty grievance. She was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Uchiha Cho assumed Mito was simply too grief-stricken to respond and knelt once more, saying, Lord Mito, please rest assured. Although we are not of the Senju clan, we are certainly not ungrateful. Lord Qianqing's kindness towards us Uchiha is immeasurable. If you know who is responsible, just say the word, and we shall brave fire and water without hesitation. The voices of the Uchiha were deafening, and their display of gratitude made Mito realize that they were not as detestable as she had previously imagined. At the same time, she found herself somewhat amused by their actions. However, the truth was a burden she could never reveal, for it was not only tied to Chikich's preparations, but also to her own pride. Mito's thick skin was merely a facade she maintained in front of Chikich. In the presence of others, she was plagued by extreme social anxiety. Otherwise, she would not have lived half her life as a recluse, only socializing with Tsunade, who was also a girl. Her aloofness was merely a disguise, while her social anxiety was her true nature. Faced with no other choice, she resorted to fabricating a story. Chikich was not dead, but rather missing. She had yet to discover his whereabouts. The assertion of his death was merely conjecture based on previous circumstances, and the specifics remained unknown to her. The Uchihas exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. It was then that the tardy Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived, accompanied by a host of allies, including members of the Hyuga and Inazuka clans, encircling the Uchiha. What are you doing? Surrender and lay down your weapons immediately. Upon seeing the fully armed Uchihas before him, Hiruzen was momentarily stunned, for the Uchiha clan had produced countless formidable ninjas and had subtly become Konoha's foremost ninja clan. Their assistance would be crucial in the upcoming conflict. In contrast, the Senju clan seemed to have exhausted all their fortune with the emergence of the legendary three, leaving behind only mediocrity among the remaining members. This was why Tobarama had seemingly lost his mind and disbanded the Senju clan. Had he not done so, the prominent Senju would likely have faced extinction. Thus, if the Uchiha were to revolt, Konoha might very well find itself in dire straits during this period of internal and external turmoil. The Uchihas, upon spotting Hiruzen's arrival, were equally perplexed, as they believed their actions were entirely legitimate and justifiable. How could they find themselves surrounded by their comrades? Nevertheless, the instincts of a ninja compelled them to instinctively reach for their weapons. As the specter of civil war loomed, Mito, who was privy to all unfolding events, silently cursed the unfortunate situation caused by that wretched man before promptly intervening. Stop. As the most influential woman in the village, Mito commanded great authority, especially with Chikich's return. Coupled with her status as his nominal wife and the host of the Nine Tails, the many accolades surrounding her lent her words more weight than even the Hokage's. Hiruzen, upon learning the truth, would likely weep in despair. All eyes instinctively turned toward Mito, who then pointed at Hiruzen and Uchiha Tatsu. Monkey, and you there, come here. The two named individuals exchanged glances, uncertain of Mito's intentions. However, she paid no heed and proceeded into her inner chamber, prompting them to follow suit. The other ninjas, witnessing their leaders being called away, felt the tense atmosphere dissipate instantly. The trio entered a side room, and after taking their seats, Mito began her inquiry. Whose idea was this? She posed the question because Chikich had once mentioned an imperceptible enemy. Though it seemed absurd, The chaos that erupted immediately following the news of Chikage's supposed demise compelled her to consider it with more seriousness. Hiruzen and Uchiha Tatsu, thinking Mito was questioning them, felt a twinge of shame but dared not lie. The matters concerning the Uchiha were reached through our own discussions. After all, Lord Chikage has no formal ties to our clan, yet he has devoted himself to strategizing for our future, even defying the second Hokage's order to disband the Senju. This kindness must be repaid with our lives. Uchiha Tatsu spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Mito nodded in response before shifting her gaze to Hiruzen. Well, I received intelligence that Uchiha members were plotting against you, Lady Mito, which is why I... Ignoring Uchiha's stubbornness, Hiruzen's situation resembled a conspiracy theory. What was your source of information? It came from a patrolling ninja who observed the Uchiha's activities and reported back. Mito recalled her initial impression of the Uchihas and how she too had assumed they were planning a revolt, leaving her somewhat speechless. After contemplating for a moment, Mito realized she was not cut out to serve as a strategist, having gleaned no useful insights. She waved her hand dismissively. Never mind, you may leave. The two men, relieved by Mito's dismissal, exhaled deeply. However, as Hokage, Hiruzen remained preoccupied with the question of whether Chikage had left any contingency plans behind, especially given the numerous traps he had set. Lady Mito, may I inquire if Lord Chikage truly left nothing behind? Hiruzen's eyes gleamed with anticipation, and even Uchiha Tatsu, who was about to depart, turned back with a similar expression of eagerness. Mito, now growing impatient at their lack of answers, retorted, What? Did he not say anything to you? The two exchanged glances before silently shaking their heads in unison. If he left nothing, then you need not worry. For that man is particularly lazy. He will not lift a finger unless absolutely necessary. The response was unexpected, and though it was Mito's assertion, they hesitated to believe it and dared not press further. Yes, Lady Mito. Chapter 68. It cannot happen, absolutely not. Had they truly reached the brink of conflict without engaging in battle? The standoff between Konoha and the Uchiha was undoubtedly influenced by White Zetsu, whose intent was to gauge Konoha's reaction, specifically to draw out the enigmatic Chikage. This mission was not one of assassination, but rather to ascertain whether Chikage had indeed perished. The aim was to incite suspicion and chaos among the clans, ultimately forcing Chikage from the shadows to take command of the situation. However, White Zetsu was taken aback to discover that Mito possessed similar capabilities, single-handedly mediating the imminent crisis. Why are the Senju clan members so detestable? Despite his musings, he knew his work must continue. After witnessing Hiruzen and Uchiha Tatsu depart with their respective groups, White Zetsu resolved to adopt a different strategy. As the talisman of the Senju clan, deeply intertwined with Chikage and possessing little power, Tsunade's father became White Zetsu's target. His unique status meant that any incident involving him would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout Konoha. In such a scenario, Mito, a recluse, would possess limited means to address the fallout. Thus, the subsequent handling of the situation, or who would take charge, could provide insights into Chikage's continued existence. At the very least, it would draw Mito away from her dwelling, allowing White Zetsu to infiltrate and investigate the premises. After all, apart from Mito, he had no fear of scrutiny from anyone in the ninja world, and Chikage was not a consideration. After silently commending his own methodology, White Zetsu initiated his plan. He infused a special poison into a warm cup of tea, which Tsunade's father unwittingly consumed. Thud! Tsunade's father clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground, startling both Tsunade and her mother. Father? Tsunade gazed in disbelief at her struggling father, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. The struggle did not last long. Soon, Tsunade's father fell silent, yet fortunately, his breath had not ceased. This sudden turn of events left both mother and daughter momentarily stunned, reminiscent of symptoms akin to poisoning. In that instant, Tsunade's mother, once a princess of the Land of Fire, found clarity in her heart. After dispatching the butler to seek medical ninjas at the hospital, she turned her gaze towards Tsunade, who was already in tears, and her expression hardened with seriousness. Tsunade, listen to me, she said. The tear-streaked Tsunade instinctively looked at her mother, too young to comprehend the gravity of the situation. You must remember, you are to go to your grandmother Mito immediately. And no matter what happens, you must stay by her side until I call for you. I will take care of your father. Tsunade regarded her mother in disbelief. Though she vaguely sensed that her mother wanted her to remain with grandmother Mito, She could not shake the feeling that her mother was bidding her farewell. But I don't want to leave, father. There is no but. Tsunade's mother, usually gentle, interrupted her harshly, a fury Tsunade had never before encountered. From now on, aside from your grandmother Mito and me, you must trust no one. Do you understand? What about the Hokage? Tsunade's grandfather was the Hokage, and her great-grandfather was also a Hokage. In her mind, the Hokage represented her most gentle guardian, as if no matter the problem, it would be insignificant in the presence of the Hokage. However, Tsunade's mother did not anticipate this question. After a brief moment of surprise, she provided a resolute response. No, I will say it again. Aside from your grandmother Mito and me, you cannot trust anyone. With her father's fate uncertain and her mother now fierce with her, even the Hokage, whom she trusted most, felt like a betrayal. This left Tsunade, who had been cherished since childhood, feeling helpless for the first time. Although she yearned to stay, she understood that the situation was dire enough that even the prestige of being the granddaughter of the first Hokage held little weight. Could it be the new Hokage's doing? This absurd thought flickered in Tsunade's mind, but she swiftly discarded it, as her young mind could not grapple with such complexity. Realizing that remaining would only burden her mother further, Tsunade stole one last glance at her father and mother before dashing towards Mito's residence. Shortly after sending Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Chihiro away, the young Tsunade burst in, her face stained with tears. Grandmother Mito. She threw herself into Mito's embrace, finding solace in her warm presence. Seeing Tsunade in such a sorrowful state, Mito did not presume she had been bullied. After all, with Tsunade's mischievous nature, even Chihiro found her challenging, let alone peers who would dare to torment her. Thus, Mito could only inquire, Tsunade, what is the matter? Grandmother, father. I don't know why, but he just collapsed on the ground. Mother sent me to find you, and said I cannot trust anyone. Tsunade's illogical narrative still conveyed the gravity of the situation to Mito. Are you saying something has happened to your father, and your mother instructed you to trust no one? Yes, Tsunade confirmed with a choked sob, prompting Mito to realize the seriousness of the matter. Is she suspecting someone from the village, or is it that invisible enemy? While Mito was still skeptical about the existence of white Zetsu, no one would target someone as innocuous as Tsunade. Aside from causing chaos, they would not influence the higher-ups of Konoha. If it were not someone from Konoha, then it must be from another ninja village. But how to explain why Tsunade's mother forbade her from trusting anyone, especially when other ninja villagers could not easily infiltrate the Senju clan's territory? The tangled clues overwhelmed Mito. Although she was intelligent, such convoluted matters were beyond her grasp. After pondering for a while, she chose to abandon the complexity. This intricate issue should be left to that. Mito's thought was abruptly interrupted by a chilling realization. Was the target none other than Chihiro? The mere possibility sent shockwaves through her, and she widened her eyes in alarm. No, absolutely not. Recalling how hard she had fought to reunite with Chihiro and how painstakingly he had accepted her, Mito was determined not to allow them to be separated again. A fierce possessiveness surged within her, aside from Madara, whom she had no choice but to confront. She would not permit anyone to snatch away the happiness she had so painstakingly gained. No, we cannot go to him now. We must not disrupt Chihiro's plans. If he intends to use himself as bait to lure the enemy, I cannot hinder his efforts. With this resolve, Mito's expression sharpened as she turned to Tsunade. Come, we must discover what truly transpired. Yet Tsunade had not anticipated being sent back so soon after her mother had dispatched her, and she hesitated. Grandmother Mito, are we going just the two of us? Of course, we must call upon the monkey, Mito replied, recognizing that he would certainly need to be involved. But Tsunade knew that the monkey referred to the Hokage, but recalling her mother's words, she found the courage to interrupt Mito. Mother said we cannot trust the Hokage either. Not even the monkey? Mito furrowed her brows. After all, Hiruzen was Tobarama's disciple and had been promoted by Chihiro himself. If even he could not be trusted, who in Konoha could? Moreover, the fact that Tsunade had come to her rather than seeking help from the current head of the Senju clan indicated that her mother had cast suspicion on them as well. Indeed, when considering motives, the Senju clan had the greatest opportunity to strike. Though Mito could not think of anyone else to trust, the issue still required resolution. With just the two of them, it would be nearly impossible to accomplish anything. It would take too long to summon someone from the Uzumaki clan. Thus, they would need to seek assistance from someone unexpected. Unexpected? With trust in the Hokage now in question, Tsunade could not fathom who else might assist her. Yes, Mito said gently as she stroked Tsunade's head. As it happens, they still owe me a favor. Uchiha Chihiro felt tremendous guilt for not being able to assist Chihiro. After all, Chihiro had gone to great lengths to bridge the gap between the Uchiha and the village, even defying the second Hokage's orders to personally help rebuild the Senju clan, only to receive little more than a lock of Madara's hair to ease his longing. This almost preferential support weighed heavily on the hearts of all Uchiha, who remained ever mindful of the debt and were prepared to risk their lives to lend even the smallest hand. Thus, when Mito's people arrived seeking help, the entire Uchiha clan was instantly stirred into action. Having barely swallowed his half-eaten meal, Chihiro immediately gathered the earlier assembly of Uchiha and rushed to Mito's residence. When the imposing Uchiha clan stood at Mito's doorstep, had it not been for her butler's repeated reassurances, bystanders might have thought the Uchiha had betrayed the village once more. Lady Mito. Chihiro led the Uchiha clan to kneel before Mito, their voices trembling with excitement. Yes, Mito said, holding Tsunade's hand and nodding slightly. I know you feel indebted to me, and I happen to have a task that requires your assistance. Despite Mito's insistence, it is well known that Tsunade's father's unfortunate incident is a matter of concern. Indeed, Uchiha Tatsu is aware of this. Yet the unique status of Tsunade's father necessitates that such matters be resolved by the Senju clan, leaving the Uchiha's police department unable to intervene. It is sufficient that you know this. I now fully entrust you with the task of uncovering the truth behind this incident. Furthermore, ensure Tsunade's father's safety. Once the situation is clarified, you will have repaid your debt to us. This was Uchiha Tatsu's initial thought in response, yet the next moment, he speculated on Mito's motives for seeking his assistance. Could it be that someone from Konoha was involved? Or perhaps even from the Senju clan, or the Hokage? A sharp intake of breath followed as Tatsu began to analyze the clues. An assassination attempt on the first Hokage's descendant is a matter of utmost significance in any nation. With the impending war, regardless of motive, few possess the strength and capability to execute such a deed, aside from the Senju, the newly appointed Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a handful of prominent clans. As for the Uchiha, while they have the capability, their status as targets of scrutiny renders their movements heavily monitored. This reality makes it nearly impossible for Uchiha elites to traverse the territories of major clans and infiltrate the Senju clan without drawing attention. Thus, could this be a case of turning misfortune into fortune? Although Uchiha Tatsu found the conclusion amusing, the trust placed in him by others, especially in such dire times, was genuinely moving. He dismissed concerns about offending the major clans during the investigation. His focus was solely on a few individuals. His subordinates would undoubtedly carry out their duties with utmost dedication. Very well, go forth, he commanded. Yes, in an instant, countless Uchiha vanished from their location. As for Baiju, he lamented his inability to ascertain whether Kuratsuki was alive, compounded by the fact that even Mito had not ventured outside. It left him questioning his own intelligence. After all, the administered drug was not lethal. Mere rest would suffice for recovery, albeit with exaggerated symptoms. Logically and socially, Mito should have rallied others to investigate, yet he remained sequestered, casting an air of tension over Konoha as if under siege. Had he been exposed? Baiju felt a wave of regret for his impulsive actions, yet he swiftly dismissed the notion. It was impossible. If he had indeed been exposed, the reaction would have been entirely different. Observing the Uchiha police force aggressively detaining members from various prominent clans, including the Sarutobi, he recognized that even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself dared not voice objections. Baiju, unable to find answers, lingered near Kuratsuki's residence for days, and even after Tsunade's father recovered. Clarity eluded him. Only then did the atmosphere within Konoha return to a semblance of normalcy. Realizing he had not been compromised, Baiju stretched his nefarious intentions toward the recently healed Tsunade's father. I refuse to believe Mito will not pay a visit to this individual. Chapter 70. Sarutobi Hiruzen faces disdain. A palpable air of hostility enveloped the borders as the shinobi of the wind, earth, and water countries, typically indifferent to one another, united in an unprecedented manner, causing Konoha to become tense with apprehension. The entire village remained vigilant, fearing that any misstep could render them mere fodder in an evolving conflict. The disappearance of the legendary three of Senju, coupled with the new Hokage's surname Sarutobi, signified the end of the Senju era and the dawn of a new age of rising powers. Yet, just as Konoha anticipated an imminent outbreak of war. The Allied forces redirected their aggression towards the Land of Lightning. When urgent reports reached the upper echelons of Konoha, bewilderment ensued. What is happening? Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively questioned, glancing at the intelligence in hand. Despite the astonishment shared among his peers, they couldn't help but regard Hiruzen with a hint of condescension. His lack of composure did not escape their notice. While they maintained a facade of respect, private thoughts of doubt began to circulate. Without the guidance of the legendary Three of Senju, had Konoha truly diminished to the point of being led by such a youth? Once such thoughts took root, they proved difficult to suppress, and many gazes toward Hiruzen bore a different meaning. Yet, there were also neutral parties, who did not ascribe much importance to the position of Hokage, recognizing that numerous capable clans existed within Konoha, and their own limitations precluded them from aspiring to the role. Among them was the Nara clan, represented by its leader, who, sensing the tense atmosphere, swiftly intervened to defend Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. His words served as a reminder of their identities and also hinted to Hiruzen that others might perceive their actions as a feigned military maneuver. Feigning military maneuvers? Hiruzen, not lacking in intellect, quickly grasped the underlying implications. Are you suggesting they believe Lord Kuratsuki is still alive? Indeed, the Nara clan leader elaborated. From their perspective, Konoha's behavior does not suggest that Lord Kuratsuki has departed. Rather, it appears to be part of a larger scheme. Oh, the group shifted their focus, intrigued by this revelation. The Nara clan leader continued. Recall how we relentlessly provoked other nations until the Five Kage summit. We ceased our actions only then. The implications began to dawn on the others. You mean we appear to be deceitfully waiting to collect reparations before turning against them? That is rather shameless. Precisely, the Nara clan leader affirmed with a knowing smile. Doesn't this seem like something Lord Kuratsuki would orchestrate? As he articulated this notion, others began to nod in agreement, acknowledging the plausibility of his assertion. Indeed, it certainly resembles his style, they muttered, their sentiments aligning with the Nara clan leader's interpretation. Recognizing his own limitations compared to these seasoned strategists, Hiruzen turned once more to the Nara clan leader. What course of action should we pursue? Having captured the attention of the new Hokage, the Nara clan leader seized the moment to display his acumen, gesturing skyward. Did not Lord Kuratsuki provide ample hints before his disappearance? Hints. Confusion spread across the assembly. After all, Kuratsuki had left no words behind. Yes, the Nara clan leader's tone rose, as the absence of any guidance indicated that no action was required. Konoha was not lacking in clever minds, especially the ever-loyal Uchiha Tatsu, who, connecting recent events, swiftly discerned the answer. I comprehend that as long as we maintain the current state of affairs, the necessary responses will continue, and we shall persist in our actions. Beyond that, there is nothing more required of us. Thus, others may indeed believe that Lord Qianxing remains in Konoha. Is it truly so simple? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, taken aback that the jest he had shared with Danzo would come to fruition. Yet, in the next moment, he exhibited the thrill of a diligent student engaging in mischief. Should we continue to provoke other nations? This remark, in the eyes of the others, became yet another piece of evidence of his instability. Realizing that his authority might soon be depleted, Nara Shikaku reluctantly stepped forward once more. We should avoid such actions. Nara Shikaku interjected, halting Sarutobi Hiruzen's impractical notions. The earlier information regarding Lord Qianxing likely originated from the Land of Lightning, which must have profited significantly from this incident. Otherwise, given their economy, they could not afford such a hefty breach of contract penalty. Thus, whether the news of Lord Qianxing is true or false, other nations would not dare to wager on it. However, does the Land of Lightning possess figures like the Sage of the Thousand Hands? Upon hearing Nara's words, the others quickly caught on. Originally, the Land of Lightning had the second Raikage and the brothers Kin and Jin, but now, indeed, it seems whether Lord Qianxing is still in Konoha has become irrelevant. Those nations appear eager to seize an opportunity to reclaim advantages from the Land of Lightning. This seems to be the case. I suspect the Land of Lightning has been rather greedy this time. A group of individuals discussed the misfortunes of the Land of Lightning, and soon, laughter erupted among them. Ha ha ha. Therefore, in a bid to expand his influence before Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku presented his conclusion. Until they have sufficiently profited, the three nations will not cease their conflict with the Land of Lightning. Should we intervene, other nations might hesitate due to our strength in Konoha, and consequently, The Land of Lightning could emerge as the greatest beneficiary of this war, perhaps even more than that, although they have lost the protection of Lord Qianqing. In the eyes of the Uchiha, Mito has become their new guardian. Thus, the audacious Uchiha Itachi interjected, should we truly interfere? They might begin to question whether Lord Qianqing is still in Konoha, and the recently concluded Shinobi World War could reignite. Furthermore, he added, that esteemed individual would not engage in such trivial matters. Uchiha Itachi's words served to awaken those families seeking to exploit the situation, while simultaneously issuing a warning and showcasing his own prowess. The others grasped his intent and readily agreed to impose restrictions on their subordinates. This sense of respect filled Uchiha Itachi's heart with joy, though his exterior remained stoically indifferent. As the matter reached a conclusion, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that if he did not make an appearance soon, he would be disregarded once more, particularly now that he lacked Lord Qianqing's imposing presence. Thus, he promptly commenced his final summary. In light of this, we shall implement the discussed outcomes. We must not actively provoke other nations. However, should we encounter any who dare to challenge us, we shall respond with overwhelming force. Furthermore, the whereabouts of Lord Qianqing shall henceforth be classified as the village's highest secret. Understood. Meanwhile, White Zetsu initiated a new round of poisoning operations. Chapter 71. This thing is truly alive. Tsunade's father fell ill repeatedly and was hospitalized, a situation that others attributed solely to his frail health. Yet, Mito perceived it as further affirmation of Lord Qianqing's words. Consequently, after instructing the Uchiha to release those captured previously, Mito took full responsibility for this unforeseen incident. However, no one dared to pursue the matter further. Ultimately, only a small compensation was rendered, which posed no issue for Konoha's wealthiest woman. As this chapter concluded, Mito contemplated visiting Tsunade's father during his latest hospitalization. Especially since the traps set by Lord Qianqing were ready, there was no reason to allow the prey to evade capture. Therefore, considering the potential for conflict, Mito granted most workers a day off, retaining only a doorkeeper to guard the premises while the others assisted in carrying the purchased gifts. Hidden in the shadows, White Zetsu felt a wave of emotion as he observed Mito depart with a group of workers laden with parcels to visit the ailing. The previous interminable wait had nearly driven him mad. Thus, upon confirming Mito's departure, White Zetsu eagerly dispatched a clone into the residence. However, out of caution, White Zetsu, despite his urgency, sent clones in and out several times before finally feeling reassured enough to examine the entire estate. Although Qianqing's residence was vast, it posed little challenge for White Zetsu, who wielded numerous clones. Consequently, in a remarkably brief span, he scoured the entire abode, leaving no nook unexplored. Even the latrine was not overlooked, except for a seemingly ordinary room in the backyard marked with the words laboratory. White Zetsu immediately sensed that this chamber was anything but ordinary. Sealed off, insulated, imperceptible, the walls pulsated with a mesh of chakra, and there were no windows. This seemingly unremarkable standalone laboratory exuded an aura of the bizarre. It was the first time White Zetsu had encountered a room that was so evidently a trap. Considering Qianqing's cunning, White Zetsu was almost certain this was his handiwork. However, as a tool, Black Zetsu's orders were absolute, and the mission must be accomplished. Although his instincts suggested that Senju Qianqing was indeed within, a task is a task, he would not complete it based solely on conjecture before laying eyes on the target. With no alternatives, White Zetsu sent a clone stealthily forward, carefully evading the peculiar chakra, and peeked from a secluded corner. Then, there was nothing further. The clone dispatched inside had barely caught a glimpse before losing contact with the original. What on earth is happening? Just as White Zetsu found the situation puzzling, everything before him suddenly erupted into blinding white light. Boom! A mushroom cloud abruptly manifested at the former location of the laboratory. The violent explosion obliterated everything in its vicinity, transforming Mito's estate into ruins, smoke billowing, and the air thick with the scent of burning. The once pristine room was now reduced to hollow frames, crumbling walls teetering precariously, with shattered windows and doors strewn about, glass shards, wood splinters, and fragmented bricks littering the ground. The original laboratory was utterly unrecognizable, leaving behind a crater over 10 meters in diameter. The explosion's ferocity was such that even White Zetsu, lurking underground, along with several clones, were affected. Several clones, too close to the blast, were consumed entirely, leaving no trace. Having narrowly escaped, White Zetsu gazed upon what should have been a scene of utter devastation and murmured to himself, "What in the world is this?" Previously, he had questioned, but now he was completely bewildered. After lingering beneath the ruins for a time, White Zetsu finally regained his composure. Yet the usually tranquil demeanor he maintained gave way to expletives. Who on earth sets traps like this? Nevertheless, after venting his frustrations, White Zetsu could ascertain one thing. Chinching was aware of the enemy's presence lurking in the shadows. As for whether he was alive or dead, that was beyond White Zetsu's capacity to speculate. Forget it. I shall return and inform Kurizetsu about this matter. He will ultimately decide. A tremendous tremor reverberated through the hospital. Water's unease heightened as she suddenly found herself in a cramped space, approximately 20 square meters, filled with various boxes of different sizes. Congo-esque blockade. Water's reaction was swift. Her crimson chakra enveloped her form as hundreds of golden chains surged forth, attacking everything in their vicinity. Among them, a humanoid entity drew her particular attention. Yet, when she encapsulated this being, she discovered a figure resembling a zongzi, entirely bound. Gazing at this seemingly submissive entity, Water recalled how this ghost had persistently lingered in the laboratory, and now, having finally appeared, had brought her to this cursed place. A mischievous spirit ignited within her. She approached slowly, licking her lips and tracing circles on the figure's chest with her finger. "What shall I do with you?" Observing Water's accelerated heartbeat and flushed cheeks, the bound figure understood her facade. That blend of anticipation and trepidation in her expression suggested that, were she not currently in her impure form, she might have indulged in a different kind of play. Yet, her physical constraints forbade such liberties. "Water, listen to me," the figure, Chikage, sighed. "I have captured that enemy." That enemy? Although Water had previously been convinced, hearing confirmation of such a presence, along with tangible evidence, caught her off guard. Upon releasing Chikage, she watched as he moved toward a 2-meter box and opened it with ease. Illuminated by bright lights, Water finally laid eyes upon the undetectable enemy Chikage had been fixated on. The head was swathed in cloth inscribed with sealing techniques, obscuring its features. Yet the exposed skin was eerily pale, devoid of any color. While Water had encountered many peculiar ninjas, what perplexed her most was this being's utter lack of any discernible sexual characteristics, as if it were inherently flawed. Aware of Water's skepticism, Chikage produced a scalpel and severed the tip of a finger from the entity. No blood flowed, nor any liquid escaped, yet the finger, resembling a real human digit, elicited a frown from Water. She mused, both repulsed and intrigued, channeling chakra into it. The cellular vitality within the finger astonished her, causing her eyes to widen in disbelief. It was indeed alive. Chikage nodded, reattaching the severed digit. Miraculously, with a soft sound, the break mended seamlessly, leaving no visible wound. Had Water not witnessed it firsthand, she might have believed she had fallen victim to an illusion conjured by Chikage. She instinctively prodded the finger of the White Zetsu, realizing it was not merely a superficial repair, and her astonishment deepened. She was utterly taken aback in her understanding. Even the most skilled physician could not achieve such miraculous healing instantaneously. Yet now, reattaching a finger appeared easier than plugging in a device. Initially harboring some doubt, Water's faith in Chikage's clandestine endeavors solidified. After all, who wouldn't fear a humanoid entity that could evade detection, move, and act autonomously? Why does this being follow you? Though reluctant to disclose the truth for her safety, Chikage chose to reveal a fragment of information, gazing at the girl who unconditionally believed in him. "Actually, this is connected to Madara. How does he fit into this?" Water's discontent surfaced, given the Senju clan's peculiar affinity for the Uchiha lineage, particularly Madara. The thought of having once been defeated by an elder woman deflated her spirits. Noticing Water's demeanor, Chikage playfully rapped her on the head. "Where are your thoughts wandering?" "Ouch!" Water exclaimed, tears springing forth from the pain, yet her eyes crinkled with laughter. This was not due to any masochistic tendencies, but rather a sign of their close bond. "Just thinking," Water protested, her tiny fists raised in indignation, her tone laced with grievance. Chikage, familiar with her antics, recognized that she merely sought his attention and shook his head in resignation. Still acting like a child, he remarked, waving her over. Upon seeing his gesture, Water hurried over, squinting her eyes as she embraced him, nuzzling against his chest for an indulgent moment before finally relenting. Once Water's emotions settled, Chikage procured a lounge chair, and as they reclined together, he began to recount the tale of Madara. A millennium's worth of stories flowed from Chikage's lips, narrating the love and enmity between two brothers that transcended time. However, he only recounted the tale of Ashura and Indra, omitting the origins of Kurizetsu and Shirazetsu. For such details could not be found in any tome. He couldn't very well divulge that he had traversed time after reading the script, could he? Is that truly the reason? Water gazed at Chikage in shock, struggling to fathom how this ancient entanglement materialized before her in such a manner. Indeed, recognizing the opportune moment, Chikage declared with conviction, "Thus, my pursuit of Madara is solely for the sake of world peace." "I can hardly believe that," Water replied, lightly striking his chest. Yet her smile betrayed her acceptance of his rationale. "And what of that one?" She pointed to the corner where Shirazetsu lay. "What is his story?" "Well," Chikage contemplated, knowing he couldn't use literary references to deceive her regarding Shirazetsu. "Have you considered what my nickname is? After millennia of grievances, how could there not be conspiracies? Moreover, they are the sons of the Sage of Six Paths. Their strength is formidable. Thus, attributes like invisibility and untraceability are my conjectures regarding the enemy." Listening to Chikage's explanation, Water's eyes widened. "So, you've been preparing for this based on conjecture? Otherwise?" Chikage shrugged, continuing his elaborate pretense. "Initially, it was merely a guess. But had I perished at the hands of Tobirama, I would have deemed it a fact. Since it's a fact, it is only natural for me to be prepared." This self-justifying logic, bordering on prophetic insight, granted Water a clearer understanding of Chikage's peculiar actions, filling her with a mix of pride and relief. She felt proud of her discerning judgment and relieved that this seemingly erratic preparation always left him a sliver of hope. However, a fleeting glance at Shirazetsu in the corner reignited her feelings of exasperation. "With an opponent like you, I can only feel pity for the other side." "Then I shall take that as a compliment," Chikage shamelessly accepted, leaving Water at a loss for words. "What do you intend to do next?" "Next, I shall devote myself entirely to researching the potential for resurrecting this unique individual. However, during my revival, there exists the possibility of detection by adversaries. Therefore, for your safety and to ensure my smooth resurrection, I must depart from Konoha for an extended period. As for Konoha, I will leave a shadow clone here." "A shadow clone?" Mito propped herself up slightly from Qianxing's embrace, gazing at him with confusion, unable to fathom why Qianxing, who feared discovery, would leave a shadow clone behind. Indeed, Qianxing nodded in agreement and turned his attention to Mito. "By leaving a shadow clone, I can gather intelligence in Konoha, and it will also reassure you that I have not perished. Should anything happen to my shadow clone, you may directly use the reanimation jutsu to restore me." "Is that so? But in what capacity will you remain here?" "I am uncertain." Qianxing had intended to ponder this later, confident in his resources. In light of this, Mito suddenly flashed a mischievous smile and suggested, "How about we make ramen?" "Ramen?" Qianxing had never considered making ramen and looked at her with curiosity. Mito pressed her face against Qianxing's chest and softly remarked, "Don't you think the appearance of Narutomaki resembles our Uzumaki clan's emblem? I hope that when you see Narutomaki, it will remind you of me." "Very well." Mito's small whim was not something Qianxing would refuse, especially since he recalled a famous ramen shop in Konoha. Surprised, he looked at Mito and tentatively asked, Mito, if I were to say that in the future we have a daughter named Ayam, what do you think of that name?" "Ayam." Although Mito was puzzled by Qianxing's sudden inquiry, she contemplated it thoughtfully. Would she grow as resilient as the sweet flag? That name is rather lovely. The affirmation from Mito caused Qianxing to gasp in astonishment. Could it be that I am the legendary Otsutsuki Ichiraku? However, before Qianxing could recover from his shock, Mito's gaze fixated on him, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Well then, big brother Qianxing, since we are discussing having a daughter, why not start now?" Chapter 73, Boom. 30 years in Konoha, land of the whirlpools. The seaside at night, tranquil and enigmatic. The waves gently caressed the shore, producing a crisp sound akin to nature's lullaby. Moonlight danced upon the water's surface, shimmering like a dream. A gentle breeze carried a hint of saltiness, soothing the soul and instilling peace. If it weren't for the approaching ninjas from the hidden mist village charging toward the coastline. Though the mist ninjas were still distant, Qianxing's father, Uzumaki Yusuke, could discern their figures racing under the moonlight. Those remnants from the Warring States era were certainly not naive enough to believe their adversaries were merely here for sightseeing. Indeed, your deduction is correct. Observing the individual beside him, whose striking red hair resembled the very bastard who had stolen his daughter and lived a life of solitude, Yusuke felt a mix of resignation, especially since this individual also claimed to be Chinching. Were it not for his daughter's letter stating that this person was here to assist, and considering that the bastard, even if alive, would be nearly 50 years old, Yusuke might have thought this was the same scoundrel disguised. Right. While he anticipated that the mist ninjas would indeed ambush the land of the whirlpools as depicted in the original narrative, Chinching felt disappointment towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was far removed from the situation. The enemy arrived at night while he departed at noon. He was not Kaguya. And did they truly believe he could not see through the predictable tactics of these 5 rogue nations? Although there was a squad of elite ninjas from Konoha within the borders of the land of the whirlpools, anyone familiar with the original story would know that they were poised to retrieve Kushina. After all, how could a mere girl like Kushina evade the pursuit of the mist ninjas, traverse the sea, and arrive unscathed in Konoha? Coupled with the emergence of unique sealing techniques from the Land of Wind in later years, and the orphan-like Xiangling mastering the clan's advanced jutsu, such as the Kagura Mind's Eye and the adamantine sealing chains, it was evident that Konoha had a stake in the division of the land of the whirlpools. Without Sarutobi Hiruzen's acknowledgement, Chinching would never believe it. Yusuke did not dwell on Chinching's thoughts. Upon seeing the enemy enter the trap zone, he addressed another member of the Uzumaki clan beside him. Then, let us commence. Yes, esteemed clan leader. With the command issued, figures resembling phantoms began to emerge beneath the surface of the sea, where the mist ninjas had been charging. The mist ninjas, believing this to be a simple and effortless task against an opponent merely skilled in sealing techniques, especially with the 5 great nations' focus elsewhere, underestimated their adversary. They believed this mission would be far too easy, particularly as they were the ones launching a surprise attack. The advantages of heaven, earth, and man were all on the side of the mist ninjas, and thus they had not discussed any tactics, or perhaps only had one, an all-out assault. Therefore, as the figures beneath the water drew near, the mist ninjas, eyes gleaming with cruelty and excitement, assumed they were encountering large fish from the sea. However, ninjas are ninjas. In a profession where one dances on the edge of a blade, some individuals, due to caution, managed to survive. Thus, as the figures entered the danger zone, a few sensory ninjas began to alert their comrades. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Many mist ninjas were puzzled by the warning from their comrade. As it was their own side who was ambushing, why the need for a warning? Those who were alerted quickly sensed the danger, and immediately began to employ their defensive jutsu. As for those who were a moment too slow, they soon realized the anomaly, but by then, it was far too late. Boom! Countless columns of water erupted skyward, intermingled with the blood and severed limbs of the mist ninjas, casting a horrific spectacle under the moonlight. Damn it! The mist ninjas, now realizing the situation, transformed their shock into fury. After all, they prided themselves as masters of water. Yet now they found themselves outmaneuvered in a battle upon the very medium they excelled. The mixture of shock and rage spurred the mist ninjas to retaliate against the underwater foes, unleashing their signature jutsu. Water release, water surge wave, water release, destructive torrent, water release, water shark bullet technique. Boom. The mist ninjas, realizing their ambush had been uncovered, abandoned any pretense of stealth. A plethora of water release techniques began to manifest upon the surface, stirring the surrounding waters into swirling whirlpools and hidden currents. Although the mist ninjas struggled to maintain their footing within the whirlpools, the assailants beneath the sea would surely find themselves immobilized, possibly drawn down into the depths and crushed by the immense underwater pressure. Observing their handiwork, the mist ninjas reveled in their vengeance, casting menacing smiles as they turned their gazes toward the shores of the land of the whirlpools, each vowing to make those mere practitioners of sealing techniques pay. However, before they could act, a thick fog began to rise from the coastline, sweeping toward the mist ninjas, harnessing the winds blowing from the land toward the sea. The fog quickly enveloped the multitude of mist ninjas. It is the mist concealment technique. The mist ninjas shouted to alert their comrades, though their voices, tinged with anger, grew shrill. It is one thing to be subjected to water-style attacks, especially since many nations possess this ability. However, to be assaulted with mist? The land of water is perpetually shrouded in fog, and simply hearing the name Mist Ninja indicates their expertise in the manipulation of mist. To employ mist against such masters is akin to a cruel betrayal. Though the mist ninja trembled in indignation, they swiftly initiated countermeasures, coordinating an attack from different angles while employing wind-style techniques to disperse the fog. Wind-style, great breakthrough. This straightforward and easily mastered C-rank jutsu is known to nearly all mist ninjas with wind affinity. With the cooperation of hundreds of mist ninjas, the dense fog began to dissipate considerably. Yet, with the addition of the Uzumaki clan, passage was not so easily granted. At that moment, the mist ninja remained unaware of the true identity of their adversary. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cacophony of slicing winds erupted across the battlefield, the familiar yet distinct sound perplexing the frontline mist ninjas. How could they strike us with kunai amidst such thick fog? In the next instant, the sight of an explosive tag, poised to ignite, revealed the answer to one mist ninja. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 74. What kind of absurd version of Naruto is this? The cries of despair and the explosive sounds resonated through the thick mist, igniting fervor among the Uzumaki clan members, who merely tossed shurikens and created a few shadow clones from the safety of the shore. These youths, unaccustomed to the realities of war, had never conceived that battles could unfold in such a manner. They imagined that they would charge forward, as described in their texts, achieving victory against overwhelming odds and etching their names in history. Years of peaceful existence had dulled their sense of discipline, leading some audacious individuals to approach Yusuke and boldly request permission to engage in battle. Elder, the opposing mist ninjas are disorganized. Why not let us charge in? We can capitalize on our momentum and let everyone experience the thrill of battle. Otherwise, when the time comes for a real confrontation, they may falter. Kiyoshi, observing the eager members of the Uzumaki clan behind him, felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Out of respect, he turned to Yusuke with a smile and inquired, "May I issue a few orders?" Although Yusuke had reservations about Kiyoshi's demeanor, the letter from his daughter, combined with the miraculous predictions that had spared the Uzumaki clan from slaughter, save for a single unfortunate soul who had twisted his ankle, instilled in him an unwavering trust. Had it not been for the distinct chakra that differed from Kiyoshi's, Yusuke might have believed he was facing the man himself, despite not being the original. Kiyoshi appeared to embody his teachings. Otherwise, Mito would not have dispatched such a solitary figure for assistance. Thus, Yusuke held complete faith in Kiyoshi. Of course, no problem. Excellent. After obtaining permission, Kiyoshi turned to the foolish youth, his smile fading. You, and you. Drag this fool out and beat him until I say stop. What? The named Uzumaki clan members were momentarily taken aback, as the individual designated for punishment was Yusuke's nephew. Had Yusuke not had a grandson, this young man could very well have become the next leader of the Uzumaki clan. Yusuke, upon hearing the decree, was momentarily stunned but soon recognized the gravity of military orders. However, he feared that such treatment of his cherished successor would strip him of his authority. Realizing the potential consequences, Yusuke began to plead. Kiyoshi, if possible, could you let him off the hook for my sake? Perhaps I could take command. Or shall we send this fool who will only lead our clan to ruin? Kiyoshi retorted without hesitation, leaving Yusuke feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet he softened his tone, knowing he still required Kiyoshi's assistance. Or perhaps, let us wait until after the battle. Suddenly, Kiyoshi's kunai pierced the young man's shoulder, the sharp blade penetrating muscle until halted by bone. The young man's scream echoed across half the beach, causing Yusuke great distress. Kishin. Yusuke instinctively moved to support his nephew, but Kiyoshi's voice cut him off. What? You scream so loudly over a mere kunai scratch? You're eager to send others to their deaths, yet this pain is too much for you to bear. Yusuke gazed at his bleeding nephew. Though he found Kiyoshi's words valid, his heart still ached, prompting him to intervene. Perhaps Kishin felt that the abundance of explosive tags was somewhat excessive. Before he could finish, Kiyoshi produced a black credit card from Konoha and thrust it into Yusuke's hands. This card allows for an immediate withdrawal of 100 million cash from Konoha without any formalities. I will buy his life. Is that acceptable? Kiyoshi continued mercilessly. To save money by disregarding the lives of comrades, to train by sending them to their deaths. What use is such a person? Thus, I offer you money, allowing him to perish. Surely that is acceptable? Yusuke had intended to voice further objections, but noticed the shift in the gazes of the surrounding clan members toward him and Kishin, revealing their growing discontent. Clearly, they had been swayed by Kiyoshi's words. Gazing at the black card in his hand, Yusukura looked once more at the writhing Kishin on the ground, and at that moment, he understood that further pleas would render him incapable of facing his clan again. After all, the lives of his kin were equally valuable. Sacrificing one for the sake of his nephew's prestige could only be deemed a moral failing. With this realization, Yusukura raised his head, closed his eyes, and then reopened them with a calm resolve. Drag him away, punish him. Kishin, upon hearing Yusukura's words, stared in disbelief at the elder who had always shown him affection, momentarily forgetting his cries of despair. The previously named Uzumaki clan members quickly reacted, dragging the attention-seeking youth away. As a backup clan leader, Kishin, now aware of his misstep, refrained from further pleading and complied with the actions of his clansmen. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of sticks striking flesh resonated loudly amidst the chaos of battle. Following this incident, everyone recognized that this individual sent by the Mito heiress to Konoha was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Domineering, arrogant, and resolute, Kiyoshi's deliberately altered demeanor, contrasting with his original self, left Yusukura in a state of absurdity. While there were some discrepancies from the original, that identical face could not possibly belong to Mito and that scoundrel's offspring. Ah, red hair. Yusukura gazed at this new Kiyoshi, increasingly reminded of the youthful Mito, especially the softness of his crimson locks, reminiscent of her in her childhood. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yusukura's mind. I recall the mention of a wood release restoration project by the Konoha people. Could it be that this individual is a product of the combined genes of Mito and that scoundrel? Observing the respect and admiration reflected in the eyes of his clansmen directed at Kiyoshi only strengthened Yusukura's belief that this Kiyoshi had undoubtedly inherited the remarkable lineage of Mito, thus explaining his exceptional capabilities. If indeed he were Mito's child, perhaps he would be more suited to lead the clan than I. Once one's perspective shifts, the manner in which one perceives the world transforms as well. Originally, Yosuke found Chihoshi's face somewhat annoying, yet now, he couldn't help but find it quite agreeable. As for the substitute clan leader, Shin, with such a remarkable figure as Buddha jumps over the wall, present, who would ever choose char-siu rice? That notion had long been forgotten. So what was to be done next? Yosuke's demeanor suddenly softened. This abrupt transformation startled Chihoshi, especially after having just beaten down someone he valued to assert his authority. Logically, he should have at least maintained a stern expression, but such warmth was utterly unexpected. Was he perhaps a masochist, finding joy in being reprimanded? Reflecting on the elders back in Konoha, who also seemed satisfied after receiving a tongue lashing, Chihoshi felt a moment of relief. Relief? Nonsense. These old geezers were either sadistic or masochistic. What kind of bizarre version of Hokage was this? A sadistic version? Chapter 75. Marriage as a diplomatic strategy of the Uzumaki clan. What was happening? The elite from Kirigakure, witnessing their vanguard suffering heavy losses and being thwarted at the coastline, not even able to breach the shore, frowned at the dismal outcome. The seasoned warriors, who had assumed this was merely a mission for accolades, were taken aback. Thus, a young man with an orange ponytail, sharp teeth, and a robust physique voiced his skepticism. Were they being deceived by Konoha? Impossible. A man who appeared more feminine than masculine swiftly dismissed that notion. The interests of the land of whirlpools had already been allocated. Konoha was reaping the lion's share, while their efforts only afforded them the sealing techniques of the Jinchuriki and the accumulated wealth of the Uzumaki clan, and they had no qualifications to study the Uzumaki clan, who had intermarried with the Senju twin deities. What if, cut it out? The stout youth was about to express his opinion when he was abruptly interrupted. Come on. We are ninjas. We prioritize interests and missions. Is familial affection or love more important than benefits? Right. Who wouldn't want to earn a handsome reward without lifting a finger? Only a fool would refuse. The stout youth scratched the back of his head, feigning simplicity. However, there were no fools among the ninjas of Kirigakure. Everyone knew the stout youth was merely masking his true nature, and since the moment was not yet ripe for confrontation, no one dared to expose him. As for Konoha leveraging this opportunity to weaken Kirigakure, the village, ranked second to last among the 5 great nations, was hardly a concern for Konoha. With the speculation reaching its conclusion, the stout youth redirected the conversation back to the battlefield. So what is our next move? At this moment, a master from the Ice Clan, a direct descendant of the 3rd Mizukage, offered the best suggestion he could muster. The opposing Uzumaki clan excels in sealing techniques. They likely possess an abundance of explosive tags. Thus, if we continue this large-scale assault, even if we ultimately prevail, our losses will be significant. Therefore, I suggest a feigned large-scale attack with a small elite force conducting sneak attacks. This way, we can minimize our losses while causing disarray among their ranks, especially since there haven't been any reports of formidable foes from the land of whirlpools. Indeed, that should be the approach. Several voices chimed in with their opinions, yet for the poorly educated ninjas of Kirigakure, their contributions were nothing but idle chatter. Slap. With no objections raised, the Ice Clan members slammed the table and made the final decision. In that case, we shall proceed with this plan. Pufferfish Demon, this mission is entrusted to you. Any issues? Upon hearing his name called, the stout youth's initially innocent smile morphed into a sinister grin, the transition as smooth as silk. As if the simple demeanor he had displayed moments ago was not his at all. No problem, though it's quite a dilemma. You don't expect me to contend with the elite of Kirigakure, do you? Observing Yosuke's expression shift from self-assured to bewildered, Chihoshi continued to clarify. They have a Mizukage, numerous Jonin, and they 7 ninja swordsmen, not to mention a plethora of Chunin and Jinin. If I were to confront them head-on, who would defend against any sneak attacks? With such a vast land of whirlpools, how could we possibly guard against all angles? If issues arise, the population of the land of whirlpools could be halved. And after a few encounters, you might find yourself the only clan leader left. Hearing Chihoshi's words, Yosuke began to panic. He hadn't anticipated such grave consequences. The long-standing peace had made him forget the vast chasm between the land of whirlpools and Kirigakure, which could not be bridged by mere cleverness. He had intended to place his hope in Konoha, but after Chihoshi's remarks, it seemed that before Konoha's reinforcements could arrive, the land of whirlpools would be decimated. Thus, he found himself placing all his hopes on Chihoshi. So what shall we do? Chihoshi asked. I say, old man, the land of whirlpools is surrounded by water on all sides. Have you never considered the possibility of an enemy assault? For instance, is there a contingency plan or fallback? Not picking up on Chihoshi's intent to address him as old man, Yosuke replied, no, not at all. With Hashirama and you around, who would dare attack? Have you never considered that they might perish before you? Of course, I have thought about it. I figured I could just marry off an Uzumaki woman to secure an alliance. And afterwards, isn't there still Mito? Besides, isn't the new Hokage already married? I had planned to wait until his wife passed before seeking another alliance, but I seem to have forgotten that part. Marriage is your clan's diplomatic strategy? Yes. The blunt admission left Chihoshi momentarily speechless, unsure how to counter such an irrefutable rationale. Observing Chihoshi's flustered expression, Yosuke cautiously inquired after a brief pause, so, little Chihoshi, have you thought of a good plan? Perhaps I could introduce you to a beautiful Uzumaki girl? Another Uzumaki girl? Chihoshi shot Yosuke a glare, inwardly contemplating. Does this old coot fear my harem isn't chaotic enough? However, Yosuke, thinking Chihoshi lacked options, winked slyly and leaned in closer to whisper. Having 2 isnt out of the question, but you'll have to hustle a bit. You can't just send both to Konoha, can you? You old lecher. Seeing Yosuke transform into a mischievous old man before him, Chihoshi quickly devised a plan to tease him. As for the means of rescue, Chihoshi had contemplated a solution long ago, but the overly optimistic Uzumaki clan would never feel a sense of crisis without perceiving the threat of extermination. Thus, Chihoshi pretended to ponder, stroking his chin. There are ways, but it requires some sacrifice on your part. Upon hearing that there was indeed a solution, Yosuke's spirits soared. For the sake of the land of whirlpools, I wouldn't mind sacrificing my life, let alone a little inconvenience. Not dragging his feet, Chihoshi leaned in closer and whispered his plan into Yosuke's ear. The once selfless Yosuke suddenly became bashful. Will this plan work? Should we not consider an alternative? If you disagree, I'll just go find Kushina. She will surely. Stop. Upon hearing Chihoshi mention Kushina, Yosuke's face contorted with concern, but reflecting on the potential danger to young Kushina, he resolved firmly, biting his teeth, and nodded decisively. Fine, I agree. But this matter must remain confidential. Of course, you in disguise, and what more can I say? Certainly, I shall refine and elevate the text while preserving its inherent meaning. Chapter 76. Significance with the full production capacity of the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their mastery in sealing techniques. Countless explosive tags were meticulously crafted and subsequently dispatched to the front lines. These were distributed among various ninjas, while also being ingeniously fashioned into an array of traps strategically positioned along the coastlines. Such extravagant expenditure ultimately transformed the entire land of whirlpools into a formidable hedgehog, where any invading foe would first be subjected to the baptism of the numerous explosive tags laid along the shores. Although adversaries might employ ninjutsu to dismantle these traps, such actions would undoubtedly reveal their positions, leading to a deluge of explosive tags in response. As the saying goes, when resources are scarce, tactics intertwine. When abundant, firepower prevails. The Uzumaki clan, having sold countless beast-sealing techniques, may not be rich in various supplies, yet they possessed an abundance of wealth. This is precisely why the 5 great ninja nations united to partition the land of whirlpools. With financial resources and technology aplenty, yet lacking in military might, who else would they target if not the Uzumaki clan? Hence, the ever-prudent Kiyoshi, indifferent to frugality, willingly exchanged wealth for time, utilizing it as a pivotal strategy against the mist ninjas. The time thus acquired would allow the people of the land of whirlpools to truly experience fear, ensuring they would no longer remain so naively optimistic. As the front lines continued to barter explosive tags for time, Kiyoshi returned to the estate alongside Uzumaki Yosuke, where he sought out several garments once worn by the 6-year-old Kushina. After a meticulous alteration, he adorned Yosuke with these clothes. However, when Yosuke, clad in feminine attire, made his appearance, the palpable sense of embarrassment and awkwardness rendered it impossible for Kiyoshi to suppress a smile. Though Yosuke had resolved to embrace this predicament, upon witnessing Kiyoshi's grin, he could not help but voice his doubts. Must I truly wear women's clothing? What if there are ninjas capable of detecting scents? To instill in him a profound awareness of the impending malice from Konohagakure, Kiyoshi elaborated, imagine, if the people of Konoha genuinely intended to assist the land of whirlpools, they would undoubtedly remain to lend their aid. Yet, do you see anyone affiliated with Konoha here? Faced with Kiyoshi's challenge, Yosuke remained silent, merely gazing at him intently. Kiyoshi, sensing the implications of Yosuke's look, clarified, you are overthinking. I am not one of Konoha's. Is that so? Yosuke murmured, his doubts regarding Kiyoshi's identity beginning to surface. However, before he could ponder further, Kiyoshi pressed on. Regardless, without my presence, the fate of the Uzumaki clan would likely be extinction. You may choose to believe or not. The choice is yours. Indeed, Yosuke responded, a realization dawning upon him, followed by a wry smile. In the end, death is death, regardless of the hand that delivers it. At least you are more forthright. Perhaps you would not deceive me. So, Kiyoshi inquired, a knowing smile gracing his lips, while Yosuke's gaze wavered, ultimately settling on the garments of Kushina before him. At the very least, I must protect Kushina. With this thought, Yosuke's eyes brimmed with determination. This was indeed my intention, Kiyoshi remarked, applying a white, ointment-like substance to Yosuke's face. Despite his willingness to face death with generosity, Yosuke felt a twinge of unease at the sticky, ambiguous substance. What is this? This is a remarkable item that can alter your chakra fluctuations. I possess but a limited supply. Alter chakra fluctuations? Yosuke was taken aback by this assertion. After all, the Uzumaki clan's Kagura's heart operates on principles akin to a bat's echolocation, utilizing their potent chakra to extend outward and provide feedback on all touched objects. In simpler terms, it renders one undetectable by radar when coated with an invisibility layer. If a substance truly exists that can modify chakra fluctuations, it would render the sensory abilities of both the Uzumaki clan and ordinary ninjas nearly obsolete. The source of this remarkable substance, naturally, it lies within the cells of white Zetsu. As Kiyoshi meticulously massaged Yosuke's face, the final step of the process was completed. This is Kushina's. As Yosuke felt his body, he discovered that without unleashing his chakra, he could almost convince himself he was Kushina. This extraordinary capability, beyond his comprehension, sparked a bold notion within him. Could it be that you are? Believe what you will. Kiyoshi's response ignited Yosuke's excitement. He had initially assumed Kiyoshi was merely a minor figure, only to realize he was the genuine article. This serendipitous discovery, akin to finding gold while searching for sesame seeds, elicited an uncontrollable fit of laughter from him. Haha, I once thought the seemingly dull-witted Uzumaki Yosuke lacked imagination, yet here he is, brimming with creativity. Kiyoshi felt a pang of annoyance as the hard-earned sense of urgency he had cultivated was abruptly shattered. "All right, will you continue?" Of course, of course. I would wear a diaper if you asked." Now aware of the truth, Yosuke's eyes narrowed with delight. Seeing Yosuke reveling in his newfound confidence, Kiyoshi could not resist teasing him. "If you desire to wear such things, it is certainly not out of the question." Yosuke, momentarily taken aback, found himself at a loss for how to respond. Meanwhile, the rescue team dispatched by Danzo remained within the borders of the land of whirlpools. The cataclysmic war outside seemed to hold no relevance to them, for Danzo had assigned them but a singular task: to retrieve a suitable potential female member of the Uzumaki clan to inherit and receive the Nine Tails, thereby becoming the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and a cornerstone for the protection of Konoha. Their target was none other than Uzumaki Kushina. As for the other members of the Uzumaki clan, they were not even a consideration in their mission. In fact, when the Mist Village launched military operations against the land of whirlpools, Danzo personally led a team to capture the scattered members of the Uzumaki clan. This served a dual purpose: to acquire materials for the wood release revival plan and to secure a backup for Kushina. Thus, should this operation succeed, Kushina, being a relative of Mito, would naturally find it easier for Mito to facilitate the transition of the Nine Tails. Conversely, if they failed, a substitute would still be available, though whether Mito would consent remained a matter for reconsideration. Consequently, to ensure Kushina developed a genuine sense of belonging to Konoha, this small team was tasked with a particularly insidious mission: to plunge Kushina into despair, subjecting her to various psychological manipulations, encouraging her to abandon her past and her thirst for vengeance, thereby forging an unbreakable bond with Konoha. Their ultimate goal was to make the protection of Konoha the very essence of Kushina's existence, which justified their presence in the land of whirlpools. Chapter 77. Hidden intentions. Before this team from Konoha could initiate their operation, the Oil Woman clan's sentry insects detected an anomaly. Someone approaches. Oil Woman Shizuku alerted her comrades. Upon hearing this, the others immediately formed hand seals and readied their weapons to prepare for a potential ambush. "Is it Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Yosuke? It seems they have come looking for us." Shizuku's unexpected revelation left her companions momentarily astonished. As members of the Root, meticulously selected from the Umbu, their primary duties involved infiltration, interrogation, and assassination, tasks that rarely brought them into contact with others. They had prided themselves on their ability to remain concealed, yet the demeanor of these two clearly suggested they were headed directly towards them. Despite the advantageous arrival of their mission target, both the timing and the nature of their intentions appeared highly suspicious. "What should we do?" Shizuku queried, glancing toward Yamashiro Aoi, who was the lead operative for this mission. In search of guidance. In the mountains, Yamanaka-chin was clearly taken aback by the sudden turn of events, yet he understood that decisiveness was imperative at this moment. "Is it certain that Uzumaki Kushina is among them?" "Indeed," Oil Woman Shizuku affirmed with a nod. "I have discreetly attached the insect to her. Both the scent and chakra are intact." Upon hearing this explanation, Yamanaka-chin felt resolute. Despite the possibility that their visitors harbored ill intent, it was prudent to assess the situation first, always remaining vigilant. "Understood." The rest of the team echoed in unison, allowing Oil Woman Shizuku to approach the door. However, before they could take further action, Uzumaki Yusuke spoke up. "Friends from Konoha, please open the door. I have a request for your assistance." Oil Woman Shizuku was startled by her exposure and glanced back at Yamanaka-chin, who gave a slight nod in response. Creak. The old wooden door emitted a soft sound as Oil Woman Shizuku opened it, revealing Uzumaki Yusuke and Uzumaki Kushina standing at the threshold. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Given that the door was already open, Oil Woman Shizuku was not surprised by the request and stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. "Please," she said. Uzumaki Yusuke seemed to expect this, maintaining his composure as he led Kushina inside. Yet, before Yusuke could fully ascertain the room's condition, Yamanaka-chin swiftly approached, pressing a kunai against his neck. "How did you discover our presence?" Faced with the threat, Yusuke remained unperturbed, exhibiting no signs of distress or even a change in heartbeat. His response was measured and calm. "The Kagura Shingen of the Uzumaki clan is no mere decoration. With enemies invading from outside, how could we not investigate within?" Upon hearing this explanation, Yamanaka-chin lowered his kunai. "I apologize, I was merely a bit anxious." "No harm done." Yusuke shook his head. "To be frank, I have come with a request. I cannot accept." Before Yusuke could elaborate, Yamanaka-chin firmly rejected him. Our inability to assist stems solely from our lack of strength. This national-level conflict cannot be swayed by just a few of us. We have already notified Konoha, and I trust reinforcements will arrive shortly. If you can hold on, Konoha will. However, in the face of Yamanaka-chin's refusal, Yusuke did not respond directly. Instead, he turned to oil woman Shizuku with a smile. Could you take Kushina out for a while? I need to discuss something with her. Oil woman Shizuku was taken aback by this request and looked back at Yamanaka-chin for guidance. Sensing that Yusuke appeared to be making a final arrangement, Chin nodded. After watching oil woman Shizuku lead Kushina away, Yusuke's smile faded. I hope you can bring Kushina back to Konoha and hand her over to Mito. The unexpected turn in the mission left Yamanaka-chin momentarily stunned. The objective was to rescue Kushina without harm, and her surrounding defenses would undoubtedly be formidable. Should the moment of weakness arrive, it would likely be after the land of waves had been overrun by enemies. At that point, not only would they need to rescue her, but they would also have to instill a sense of despair in her, making her believe it was her fault that those who protected her had perished. This would foster guilt towards Konoha, compelling her to forsake vengeance and embrace the duty of safeguarding Konoha. Thus, while the prospect of the target presenting herself was advantageous, it was critical that the meticulously arranged script not falter, causing Yamanaka-chin to hesitate further. Sensing his uncertainty, Yusuke began to speak again. You have seen for yourself. While we have temporarily thwarted the Mist Ninja's advance, the enemy's strength is beyond our capacity to withstand. Therefore, as long as you can deliver Kushina to Konoha, you may take whatever you desire from the land of waves. Yusuke's temptation held no allure for Yamanaka-chin. Those who could enter the Umbu were unlikely to defect, and those who reached the route would be thoroughly brainwashed. I understand. Yusuke's expression dimmed upon hearing the rejection. If that is the case, I will accompany Kushina in this burial. Wait. Yamanaka-chin could no longer remain composed at the thought of this old man sacrificing himself alongside Kushina. While the process of brainwashing could be gradual, the unique-tailed beast, the Nine Tails, without a powerful chakra suppressor, could easily turn its Jinchuriki into a puppet. This was precisely why it was essential to find a Jinchuriki within the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, Mito, being a recluse, would likely respond favorably to Kushina's presence, but without her, who knew if she would allow the Nine Tails to accompany her in death? The resurrected Nine Tails would likely target Konoha first, creating a grave threat. Therefore, Yamanaka-chin, who initially intended to refuse, altered his stance. Lady Mito has protected Konoha for so long. It is time for us to safeguard the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. However, our strength is indeed limited. While we can protect one, any more than that may be. Yamanaka-chin spoke with such righteousness that had this Uzumaki Yusuke not been the elusive Chikusei, one might have believed him. As for the rewards, let us not speak of rewards. In comparison to Lady Mito's achievements, what we offer is insignificant. Very well. Yusuke did not press further and produced a scroll. Here are some properties of mine in Konoha. Not much, just a few streets. Please help me ensure Kushina takes this with her to ease her life there. Such a show-off. No wonder your clan was annihilated. Yamanaka-chin internally chastised Yusuke. Yet his smile remained unchanged as he took the scroll. With Yamanaka-chin accepting the scroll, Yusuke pointed in a direction. I won't say more. We have cleared a path here. There may be some resistance, but it is undoubtedly the most suitable route for escape. Observing Yusuke's attentiveness, Yamanaka-chin harbored no further doubts. After all, with Kushina willingly offered and most of the wealth relinquished, various circumstances indicated the authenticity of this matter. Very well. Time is of the essence. You should set off immediately. Understood. Just as the two reached an agreement, the promising young man, Suigetsu, stealthily approached the direction indicated by Yusuke. Chapter 78. Encounter with the assistance of Uzumaki Yusuke, Konoha's special team wasted no time and began to evacuate with Kushina towards the indicated location. The sea ahead shimmered under the moonlight, while the sounds of explosions continued to echo from the battlefield behind them, relentless even after more than an hour. This stark contrast mirrored the current state of the land of waves and Konoha. While one side enjoyed serene times, the other was engulfed in flames of war. This juxtaposition caused Yamanaka-chin's expression to reveal a trace of pride. Such a situation would never unfold within Konoha's borders. Yet, even amidst this, Yamanaka-chin did not let down his guard. Compared to other coastal routes laden with explosive tags, this narrow and secure path would have been nearly impossible to locate without guidance. The task of investigation was both urgent and meticulous. Due to the advantageous position of the wind, the area under scrutiny was limited. However, identifying escape routes from the shore posed no challenge whatsoever. Approximately 10 minutes later, young Gigi utilized her unique ability to sense chakra through her insects, marking a safe and viable path along the beach. Subsequently, she employed insect clones to verify the marked locations. Once the clones safely reached the surface of the sea, she nodded to Yamazaki-Ching, affirming that all was well. Let us depart. Following the evacuation order, the team members meticulously followed the tracks left by the insect clones, finally exhaling in relief once everyone reached the surface of the sea. At Yamazaki-Ching's command, the squad promptly vanished from the ocean's surface. Concurrently, the mist village's Kakegawa, stationed at the predetermined location, prepared to launch an attack. Just as they were about to engage, a perceptive ninja detected the approaching Kanehagakure team. Lord Kakegawa, several individuals from the land of Whirlpool are advancing towards our position. Kakegawa had never considered them to be from Konoha, as the existing unspoken rules between Konoha and the Mist Village dictated that as long as their identities remained concealed, conflict was unlikely. Thus, there was no reason for the Konoha shinobi to flee at this juncture, a fact known only to the upper echelons. However, at that moment, a nearby ninja offered his perspective. Perhaps they are fleeing ninjas, or a team seeking assistance from Konoha. What are we waiting for? Kakegawa's cruel smile emerged. Regardless of their identities, anyone from the land of Whirlpool must perish. With the command given, the accompanying ninjas revealed sinister grins. The Konoha ninja team, in the midst of their sprint, simultaneously detected the enemy's presence. Faced with this situation, they were left with three options. First, retreat to the land of Whirlpool and await a more opportune moment. However, there was a risk that the aged Yuzuki Yusuke would choose to sacrifice himself upon seeing them unable to bring anyone back. Not to mention the plethora of explosive tags littering the beach, which would complicate any attempts to find a safe route. Second, they could take a detour. But with the enemy poised to launch a surprise attack, it was unlikely that the Mist Ninjas would allow them to escape. Thus, only the third option remained: negotiate with the Mist Ninjas or carve out a bloody path. The crucial factor was their backing from Konoha, the strongest force in the ninja world, coupled with the deterrent of the legendary figure, leading Yamazaki-Ching to believe that the opposition would hesitate to act. To ensure safety, Yamazaki-Ching employed a genjutsu, rendering Kushina unconscious. The two factions quickly converged on the ocean's surface, with the Konoha team gradually halting their advance, while the Mist Ninjas pressed on without pause. Stop! Kakegawa urgently commanded his subordinates, while the uninformed Mist Ninjas were left bewildered, staring at their superior who had squandered a prime opportunity, especially given that they outnumbered the enemy 50-1. Before consuming the land of Whirlpool, it was unwise to engage Konoha in battle. Contemplating the third Mizuki's instructions, Kakegawa's expression turned grave. Observing the Mist Ninja's demeanor, Yamazaki-Ching quickly discerned that they were too intimidated to act rashly, allowing him to appear considerably more composed. Yet, both sides found themselves locked in a standoff. However, before Yamazaki-Ching could utter a word, a pair of hands surged from beneath the sea, pulling him into the depths. "Captain!" the Konoha team exclaimed in alarm. Initially prepared to rush to his aid, they ultimately opted for verbal confrontation, realizing the dire disparity in strength against the watchful Mist Ninjas. "What do you mean by this?" Kakegawa was equally perplexed, for this was not his command. Nevertheless, his subordinates, unaware of the underlying complexities, interpreted the attack on their ally as a signal to engage, promptly launching their assault. Kill! A torrent of shuriken and kunai rained down upon the Konoha team, effectively severing all escape routes for the remaining 4 members, including Kushina. This is bad. Both young Gigi and Kakegawa thought simultaneously, fearing that their clandestine agreement might shatter due to this incident. Although Kakegawa could defend against the onslaught, the premature actions of his subordinates would complicate future explanations, making the ensuing conflict with Konoha even more troublesome. Thus, he resolved to act decisively. On the Konoha side, the uncertainty surrounding their captainess' fate had already been disheartening. Now, witnessing the opposing commander also choosing to engage led them to a grim conclusion. The Land of Water aimed to breach their agreement. With this realization, The Konoha team understood their next course of action, to bring Kushina back to Konoha at all costs while also relaying the impending threat. Water release, water wall. A barrier of water surged upward, effectively blocking the Mist Ninja's attack. Following this, several smoke bombs were detonated by the Konoha team from behind the water wall. Boom. The immense cloud of smoke enveloped the battlefield, concealing the entire Konoha team within its shroud. Observing this, the Mist Ninjas broke into sinister laughter. Do they think they can play with our mist techniques? Konoha is incredibly naive. However, amidst the other Mist Ninjas' casual demeanor, Kakagawa grew anxious. Knowing full well that Konoha intended to flee, quickly surround the area. Not a single one must escape. Yes. Chapter 79. Kakazu. The Mist Ninjas swiftly executed Kakagawa's command, encircling the smoke-filled area, with several even diving below the water's surface. However, due to the attacking team comprising only 50 individuals, the gaps in their blockade were somewhat significant. Whoosh! Several shadows burst forth from the smoke, charging in the opposite direction of Kakagawa. Intercept them. Following Kakagawa's order, the Mist Ninjas converged on the fleeing figures, igniting a chaotic melee. Fully aware of their impending doom, the Konoha team held nothing back, embracing a mindset of kill one to break even, kill two to profit, unleashing their most potent and destructive jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, water wall. Secret technique, insect sphere. While the Konoha team's ninjutsu appeared diverse, their rigorous training enabled them to employ these seemingly disparate techniques against the Mist Ninjas, who were still intent on conserving chakra for a continued assault on the land of Whirlpool, resulting in significant casualties among their ranks. Arriving late to the fray, Kakagawa could hardly tolerate such indignities and, wishing to avoid prolonged conflict, chose to strike upon seeing the enemy's presence. When he did, he unleashed a powerful attack. Water release, water dragon blast. Executing the jutsu, which required 44 hand seals, took Kakagawa merely over a second. The next moment, a colossal water dragon, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, surged from the ocean's surface, under Kakagawa's command, charging toward the beleaguered Konoha team. Boom! The water dragon's strike did not directly hit the enemies, but its impact with the ocean's surface ensnared the 4 Konoha team members attempting to escape its range. The anguished cries of the Konoha team echoed from the mist generated by the water dragon's collision with the surface, as, although none were directly struck, the sheer force left one with a broken leg. Advance. The dispersed Konoha squad exhibited only mediocre strength, and under the relentless assault of the Mist Ninja, they swiftly met their demise. However, in their final moments, they managed to diminish the combat power of the 50-member Mist Ninja team by a fifth. The frustrated Fuwa, having suffered an ill-fated campaign, kicked a corpse beneath his feet away in anger, then cast a grim glance at his subordinates. Incompetence. To suffer such losses against such a small number. Though his subordinates were too intimidated to respond, one perceptive ninja could not resist offering a suggestion. Lord Fuwa, shall we continue with our ambush mission? Indeed. After the reminder, Suigetsu Fuwa recalled his primary objective. They needed to take the bodies back. Preparations were in order. Suddenly, the once calm sea began to swell ominously, a peculiar phenomenon that naturally drew Fuwa's attention. An enemy attack. The alert Fuwa immediately leaped away from his position. And although the other Mist Ninjas were uncertain, their instincts compelled them to follow suit, albeit a beat too late. Water style, water dragon bomb. A massive whirlpool formed instantaneously on the surface of the sea, ensnaring the unsuspecting Mist Ninjas within its grasp. Countless upward currents surged against the leaping enemies, the tremendous force piercing through one Mist Ninja after another, ultimately coalescing into a gigantic water dragon that lunged menacingly towards Suigetsu Fuwa. Shamada. Suspended in the air without the ability to brace himself, Fuwa could only watch as the water dragon approached. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, shrouding a vast area of the sea in mist. This sudden ninjutsu resulted in nearly 20 casualties among the ninjas, leaving the remaining Mist Ninjas in a state of shock. Especially as the renowned Jonin Suigetsu Fuwa found himself utterly defenseless against such a technique, causing some of the more timid Mist Ninjas to retreat unknowingly. A derisive laugh echoed from beneath the waves, and soon a mysterious figure began to rise to the surface. After tossing aside the unconscious Yamashiro Aoi and the ninja who had been carrying Kushina, the cloaked figure regarded the terrified Mist Ninjas with a sneer. Is this truly the infamous mist ninja known for their brutality? What a disappointing generation. Suddenly, a sharp blade pierced through the figure's chest from behind. And before he could finish his remark, his heart was brutally impaled. The dead have no right to critique us mist ninjas. Bathed in blood and with tattered clothing, Suigetsu Fuguwa swirled his sword, ensuring that the enemy had no chance of healing. Is that so? Despite having his heart pierced, the mysterious figure maintained an unsettling calm. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of his adversary, Fuguwa swiftly withdrew his sword and distanced himself. Indeed, under Fugua's watchful gaze, several black tendrils sprouted from the mysterious figure's wound, one of which plunged into Yamashiro Aoi's chest. In the next instant, Aoi's heart was extracted intact, returning at an astonishing speed to the mysterious figure's own wound. Thump, thump, thump. The barely audible heartbeat resonated like a drum, striking terror into the heart of Suigetsu Fuguwa. What in the world is happening? Not only Fuguwa, but the remaining mist ninjas were equally bewildered, as the concept of replacing a heart was far too surreal. All the mist ninjas stood frozen in place, fearful that the heart-eating figure would fixate on them. You should feel fortunate that the heart of that individual fits perfectly, otherwise, I would have to resort to yours. With that, the mysterious figure shed his cloak, revealing a body stitched together with countless black threads, adorned with 4 masks embedded in his back. A pained sound escaped the masked figure's lips, and then the masks on his back began to convulse, as if trapped beasts were struggling within a bag. As the thrashing intensified, the stitched black threads on his back tore apart like a burlap sack, and an abundance of black tendrils fused with the masks. The amalgamation of tendrils and masks erupted from the mysterious figure's back. A monstrous creature, over 2 meters tall and composed of numerous black tendrils, roared at the surrounding mist ninjas, instilling dread. Meanwhile, the figure, having given birth to several monsters, remained unfazed and addressed the mist ninjas. I apologize for my unexpected arrival. Please allow me to introduce myself anew. I am Kakuzu, employed by the god of war, Senju Kajiki. As Kakuzu's final words hung in the air, Suigetsu Fugua's eyes widened in disbelief. What? This is impossible. Chapter 80. So, Uzumaki Yosuke, have you heard? The legendary figure has managed to survive until now. One must understand that with his profound strategies, he could remain hidden for 30 years. If not for the ambition of unifying the ninja world, one might even speculate about alien invasions. However, such a notion felt far-fetched to the average ninja, leaving only one plausible explanation. The mere thought sent a chill down Fugua's spine, soaking his back in cold sweat. At that moment, Kakuzu noticed Fugua's anxious expression, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Everything that had transpired was unfolding precisely as that esteemed individual had scripted it. This sensation of omniscience, akin to observing the world from a divine perspective, even stirred a sense of admiration within Kakuzu, who was typically averse to anything but wealth. Yet, such thoughts were fleeting. Dismissing them, Kakuzu returned to the established script. What is your name? Me? Yes. Though Fuguwa was unsure of the intent behind the question, his instinct to survive compelled him to respond honestly. Suigetsu Fuguwa. Is the one with a bounty of 9 million merely of such mediocre strength? Kakuzu mused inwardly, his gaze fixated on the somewhat rotund, unremarkable Fuguwa, who lacked even a special ninja blade, flooding Kakuzu's mind with questions. Where is the legendary Samahata? This does not align with Lord Kajiki's description. After a thorough examination, Kakuzu concluded that Fuguwa was not lying. The terror in his expression when asked his name mirrored that of someone who had just learned of their association with a formidable figure. Since Fuguwa seemed incapable of providing any valuable intelligence, Kakuzu resolved to adhere to the original script. If your final words are only these, I must apologize. Lightning style, false darkness. Fire style, head hardship. Wind style, pressure harm. Water style, water curtain. Earth style, earth spear. 5 advanced jutsu took shape in Kakuzu's hands and from the creatures emerging from his body, though not yet unleashed. The vast chakra they contained instilled fear in the hearts of the mist ninjas present, particularly Suigetsu Fuguwa, who, despite being uninjured, felt utterly powerless against such overwhelming might. Under the looming threat of death, Fuguwa clenched his teeth and bellowed, "Lord Kakuzu, please stop. We are on the same side." His voice reverberated through the air, laced with a touch of desperation and pleading. At this moment, for the pufferfish demon, survival was paramount, even if it meant sacrificing dignity to beg for mercy from the enemy. Oh, Upon hearing the words of his adversary, Kakuzu was momentarily taken aback. His formidable ninjutsu, which he had intended to unleash, abruptly halted. He gazed calmly at the individual before him and, in a low voice, questioned, "Did Lord Chikage also hire you?" This question resonated like thunder, drawing the attention of those around, their expressions morphing into ones of astonishment and confusion. The pufferfish demon was acutely aware of the weight of Chikage Senju's name. If he were to lie, the true subordinate before him would undoubtedly report it, leaving him vulnerable to retribution from both the Land of Water and Chikage's faction. The knowledge of Senju's continued existence was far more shocking than any potential leak regarding cooperation with Konoha. Thus, the pufferfish demon resolved to gamble, trusting that the Land of Water would overlook him upon learning of Chikage's whereabouts. "No, Lord Kakuzu, in truth, there exists a secret agreement between us and Konoha. Even amidst the fierce battles with the Land of Waves, we would never harm their ninjas." His tone bore a hint of trepidation, as if fearing the misstep of a single word. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, pressing further. "Then why did you engage with those who killed Konoha's people?" Faced with Kakuzu's sharp inquiry, the pufferfish demon found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his gaze flickering with evident panic. After a brief silence, he finally stammered, "That was entirely a misunderstanding, Lord Kakuzu. I was merely concerned that enemies from the Land of Waves might disguise themselves as Konoha's shinobi to escape." His voice dwindled to a whisper as he sat on pins and needles, silently praying that his explanation would suffice. However, Kakuzu appeared unimpressed, even watching the pufferfish demon with a curious interest as he continued his performance. Regardless, the outcome had long been predetermined. Any action taken would be futile. Meanwhile, the recently informed ninjas widened their eyes, their faces painted with shock. Konoha had indeed reached an accord with the Hidden Mist village. Moreover, they intended to unite against the Land of Waves, their ally. Such earth-shattering news felt like a death sentence to them. It was imperative to understand that such confidential matters were far beyond the ken of these lower-ranking shinobi. At that moment, they began to dread their fates. Upon returning to the village, the only prospects awaiting them were two possibilities: either silencing them to contain the information or being forced to betray and flee to foreign lands. After all, this operation had resulted in the deaths of Konoha's personnel, and whether out of a desire to appease Konoha or to buy time to prevent escalation, the higher-ups would undoubtedly find a scapegoat to bear the punishment. Undoubtedly, the ordinary mist ninjas involved in the mission would be the first to face the consequences. Instantly, aside from the pufferfish demon, every other mist ninja was seized by thoughts of escape or betrayal. As for the pufferfish demon, upon learning of Kakuzu's employer, he began plotting his own swift departure from this perilous place. With all the mist ninjas on the verge of action, Kakuzu suddenly erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, what a splendid opportunity." However, just as the pufferfish demon felt his muscles taut with the urge to flee, the once calm surface of the sea beneath Kakuzu began to bubble ominously. These bubbles erupted like restless little bombs, drawing the attention of nearly all the mist ninjas. Could it be that reinforcements were on their way? Or had a new enemy appeared? This thought flashed through the minds of all the mist ninjas like lightning. If it were indeed allies arriving, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Yet if it were foes advancing, any attempt to escape would surely be in vain. Weighing the risks, the pufferfish demon decided to take a chance and gamble once more. As the bubbles grew increasingly dense and rapidly expanded, the indistinct shadow beneath the surface gradually sharpened into clarity. Finally, under the tense gaze of the onlookers, a petite figure emerged from the water, revealing itself to be the previously kidnapped Kushina Uzumaki. Then, "Uzumaki Yosuke, did you hear that?" Chapter 81. Uchiha and Senju. Kushina, referred to as Uzumaki Yosuke, responded with a somber tone. Then, with a loud bang, the figure of Uzumaki Yosuke, previously in a transformed state, reverted back to his original form. However, his eyes shifted from sorrowful to resigned, ultimately releasing a long sigh. Alas, Chikage was indeed correct. Upon hearing their exchange, the pufferfish demon was rendered utterly speechless, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. It was crucial to note that the assault on the Land of Waves had been a conspiracy orchestrated by the 5 great shinobi villages. How could Konoha display such audacity? Damn! Only then did the pufferfish demon awaken from his stupor. With Konoha, the god of war, they were evidently unperturbed by the threats from the other 4 great nations. Was it possible that the Land of Waves was merely bait cast by Konoha, truly aiming for total unification of the shinobi world? The very thought of such a terrifying outcome sent the pufferfish demon into a state of panic. He immediately raised his voice, attempting to incite chaos to facilitate his escape from Kakuzu's pursuit. "Run for your lives!" With this desperate cry, the pufferfish demon employed the mist concealment technique to obscure his presence, swiftly turning to flee. Those mist ninjas, who had long been unable to suppress their desire to escape, finally received the long-awaited command. In that instant, they bolted without hesitation, as if countless malevolent spirits were pursuing them, their speed astonishing, even surpassing that of the pufferfish demon at one point. However, in the face of these panicked mist ninjas, Kakuzu merely smiled faintly, that smile exuding an air of serene confidence. "If I were to allow you to escape so easily, what face would I have to show in following Lord Chikage?" Before his words could fade, Kakuzu pointed, and the formidable ninjutsu he had prepared earlier was unleashed in an instant. Brilliant beams of light shot forth from his hands, streaking through the air like meteors aimed directly at the mist ninjas. The power of these techniques was staggering, carrying an unsettling force capable of churning the very sea beneath them. The cacophony of screams and wails echoed across the waters, and within moments, tranquility was restored. Heh. Another 9 million earned. Simultaneously, within the Uchiha clan's domain in Konoha, the atmosphere was palpably tense. All the high-ranking members of the Uchiha family were gathered, their expressions grave as they convened in the family meeting room. "Is the source of this information reliable?" the clan leader inquired, his calm gaze betraying no emotion. "Indeed, esteemed leader, the information originates from Lord Mito," replied Uchiha Tsubasa, who had remained in Konoha and maintained a close relationship with Mito. "What is your perspective on this matter?" the leader pressed. Hearing the leader's inquiry, Uchiha Tsubasa responded with indignation. "The Uzumaki clan has been attacked by the Land of Water, as Konoha's ally and also Mito's family. We Uchiha cannot stand idly by, neither in reason nor in morality." Uchiha Chin's remarks garnered the tacit approval of many members of the Uchiha clan. After all, the family's reputation within the village had improved, thanks to Chinching's diligent efforts. It was inconceivable to ignore the plight of Mito. However, some voiced their concerns. But what about the Hokage's stance? The attack did not occur in Konoha. If we were to follow the usual protocol, it would likely take 2 days. If we act unilaterally, we may be perceived as betraying the village. Can we truly stand idly by? Given the strength of the Land of Water, who knows if the Land of Whirlpools will still exist after 2 days? Another member exclaimed anxiously. Meanwhile, discussions among the Hokage's circle intensified. Just as the debate reached a fever pitch, the clan leader raised his voice, commanding silence. Enough. The room fell into an immediate hush. He then fixed a stern gaze upon Uchiha Chun and resolutely declared, "Chun, the notion of acting independently is absolutely off the table, and you are not to involve yourself in this matter any further." Though Uchiha Chun was eager to argue his point, he was abruptly cut off by the clan leader. "No exceptions. We, the Uchiha, must never engage in actions detrimental to the village." The leader's tone was unwavering and serious, his eyes sharp and resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Although Uchiha Chun felt a surge of frustration and helplessness, he complied, recognizing that the leader's decision was not to be defied. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he was bound to adhere to the clan's rules. "Chun, let us put this matter to rest. However, since you seem so full of vigor, I shall assign you a task. Take some clan members and see it through," the leader continued, producing a scroll from his robe and tossing it towards Chun. The pristine scroll unfurled before him, revealing the task written in dark ink. Name, Matsushita Hirado. Crime, theft. Location, Matsubane. Upon seeing the location of the task, Uchiha Chin's pupils dilated in shock, for it was a small town perilously close to the Land of Whirlpools. Clan leader. You. Uchiha Chin looked up at the still serious clan leader, his heart racing with excitement, realizing he had misjudged the leader's intentions. The clan leader offered no further explanation and continued, "The borders seem to be less secure lately, so you may bring additional personnel for this mission." "Yes." Uchiha Chun responded enthusiastically, his heart brimming with exhilaration. A similar scenario unfolded within the Senju clan, who, without the Uchiha's reservations, promptly assembled teams upon hearing of troubles in the Land of Whirlpools, eager to rush to their aid without consulting the third Hokage. Thus, When Uchiha Chin finally gathered a sufficient number of hands, the Senju clan members had already been waiting eagerly at their clan grounds. Why did you arrive so late? We thought you wouldn't come. The familiar banter echoed among the crowd, as the clansmen, having worked together on various tasks, displayed a sense of camaraderie rather than formality. Without further ado, let us depart now? Uchiha Chin urged. Wait. Senju Momochi, the then clan leader, halted Uchiha Chin, saying, Lord Mito mentioned that an important person would accompany us. We are not unfamiliar with the route. There's no need for. But Uchiha Chin's words were interrupted by a voice both familiar and foreign, suddenly emerging from behind them. I am delighted that you have come. Uchiha Chin and Senju Momochi felt their hearts leap. It had been over a decade since they had heard that voice. Lord Qianqianxing. Chapter 82. What if we retaliate against Konoha? Now nearing 40, Danzo retained her allure, yet her gaze was as frigid as a deep pool, devoid of any warmth. Her slender eyebrows arched slightly, lips pressed tightly together, occasionally betraying a barely perceptible smirk, while her hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, exuding a chilling elegance. The X-shaped scar on her chin added an air of ruthlessness to her demeanor. Hayashi. Danzo addressed the third Hokage without a hint of politeness. Uchiha and Senju had already departed the village, suggesting that news from the land of whirlpools had reached them. Oh. Hearing Danzo's report, Sarutobi Hayashi furrowed his brow. If it were merely the Senju clan causing a ruckus, it would be one thing. As they were but a group of mediocrity with little practical use beyond their esteemed reputation in Konoha. However, the involvement of the Uchiha clan changed everything. As Konoha's foremost clan, brimming with talent, combined with the Senju's renown, they could potentially threaten his position as Hokage. For years, Sarutobi Hayashi had diligently fostered the development of Konoha, pouring his heart and soul into it. Because of this, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had refrained from openly criticizing his leadership. Yet, even so, the Senju clan had not shown him much respect. Meanwhile, as other clans grew stronger, they began to emulate the Senju, becoming increasingly insubordinate. Faced with this situation, Sarutobi Hayashi began to devise a plan for the downfall of the land of whirlpools. Firstly, it would incite war and thereby weaken the other ninja clans. Secondly, to realize the wood release reemergence project, the sealing techniques of the land of whirlpools were indispensable. Yet they could not allow the land of whirlpools to participate. For the last time, he had merely mentioned it to Uzumaki Yusukura, and they immediately sought a share of the spoils. Seeing their eagerness to court disaster, Sarutobi Hayashi would not refuse. After contemplating the entire plan once more, Sarutobi Hayashi inquired, how many of them are there? Will the remaining Senju clan influence the wood release reemergence project? To my knowledge, the Uchiha number around 30, all of whom are elite Chunin or above, while the Senju clan is approximately 100 strong, though most are genin. Understood. Sarutobi Hayashi's smile, however, stirred a hint of discontent within Danzo. Hayashi, have you forgotten our plan? If other nations leverage this situation against us, we stand to lose a significant amount of benefit. Yet Sarutobi Hayashi remained remarkably calm, grasping Danzo's hand and offering a reassuring squeeze. Do not fret. This may turn out to be advantageous. Danzo was perplexed, unable to fathom why Sarutobi Hayashi was so composed. It was crucial that the affairs of the land of whirlpools remained confidential. If the Senju clan became aware of their clandestine agreements with other nations, not only would future plans be severely hampered, but even his position as Hokage could be jeopardized. It seemed Sarutobi Hayashi had seen through her thoughts, continuing in a soft voice. A mere 100 individuals pose no significant threat. As long as they perish alongside the land of whirlpools, there will be no complications. At that point, both clans will, driven by animosity towards the land of water, undoubtedly support the initiation of a new war. Moreover, considering the personalities of the Senju and Uchiha, they will surely commit to a relentless struggle against the land of water. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hayashi's explanation, Danzo's eyes suddenly sparkled with understanding. The Uchiha's fire release is countered by the water release, and the Senju, proficient in water techniques, are remarkably mediocre. If the strengths of these two leading factions diminish, the Senju clan will become nothing more than a true mascot, leaving the remaining Uchiha at our mercy. Heh, Hizashi, it seems you have indeed inherited the wisdom of that old man. Such flattery was well received by Sarutobi Hizashi, who, after stroking his beard, added, at that time, it will be necessary to bring the disobedient ninja clans into line. Observing the smug demeanor of Sarutobi Hisashi, Danzo felt an urge to roll his eyes. But his own power was insufficient, compelling him to bear the pressure from other clans, and thus, he begrudgingly offered another compliment. You are truly wicked. Do you enjoy this? The two elderly gentlemen, feeling that their desires were finally fulfilled, embraced each other with unrestrained enthusiasm, creating a scene that was quite an eyesore. However, out of Sarutobi Hisashi's sight, Danzo's gaze turned once again to a sinister glint. The disheartened Uzumaki Yusuke returned to the land of whirlpools with Kakuzu. One was sullen while the other beamed with joy, leaving Chikage puzzled. Has he been struck by the truth? Indeed, Lord Chikage. Kakuzu respectfully responded. Yusuke Dano has changed after learning the truth. I see. At that moment, Chikage noticed that Kakuzu was empty-handed and inquired, Kaku, did you not encounter any mist ninjas wielding special ninja tools? No, Kakuzu shook his head. Furthermore, I ran into one named Sujetsu, who indeed possessed no special weapons. Is that so? Chikage pondered, glancing at the still dejected Uzumaki Yusuke. Could it be that those ninja tools were crafted only after acquiring the sealing techniques of the land of whirlpools? However, it was difficult to verify such matters at the moment, so Chikage decided to set it aside. I understand now. You did well this time. If the land of whirlpools can persevere, the management of its finances will fall to you. Thank you, Lord Chikage. The wealth of the land of whirlpools is renowned throughout the ninja world, and Kakuzu was naturally elated at the prospect of managing such vast resources. So, Lord Chikage, do you still require my assistance? Noting Kakuzu's eagerness, Chikage couldn't help but chide. Is the enemy's bounty still insufficient? There is no such thing as too much money. Observing Kakuzu, who typically would not dare to resist any pressure, boldly countering on a matter of money, Chikage gained further insight into Kakuzu's obsession with wealth. Then go to the front lines. If the enemy breaches the first defense line, assist the Uzumaki clan in retreating. Just a retreat? Yes. Understood, my lord. After dispatching Kakuzu, Chikage turned his attention to Uzumaki Yusuke, realizing he needed to provide some comfort. With that thought, Chikage approached and sat beside him. Is it just betrayal by Konoha? It is not a betrayal by the land of whirlpools. But that is Konoha. Yusuke roared, seemingly finding an outlet for his frustrations. Konoha belongs to Hashirama, Tobirama, and you. It is your Konoha. It embodies the millennium-long friendship between our Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan. Because of this, I even married my niece and my daughter into Konoha, only to be met with betrayal. How can I accept this? Listening to Yusuke's accusations, Chikage realized that this elder likely viewed Konoha as his own grandchild, and betrayal from a grandchild was surely difficult to bear. In that case, should we take revenge against Konoha? Yusuke, a pivotal figure in the establishment of Konoha, felt an absurdity wash over him, as this notion seemed like a betrayal of one's own kin, prompting him to voice a heartfelt question. Chapter 83. The defense of the Uzumaki clan is breached. Despite the thick fog ahead, the mist ninjas continued their feigned assaults, and to make the ruse more convincing, they suffered significant casualties themselves. However, the much-anticipated Sujetsu remained utterly silent, providing no feedback whatsoever. Meanwhile, within the borders of the land of whirlpools, a serene tranquility reigned. As if the chaos of war could not reach this place at all. The warriors of the Uzumaki clan on the front line, meanwhile, remained enthusiastic as they tossed explosive tags, with many becoming increasingly excited, treating the endeavor more as play than war. In contrast, Suigetsu's inactivity only magnified his incompetence. Cursed land of whirlpools, cursed Uzumaki clan, and cursed Suigetsu. What trickery is he up to? He can't even manage something so simple. What use is he? Indeed, the land of whirlpools was not vast, and those capable of resistance had long been eliminated, yet they still could not breach the defenses. Upon his return, he would certainly lodge a vehement complaint with Lord Mizukage, accusing Suigetsu of passive resistance. As the voices of mockery escalated, the leader of this mission, the Ice Clan's Zuri, interrupted the meaningless chatter. Enough. The matter of Suigetsu will be addressed by Lord Mizukage later. What we must focus on now is conquering the land of whirlpools. With the command given, the others understood that it was time to cease irrelevant discussions and redirect their focus back to the war. Just then, the esteemed member of the Terumi clan, Terumi Ken, proposed a suggestion. Lord Zuri, waiting like this is not a solution. I suggest we launch a full-scale assault. After all, the land of whirlpools has no strong fighters. If we can get past the beach, victory will surely be ours. Zuri appreciated Ken's decisive suggestion, recognizing that such decisiveness is the hallmark of a person capable of great achievements. However, the cruelty of the Water Nation was not to be taken lightly, and, embodying an inherently contrarian nature, the first thought that crossed their minds upon hearing a suggestion was how to argue against it. A charge? It sounds easy enough. But have you not noticed? In just a few hours, we have already lost over 200 men, while their explosive tags seem endless. There have been instances where our men were blown away the moment they reached the beach. If you wish to charge, go ahead. I cannot withstand the blasts of those explosive tags. The Water Nation's way of life involved others sacrificing themselves while they reaped the benefits. And with the thought of avoiding the dangers of explosive tags, other powerful ninjas began to echo this sentiment. Indeed, that's right. Upon hearing the rebuttal, Terumi Ken initially intended to counter with his own arguments, but, seeing the tide of public opinion, wisely chose to remain silent. Then let us charge, Zuri declared, commanding the room. Rather than waiting for a result, it was better to create an opportunity for Suigetsu. Although the opposition wished to voice further objections, Zuri swiftly silenced them. The Ice Clan will lead the charge, you need only follow. With the most perilous task taken upon by someone, the other Mist ninjas could no longer refuse and promptly agreed to the plan. Yes, Lord Zuri. Water release, great waterfall technique. A multitude of enormous water spheres erupted from the dense fog, hurtling towards the front line of the Whirlpool Nation. Taken by surprise, many of the Whirlpool clan found themselves caught off guard. Although this technique was classified as an A-rank ninjutsu, its lethality was quite limited. Those affected merely sustained minor injuries, which did not impede their ability to continue fighting. However, the true intent of this chakra-consuming jutsu was not its destructive power, but rather the chaos it instigated. Oh no, the defense has been breached. At that moment, Uzumaki Ichiryu's face betrayed his fear. They had been so successful in their assault that many had clustered together, resulting in a significant number being caught in the attack. Indeed, as Uzumaki Ichiryu rose, he beheld a group of strikingly beautiful girls advancing towards the coastline. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosive tags were triggered in that instant, emitting a blinding light and a series of thunderous explosions that cleaved the battlefield in two. On one side lay the Whirlpool Nation, while on the other stood the Mist Ninja, with the explosive zone delineating the two. Just as the people of the Whirlpool Nation attempted to regroup for a counterattack, the trap of explosive tags was finally spent, and the fog above the sea had mysteriously dissipated. Kill. Under the moonlight, the Mist Ninjas, ragged and furious from the explosions, seized the opportunity to charge toward the Whirlpool Nation. Their primal fury evoking fear in those of the Whirlpool clan who had never encountered bloodshed and could only fight when the odds were in their favor. Many began to haphazardly toss explosive tags. Their previously accurate aim now turned chaotic, resulting in a drastic decline in their effectiveness. In their panic, they opted to increase their firepower. More explosions temporarily halted the enemy's initial onslaught, but this only lasted for 2 minutes. With their once orderly arsenal nearly depleted, the Whirlpool clan found themselves at a disadvantage. Observing the cessation of explosions, the Mist Ninjas erupted in sinister laughter. Ha ha ha. The Mist Ninjas charged once more, this time devoid of explosive tags. Do not fear. Remain calm. Behind us lies our homeland. We must hold the line. Uzumaki Ichiryu's voice resonated among his comrades, igniting a flicker of courage within them. Yet, as they beheld the enemies, mutilated yet still charging with a grin, most of their fighting spirit evaporated, and many were left paralyzed with fear. Witnessing the dismal state of his companions, Uzumaki Ichiryu couldn't help but lament. Is the Whirlpool Nation destined for annihilation? However, at this critical juncture, an overwhelming aura of pressure suddenly manifested on the battlefield. Lightning release, false darkness, fire release, head hardening, wind release, pressure damage, water release, water curtain, earth release, earth spear. The formidable destructive power of these 5 advanced ninjutsu once again divided the battlefield. Uzumaki Ichiryu's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene before him. If this young man does not retreat soon, he may very well perish here. Kisame gestured towards Uzumaki Ichiryu, for among the Whirlpool clan present, this young man was the one he found most agreeable. Oh, realizing his allies were coming to his aid, Uzumaki Ichiryu, aware of his own inadequacies, chose to make a hasty retreat. As the Whirlpool clan began to withdraw, Kisame glanced at the skilled individuals who had circumvented his ninjutsu and approached him. forcing a wry smile. Lord Chickage, you truly hold me in high regard. Chapter 84. You haven't spoken ill of me, have you? Extreme Ice of Purple. Bounty, 35 million. Terumi Mei, 12 million. Kisame surveyed the 7 or 8 formidable figures surrounding him, astonished at the bounty on their heads, which far surpassed that of a certain fellow named Suigetsu. Under normal circumstances, encountering any one of them would have thrilled Kisame. However, at this moment, being scrutinized by so many weapon-wielding adversaries was an unbearable ordeal. Though the mist ninja named Purple did not know Kisame's true name, as an elite jonin, he had undoubtedly crossed paths with various individuals, and Kisame's reputation in this field was well known to him. To mitigate losses on both sides, Purple proposed, I recall you are a bounty hunter. Why not name your price and forego this mission? Upon hearing this, Kisame's brow furrowed slightly. Despite the imminent threat of death, Purple's words not only belittled Kisame's honor as a ninja, but also insulted his employer. Thus, a hint of displeasure colored Kisame's gaze. After all, as someone who had dealt with the Sennin, he looked down upon such inferior foes. How could the light of a firefly dare compete with the brilliance of the full moon? Those who have never experienced the heights of mountains cannot comprehend my pursuits. Seeing the other party's lack of understanding, Purple decided not to waste further time. Given the current state of the mission, there was little glory left to claim, and whether he would face reprimand from the Mizukage was uncertain. Therefore, in an effort to redeem himself, Purple resolved to conclude matters swiftly. Body flicker technique, mist body flicker. In an instant, Purple's figure vanished as a thick fog began to coalesce around Kisame, obscuring him from the mist ninja's view. Ice release secret technique, magic mirror ice crystal. As Purple's voice echoed, numerous ice mirrors formed around Kisame. Despite the fog, he could still perceive Purple's silhouette within each mirror. This is indeed troublesome. Faced with the surrounding ice mirrors, Kisame found himself at a loss to discern Purple's true form. However, to think that he could eliminate me with such tricks is an underestimation of my capabilities. Fire release, head hardening, lightning release, false darkness, wind release, great breakthrough. Lightning danced among the ice mirrors, shattering them into fragments, while a torrent of flames engulfed the remnants. And a powerful gust of wind cleared a passage through the thick fog. Clearly, Kisame intended to ensure he was no longer ensnared in the mist, even if it meant not defeating his opponent. Yet, as the commander of this operation, Purple was not so easily dispatched, especially with teammates at his side. Boil release, crafty mist technique. The searing hot mist, imbued with a potent corrosive acid capable of eroding flesh, surged toward Kisame. Positioned at the center, Kisame immediately sensed the unique attack and swiftly reacted. Earth release, earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall erupted from the ground, successfully blocking Terumi Mei's assault. However, Kisame had underestimated the power of the attack. The newly formed wall was quickly corroded, creating a large breach. Although astonished, Kisame's reflexes were rapid. He instinctively leaped away before the acidic mist could touch him. Purple, who had been lying in wait, seized this opportunity. Water release secret technique, 1,000 killing water shuriken. Countless droplets transformed into a multitude of shuriken, launching a 360-degree assault on Kisame, who remained suspended in midair, their overwhelming numbers sending shivers down his spine. Swish, swish, swish. While the lethality of the shuriken was minimal, their sheer volume proved overwhelming. In an instant, Kisame's body was riddled with countless holes. Boom. The mangled corpse crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Observing the overconfident bounty hunter, the accompanying mist ninjas could not help but reveal their scorn. The monsters that had been unleashed were not simply creatures. Rather, it dawned on Ji that whether through summoning techniques, puppet mastery, or shadow clones, once the original body perished, the summoned entities would inevitably vanish. The presence of the black monsters signified that Kakuzu's body was rapidly ascending from the depths, while at that very moment, the deceased form had transformed into a puppet, its visage marred by a white, viscous substance. Clearly, this puppet was the life-saving artifact bestowed upon Kakuzu by Chinching. It was too late. With the departure of the Uzumaki clan members, it became evident that apart from foes, there were no allies remaining. Thus, Kakuzu resolved to employ another formidable jutsu bestowed upon him by Chinching. The 5 elements, grand continuous bombardment technique. As the seals concluded, Kakuzu, alongside his 4 separated clones, unleashed 5 distinct elemental ninjutsu: fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind simultaneously. Danger! Take cover! Ji and Terumi called out to their comrades. Yet how could they evade such a vast area of effect ninjutsu? In an instant, the mist ninjas found themselves engulfed in a blinding white light. Boom! The land, stretching 100 meters wide, was instantaneously ravaged, devoid of any vegetation. Even those mist ninjas fortunate enough to escape the initial onslaught found their senses dulled, some staggering across the battlefield like mere husks. Kakuzu, the caster of this overwhelming technique, was not without consequence. Though its power was awe-inspiring, it nearly drained his chakra reserves. Due to the excessive use of chakra, his 3 Earth Grudge Fear clones shattered. It seemed he would need to gather new hearts. Was this considered a workplace injury? With his remaining lightning clone absorbed back into his body, Kakuzu, nearly devoid of chakra, longed to return to Qianxing's side, for it was only there that he felt secure. However, the more one fears something, the more it tends to manifest. As Kakuzu turned, he was confronted by an ice mirror. Is it still alive? He gasped, astonished to see 2 bloodied figures standing before him, one of whom, Ji, was missing an arm, while her hair had been singed away. In stark contrast, Terumi, with a severed leg and a blinded eye, appeared significantly worse off. Yet, despite their injuries, it was clear both still possessed the will to fight. Though Kakuzu's physical prowess was commendable, it was merely adequate, and with a horde of mist ninjas approaching, his chances of victory were virtually non-existent. With no route of escape and an unending cycle of conflict, Kakuzu found himself enveloped in despair. Alas, the wealth of the land of whirlpools, I haven't even laid my hands on it. Just as he lamented, a hand unexpectedly clasped his shoulder. You haven't been speaking ill of me, have you? Chapter 85, Is it necessary? Kakuzu, you haven't been speaking ill of me, have you? With the Kagura's heart eye activated, Qianxing rushed to Kakuzu's aid upon perceiving his peril. Upon seeing that familiar visage, Kakuzu nearly wept, for it signified his chance to continue living. Lord Qianxing. At the utterance of this title, the mist ninjas momentarily froze, but upon catching sight of Qianxing's vibrant red hair, their brows furrowed in concern. Although uncertain, they recalled intelligence from the previous Ninja World War regarding Senju Qianxing, leaving Ji hesitant to affirm whether the man before them was indeed the legendary figure. Thus she cautiously inquired, Senju Qianxing? Casting a glance at the beleaguered duo, Qianxing refrained from revealing his true identity, knowing he needed to maintain this alias within Konoha for a while longer. Therefore, he addressed his adversaries with blatant disdain. Are you fools unable to comprehend such glaringly red hair? Although Konoha and the Land of Water were separated by great distances, each nation had spies dedicated to gathering intelligence on the notable figures of others. As such, powerful individuals would exert efforts to understand their rivals. For battles between equally matched opponents often boiled down to the intelligence each possessed. Ji had never encountered nor heard of this audacious, self-proclaimed Qianxing. Yet, at that moment, a fleeting piece of information resurfaced in her mind, and her expression shifted to one of disbelief. You are from the Uzumaki clan, the son of Uzumaki Mido? Realizing that her conjecture was correct, Qianxing smiled with satisfaction. Correct. So, how would you like to meet your demise? Observing his employer teasing a child, Kakuzu stole a sidelong glance, yet refrained from commenting. Upon confirming her assumption, Ji's understanding coalesced. No wonder I've never seen your intelligence. No wonder the typically dull-witted land of whirlpools can withstand our assaults. It seems you have inherited your father's wisdom. As Ji spoke, her eyes widened in horror as a chilling thought crossed her mind. Could it be that he inherited not only his father's wisdom, but also the desire to unify the ninja world? No wonder Konoha would dare to encircle the land of whirlpools, even while Mido still lived. It appears this is all a scheme to lure the 4 great nations into conflict. It seems we may be on the brink of a new ninja world war. I must relay this information. With that, Ji hastily took her leave, employing the body flicker technique to vanish into the thick mist. In that moment, her form disappeared from sight, a maneuver reminiscent of a weasel fleeing. This abrupt departure astonished Qianxing, while Terumi looked on in confusion, pondering the reason behind Ji's sudden flight. Could the enemy be that formidable? Considering this, although Terumi contemplated retreat, he recognized his inability to escape with a severed leg. Instead, he resolved to at least save himself. Beginning to gather his chakra towards Qianxing. Boil release, misty technique. However, Before he could complete the hand seals, Qianqing appeared behind him in a flash. Golden Needle, Chakra Seal. His chakra, which had previously flowed with ease, became immobilized as if fixed in place, rendering his body heavy as lead. In such a state, Terumi found even the thought of ending his own life impossible. You shall not extract anything from me. Yet, before Terumi could finish his defiant proclamation, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The swift transition from Ji's escape to Terumi's fainting occurred in a heartbeat, and by the time the Mist Ninjas processed the events, Terumi had already been captured. Release Lord Terumi. The Mist Ninjas clamored, rushing toward the two. Unfazed by their threats, Qianqing did not even glance in their direction, instead tossing the now unconscious Terumi to Kakuzu. Keep watch over him for me. It matters not if he perishes. Yes, Lord Qianqing. With no further concerns, Qianqing shifted his focus to the surrounding foes. Now, let us see how you fare against my newly acquired ninjutsu. Wood release. Birth of the Sea of Trees. Countless trees erupted from the ground, swiftly enveloping the approaching Mist Ninjas. Witnessing this familiar scene, Kakuzu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Must you really? With wounds still untreated, Ji fled towards the rear of the Mist Ninja squad, knowing that there lay a swift means to relay information. In doing so, whether by surrender or alliance, the Land of Water would gain an advantage over the other nations. However, before he could reach the large ship designated for rescue and resupply, a brilliant blaze erupted in that direction. Was my only route of escape now sealed off? Reflecting on his dwindling chakra reserves, Z realized he had no means to traverse the sea to the Land of Water. Returning would spell doom, and remaining here would equally lead to his demise. The most prudent course of action was to head towards the nearest nation, the Land of Bears, before making a detour back to the Land of Water. Yet, just as he resolved to depart, he abruptly halted in his tracks. If I can foresee this, how could that individual's son not? Perhaps the Land of Soup would be a better option? But no, that territory belongs to Konoha, which has practically turned it into a vacation haven. Surely, he must have arranged some forces there as well. What about the Land of Iron? Yet, what if Konoha had operatives there too? Z found himself ensnared in indecision for quite some time, unable to determine which path to take, as every possible retreat appeared to be a trap meticulously laid by Qianqing. Nevertheless, possessing the awareness befitting a Jonin, Z resolved to take the most direct route upon contemplating the impending war in the Land of Water. Since the outcome was uncertain, he would opt for the nearest option, heading to the Land of Bears. However, just as he set forth, three figures suddenly appeared on the previously tranquil surface of the sea. Ha, Lord Qianqing, I guessed correctly. Upon hearing such a title, Z's heart sank momentarily. He never anticipated that despite having fled so far, Qianqing would still manage to track him down. Yet, unwilling to resign himself to despair, Z yearned to discern the identities of the three individuals. Bathed in the moonlight, the faces of Uchiha Chun and Senju Tauri became distinctly visible. Uchiha Chun, Senju Tauri, and, of course, Vortex Qianqing. Z's expression shifted from shock to gritted teeth. Although he was oblivious to how Qianqing had found him, he understood the significance of the presence of representatives from three founding clans of Konoha at that moment. The confirmation of this reality plunged him further into despair, for it signified that Konoha's ambitions were poised to engulf the entire ninja world. Chun, since you guessed correctly, I shall entrust this child to you. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. Chapter 86. I require one of your eyes. At the border of the Land of Water stood a man before the assembly, a legendary figure known for his ruthlessness. The third Mizukage, who had dominated for decades. He presented a striking contrast to the Ice Clan beside him, whose members appeared frail. While the third Mizukage exuded dignity and authority, had it not been mentioned, no one would have suspected his lineage to the Ice Clan. Nevertheless, this once overlooked individual within the Ice Clan had ultimately ascended to the pinnacle of power as Mizukage. His cunning and strength were far from the benign facade he projected. Thus, the moment the Mizukage made his entrance, many formidable figures, including Pipa Shirzong, Tong Chao Yier, Wooly Shinba, and Haishu Liya, respectfully knelt in homage. Subsequently, the hidden Mist Ninjas, whether concealed or in formation, also knelt in reverence. Mizukage-sama. The multitude of ninja kneeling did not elicit a significant reaction from the Mizukage. After surveying them, he finally began to speak. What is the current situation at the front? Mizukage-sama. According to the report from the messaging ninja beast, the last communication indicated that Z launched a full-scale assault. However, since then, We have received no further updates. When was the last message dispatched? Approximately an hour ago. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, an ominous premonition surged within the Mizukage. Given Z's strength, coupled with the assistance of several experts, conquering the relatively weak land of Vortex should have been a trivial task. Yet, the silence that followed raised the possibility of a mishap. Could it be that everything had been meticulously orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen? Although he had surmised the truth, the Mizukage realized that Konoha would never allow their movements to go unnoticed in the land of water. Thus, he devised a plan in his mind. Since you Konoha are so heartless, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I shall seize the resources of the land of Vortex without hesitation. With this thought, the Mizukage resolutely gestured with his hand, issuing a loud command to his subordinates. It seems Z has faced misfortune. This must be the work of Konoha. Therefore, before the Konoha forces arrive, we must capture the land of Vortex. At that point, we shall not share its benefits with Konoha. Hearing their Mizukage's assertive declaration, the subordinates felt a surge of excitement. However, considering their own strength compared to Konoha, they refrained from immediate agreement and offered a cautionary word. But if we do not share with Konoha, we may provoke their ire. Not a concern. The Mizukage waved his hand dismissively. I will inform the other 3 nations of Z's demise. Should Konoha dare to act hastily, it will solidify their intentions of waging war against the other nations of the ninja world. In that case, Konoha must prepare for a confrontation with all 4 countries. Without the legendary 3 of the Senju, does Sarutobi Hiruzen truly believe he can uphold the entirety of Konoha? Ha ha ha, when the time comes. Do not be surprised if our land of water proves to be Konoha's equal. Prompted by the Mizukage's words, the other mist ninjas also began to realize the gravity of the situation. After all, the land of water, untouched by the blood mist country, was home to the highest number of bloodline users. The disparity between ordinary ninjas and bloodline users was akin to an unarmed individual confronting one wielding a weapon. As they contemplated the immense wealth the land of Vortex had amassed through ceiling-tailed beasts, the mist ninjas could not suppress their cruel smiles. Recognizing the military enthusiasm, the Mizukage wasted no time and waved his hand once more. Target, the land of Vortex, set forth. Kill. At that moment, the atmosphere turned fervent. Lord Chinching, may I inquire what purpose you had in summoning us here? Uchiha-chan expressed his confusion regarding Chinching's actions. For their group had merely dealt with a handful of restrained mist ninjas. Such trivial matters hardly warranted Chinching's expenditure of considerable chakra to teleport them via Flying Thunder God. To put it simply, expending merely 1/10 of the chakra required for teleportation would suffice to eliminate the entire mist ninja contingent. However, Chinching did not respond directly, instead shifting the topic. What are your thoughts on the recent attack on the land of Vortex? Chun and Tauri exchanged glances, unable to decipher the meaning behind the question. Do you not understand? Then let me ask more clearly. What is Konoha's stance on the attack against the land of Vortex? With the inquiry so explicit, the two realized Chinching's true intent. Are you implying that the incident in the land of Vortex is connected to Konoha and the Hokage? Without Konoha's approval, who would dare to strike the land of Vortex? Chinching's reply rendered both of them silent, for the reality was as such. Without Konoha's nod, no nation in the ninja world would dare to act against the land of Vortex. Setting aside other considerations, the technology employed by the land of Vortex to seal-tailed beasts meant that if the land of Vortex were to fall, the next generation of Jinchuriki would be unable to harness the beasts due to the absence of seals, leading to the demise of the tailed beasts alongside their hosts. Yet, tailed beasts could be resurrected, retaining their memories. Given the behavior of these nations towards tailed beasts, the fury of the resurrected beasts would be a burden no nation could bear lightly. Moreover, the land of Vortex had a blood ally, Konoha, the preeminent power in the ninja world. One could assert that the combination of tailed beasts and Konoha's vengeance would be an overwhelming force that no nation in the ninja world could withstand. However, despite this, there are still those who dare to strike against the land of whirlpools. Previously, they could not fathom such a possibility, but now the question arises, what shall we do? The complex expressions exchanged between the two reveal their understanding of the underlying reasons. Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to target the Uzumaki clan, clearly no longer considering the Senju and Uchiha clans as formidable. Therefore, it seems you have become their next objective. How could he dare? Both Chun and Tao involuntarily exclaimed. For in their long-held beliefs, Konoha belonged to the Senju and Uchiha. Without these two clans, could Konoha still be deemed Konoha? What is there to fear? You must awaken to the reality that Konoha is not the same as it was decades ago. Upon hearing Qianxing's response, despair crept into their hearts. Is it possible that even you, Lord Qianxing, cannot assist us? Indeed. Qianxing replied lightly, spreading his hands. Overturning the monkey's rule is not a daunting task. I simply need to reveal my identity. However, the time is not yet ripe. I require additional time for other matters. But as the two sought to voice their opinions, they were promptly interrupted by Qianxing. It matters not. It is merely Konoha. Since the monkey desires it, let him have it. When the time comes for me to reclaim it, I shall do so with ease. With the prospect of opportunity before them, the two ceased their doubts and returned to the initial inquiry. Thus, we are here to preserve the ember of the Senju and Uchiha. Additionally, Chun, I require one of your eyes. The mention of preserving the ember indicates that Sarutobi Hiruzen has begun to act, and even within Konoha, a purging operation has likely commenced. However, since Qianxing has anticipated this, it signifies that he possesses a solution. The two exchanged glances once more and then resolutely nodded. Chapter 87. Limited Tsuyomi Fantasy World. The Grand Army, led by the Mizukage, surged towards the vicinity of the Land of Whirlpools. Noticing the absence of a welcoming party, it became evident that Ji's forces had likely been annihilated. Without further attempts to locate Ji, and wasting no time assessing the situation, the Mizukage commanded the encirclement of the entire Land of Whirlpools, then gestured for a direct assault. After all, under absolute strength, any scheming would falter. Armed to the teeth, the ninjas unveiled their fangs beneath the moonlight, moving in unison like an endless shadow, surging forward with the waves. Their elevated morale, coupled with cruel smiles, instilled a palpable chill. As the mist ninjas' emotions rose, they no longer concealed their feelings, rallying together to shout their battle cry. Kill! The cries of slaughter intertwined, gradually merging into a thunderous roar. Kill! Boom, 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 boom. Countless explosive tags detonated upon the sea's surface, inflicting considerable casualties upon the mist ninjas. It was then that the mist ninjas realized that among the floating seaweed and debris, numerous explosive tags lay hidden. Consequently, many of the impoverished mist ninjas could not help but curse aloud. Damn it! Are the people of the Land of Whirlpools this wealthy? Using so many explosive tags so casually? The Land of Whirlpools is truly affluent. Damn the Uzumaki clan for flaunting their wealth. It is utterly despicable. The curses and invectives echoed continuously, with nearly every voice fixated on a singular keyword, money. Thus, at that moment, the mist ninjas, known for their poverty, found themselves halted. Their gazes fixated on the chaotic pile of items, hoping to salvage explosive tags from them. Whether for personal use or to profit, both options were irresistibly enticing. However, such actions led to a stagnation in their offensive rhythm. Observing this scene, the Mizukage could not help but furrow his brow. As an ambitious leader with lofty aspirations, he could not tolerate his soldiers behaving as though they were scavengers. His dissatisfaction grew stronger, yet he understood that due to the explosive-laden sea before them, he could not compel his troops to recklessly charge forth and meet their doom. Thus, his gaze swiftly shifted to the numerous skilled warriors at his side. You proceed. Do not waste any more time. Yes, Lord Mizukage. Upon receiving the command, the skilled warriors wasted no time and charged towards the front line. Water release, great waterfall technique. Water release, water barrier. Familiar ninjutsu and familiar tactics. The seasoned warriors shared a unified vision. As they unleashed their abilities, the surging waves swept across the explosive tags, propelling them towards the coastline, while the rolling waves triggered numerous detonations. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions set off a chain reaction, triggering most of the traps on the sea's surface, while the remainder malfunctioned, prompting the Mizukage to relax his furrowed brow. Continue the assault. Continue the assault. The Mizukage's orders reverberated across the battlefield. Those mist ninjas who felt they had missed a lucrative opportunity dared not complain further and immediately charged towards the beach. Yet in the next moment, boom, boom, boom. The explosive tags hidden beneath the sand once again wreaked havoc, sending another batch of mist ninjas into the air. The skilled warriors, witnessing this, could not contain their frustration. Damn it, could the entire beach be rigged with explosive tags? No wonder Ji's forces were annihilated. This is not a battle. It is a sheer waste of wealth. The curses continued unabated, but those skilled warriors dared not linger any longer. They turned their gazes towards the Earth-style user among them. After all, while water techniques could not be employed on the shore, the benefits of having a diverse talent pool in a great nation revealed themselves at this moment. Earth Release, Earth Dragon. As the hand seals were completed, a dragon formed from a mass of earth, and stones surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued to resonate. And after traversing several hundred meters, the Earth Dragon was ultimately shattered by the blasts. Oh, I had intended to clear a path to the heart of the land of whirlpools with this technique, but now, before the Earth Dragon could disappear, the extent of the explosive tag's deployment remains undiscovered. Such extravagant behavior left the Mist Ninjas dumbfounded. How much chakra would it take to clear a safe path? While the Mist Ninjas toiled to dismantle the explosive tags, the Uzumaki clan members were hastily evacuating. As one formation after another was led away by Chinching's shadow clones, only a few elderly individuals remained, unwilling to depart. Lord Chinching, while your plan is commendable, if no one remains, the opposing side may not believe that our clan has been annihilated. Indeed, we are of an age where if we continue to be subjected to this turmoil, we might as well meet our end here. Without a doubt, in my lifetime, I have followed Lord Hashirama, and I have followed Lord Tobarama. But the greatest fortune is to have served under you, Lord Chinching. Now, dying for our kin is a fitting way to boast to our brothers below. Indeed, indeed. The elders fervently urged one another, all expressing a desire to pass away in their homeland. Observing their unwavering resolve, Chinching ceased his attempts to dissuade them. Very well. If that is the case, rest assured, I will lead the Uzumaki clan members onward. Then we thank you, Lord Chinching. The elders bowed deeply, and as they supported one another, they began to smile. With the tasks they could accomplish now concluded, Chinching turned his gaze towards Uchiha-chun. As such, Chun, I shall commence now. Uchiha-chun gritted his teeth and exhaled deeply. Lord Chinching, let us begin. With that, several hollow tubes, adorned with enigmatic long needles featuring the 3 Tomo Sharingan, were thrust directly into Uchiha-chun's mind. As chakra surged within him, he began to wail in agony. The cries of torment were piercing, and soon, the 3 Tomo manifested in his eyes as well. With the continuous infusion of chakra, the Tomo began to whirl rapidly, while the color of his left eye gradually faded until it turned a ghastly white. As this transformation completed, the patterns of the Tomo in his right eye converged, and with his body trembling from pain, his right eye emitted a brilliant red light, shining directly toward the moon above. With the culmination of the technique, a faint crimson mist enveloped the heart of the land of whirlpools, and in that moment, the collected corpses of the mist shinobi slowly rose to their feet. Limited Tsukuyami, Dreamland has finally been unleashed. You shall act in place of the Uzumaki clan to safeguard the land of whirlpools. Chapter 88. Deception of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Are you implying that the entire populace of the land of whirlpools has perished? Indeed. The red-haired Chinching was currently reporting to Sarutobi Hiruzen alongside Kushina. Not only had the inhabitants of the land of whirlpools been lost, but half of the nation's territory had also been obliterated in the final explosion. Therefore, with the chakra I possessed at that moment, I could only manage to rescue Kushina. As for the subsequent details, I am rather uninformed. Is that so? Listening to Chinching's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of frustration. How could I have forgotten him? That face, identical to Chinching's, would have led Sarutobi Hiruzen to believe it was Chinching himself if he hadn't watched him grow since childhood. Especially since he had inherited his parents' eccentricities, even the intelligence network of the Umbu had little knowledge of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen had assumed that Chinching would remain uninvolved in the affairs of the land of whirlpools, and thus had never considered his participation. Observing Chinching's ever-present smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen found it hard to believe he had merely gone to the Uzumaki clan for matchmaking. It seemed more like he had prior knowledge of the water country's intentions toward the land of whirlpools. If that were the case, he had to ponder the potential for his dealings with other nations to be compromised. However, he could not resort to detaining Chinching for interrogation. Firstly, Chinching had never registered as a ninja, and secondly, his alias was far too unique, particularly at a moment when Mito was about to pass on the Nine Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not offend him. Nevertheless, more pressing than the fate of the Uzumaki clan was another matter. You mentioned that half of the land of whirlpools has been obliterated? Yes, as you know. The clans specializing in sealing techniques would find it quite effortless to utilize explosive tags. To say an entire island nation was blown apart so easily is preposterous. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to voice this, he merely sighed after pinching his furrowed brow and shifted his focus to the inquisitive Kushina. Is this the great-granddaughter of Yosuke? Despite Sarutobi Hiruzen's dignified appearance, Kushina instinctively hid behind Qianxing, only to peek out curiously afterward. Noticing Kushina's fear, Qianxing gently patted her head, offering reassurance. It's all right. The Hokage is a very kind person. Perhaps due to Qianxing's comfort or the notion that avoiding him would be impolite, Kushina hesitated before softly calling out to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. Glancing at the still timid Kushina, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze back to Qianxing. How do you plan to care for her? I shall provide for her. My household is not lacking in provisions. Although Qianxing's attitude was rather indifferent, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that this matter had been settled. It would be impossible for him to control Kushina now, and should she suffer any grievances, Mito would undoubtedly come seeking him. Contemplating the prospect of being chastised by Mito, the old matron, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of displeasure. Thus, he could only devise a means to initiate Plan B while ensuring the Mito family remained unaware of any underlying issues. Since returning to the land of whirlpools is no longer feasible, let young Kushina reside in Konoha. She appears to be of the right age. I shall also assist her in completing her enrollment procedures shortly. Understood, Hokage-sama. I will continue my investigation regarding the land of whirlpools. For now, you may withdraw. Yes. After dismissing Qianxing and Kushina, Danzo, hidden in the shadows, emerged at that moment. Hiruzen, do you believe the words of that child? I do not. It is too coincidental that he happened to attend a matchmaking event just as the water country attacked the land of whirlpools and returned with their most desired individual. Moreover, the Senju and Uchiha factions have vanished within the borders of Konoha. Such a series of coincidences is implausible. I suspect he has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God? Danzo's eyes widened in surprise. Since they assumed power, they had privately reviewed the ninjutsu collected by Tobirama, especially the Flying Thunder God. A divine technique for escape, travel, or assassination, an unparalleled skill. Were it not for the high entry requirements, both would have certainly learned it. If that is the case, it seems Uchiha-chun and the others were sent to the land of whirlpools by this boy to assist. Indeed, I share your thoughts. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. The issue lies here. With half of the land of whirlpools obliterated, the water country must have suffered significant losses as well. The promised wealth of the land of whirlpools may have been reduced to ashes in this explosion. Analyzing Hiruzen's words, Danzo reached a conclusion. Are you suggesting that the water country may turn against us? Precisely, Sarutobi Hiruzen affirmed. Setting aside the question of how much wealth the water country might acquire from the land of whirlpools, the involvement of Uchiha and Senju in the protection of the land of whirlpools places us at a disadvantage. I had initially thought the water country would act decisively. And even if the Senju and Uchiha arrived at the land of whirlpools, the clan would have been annihilated. However, now that Uchiha and Senju are present in the war for the land of whirlpools, it signifies that Konoha has intervened. Regardless of the outcome, they are likely to leverage this against us, especially if the losses are substantial. Upon hearing Hiruzen's analysis, Danzo recognized the gravity of the situation. Although events were unfolding as planned, this unforeseen complication diverged from their expectations. Addressing it could prove arduous, but neglecting it would be equally distasteful. Perhaps I should take a sum of money and negotiate with the water country? Additionally, I could gather information on the events that transpired. I have a feeling this situation is more complex than it appears. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Sarutobi Hiruzen concurred with Danzo's suggestion, then inquired. We shall await the water country's response. As for Kushina, with Qianxing possessing the Flying Thunder God, it may not be so simple to eliminate him. That is a valid concern. Danzo brushed his hair back behind his ear. However, now is not the time for us to retract our decisions. We must adhere to the original plan. Once the war commences, we shall send him and Senju rope tree to the battlefield. After all, even those who have never fought may falter while employing the Flying Thunder God technique. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and took a deep puff. Thus, the matter has been arranged. By the way, have we found someone to help Kushina establish ties with Konoha? Yes. Danzo nodded, then took out a document. Minato Namikaze, a commoner with no background, had secured third place in the comprehensive tests during the initial evaluations. Third place. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. This ranking included various clans. And for an unremarkable commoner to achieve such a feat was nothing short of extraordinary genius. Excellent. Lacking a background means he won't be under the influence of any clan. Danzo, you have done well. Let us proceed with this plan. Very well. After chapter 89, I will definitely take you back to the land of whirlpools, cousin. It's uncle. Chinching affectionately ruffled Kushina's hair. She was determined to alter the tragic fate of this character from the original story. However, Kushina seemed to sense Chinching's gentle nature and boldly retorted, "But you're not old at all." Ha. Chinching was instantly amused by little Kushina's spirited response. Patting her head again before continuing, "Age is merely a perception. I am far older than you might think. As for just how old that is, I shall keep it a secret for now." Upon hearing Chinching's secrecy, Kushina pouted adorably. "But uncle, you're not a girl. Yet a boy must also learn to protect himself. If others discover my age, girls my age might come seeking a match, which would be quite troublesome. Uncle is just teasing me." "Ha ha ha, if you say so." Chinching chose not to continue the banter and redirected the conversation. "The Hokage mentioned that you would attend school in Konoha. I will assist you with the enrollment procedure shortly, and then you can begin your studies in Konoha." However, upon hearing Chinching's words, Kushina abruptly halted her steps. Noticing the shift, Chinching turned, crouched down, and gently inquired, "What's wrong?" This casual question suddenly filled Kushina's eyes with tears. "Are we never going back to the land of whirlpools?" Observing Kushina's tearful expression, Chinching remembered that she was 2 years younger than when she first appeared in the original work. A mere 6-year-old child. The thought of parting from her beloved parents and grandparents would surely bring her to tears, even if they were just away for a short trip. Yet now, Chinching had deceived her into believing she was all alone. That Kushina had managed to hold back her tears until now was a testament to her strength. Although Chinching felt a pang of guilt for deceiving Kushina, the performance must go on. Otherwise, the issues with Hiruzen and Korezetsu would remain unresolved. Chinching had begun to form a rough understanding of the current situation in this world. Deviating from Hiruzen's perspective would likely lead to Kushina's tragedy repeating itself, along with the misfortunes of her son. To keep the upcoming events within her control and to prevent further tragedies, Chinching had no choice but to continue the ruse. "I'm sorry, but we cannot return to the land of whirlpools for now, but I promise I will take you back one day." "Really?" "Indeed. Then let's make a pinky promise." Little Kushina extended her tiny pinky, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Chinching. Chinching, of course, could not refuse such an endearing request and extended her pinky, gently linking it with Kushina's. "We have a deal. It's settled?" "It's settled." Upon the promise being made, Kushina joyfully leaped forward and embraced Chinching's neck. "Uncle, thank you. You're a good person." Although receiving a good person card from a 6-year-old girl was amusing, Chinching took it in stride. "Well, I am your uncle. Who else should I treat well? Let us not dwell on unhappy matters. Come, let us purchase the supplies you need for school. Once we return, I will personally cook for you." Knowing she now had someone who cared for her, although tears still glistened in Kushina's eyes, a smile broke through. Seeing that Kushina no longer lingered on the previous topic, Chinching breathed a sigh of relief and took her hand. "Let us be on our way." "Okay." After spending the afternoon gathering supplies for Kushina's schooling, Chinching hosted a small welcome ceremony at home. Tsunade, Shoshin, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya were all invited, as they had similarly become Hiruzen's disciples in the original narrative. Believing in the joy of a larger gathering, Chinching decided to invite everyone over. As for Tsunade's parents, their demise at the hands of bandits during a journey was a tragedy that bore the unmistakable mark of a certain someone's influence. However, it was not yet time for retribution. Chinching could only lay their bodies to rest and hope for the opportunity to resurrect them later. Despite the small gathering, with Shoshin and Jiraiya's antics, the protagonist of the day, Kushina, still had a delightful time. When the feast finally concluded, and after ensuring that a drunken Tsunade was settled and asking Orochimaru to escort the inebriated Jiraiya away, the house fell silent. After sending Shoshin and Kushina off to bed, Chinching found herself alone in Mito's room. Mito's house was perpetually adorned with barriers to prevent prying eyes, and upon entering, Chinching deftly cast a new one. Once everything was prepared, Chinching turned to the girl seated gracefully on the bed. Although the oil lamp cast a dim light, it still illuminated Mito's youthful visage, reminiscent of a blossoming young maiden. The purple diamond mark on her smooth, fair forehead stood out strikingly. With only the two of them remaining in the room, Chinching decided to tear away the disguise masking her face, revealing her true appearance as a reincarnated being. She then approached and enveloped Mito in her embrace. Mito instinctively shifted to find a more comfortable position. Have matters in the land of whirlpools been resolved? Yes. Qianxing nodded and continued. Most of the people have been relocated to the ancient city of Lulan, while a few others have been sent to Takigakure. These two locations are secluded and rarely visited. So even if someone does notice, they would likely assume it's the fleeing Uzumaki clan, and no one would pay much attention, especially with Kakazu providing protection. There shouldn't be any issues. Hearing that the Uzumaki clan members were safe, Mito sighed in relief. Although she had been married to Konoha for decades, she still held deep feelings for the land of whirlpools. That's good, Mito responded softly, but she then posed a question. Qianxing, do we really have to bring Kushina back? Yes, because the monkey does not wish for me to become the new host of the Nine Tails. Otherwise, he wouldn't have targeted the land of whirlpools. But why should we fear him? Mito was somewhat perplexed by Qianxing's actions, given their strength and influence. Changing the Hokage would be a trivial matter. Why should they comply with his wishes? In response to Mito's inquiry, Qianxing did not provide a direct answer, but instead gazed through the barrier at the bright moon outside. This matter is too complex. Just know that I will not harm you. All right. Mito understood her own limitations compared to Qianxing's intelligence and suppressed her curiosity. So what will you do next? I will take Kushina to school and then take on a young apprentice. An apprentice? Mito's eyes widened in disbelief, sitting upright in surprise. As she had known Qianxing for decades and never heard her express the desire to take on a disciple. What kind of person is worthy of your mentorship? Just a commoner? A commoner? Mito could not fathom how Qianxing, who had rarely ventured outside, was aware of the existence of this commoner. She is merely a child. The intention behind bringing her in was simply to provide Kushina with companionship. Oh, I see. Mito reclined once more into Chihoshi's embrace. As for this new member, Mito had already considered treating Kushina as her own daughter, so a little pampering would be quite acceptable. What is that child's name? Namikaze Minato. Chapter 90. Teach him a lesson. The weather was as splendid as ever, and Kushina, having seemingly untangled her heart's knots, no longer appeared as conflicted as the day before. Instead, she greeted Chihoshi and Mito with a sweet smile. Good morning, Grandma Mito, and good morning, Uncle. Good morning, little Kushina. Come and have breakfast, soon. I will introduce you to some new friends. Okay. Chihoshi handed Kushina some food while explaining the school rules. At school, it is essential to interact with classmates. If there are girls you like, you may invite them over to play, and of course, boys are also welcome. Remember, do not stir up trouble nor be afraid of it. If anyone dares to insult you or bully you, then you must teach them a lesson. Kushina initially listened attentively, but the latter part seemed a bit excessive. Even Mito, who was nearby, found it hard to bear and began to scold playfully. Come now. How can you teach a child like that? If I didn't, what if Kushina were bullied? Our little Kushina is so well behaved. I refuse to believe she would initiate any bullying. Even if she did, it would be an honor for them. How can you be such a parent? Well, there you have it. Chihoshi responded confidently, adding, besides, our Kushina would never bully anyone without cause, right? Though the two seemed to be bickering over breakfast. The atmosphere was filled with warmth that made Kushina smile brightly, feeling the affection of her parents once more, reminiscent of the care she received in the land of whirlpools. After finishing her breakfast, Chihoshi leisurely led Kushina towards the Ninja Academy. At this time, classes had not yet begun. After passing through the identity check, Chihoshi casually guided Kushina to the teacher they had contacted after registering the previous day. Although the name Marino Shun sounded delicate, his appearance was quite robust, causing Kushina to feel a bit intimidated upon seeing him. However, Teacher Marino had encountered many similar situations before and burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, you must be Kushina. Though I may look fierce, I assure you I am quite gentle. Come, let me introduce you to some new friends. With that, Marino Shun crouched down and extended his hand toward Kushina. Perhaps it was the teacher's status that imbued him with a certain charm, despite her initial fear. Kushina mustered her courage and reached out to take his hand. Let us go? Wait. Even though the scene was quite heartwarming, Chihoshi was still concerned that Kushina might face bullying, as depicted in the original story, and he wished to observe whether Minato would exhibit the same gentleness. Therefore, Chihoshi decided he would accompany them. How about I come along too? Marino Shun was momentarily taken aback by this request, as it deviated from the directive given. Well, Lord Chihoshi, that may not be appropriate. After all, This is a place for children to attend school. If every adult were to come, it would be quite troublesome. Hearing the stammering excuses from Marino-shun, Chihoshi narrowed his eyes. Oh, with a puff of smoke, Chihoshi's form transformed, revealing a boy of about 6 or 7 years in front of them. Wow! Seeing her once towering uncle suddenly shrink to her height. Kushina curiously approached and compared their heights. Chihoshi ignored her small antics and turned his gaze toward Marino-shun. This should be acceptable now, right? Marino-shun could hardly muster any objections. Although he had orders from above, those commands only reached as high as the Hokage. And the individual before him had the power to influence the Hokage's position. Offending him could lead to dire consequences for his entire clan. Surely, the orders could not have genuinely originated from the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's long-standing peaceful reign had led the lower ranks to perceive him merely as a kind-hearted individual. Thus, Marino-shun gambled that this command stemmed from a mere high-ranking official. Well, since Lord Chihoshi wishes to come, then so be it. Before the class bell rang, the noise in the classroom was incessant, with several students discussing the same topic. Have you heard? We are getting a transfer student in our class today. Yes, I've heard too. I hope it's a pretty girl. Why can't it be a handsome boy? I'm certain it will be a girl. Nonsense. This clamor ceased the moment Marino-shun entered with Chihoshi and Kushina, all eyes turning to the two children at the front. How can there be two? Some students found the situation peculiar, but the orders from their families led them to focus on Kushina instead. All right, these two are our new classmates. Starting today, they will join us for learning. As members of this class, you must not bully the new students nor subject them to verbal attacks. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Marino-shun loudly cautioned the students before turning his attention to Kushina, nodding at her. Kushina, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone? Kushina glanced at Marino-shun, then at Chihoshi, took a deep breath, and gathered her courage to step forward. I am Uzumaki Kushina, and my dream is to become a formidable ninja to protect what I hold dear. Kushina's transformation surprised Chihoshi, but realizing she spoke as she did to fit in, he quickly understood. However, as soon as Kushina finished speaking, the students, who had already been warned by their families, began their performance. Ha ha ha, you want to be a strong ninja? With those skinny arms and legs, you won't even manage to graduate. Exactly, that red hair looks atrocious. Once someone started, many followed suit, even though there were a few red-haired students in the class. Fortunately, Chihoshi was pleased to see certain members of the Senju and Uchiha clans rise to defend her, though their numbers were insufficient to make a significant impact. Additionally, a certain blonde boy that Chihoshi had his eye on also joined in to assist, albeit quietly. However, this blatant targeting caused tears to well up in Kushina's eyes. The overwhelming sense of isolation made her feel utterly helpless. Not knowing how to handle the situation, she cast a pleading glance at Chihoshi, hoping he would take her away from this hell. Yet, Chihoshi stepped forward and gently ruffled her hair. Do you remember what I told you this morning? Do not stir up trouble, and do not fear it. And what do you do if someone bullies you? With a smile, Chihoshi guided Kushina to recall their earlier conversation. Fight back? Yes, teach them a lesson. The rest, your uncle will handle. Okay, Chapter 91. I hope today's events will not repeat. With newfound support, Kushina shed her timidity, wiped away her tears, and fixed her gaze on the loudest instigator. Children are, after all, children. They often present a facade of bravado while being inherently timid. Upon realizing that they were confronted by Kushina, the child was momentarily taken aback. What do you intend to do? Do you truly wish to strike me? The teacher is right here. However, when the child cast a glance towards Marino, they were astonished to see the teacher seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama, busily counting their own fingers. This was a scenario they had never encountered before. And just as their curiosity began to rise, Kushina let out a fierce roar and lunged at the child. During the ages of 6 to 12, girls typically mature faster than boys, and since the child did not believe anyone would dare to act out in the presence of a teacher, they were caught completely off guard and were swiftly knocked to the ground by Kushina. Seizing the moment, Kushina wasted no time in raising her small fists and raining blows down upon the hapless boy, whose once charming golden locks were soon marred, rendering him a pitiable sight. The pain on his face, coupled with the humiliation of being struck and the apparent bias of the teacher, drove him to tears. Help me, Nara Akimichi. His cries resonated, awakening the surrounding children from their disbelief. They had initially doubted anyone would dare to strike, but seeing a classmate bullied by an outsider, with the teacher offering no assistance, compelled them to take action themselves. Quick, let's fight her. The chorus of shouts calling out Kushina's name filled the air. At that moment, among those summoned, a plump boy was preparing to make a move, when he was suddenly seized by a leaner boy standing nearby. This slender boy then directed his gaze towards Qianxing, the one who had instigated Kushina's attack. Simultaneously, Qianxing noticed the scrutiny directed at him, and when he realized that the two boys did not immediately act as he had hoped, he comprehended. The so-called steadfast alliance of boar, deer, butterfly was not as unshakable as the rumors suggested. It appears the alliance is not as formidable as it has been portrayed. Furthermore, this tactic bears a striking resemblance to that of Danzo. In that case, I shall collect a little interest first. As he spoke, Qianxing's hand swiftly grasped the box of chalk that lay on the table. His hands, which had appeared to dangle carelessly, seemed to vanish in an instant, and the entire box of chalk shot forth like a flurry of concealed projectiles towards the group attempting to ambush Kushina. The sounds of the chalk striking their targets echoed, embedding themselves into the ground and pinning the corners of their garments firmly in place. What just happened? Who did that? As confusion arose in their minds, it was abruptly interrupted by a cry of anguish. Ah, my hand! A young boy, sporting sunglasses, writhed in pain on the ground, blood seeping from his palm. My apologies. I slipped. Qianxing's words rendered the room silent, particularly for Marino, who was drenched in cold sweat. As an elite chunin who had endured countless missions, he could not discern how the boy had executed such a maneuver, indicating that if Qianxing had wished to harm him, he would have been utterly defenseless. Moreover, the ability to immobilize someone with chalk suggested a level of prowess, at least on par with the Jonin. With everyone gazing at him in shock, Qianxing felt assured that Kushina would no longer be bullied. He clapped his hands, returned the chalk box to the table, and surveyed the classroom anew. Kushina, let us continue for another 10 minutes. Otherwise, it may disrupt the class. Oh, reminded, Kushina felt no further inclination to continue her assault. She promptly dismounted from the boy, seizing the opportunity to step on him once more before nonchalantly returning to Qianxing's side, adopting a demeanor of innocence. Meanwhile, Qianxing's attention shifted toward the classmates below. Those who had previously been vociferous had retreated to the corners, leaving only a few from the Senju and Uchiha clans, along with the golden-haired boy. After all, they had been unable to comprehend Qianxing's swift throw, and if they were targeted, they feared it would be more than just a bruised ego. They might find themselves utterly humiliated. Seeing no one willing to resist, Qianxing dispelled his transformation technique. Wow, Qianxing's transformation caused quite a stir in the class, especially for the Uchiha girl who had just been mentioned, prompting her to scream, "Ah, it's Lord Qianxing." Upon hearing someone recognize him, Qianxing smiled at her and then turned his gaze back to Marino. "Teacher Marino, I trust that such incidents will not recur?" Qianxing's tone was gentle and calm, as if the chaos in the classroom had no bearing on him. Marino dared not voice any dissent, quickly gesturing with his hands and assuring, No. Such occurrences will absolutely not happen again." "That is reassuring." Qianxing nodded in satisfaction. "Then, Kushina, I shall take my leave now." "All right, uncle." With the permission to retaliate, Kushina had cast aside her earlier trepidation, energetically waving her small fists, expressing her readiness for action. "See you after school." "Okay." After conferring with Kushina, Qianxing turned to his classmates. "That golden-haired boy and the Uchiha girl, I appreciate you standing up for Kushina earlier. If you don't mind, you can join us at my house after school." With that, Qianxing executed a swift body flicker and vanished from sight, inciting another wave of astonished gasps from his classmates. Uncle, I'm back." Bursting through the door with enthusiasm, Kushina began to dart around the house. Upon spotting Qianxing basking in the sun with Mito, she leaped into his arms. Seeing Kushina clinging to Qianxing like a koala, Mito couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. "Kushina, you're not acting very ladylike. Come down." Oh, Mito's authority sometimes intimidated even Qianxing, who worried she might frighten Kushina, prompting him to explain, "She's just a child. It's natural for her to be excited on her first day of school. She'll settle down in a few days." Yes. Kushina nodded eagerly, then skillfully shifted the topic. "Uncle, I brought those two classmates home with me." She gestured towards the somewhat anxious Minato and the equally excited Mikoto standing behind her. "Uncle, I must tell you, I owe my understanding of much of what the teacher conveyed today to them." Kushina animatedly described her two new friends to Qianxing, who listened intently as Minato and Mikoto stepped forward to introduce themselves. Lady Mito, Lord Chinching, I am Uchiha Makoto. My grandfather often speaks of you both. Oh. Mito scrutinized Makoto and recalled having met her previously. Ah, you are Chihiro's granddaughter. The last time we saw you, you were just a month old. Hee. Makoto blushed, then playfully nudged Minato, who appeared dazed from entering the lavish home for the first time. I am Namikaze Minato. I look forward to your guidance. His nerves got the better of him, and he unexpectedly bowed deeply to Chinching and Mito, causing Makoto and Kushina to chuckle at his awkwardness. Upon realizing the situation, Mizumoto's face flushed crimson, and he promptly stood up. However, his nervousness left him uncertain about how to position his hands, eliciting a light chuckle from the two girls. It was impolite to mock others. Mizuhito's authoritative words swiftly silenced the girls, while Mizumoto felt the warmth of Mizuhito's concern, his expression gradually calming. Are you Mizumoto? Despite sensing goodwill, Mizuhito's gentle inquiry caused Mizumoto's muscles to tense once more, for he had never been in such close proximity to someone of such esteemed stature. Yes, Mizumoto responded, nervously standing at attention, which inadvertently sparked Mizuhito's fondness for the earnest young man with striking yellow hair. Do not be overly tense. Treat this as if you were in your own home, as a gesture of gratitude for your assistance to my Kuzina today. Thank you, Lord Mizuhito. Mizuhito's gentleness and respect led Mizumoto to perceive him as a reasonable and approachable individual, prompting him to articulate the purpose of his visit. Lord Mizuhito, if possible, could you please refrain from allowing Kuzina to bully other classmates? Mizumoto's statement abruptly chilled the previously light-hearted atmosphere. What do you mean? Mizuhito's expression turned frosty. Recognizing that while he occasionally felt jealousy towards Kuzina, he understood that the underlying issues were his own. As for outsiders wishing to criticize Kuzina, Mizuhito, who had already begun to regard her as a daughter, was not one to be easily swayed. His demeanor became as cold as frost, enveloping him in a shroud of chilling silence. At that moment, Mizumoto realized the impulsiveness of his words, yet having commenced the dialogue, he felt compelled to continue. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and bravely continued. Kuzina struck a classmate upon her enrollment, and Lord Chihoshi even physically harmed another student. Such behavior, lacking in camaraderie, raises concerns about how we can trust our partners with our backs once we graduate. Once Mizumoto began to speak, he became a torrent of words, passionately intertwining themes of bonds and friendship, especially when he mentioned the title of Hokage, his eyes alight with an uncontrollable admiration, akin to that of an ardent fan. This left Mizuhito in a state of perplexity. Unable to endure the incessant chatter, Mizuhito cast a sidelong glance at Chihoshi. The unspoken implication clear. Is this the student you have chosen? Chihoshi, somewhat resigned, nodded and then turned his gaze back to Mizumoto. You are Mizumoto, correct? Yes. Do you recall why Kuzina resorted to violence? In response to Chihoshi's inquiry, Mizumoto maintained a composed demeanor, articulating what he believed to be the truth. It was merely a misunderstanding among classmates. Observing Mizumoto's naivety, Chihoshi, though yet to accept him as a pupil, decided to impart a lesson. So, you perceive it merely as a misunderstanding? In that case, Makoto, who had been watching the scene unfold, was suddenly called upon and instinctively responded, Huh? Yes. Strike him. Yes, huh? Confused, Makoto hesitated, glancing at Chihoshi with a look of bewilderment. Mizumoto, noticing Chihoshi's penchant for violence, quickly interjected, Lord Chihoshi, what does this mean? I merely wish for Kuzina to act with more restraint. Similarly, others turned their gazes toward Chihoshi, eager for clarification. Mizumoto, do you know why I invited you here today? Oh, isn't it because I spoke well of Kuzina and you wish for us to become friends? Upon realizing Mizumoto understood his intentions, Chihoshi nodded. Indeed, it is your kindness that prompted me to desire your friendship with Kuzina, but it is limited to that alone. At this juncture, Chihoshi feigned sympathy, shaking his head. Once you are on the battlefield, I will not permit Kuzina to be by your side. Hearing such words, the youthful Mizumoto was oblivious to the underlying implications. After all, his aspiration was to become Hokage, and one who lacks recognition cannot ascend to such heights. If one is not acknowledged even to join the battlefield, how could they ever hope to become Hokage? The thought of his dream being dashed ignited a sense of urgency within him as he sought answers. Why? Yet Chihoshi did not respond directly, instead directing his gaze toward Makoto. Makoto, strike him, and we shall discuss matters afterward. Huh? Mikoto was equally perplexed by Chihoshi's insistence on violence, but, out of admiration for him, clenched her fists, ready to act. However, someone was swifter than Mikoto. Kizuna, having received the go-ahead, seized upon Mikoto's hesitation and decisively intervened, delivering a punch that sent Mizumoto flying. Bang! Mizumoto, who had been focused solely on Mikoto and Chihoshi, was blindsided by Kizuna's blow, causing him to tumble several times before coming to a halt. Dazed from the impact, he found himself grappling with existential questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?